Hey everyone, my name's Ben. This is the mini painting page, and I know we've all been there just after a payday, a Christmas, a birthday, something like that. We're walking down the high street and our attention gets drawn by those shiny miniatures in the cabinet of the local gaming store. So we go in, and after a quick conversation with the man behind the desk, we leave with a lovely shiny new starter set for our chosen game. This case, 40k. This case has 40 odd miniatures within the box, and once we get it home, open it up, we realise that one, the miniatures are not painted, not built, and still on the sprues that they came from the factory in. At that point, it dawns on us that we are going to have to actually build, paint, and get these models ready before we can even play our first game. And that's where today's challenge comes in. I want to see if I can paint up each of these forces within a 12-hour period each, and we'll be starting with the Space Marines that consists of 11 models. And we want to make the scheme something that is approachable and something that we can replicate on a wider scale, while having areas we can push up to make our characters that little bit extra to look at. So let's jump straight in and have a look at the first 11 Marines and if we can get them done in 12 hours. Starting with the Marines, we are going to be working through the instructions. We're going to snip out all of the parts for each model. Working through, I'm going to tackle the captain first, and here I am only actually going to partially build the model. The reason for this is this model has a lot of areas that hang off and cover other areas that we would want to get access to do a nice paint job. Specifically, I'm talking about the scroll work as well as the cape on the back. By using blue tack instead of gluing this model together, it means that we can come back and pull it apart to get access to all of the covered areas. If you don't want to take the time to do this, then don't. Just add him in with the rest, make sure he's all glued up nice and tight. However, because this is the main character for the Space Marine forces, I thought it might be worth spending a little bit more time just to push the level on this particular model. Therefore, I'm going to be leaving it to last, as well as making sure that I can pull it apart in sub-assemblies. The reason for leaving it last is if I make any mistakes on the other 10 models, we know how we can either shortcut those areas or just cut them out of the process and avoid making the mistakes on the main character that people are going to be looking at a little bit more. Carrying on, albeit with a slight slip up due to poor knife control, we end up with a fully set of 11 built Space Marines with all of the mold line removed. We are sitting pretty at around 2.5 hours, give or take. With all of the 11 models built, we can remove any unneeded extras. Here I'm going to be taking off all of the extra sculpted base details, and we can then use that either as a spare in future, but it makes it a lot easier for us to fix all of these models onto custom bases. For the Space Marines, I decided to go with a simplified version of the Ultramarines paint scheme. So going for the blue, but changing all of the white areas for silvers or another color, as well as not doing any of the helmet color variations that you get for either captains, sergeants, or just general veterans. This is something that you can do specifically if you want to, and if you want particular videos on those, how to do white helmets or something similar, let me know down in the comments below. However, this is a quick, easy, and achievable scheme that we want to be able to do and replicate in a quick, speedy manner so that we can get our first couple of games done. That's also why I have left the pauldron markers blue. Obviously, they can be changed to any particular color to represent any company within the chapter that you want. But that is just a nice, clean, consistent coat of one color, so I will leave that to you to do. To start this off, I'm going to grab a nice spray can of Mephiston Red and use that as my base coat. I do hear you saying, Ben, why are you base coating the model in red and not blue if there is a blue spray available and it's an Ultramarine? The reason for this is that I want to use the red to add some quick and easy color variants, as well as help with easy pre-shading and color change later down the line. Once we've got this base coat down, we can move over to the pre-shading and pre-highlighting. I am going to be using an airbrush to achieve this. However, you don't have to use an airbrush. You can recreate the exact same thing with a combination of stippling and dry brushing. What we want to do mainly is decide where the light is going to be coming from. I'm thinking of using the light from a front and back top-down position, replicating the overall light impact of the models if they were out in the open. With these areas identified, I can take the white. I'm using a Liquitex white ink, which has a nice strong pigment, as well as being thin enough to go through the airbrush with minimal thinning. and then go through and build up white over the identified areas, potentially over a couple passes, which should give us a nice change from the red base coat up to white where the light would impact the most. Because I'm painting this entire unit in force in one go, I am batch painting, so I'm doing each step individually on each model and working from one to the other. This is quite useful when we're talking about doing things like glazes or building up a zenithal, because by doing this on the first one and working through, by the time you get to the last one, the first one is dry again, and that is the benefit I'm getting from here to speed up my painting. Once we've done the white zenithal highlight, either through airbrush or through stippling, dry brushing, however we are doing it, we then want to come in and glaze the entire model. I'm again going to be using an airbrush for this just to speed the whole process up, but you could do it just by thinning down the blue that we want to use to a glaze consistency and doing one, maybe two passes over the entirety of the model. What this will do is turn the zenithal areas from the top down into a very nice rich blue colour, and also transition the red undercoat for bits that we haven't particularly covered, and that will bring it up to a nice rich purpley undercoat because of the blue mixing with the red undercoat. This gives us a good transition from the purple undercoat up to the blue highlight without much effort or work being undertaken to get there. If we're happy with the current look of the model and how it is now, we can stop. However, I'm going to take a little bit of time just to push those colours that little bit further. Going back to the white ink and the airbrush that we used earlier, what we want to do is put down another layer of white across the areas that we highlighted with the initial zenithal. Except on this occasion, what we want to do is make those areas narrower and also try to focus on the higher areas of the model. So the shoulders, the top of the armors, the helmet, and potentially the knee areas. Once this is dry, we can take a paintbrush and some of the white ink or white paint that we've been using, go around and edge highlight all of the upper areas of the model with pure white. This should leave us with a model that has a smooth transition from the purple red base coat up to a white that also has a nice crisp clean edge of white. Once this is done, we can go over with another coat of our chosen blue, so in my case Celestian blue. This makes the uppermost areas even brighter because we took the time to do those extra edge highlights as well as the second round of zenithals. We can use the blue glaze as well to hide any areas that we may have gone a little bit too far on with the white and pull back some of those overzealous areas and make them less noticeable. Once we've done that, if we are happy with the state of the armour, we can move over to those smaller and finer details. For all of the other details, what I wanted to do is identify them and then go round with a dark grey colour and apply a clean coat across all of these as a new base coat for these areas. Do take the time to make sure that you don't catch any of the armour or anything like that, because touching up on the airbrush nature and look can be quite difficult. So what we want to do is just be careful to pick out only the bits that aren't going to be blue or remain blue as they are already. I personally picked out the pipes, the heraldry, the emblems, as I said, anything that won't be blue. It's worth taking some time to make sure we do catch all the areas, but if we do miss anything, we can easily come back with the same colour and touch up and fix any missed areas. For the actual details, I have a couple of different methods I wanted to show you. Starting off with the reds, what I did here was target the seals, the eye lenses, some parts of the guns and a couple of other areas. And I applied a reddish brown, I believe it's saddle brown, over these areas. Once that's done, we can take a brighter red, a more punchy in your face red, and apply this in a patchy style, covering the edges as well as all of the main raised surfaces, leaving that brown in the recesses. Once both of these layers are dry, we can take a nice red wash or a red glaze and slap this all over the red areas. This will help bring out all of those colours into a red hue while keeping a nice variance in the overall tone from that brown to red, but now overall reading as a red, adding nice nuance without any real overall effort. We also have these scrolls affixed by the seals we've just painted, and to do this we wanted a very quick and simple process. A rough highlight of khaki. This was targeting all of the upper areas and will bring it more in line with a paper tone. Then we want to finish it off with a highlight of white where we catch essentially just the tips and edges of the paper. It could be fine to leave it here if you want that modern day bleached paper look, that crisp white paper look. However, personally, I want that parchment, old time looking paper style. So what I'm going to do is put a nice coat of sepia wash or sepia glaze over all of the parchment just to bring it into this sort of brown tea stained paper looking effect. Moving over to the undersuit after this, which has already been base coated in the grey as an area that is not blue. What I want to do is take a desaturated blue, which gives off a cool white feel once applied over the dark grey that we're using as a base coat. Once we've got this colour, we want to highlight all of the ridges, all of the areas that we want to be picked out and look as this grey leather. So this could be some of the pouches. It could also, as I said, be the undersuit. What we then do is apply a dark purple wash over the highlighted areas and the undercoated grey. What this will do is bring it all together in a nice colour overall, bringing the grey to a blackish purple and also bringing down the colour of the desaturated blue, making it more in line with the rest of the model and paint scheme. This will leave us with a few more areas that still need to be tackled that aren't going to be metallic overall. Mainly, I'm looking at the leather pouches and accessories on the model. To tackle these areas, what we're going to do is use the same khaki that was used on the scrolls, but this time apply it in a varying amount of stippling and directional strokes. What we're trying to do here is get some variation in line thickness, line length, and also pattern. Feel free to let the first round dry and do a couple of stacked layers on top of each other, because what we're trying to do is create, without a lot of work, a distressed worn leather look. Once we're happy with the strokes we've done, to complete it we want to do a glossy brown wash. I'm using Canoptic Armor Shade here, but we can get a similar effect from using a normal brown wash or any other brown wash mixed with some gloss varnish. Taking this wash, we cover all of the leather bits, making sure to monitor it slightly and mop up any areas of overspill or pooling. Then, once dry, this should bring out the worn leather effect, together also making the area glossy from the gloss wash we've put over to reproduce that distressed shiny leather look. With all of the other areas dry, that brings us on to metallics. Now, we've been careful up until this point, obviously, to not get paint on areas of the blue armor. The reason being that it's hard to correct areas on airbrushed surfaces without airbrushing again, which is a nightmare if you've already painted other details on the model because you're going to airbrush those details. It can be a pain. However, we want to spend extra care not to get metallics on any other surfaces, because that is a lot harder to remove and essentially fix once any of the metallic flakes have bonded to the model. So it's worth it in the long run just to take that little bit of extra time just to go around and pick out all of the metallic bits with extra care, making sure not to get a little bit overzealous and cover the areas that we don't want the metallic flakes to be. Just make sure that we avoid putting it down in the wrong place. With all the other areas dry, we can move on to the metallics themselves, and that means grabbing our favorite metallics. I'm going to be using the Roberson Liquid Metal range, and I will start off with the silver overall and go around pick out any areas that I want to be silver. So in mind here, I'm going for parts of the gun, some of the piping and some of the heraldry that would have been white, but I'll make it silver for ease. Once the silver is done, we can move over to the gold. Here I'm going to be picking out the chest eagle as well as some of the smaller areas like the skulls and the ammo of the gun. For this I'm taking the autumn gold paint, which is a darker reddish bronzy gold. Again, just take it slow, steady, work around the model and pick out all the areas that we want to be gold. Once dry, we can take a more brighter traditional gold tone, go round and pick out all of the upward facing areas of just the gold pieces. This will mean that we have a nice overall collection of metallics from the initial silver base coat on the silvers to this dual layer of reddish gold to a more traditional gold on top. Once all of these metal areas are dry, what we want to do is take a sepia wash. I'm using the same one that I used for the scrolls just to help harmonize all of the colors. and then go over and cover all of the metal areas. I'm targeting both the silver and the gold here, again making sure to mop up any overspill or pooling. This will slightly tint the silver into a kind of a ancienty, worn, antique silver, and also bring out some of the richness in the gold tones, as well as bringing those two colours together slightly. With all of our metallics as we like them, that brings us to the final element on this unit, or both of these units even, that I haven't finished yet. And that is the head on the Sergeant. Overall, that was a mistake. I would have preferred to use a helmeted head, but I got carried away when building the set, ended up using an unhelmeted head, and it's already glued in place. If, like me, you're going for speed of completion on your units, it may be quicker and easier by keeping a helmeted head on the model as opposed to an unhelmeted head. This will reduce some stages and a little bit of time. Rather than go over it twice and bore you, I'm just going to use the similar scheme to what I'm going to use on my captain's head. So stick around and you can see how I did the skin tones on that, and you can replicate it on any other models without helmets as you see fit. That is 10 models done, and overall these guys took me around 9 to 10 hours, bases included, to get a unit of 10, well 5 Terminators and 5 Infernus Marines painted to a standard I'm happy for the tabletop. That leaves me roughly 2 to 3 hours for the captain, which is nice, bearing in mind that my target was 12 hours. I feel that that is relatively achievable based on what's taken me so far to do the rest of the unit. If you wanted to push your whole unit a little bit further, you could replicate what I'm just about to do to the captain to the entire unit. However, as the captain's probably the one that's going to get looked at the most, I thought I will just spend the additional time on that model. But as I said, feel free to replicate it across the entire force if you have the time and inclination to do so. Let's not waste any more time and look at pushing the captain a little bit further. First, I will talk about the armor, and we will come back to the cape separately. First, for the armor, we are going to follow along, do exactly what we did for the other troops. So that is the red undercoat, white zenithal, blue glaze, white zenithal with edge highlighting, and final blue glaze. But then we're going to push it a little bit further with some edge highlighting. And we're going to use the same desaturated blue that we used for the under armor sections and the blue leathery styles, and take that desaturated blue and go through and edge highlight all of the upper raised and sunlight hitting areas on the model. This will be helpfully guided out by the white highlights that we've done previously, and we just want to go through with this blue and carefully pick out all of the highlights. With that done, we can then go through and essentially redo the whole thing, but this time using a white as opposed to a desaturated blue. Everywhere we've used the desaturated blue to edge highlight, we want to pick about halfway between that and the very edge. So for example, on the little placards at the top, we want to go between halfway where the blue starts and then take that to the edge of the point. That will give us a nice area where the light is reflecting off the most. And if we feel that we've gone a little bit too far, we can always pull it back with some of the contrast paint or blue glaze that we've been using up until this point. With the armor done and the additional edge highlights taken place, we can move on to the other details. And these I'm going to essentially paint exactly as I did before. All of the scrolls, the seals, the gun sections, anything that I want to be red, silver or anything is going to get a dark grey undercoat and then be brought up to the same standard. I am going to leave the quality of the scrolls, the red seals, and the under armor at exactly the same quality because these aren't going to get much attention. However, I am going to push some additional highlights on the metallics to get a little bit more shine. I'm going to go and start with the golds. The golds get 2 additional highlights. The first one being the brighter gold tone that we used initially as the highlight on the gold, and we will use this to target all of the upper facing areas such as the edges of the Aquila, top of icons, skulls, and also the shoulder pad filigree gold areas. This is then followed up with the silver. We want to do this in a very, very fine area and essentially spot highlight the very edges just to get that final glint reflection of sunlight reflecting off of a metallic object. And we should still have the depth gained from the wash that we've done previously, getting us up to the point of the other 10 models. This brings us to one of the last parts of the model, which is not the head, it is the cape. When we're painting this, we want to try and make sure that we are catching the paint on the cape in certain stages. What we want to end up with is a cape where has a zenithal has been applied to it, making the raised areas nice and white. But as opposed to the red base coat that has been on everything else, we want to get a blue base coat in the recesses. This is generally easily done by, when we're doing the zenithal, make sure the entire cape is caught. Then when we're doing the blue glaze, come in and get the recesses of the cape with that blue glaze. This will then give us a cape that is blue in the recesses and white on the surface. Once we have that, we can then go through and apply a red wash or glaze. I'm using the Crimson Wash from Games Workshop. And what this will do is turn the dark blue recesses into a dark purple, kind of the reverse of what we did with the armor itself. And it will then bring the highlighted areas of the robe and the cape's billowy sections to a brighter red in a nice gradual sense because of the various zenithal highlights we've done up until this point. If we're happy with the color of the cloak at that point, we can leave it there. However, what I'm going to do is just push the red a little bit more on the upper raised areas by taking a red glaze and just catching all of the raised surfaces, bringing it from a kind of burgundy more up to a brighter red tone. Once you're happy with it, I would suggest just giving it a matte varnish if you want a non-shiny style of cloth or fabric. Whereas if you wanted to go for something along the lines of silk or something like that, you could potentially apply a satin varnish to the cloak. At this stage, with the chosen varnish on the cape dry, we can move over, reassemble the model, assuming that we used some assemblies, and get on with painting the head and the face. As I did mention, we can use this recipe for the sergeant as well. However, if we want to save a little bit of time, we can just drop one of the highlights. To start off, we're going to be taking a reddish brown. I'm using the same saddle brown I used for the rest of the scheme throughout this video, and then mix in a small amount of pale pink skin tone. This mix can then be used as a base coat and covering all of the chosen skin areas, followed up once dry with a wash of earthshade or similar tone wash. This will bring out all of the details and recesses sculpted onto the face for us so that we can pick them out nicely. Once that's dry, we can add some highlights in the form of the pale flesh. This is the one that we used, which was mixed with the saddle brown, and using this makes a nice combination between the two, and we can pick out all of the raised details on the face. Then what we can do is a final edge highlight of the flesh tone we've just used, mixed with the khaki color that we've used throughout the paint scheme, and just get the highest points of the model. So here I'm aiming for the tips of the cheek, the tops of the nose, and then finishing it off with a final earthshade wash over the face, this time with around a 50-50 ratio of wash and water. Overall, that's then him done. If we wanted, we can do a little bit more work here, go in and dot the eyes very carefully. However, for a general quick paint scheme, I'm going to leave them as they are unpainted, and you can hate me in the comments down below. And with that, our captain is done, that little bit higher level than the rest of our force. Naturally, we could paint every single model to this level. It would just take possibly an extra hour or two on top of what we've done so far. In total, that's 12 hours roughly that it's taken me to get the captain as well as the 10 additional models painted up, which I hope shows that we should be able to, over the course of a week or two, an hour a night, couple hours a night, or an incredibly busy weekend, get these models out ready to play our first game. That does rely on our opponents also having models ready to play as well. This box set does come with the opponent, so the Tyranids, and what we're going to do in another video is go through and do a similar thing there, where we try and get the force painted as quickly as possible to a standard that we are proud to have on the table. So if you'd be interested in doing that, check out this video here. Otherwise, do remember to subscribe so that we can see you next time. Hey everyone, my name's Ben. This is the mini painting page. I know we have all had that moment in time. We've got a project in our head or we've got a game booked, and what we want to do is get everything ready. We've learnt our lists, we've learnt the rules, and we are ready except for the one crucial thing we need to play the game. The actual models and the army itself. I thought because of that, what I would do is actually try and challenge myself with a 12-hour challenge to paint up the Tyranid forces from the 40k introductory starter set box that comes with around 24 to 25 Tyranid models, working out to be about a 400-point army. I want to see if I can get it done in 12 hours, and if not, how long it does actually take me to get these done to a tabletop standard that I am happy with. Otherwise, we'll see what mistakes and things we get up to along the way. So jump in with me on this journey and let's not waste any more time. Jumping hands first into the plastic, getting out the sprues and starting with the building, we will be following the instructions as per the book. Clipping out all of the pieces using our preferred clippers and press fitting all of those pieces together. If there is glue available, we can also glue these pieces together, which will stop them falling apart during a game. However, on some of the models, arms and other elements may be covering other details and areas. So it could be worth gluing these areas at the end, meaning that during the painting process, we can just pop off an arm to get any details behind it. Here, I'm mainly worried about the Reapers and the Prime and potentially the Psychophage as the main models that I think most people will be looking at out of this force. Powering through with the building though, we finish with an hour and a half elapsed of our time and 25 models built and on their little black discs. With all the building done, we can move on to the actual painting, but first we need to decide on a scheme and what we want to do. I'm going to be opting for a variation of the Leviathan scheme, which is one of the box art schemes that you tend to see quite often. And breaking this down, it's essentially got three main elements. That being the skin, the carapace, and the guns and weapons. I'm going to be taking these and making the skin a fleshy pale white colour, the carapace a nice rich purple, and the weapons, claws, talons, all those nice vicious bits are going to be in a bright red. To start this off, what I'm going to do is take a can of Xandri dust and lay down a base coat across all of the models. With this bit done and dry, we can then move over to the first steps of painting with a bristly brush. Taking some ivory or some other similar off-white colour, we want to get a dry brush and start to dry brush this tone all over the skin and fleshy areas, including things like the guns on the gaunts. We don't need to worry so much about the carapace and claws, as all future steps will go over and cover this up. So for now, we can just focus on getting a nice consistent dry brush highlight across all of the models. I have chosen to cheat slightly here, and that is in the form of the gaunts. And what I'm actually doing is just not fully painting the underside. So for example, they've got some chest carapace sections, which I'm not going to be painting in the purple. However, if you wanted to take the time to do this yourself, all of the steps we're going through to paint all of the areas will still be applicable. You'll just need to take that little bit extra time and care to go in and catch all of these areas. Personally, I'm not doing it for the gaunts, because where Tyranids are a horde army, I imagine the gaunts are going to be put on and taken off of the board in quite a rapid succession, and are probably not going to be the things that many people want to have a closer look at on the board. So I'll be focusing more of the details on the Reapers as well as the Prime and the Psychophage, which I think are going to get more attraction from anyone that sees the army. Once we've worked through and put down a nice dry brush coat of ivory across all of the skin areas on the models, we can go back in and add in some colour and saturation by giving the skin a nice wash of Reichland Flesh Shade or some other similar flesh tone wash. I have personally found washes to work well on these newer sculpted Tyranid models from Games Workshop, especially for tabletop standard, due to the fact that there are a load of textures that have been sculpted onto the models that weren't on the older versions, which make them really nice for things like dry brushing and washes. But as usual, when we do use a wash, we need to make sure that we keep an eye on where it's going down and where that it's pooling or if it is not pooling. Anywhere that is pooling, we just need to go in and wick that away before the wash starts to dry, and we're completely covered on that front. Overall, this is a relatively quick and simple process, just working around covering all of the areas that are flesh and have been dry brushed with the wash. The one bit that I wanted to highlight is that as we come to the wings on the Prime, we want to have a little bit of care just to avoid the wing membranes where possible. This will hopefully make the next step slightly easier, which is where we are going to come in with a Carroburg Crimson shade or other similar ruby shade. Apply this all over the fleshy weapon areas, by which I mean the guns on the gaunts, the arms of the leapers, and the mouth tentacles of the psychophage. I also opted to drop some of the shade around the edges of the carapace and the creases of the bulbous underbelly on the psychophage, which was in an attempt to try and imply the worn, stretchy skin across the model. The final areas that we want to target with this wash is all of the arm joints and sections where the skin meets, which will help break up the lighter skin sections, as well as I'm sure you've guessed, we do want to target the membrane on the Prime's wings. Once we're happy with all of the washes and all of the areas of skin is dry, we can put a pin in the skin and the weapons and move over to the first steps on the carapace. Here, what we want to do is take a dark grey paint, thin this down slightly, and then go over and cover all of the carapace areas on all of the models. Depending how thin we have gone with the paint, we may need to do a couple of coats, but in this case it is better to go thinner than thick because we want to take advantage of some of the sculpted details on the carapace itself, and if we go too thick with the paint here, it could end up obscuring some of these details, making it harder for us later down the line. I do want to take a moment here to say it is probably worth taking that little bit of extra care when we're going through and painting the carapace areas. The main reason for this is that if we get any of the darker grey colour onto the lighter skin, it can be a little bit of annoyance to try and clean that up because the grey will show through any future steps most likely. Therefore, it's worth just trying to not make the mistakes in the first place, but if we do happen to and we catch it early enough, we can flood the area with water with a clean paintbrush, then using a dry clean paintbrush, come back in, wick that away, and we should hopefully be able to pull the mistake paint off of the model without too much hassle because we've got it wet before it had a chance to dry. If we've missed it and it has had a chance to dry and is fully dried to the model, we may need to just go back and repaint that area following the previous steps. The best way is just to take a little bit more time, a little bit of care, just to go around and avoid making the mistake in the first place. Regardless of what happens along the way, we will end up with a set of models that have a beautiful set of skin and a lovely dark grey set of armour panels, which we can use a dry brush to pick out all of the details. We will be dry brushing and we will be taking the ivory colour that we used earlier or another similar off-white colour, and essentially we want to repeat the past steps, but do it in a more strategic manner. For the skin and the guns that we've already dry brushed, we want to treat this almost as a second zenithal dry brush. Working around the skin, brushing from the top down, catching all of those upper facing areas more than we catch the lower facing areas, which should leave us with a nice transition from an almost white upper facing view down to a more coloured, saturated skin tone beneath. Whereas when we come to the carapace, what we want to do is give it a general all over dry brush, which will quickly pick out all of the edges, raised details and sculpted details that are on the carapace itself. We can do this with a heavier dry brush, or personally I would suggest a couple of passes with a lighter dry brush, as the goal here is to have a strong transition of colour from the grey base coat up to the ivory as the highlight. This is going to be the foundation that we build upon when it comes to the application of the purple tint. I'm going to be using a pot of Eidolon Purple Air paint, which is generally slightly thinned already, and I'll be applying this over the carapace. However, if you have a preferred purple, just thin it down to a wash glaze consistency and it should work in a similar manner. We want to take our chosen purple and start to apply it over all of the carapaces on all of the models. There are a few principles we want to follow. What we want to do is make sure that we do get an even coat across all of the carapace, but make sure that we are dragging the paint into the recesses and the start of the overlapping sections on those plates. The reason for this is the place that we take our brush off from is probably where most of the pigment is going to be, and we want the most of the purple to be in the recesses and shadowed areas, and just to slightly tint and affect the upper raised areas. By doing this, it is a bit like magic. We simply cover over those areas and we get a lovely transition from a almost white purple down to the deeper purple where we have the Eidolon purple layered over that dark grey. Overall, I do really like this effect, and I believe you could probably get the same thing with contrast paints, though I haven't got as much experience with contrast paints, so I can't guarantee the outcome in that area. Depending on the purple that we used, this next step may not be necessary. However, once the Eidolon purple had dried, I did notice that it was relatively glossy in finish. Personally, I didn't want this, so I took a little bit of time to go around and apply an ultra matte varnish over all of the carapace areas just to knock back that shine a little bit. I appreciate that some people may like that shiny armor look, and if that's the case, skip this varnish step, or if your carapace comes out matte, stick a gloss varnish off and get that nice xenomorph look. Either way, I'm happy with the armor at this stage, so we can finish off the flesh now. And here, generally I'm going to leave the bulk of it as it is to keep those bright tones. However, everywhere that we added the crimson wash earlier, we want to go around and recoat now, as there has been a second dry brush of this ivory tone. This will darken those areas further and help to add more distinction between these areas. Again, we're looking at the guns, the mouths, the joints and all of the tentacle areas. Once we've done a quick wash and it has dried, we can come back and we have some lovely looking bugs at this stage. All they need is a quick coat of nice paint on the weapons, such as the claws and other sharp bits. And to do that, we're going to start off by applying a reddish brown tone in the form of saddle brown, covering all of the weapons that we want to be red. So claws, teeth, feet, little heel claws that every single one of those models seems to have. Again, this may take a little bit of time, and we do want to be careful not to get any of the brown on any of the skin areas. So just go around carefully with a couple of coats so that we get a nice clean base coat. Once all of these areas are covered in this brown, we can dig out a nice bright red paint, such as the bright Pyrrole red that I am using here. Taking our chosen red, what we want to do is some relatively broad highlights. We are aiming to catch all of the edges and some of the panels in a scratchy manner, ending up with all of the claws nearer the sharp ends being completely red and having the base more brown where the base coat came from. Once that is done and the case, we can go around and cover all of these areas in a crimson red wash that we've used throughout the paint scheme to tie it all into a nice red colour. Now, some of you smart people out there may be asking, Ben, why didn't you do the red wash for the weapons at the same time as the red wash for the claws? And there is an answer for that. And it is very intelligent, very appropriate, and most of all, honest. I'm clearly stupid and didn't think about it. So, learn from my mistakes, potentially drop a like for the pity's sake, and do potentially stack these areas, and it would save a little bit more time. So, learning from hindsight, let's carry on. As I was saying, what we want to do is take all of the claws and cover them in this crimson wash, doing the usual thing with washes to monitor and avoid any pooling. And once it's dry, we should have a nice transition from a dark to a bright red. This leaves the bulk of the models in a painted to tabletop standard level. We have the option to push all of these models a little bit further if we have the time and inclination to do so. We can potentially do some further edge highlighting or some black lining, things like that if we want to push them that bit further. But for a general tabletop army, most of them are 99% of the way there. The ones that we don't have is the plume for the Psychophage, which is currently still in the base coat of Xandri Dust. For the plume, what we want to do is start from this base coat of Xandri Dust and then go round and block in the deepest and under-facing areas in the off-white or an off-white. For consistency's sake, I'm using the ivory we've used throughout the paint job, but what we want to do is make sure that this is completely dry, covering all of the undersides and most inner areas of the plume. This means that because it's dry, we can move on to our next steps and we don't have to worry about any mixing of colours. And what we're going to do is then take the saddle brown that we've used earlier for base coating all of the claws. With this saddle brown, what we're going to do is take a relatively large dry brush and work across the plume from the sides and the top. What this should do is give us a transition from the white underbasing that we've just done up to a brown across the tops and sides. This can then be followed up with a relatively heavy dry brush and stippling combination across the highest areas of the plume. We will do this with the red that we've used for the claws, so the bold pyro red in my case. And what we want to do is leave and end up with a plume that goes from white at the deepest, most inner areas, through brown and then into red. This would also be a prime opportunity to do some edge highlighting with the red that we've got out if we want to do it on the claws if we are so inclined. Regardless of edges, once the red on the plume is dry, we can come in with the final step, which is to lay down a thick coat of crimson wash over all of the plume, tying all of those colours together. This means that we have a nice red plume on the top of the model, and as always when using washes, we just want to make sure we wick up any dense pooled areas, and we should have a lovely transition from the brightest red through to a different bright red element, making it look like a nice splurge has come out of the model. This does leave us with a few other areas, one of which are details like the Space Marine arm, which is annoyingly within a tentacle on the Psychophage, which is great if you're not playing against Space Marines, I guess. But this just simply got a coat of contrast and then I left it alone. However, there is one glaring bit that is still to be done, and that is the bases on the models, which clearly are just a mess at the moment and need to be done. Unfortunately, my normal basing technique is not going to be overly efficient here, mainly because the Tyranids have quite small attachment points, which are going to be a nightmare to base in the way that I tend to base, unlike Space Marines that have chunky boots that you can super glue to a sculpted base. So I opted to go for a Games Workshop texture product for this in the form of a Grellan Earth. And I put this down in varying thicknesses across all of the bases. Then once it had cured, I went round and applied various red, orange washes to shift the cracked ground look to a more Mars-esque style with old structures covered in dust and debris. This is because of the sculpted elements had also been covered in this cracked earth paint so that it would give the feeling of structures bursting through the ground. Depending on the thickness of texture that we put down, we end up with a different arrangement of cracked earth, which hopefully gives us a relatively believable red planet surface vibe. However we opt to do our bases and whatever style we do, the right thing to do is to finish off by giving them a good rim job, leaving us with a fully painted 400 point force of Tyranids. The main question though is, how did we do on time? And I can tell you, it took us 13.5 hours to get this painted, not included in basing at all. So we had an extra hour, hour and a half on for the basing as well. So we completely missed our goal, but we did learn a couple of things. One, it is possible to paint a nice tabletop army in a quick period of time. Two, if we plan it a little bit better and we actually have a plan going in, we can possibly save time by concatenating areas together, such as the red washes that is my bugbear throughout this entire process, as well as what questions does this prompt, which is this healthy itself? Should we do things like speed paint armies so that we can play a game with a fully painted army? Or should we take it slow and enjoy every single paintbrush and paint stroke and airbrush motion that we do? Should we savour and enjoy every single one of those moments? I kind of split it half and half, to be honest. I have my project pieces that I paint for pleasure as well as competitions. And then I have my armies, which I tend to paint quicker and with less stress, ideally, because those are the models that are more likely to get broken, potentially stolen, or generally damaged, which is unlikely, hopefully, to happen to any of my competition pieces. But that is just my opinion, and down in the comments below, I would love to see your opinion. Do you prefer to just get armies painted and done, or do you like to enjoy the painting process? Either way, whatever you say, just make sure that you do subscribe so that I can see you next time. So you need to paint up Poxwalkers. Perhaps you've picked up the Combat Patrol for Death Guard, which is a really nice Combat Patrol with lots of models. Unfortunately, 30 of those lots of models happen to be Poxwalkers. Now, I really do like the sculpts of Poxwalkers. I've got a lot of the nurgly details, ripped flesh, boils, tentacles, all of that sort of thing. But we don't really want to be spending 6 hours per model when there is 30 of them. So what we're going to be doing today is focusing on a scheme that we can do really quickly and efficiently, and we get this really nice outcome on the models. What I'd be interested in is you commenting down below with how long you think it's going to take for us on average per model to get to this point. And then at the end of the video, once we've gone through and worked out how long that was, let us know by editing or revising that comment with a note of how far off you actually were. Overall, I think that'd be really interesting. I think these came out really nice. And without further ado, let's jump into painting them. All of the models were built as per the instructions. And while there is a lot of scope for conversion in this project, a lot of it's about speed. So we decided to try and add some variance in with the painting, which we will start to achieve first off by varying our undercoat. We can split the models into groups of 10, and then we can prime them in a combination of colors. One group getting a prime in red, the other blue, and finally a group in brown. From there, we can start to build out the skin tones and things like that across the model, which we'll achieve by taking a dark, warm flesh tone and applying a heavy overbrush technique across all of the models. The intention here is to cover most of the raised areas, with this overbrush leaving essentially the coloured undercoat in the recesses. From there, we can undertake another overbrush, but this time we're going for a slightly lighter flesh tone, and we're going to be applying it in a lighter overbrush application, as well as it being a lighter colour in itself. This will be applied in mainly a top-down stroking manner, intending to replicate light impacts across the model, giving us a nice transition from our undercoat through these two skin tones. Once we've done these 2 layers of undercoating, we are closely approaching the 50-minute mark. And as you can see from the actual 2 colors that we've got, they are skin tones that are more in the brown, yellowish realms. And that is good to start off with, because what that means is we've now got a base point at which we can come in with some washes and tint our past stages. What we're going to be doing is trying to replicate different sorts of effects on the skin, and we're going to be doing that with a combination of a blue wash, a red wash, as well as a green wash, using them in different areas across the model. We have the option to either apply these washes randomly, or we can follow a set methodology. Naturally, we're going to be doing the latter, and starting off with a blue wash on all of the extremities. This means giving a wash over any of the hands, the feet, the legs, the arms that are exposed, and have not been transformed into a tentacle. They can get a nice blue wash, and what this will do is start to imply that cold blood loss effect, similar to frostbite. Once the blue is down, we can move across to our red wash, and we're going to be using this one to replicate and show soreness and rubbing on the skin, which means that anywhere that we see a nice saggy fold of skin, or can foresee a lot of motion with the model moving, that can get a nice coat of red wash. Finally, we're going to add another additional color change, and here we're going to take a bright green wash and use this on all of the heads of the models, as well as any of the Nurgle related aspects. So these are things like the spikes, the spines, and the tentacles. This is where one of the actual advantages of batch painting comes out, because washes can take a little bit of time to dry, but because we've got 30 models, we can be relatively confident that as long as we weren't too heavy-handed, any wash that we applied on the first model will most likely be dry by the time we have finished applying the wash to the last model. However, this is probably the area that does require the longest amount of time to be left to dry, so why not take the opportunity to hit the subscribe button, grab a cup of tea, and then come back once it is dry. At the drying stage, with the washes completely sorted, we are closely approaching the 145 mark across the entire 30 models, and this is how they look at the moment. As you can see, we've got the color hues from the washes that we've done, built on top the skin tone and the nice hue of shadows that we've got from the primed recesses that are either going to be brown, blue, or red, and this adds some color difference across the models, even though the following stages were all the same. Jumping back to the model, we are going to push them a little bit further and add a little bit more brightness. We're also going to start to desaturate the skin out a little bit, And to do this, we're going to dry brush the model with a medium dry brush and a khaki color. We want to be catching all of the elements on the models, and this should nicely pick out all of the raised details, adding yet another stage of highlight to our skin while bringing consistency back to the areas that we tinted with the wash. This is then going to be followed up with another round of dry brushing, but this time we're going to want to grab a very pale bone tone and then use this across the model. Similar to the lighter flesh, we're applying this dry brush lighter than the last and mainly focusing from the top of the model downwards, giving us a nice replication of light hitting the model. When we are going around and doing these dry brushes, with the first one, which is the khaki, we don't have to be as careful. We don't need to worry about the robes, anything like that. We want to make sure that we get a decent amount of coverage. We want to make sure we get the shadows, the underarms and things like that with this dry brush. What it's going to do is give us that overall harmony that we don't get from the second dry brush, which is only going to be hitting the models from the top down to give us that bright point of light hitting the flesh. So therefore, the combination of both of these dry brushes in that way give us that nice transition on top of the work we've already done. And it also means that it sets the stage nicely for our next step, which is to, one, harmonize the work that we've done so far and bring it into a green Nurgle tone, as well as remove the texture that we've just achieved from dry brushing on the model. And as you may expect, that is going to be applied with washes. We are going to take a dirty green wash and we want to apply this with a healthy coat across all of the areas of skin and Nurgle features on the model. So this includes the tentacles, the spines and the spikes. We will need to slightly babysit this stage as we don't want any excessive pooling in the joints of the models. But once we have the wash applied and it's dried on all of the model's skins, it should have shifted them nicely into a diseased mottled green tone, and then we can move across to look at the clothing. And for speed and for ease, we're going to be keeping it nice and simple. So we're going to start off with a quick base coat brown of a contrast. This will coat all of the clothing, be it a boot or a shirt. From here, once the contrast is applied and dry, we can add in some rough texture to the clothing by applying a heavy dry brush using a sandy brown tone. What this will do is pick out all of the raised edges as well as adding a little bit of striking texture on the flatter surfaces. This can then all be finished off with a nice quick tint job in the same vein as our skin, except we're going to be shifting this from a green into a red. Applying a red wash will tone all of the brighter surfaces more red, while leaving the details on the clothing a red hue brown. We can also take this as an opportunity to go in and apply this red wash over the tentacles once the green wash has dried, meaning that we are giving a nice simulation of the worn, wriggly Nurgle flesh tentacles. By applying this red wash over the browns, I find that we get a nice effect because we end up tinting the lighter brown dry brush that we did over the top, giving us a nice mottled, worn red look. But we don't get the often staining effect you get from putting wash over fabric style surfaces because of the darker brown in the recesses that hides a lot of that sort of colouring. Therefore, we get a really nice mottled effect without a lot of work, and it's not now just a neutral brown, there is a little bit of colour in there as well. Which means that we can actually move on to some of the other areas, and what we're going to tackle now is all of the metals, the weapons and things like that. And these were essentially base coated in the same brown contrast as the clothes and everything that we've done so far. So do it at the same stage as that, and then once that brown contrast is dry on all of the metals, we can actually dig out some brassy gold tones and get to work. We can take our brassy bronzy tone and then overbrush this across all of the weapons and metal parts. Make sure to include the spiked nails into the model and anything like buckles, clasps and things like that. This is a relatively quick process because we are overbrushing. Once it's done, we're essentially going to repeat the step but in a slightly narrower fashion using a silver. And what this will do is add some bright spots across the area, showing wear and tear and chipping on all of this metal. Once we've been round the model and applied all of the silver overbrushing, we are sitting at roughly 5 hours and 50 minutes. And this is how the model's looking. So I think what we can do is add a few more stages before we finish them off. So far, as I said, we are sitting at just shy of the 6-hour mark. And by far the longest part of the process was the applying of brown contrast over all of the fabrics, clothes, boots, things like that. And the main reason for that is because we needed to be careful to not cover any of the work that we've already done. But with that done, the rest of the steps aren't that bad, and we're at 6 hours, which overall is quite impressive in my mind so far. Anyway, with that in mind, let's add a little bit of definition and a little bit of difference to the nurgly parts across the models. So I'm thinking all the nurgle tree branches. We can add a little bit of change there by grabbing a brown wash. We want to take this brown wash and use it to coat all of the areas that we've painted with metallics. This will first off remove any of the shine from the weapons, as well as give it a nice old decaying look. While we have this out, we can also hit any of the areas of Nurgle's woodwork across the models. Hitting it with this wash will help to change its tone and make it look semi-wood-like, while also picking out all of its lovely sculpted details. With this done, the guys look relatively fantastic. And we are sitting at just gone 6 hours. So let's stretch it a tiny bit further and do some quick details, which will be painting the eyes as well as all of the boils. And we're going to tackle this in a nice, quick, simple way. And that will be with the layer application of a pale yellow. And what we want to do is use this to catch any visible eyes across the model. But more importantly, we want to put a drop of this yellow in the center of any of the large, easy to reach boils on the model to show that sickening fluid beneath. After half an hour of painting yellow, we come to a final time of 6 hours and 36 minutes. And overall, I really like how this came out, and I think that time is quite surprising. We were able to get a decent amount of variance across all of the models because of the using of separate undercoats. Some are slightly warmer than others, while they all look completely cohesive. So here's the show reel, here's how they came out and how they look. And if we do the maths, it apparently turns out that we spent approximately 13 to 15 minutes on each of these models, which I think is really impressive for how good they look on the tabletop, and kind of takes the sting out of the batch painting that we had to do. Now, if you want to see how we're going to paint up the other models from the Combat Patrol, what I would suggest is subscribing because that video isn't out yet. However, if you want to see how to paint up some chaos because you are interested, why not check out this video here, which is where we paint up a Chaos Lord in the Black Legion colour scheme, which might be interesting for you if you have chaos. Otherwise, do remember to subscribe so that we can see you next time. I have an issue. Well, I guess I have multiple issues, but I have one issue that we're going to be addressing in this video today, and that is that overall I want to do more battle reports here on the channel. But to do that, I need more models and more armies. So to address my main core issue, I thought that I would go out and buy a Combat Patrol. This one for the Eldar, Space Elves, whatever you wish to call them. And I want to try and paint this as quickly as possible to a nice high standard, just so that I'm in a position that if I want to film a battle report, I am able to get the models out and start filming straight away. I spent the last couple of days building these models, and I've decided on the Iandan scheme, which is the yellow armor with blue headpieces and accessories. And I want to try and make this something that I can paint rapidly, efficiently, and on a larger scale. So if I add models to the army, they look consistent and don't take me that long to get on the table. So I thought, mainly due to the fact that I've only left myself a couple of days to actually get this painted, we'll try and compress this into a Combat Patrol painting challenge, and I'll see how quickly I can get through this full box of 19 Eldar. For this Combat Patrol, I wanted to build them as instructed, no conversions here. However, as normal, we are going to be building these in sub-assemblies, which is my preferred way of painting if possible, and it did take roughly 2 evenings to put all of the models together, but by the end of that second evening, we had a fully built Combat Patrol, and we can move on to the undercoating. So I decided to pick up a red spray can and give everything a nice undercoat. Then we can start to tackle that yellow armor. And to do that, it starts with a simple undercoat of a reddish brown. We can grab a cheap brush for this and essentially work round and apply a large base coat to all of the models. As per normal, we want to try and make this as clean as possible. So if we need to do 2 thinned coats, then we can do that and it will help out. However, if we are still slightly patchy after that second coat, Don't worry about spending the extra time because any future steps will cover up any minor imperfections. These later steps do include, firstly, going over the base coat with a relatively heavy overbrush of a mid skin tone. This is very similar to a dry brush, but uses more paint in the brush, and what we'll do is drag the brush across the model, leaving the brown in the recesses, but applying a coat of the flesh colour over the raised areas. This is similar to a dry brush, but generally puts down a slightly thicker coat. Talking of dry brushing, that's the next step. What we want to do is grab a lighter skin tone than we've just used, and then dry brush this over all of the textured areas on all of the models, like the warriors and things like that. There is one difference here, and one thing we will be doing differently, which is the larger flat panels on things like the fronts of the bikes. Rather than dry brushing these, which is possible because there isn't as many textured details, we can get a nicer look by just either stippling or sponging on the colour rather than dry brushing. Essentially, the dry brushing will be used on the smaller things like the warriors and things like that, which have more smaller details that a dry brush will pick out. Larger flat panels are slightly harder. While it is still possible, using a stippling or a sponging method just streamlines that whole thing, which is the aim of today's game. And what we want to do is take a light flesh and then work around the models, picking out all of the most raised areas and the edges with a light flesh tone through edge highlighting. Once we've edge highlighted everything, we should hopefully have a nice transition from the reddish brown base coat up to this lighter highlight. We also gain the benefit of having nice clean edges on our models. Then it's just a simple case of tinting all of the work we've done so far into yellow. In the past, how I've done this is normally with inks, but for speed and availability, there are other products that can help with this too. Mainly, I'll be looking at speed paints and contrast paints. So we just want to pick up the colour that we want to use for the army and apply a nice layer of this over everywhere on the armour. We will naturally need to monitor this to make sure that we don't have any heavy pooling. However, the advantage of using contrast as opposed to inks is contrast paints pool really well in the recesses. So where the recesses are this darker reddish colour, they will be tinted yellow more as opposed to the surface areas which don't need as much tinting because they're a lighter colour, which once it is dry gives us a nice yellow armour without a lot of work. With the armour done and looking better than if we just slapped some contrast paint over a white base, we can move on to the weapons, which for the Iyanden are black. We're going to start this off simple with a layer of Black Legion as a base coat. We can also take the time to pick out any of the joints on things like the walkers or anything else that we want black at this particular moment. Once our base coat of this black is dry, we're just going to do some simple edge highlights on the weapons. Starting with a rich blue, we can do a full edge highlight across all of the blacks, catching every single edge. This can then be followed up with a nice narrower edge highlight using a desaturated blue. And for these, what we want to do is catch essentially the edges of the edge. So where the edge highlight that we've done so far will be coming to a particular point, we can start halfway up, drag up to that point to give us a nice bright tip at the end of any highlights. With this all done, and once it is all dry, we can finish off these areas with a simple black wash, which will help to harmonize these colors together and also darken down the black areas that we've done with Black Legion. Once this is dry, we should have the guns ready and sorted. They should be nice with black details and then this nice hue of edge highlighted blue, which naturally fits in with the scheme because we'll be using blue for other aspects of the helmet, things like that. So with that in mind, we have a couple other things that we need to talk to before we tackle one of the main hurdles, which is the sword on the Wraith Lord. Let's look at tackling those helmets, which is the largest blue sections on these models. And here we can start by applying an overbrush of a rich blue across the red undercoat that we applied on all of our models. We want to try and make sure that we have red in the recesses while all of the most upper raised areas get a nice coat of blue so that we have those upper surfaces are distinctly blue and not red. With this dry, we can then get out a pot of pale blue and use this to either dry brush or stipple the blue over all of the areas on the helmets, before repeating the same step, either dry brushing or stippling, but this time using the light skin tone. This will give us a similar effect to what we had with the rest of the armor, except it's actually in a hue similar to where we're going, giving us blue at the highest points and then red in the deepest points, And now, as I'm sure you can expect, we are going to be applying a simple contrast paint, this time blue, which will make the uppermost bluest areas remain blue, and then all of the red areas that we have undercoated will get tinted to a darker purple tone. Yes, contrast is what we will be applying. We apply it across all of the areas. Where we did the undercoating and pre-shading and we have blues on the model, this should mean there is no issue in getting a nice coverage of the area with a blue contrast. However, that is not the heads done. The Eldar have a mini faceplate, which is the colour of their main armour. So what we want to do is take our yellow recipe that we used earlier and apply this to the face. But due to the size and the fact that we've just painted the blue, as opposed to dry brushing and stippling as we did before, at this point I'm just going to sit down, spend a little bit of time and go round actually layering up these colours. Then it is just a case of moving on to paint a load of gems, and I mean a load. There are so many ways to paint gems and there are so many gems on these models, but I painted them all in a nice simple way, which allows me to come back and touch them up later. How we did that was we applied the skin tone, the lightest skin tone, to get a close to white base coat. And then we followed that up with a simple red contrast. Yes, contrast again, kind of a theme in this speed video, I will admit. However, the advantage of this is we can then come back and fix this up later and do some more details if we want to spend a little bit more time. This is a nice area that we can just add a little bit more. Mwah, beautiful. Anyway, with that said, that is how we did the gems. Let's move on to something a little bit more exciting. Yes, the sword on the Wraith Lord, something that can be slightly difficult to do occasionally, but here we're going to be painting it similar to the other weapons, but we want a slight variance with this because it's a bigger, more central point of the army. So what we're going to be doing is wet blending it between a blue contrast that we've used for the helmet and the black contrast that we've used for the rest of the weapons. Putting these contrasts on the areas, we're opting to go blue at the tip and black at the base. So we put the contrasts in these areas, bring them together in the center and start to mix them until we have a nice transition from a black base blade all the way up to blue edges. This can then be followed up with an edge highlight. Going around with the rich blue that we've used, we can highlight every single edge. Once that's dry, we can then follow it up as we did with the other weapons, catching the edges of the edges with a desaturated bright blue. Overall, this is a nice simple way of getting the weapon sorted. We can spend a little bit more time doing some glazes if we want, but for a quick tabletop scheme and a combat patrol painted in 2 to 3 days, I'm quite happy with this. Once that last edge highlight is down, we have a fully painted combat patrol, and with that, it means that we can go out and we can start gaming. However, there is one thing that you've possibly noticed. I haven't painted the Farseer. In fact, here he is, completely unpainted. Well, we undercoated, I guess, but the reason for that is I'm going to be doing another video where I do this scheme, but try and push it up a level for things like characters and centerpieces. So if that's interesting to you, you may want to keep an eye out for that video. This took me around 9 hours to get everything painted and probably around 3 to 4 hours to get everything built. So overall, we're looking at around 13 hours so far, and then chuck, say, 2 hours on for the Farseer. Overall, I don't think that's too bad for a speed painted army that, in my opinion, looks quite good at a arm's length distance, which for a tabletop army of this sort of speed, I'm quite happy with, to be honest. Now, if you liked this and you want to see something like this, where I do lots of models in a short time span, check out this playlist here. Alternatively, if you want to see me paint individual models to a slightly higher level, such as we'll be doing with the Farseer, check out this playlist here. Alternatively, remember to subscribe so that we can see you next time. Hey everyone, today we're going to be going around and doing another IP mix. I really enjoyed the last one of these that I did, and I thought that is a very good reason why we should potentially do another one. Except this time we're going down to Townsville, and we're going to, with only a few issues, take this Celestine kit and turn them into a nice set of 40k Powerpuff Girls. To start this off, we are going to need to naturally build out the models in the unit. But we are going to have to make some amendments as we go through the process. We can start off with the lead role of Blossom, and for this we can use the Celestine model herself. This overall is a relatively simple process. We can build out the kit as per the instructions with only one main change. What we're going to do is cut the hair away from the armour, which is easy enough and allows us to manage the head separately. And we want to stop just shy of adding the wings and hands onto the model. The reason for this is we want to replace the weaponed hands that come in the kit with a more passive open hands. And we can steal some of these from the Astra Militarum Combat Patrol or similar style kits, which happen to have a varied selection of empty open positioned hands. We can simply remove these at the wrist and then mount them onto our Celestine. When doing this on smaller pieces like hands and wrists and things like that, I do suggest actually using some blue tack just to mount this to the cutting surface and then mount the hand, for example, into the blue tack. What this will do is just stop it from pinging off into the wasteland of the hobby room carpet when we cut through that joining plastic at the wrist. That means that we can then just peel it off of the blue tack and stick it onto the model. The other thing to consider when we are doing that is to make sure that we're putting the right hand on the right side. And what I mean there is the right orientation. So your left hand goes on your left arm and your right hand goes on your right arm so that it doesn't look odd once we've put it all together. The only thing left to do beyond doing that on Blossom is actually to sort out the final bits of the head and the hair. So we can reattach the head, putting it back into its chosen orientation, depending what way we want them to be looking, and then grab a bit of green stuff or similar sculpting putty and use that to redesign the model a little bit to look more like Blossom from Powerpuff Girls. Once we've got the head in place and in the desired orientation and direction that we want it to be facing, we can sculpt the hair by taking a small amount of green stuff and spreading this into a small sheet, pushing it into the area we want the hair to be. From there, we can use a selection of tools, either toothpick, hobby knives, or sculpting tools, in order to pull the hair down in lines and strokes. This is the main part of Blossom done, which means we can move on to her sisters, Bubbles and Buttercup. However, even though I very carefully followed the instruction manual, and I built it essentially as we did with Blossom, we want to get to the same stage where we just have an armless set of Powerpuff Girls without jump packs and without flying mountings and things like that. However, I realised what I'd done wrong after I got to the point of painting it, and I'd somehow managed to mount the wrong arms on the wrong sides, believe it or not. So they're meant to have a billowy set of robes on each arm, and I'd somehow taken the billowy mounting from this side and then mounted it on the wrong arm. I kind of realised that it was wrong at the time and checked the book and then somehow reassured myself that I was definitely right and the kit was just being awkward. So I've now got some very disformed, in the sense of one massive arm and one slightly smaller arm, on Buttercup as well as Bubbles. So let me know what you would do here. Do you think I should just leave it as it is, or should I go in and just rip it apart and rebuild it knowing what I know now and how it should be built? I'd be very interested to know what you would do down in the comments. Either way, that's kind of my confession or my major mess up in this particular project. So let's move on with the building and the painting. Both Bubbles and Buttercup got the same hand job as their sister, swapping out any of the hands that had weapons for empty hands from the Astra Militarum kits. We will also be diving into the Astra Militarum kit for some bags or bedrolls or something similar, which we can use to cover the mounting points for the jetpacks, which we won't be using on these models. Mainly because the girl's hair here won't be covering those areas, we need to find something suitable to cover it instead. We will also need to do a little work on the heads for the model of Bubbles, who in the show has two pigtails. We could sculpt these in similar to the way that we did Blossom's hair, or we could cheat a little bit as we are here, grabbing a few spares from some old Orc kits, cutting off the ponytails from there, and then gluing these in place, filling any of the holes with green stuff or another similar putty. And that's essentially the models built. There wasn't much in the realms of conversion here. What we essentially did is just swap out any of the weapons for open hands, as well as taking away the jetpacks. Mainly because we're going to be using flying bases, we also took away the mounting of how they fly. However, if you don't have flying bases, feel free to leave those mounting options in place. We are using the suppressor style flying bases, the arched curved ones, and these are really convenient because they have a nice little seating pocket which we can glue onto the rear end of the Powerpuff Girls meaning that there's still a nice mounting when we finish up and mount them on a base or display, things like that. Overall, that is the basic building done, and it's just the painting left to go. So as always with most of my projects, I like to do them in a zenithal. So we started with a Chaos Black spray followed by a white spray over the top. When the prime is dry and we're back at the painting table, we can begin. And all of these models were essentially painted in near enough the exact same way, only using different color selections as we went up and painted them. For each, we want to start from a saturated dark colored base tone and then finish up using a more pale pastel version of that color. We can layer up slowly, mixing in more and more of the lighter tone each time. We're going to be using the majority of the mixed tones to build out the main volumes, while leaving the pure pastel colors as a final highlight stage. To help relate this back to the initial Powerpuff Girl imagery, what we're going to be doing is targeting all of the fabrics and upper armor sections with their primary color. So far, while trying these styles of projects, in order to get that understanding of what the source material is, I find that the color placement and proportions tend to be quite important. And here we're achieving that quite nicely. The design of Powerpuff Girls is quite simple. We've got the pop of color at the top, and then they've got white leggings, and then they also have black shoes. And we can essentially recreate that really easily here by doing, as I said, the fabrics and the top armor in the pop of color, and then we can do the lower half of the body in the whites and the blacks. We can also take advantage of doing any of the recesses and under armor in black as well, because this will fit in nicely with the rest of the scheme. When tackling the white, we can get a nice decent tabletop standard quite easily with only a few paints, namely 3. And the first one is going to be light flesh, which we're going to be applying as the base coat over all of the lower armor that we want in white. This might take a couple of coats, especially over the darker areas that still have a lot of black from our zenithal. Once the base coat is down, however, we can start to mix in our off-white tone into the flesh. Generally, we want to go up in roughly 25% increments, narrowing the highlight area with each successive highlight. So the first highlight is going to be 75% flesh and 25% off-white, with the second being a 50-50 mix, and the final broad highlight being done with 75% of our off-white color. This gives us a very subtle color change and a little bit of nuance once it's dry, but still looks and reads as white. In order to get a little bit more definition in the armor here, what we're also going to be doing is applying a medium to thick coat of a white or grey contrast to pick out the details and some of the shadows. You might be wondering why I went through and worked up from a light flesh base coat all the way up to an off-white as a highlight, and then decided to slap a load of contrast over it. And there are a couple of reasons for this. First off, we have the reason that it nicely adds in some shading and some additional color tones when we apply the contrast, catching any nooks and crannies and things like that. Also, we have now got these tones in the underlayer of the contrast, and they still show through. That nuance still shows after the apothecary white contrast or whatever contrast of a similar tone you're using is applied. But it's also present when we come back and do some re-highlighting, which will bring back that punch of white color, making it read nicely as white. And because we've already used both of these colors in the underlying mix, they don't stand out massively compared to if we just slapped a contrast over a white. So it's a nice simple way of being able to build back up that brightness later on. Once the contrast is fully dry and we don't have to worry about it mixing with our next steps, we can come in to do our re-highlighting. And to do this, we want to do some relatively broad highlights on all of the flat areas that would reflect the most light. And we're going to be using our 75% white mix with our light flesh. Once all of these areas have dried and we've got the brightness back in the areas, what we want to do is take some pure off-white and use this as a final round of both edge highlighting and spot highlighting. What this will do is give us a nice final bright punch. We then have all of the blacks to deal with, and these areas are going to get a nice simple layer of a black contrast. This means that if we've painted any areas that are near the blacks, we can quickly go in and mop up any overspill, but we want to hit essentially the undersuit as well as all of the filigree on the armor. We can also choose here to split the order of operations a little bit. So rather than going in and doing all of the blacks after we've done all of the whites, we could do potentially the more troublesome black areas, so like all of the under areas and things first, then come in and do the white armor, because naturally we'd have to do the filigree that's black on top of the white armor after we've done the white armor. And we just have to be careful when doing that. But some of the more trickier, easier to isolate areas, we could potentially do before we do the white armor, just avoiding us needing to repaint it. Once we've got our blacks down and the contrast is dry, however, what we want to do is get back our light flesh that we were using for our whites in general, and we're going to be using this for our highlights. This comes in the form of a very simple quick edge highlight on all of the black details, and we're going to be, as I said, using our light flesh. This will give us a quick bit of definition on all of these areas, and don't worry if it looks a little bit stark in the transition. We're going to be fixing that by applying a wash in the areas, and what this will do is darken down the highlighted bits that we've done, giving it a nice greyish hue, working really nicely as a quick highlight. The other areas that are the same on each model that we will be painting in tandem is the skin. And here we started off with a base coat of a mid skin tone, getting the areas of skin all covered before we highlight up using our light flesh, building up some bright spots on places like the brows and the fingers and knuckles. This can then be followed up with a skin wash, and this will add in a little bit of definition and warmth to the area nicely before we can come in and do a final highlight on all of the skin using a 50-50 mix of both of our skin tones. This brings us to the areas on the model that are actually different, mainly the hair. Each of them have a different style as well as a different color. Obviously the style we dealt with earlier by sculpting in some differences, but now let's deal with that color. And as always, we're going to be starting off with the front lead character themselves, Blossom. Blossom is known for her red hair, so we can start off by giving the whole area a base coat of a reddish orange. And we did this by making a 50-50 mix of a dark reddish orange and a slightly brighter, more desaturated orange. Once our base coat was applied all over the hair, we can do some highlights, and we're going to do this with our base coat mixed in with a little bit of light flesh. This gives us a lighter, more desaturated highlight tone, which can be used to go around and catch all of the raised hair areas and all of the sculpted details. Then what we're going to do is finish off the areas with a final spot highlight using some pure flesh, mainly catching the most prominent strands and top upward facing strands and areas of hair. On its own at this stage, that might well be enough. However, because we've gone for a relatively desaturated colour on the actual outfit to match in to a degree with the childish Powerpuff Girl aesthetic, what I thought we needed to do is punch that colour a little bit in the hair. So everything we've done so far, while suitable and able to be used as it is, we're going to be using as pre-shading. And what we're going to do is punch the colour and hue a little bit by taking an ink or a contrast in the reddish orange hue and applying this in a thinned manner over all of the hair, which will give us a nice punch of colour. This orange wash or ink, once thinned, can be applied over all of the sections of hair that we've done so far, giving us that nice bright flaming red head for our Blossom. Providing we have thinned the wash suitably, we will get that nice intense punch of colour, but our previous highlights will still show through, but naturally tinted more orange and more saturated. Then we can jump across to Bubbles, and Bubbles has bright blonde hair, and to represent this, we're going to be using yellow. In the cartoon, it's represented as a block of yellow, so let's do the same. Which makes it nice and simple. We can simply slap chop over some yellow contrast over the top of our zenithal, giving us a nice quick blonde ponytail hairstyle, leaving us with the one, the only Buttercup. And Buttercup's hair is black and is essentially just painted in the exact same way as all of the other black elements, going from a black contrast, skin highlight, up to a black wash. Then it's just a case of taking their heads, mounting them back onto the bodies in our chosen orientation, and the models are essentially done. if we are mounting them on flying bases like we are, we can do that. And what I've also done is decided, rather than making them as gaming models, because these aren't WYSIWYG to a degree, they don't have any of the weapons, they've all been removed and they don't have jump packs anymore. You might get some arguments at a tournament by using them in an army. And at the moment, I don't have a Adeptus Sororitas army anyway, though I will be working on that. Subscribe so that you don't miss when that happens. So I decided to make a little display base, and unfortunately this wasn't filmed. So if you want to see how this was made and the overall way that we did it and essentially the spirit of it, because we'd be making a new one, do let me know, because we can arrange that. But the essential outcome was I took a nice cheap soap dish and some 2-part resin and the colours of the girls and made this nice little display base and mounted them on it. I really like this, and the fact that it's a nice simple display that we're making just out of 2-part resin. It sits on a desk nicely and also represents them flying through Townsville as they do in the show. So I quite like the outcome here. Let me know what you think about it down in the comments, because I'd be interested to know. Do you like Powerpuff Girls? Do you like what we've done with the Adeptus Sororitas to make them into Powerpuff Girls? Or do you like Adeptus Sororitas and hate Powerpuff Girls and thus hate the creation that we have made? Let me know down below. Otherwise, I would suggest checking out this video where we do a very similar thing, but with Mario instead of Powerpuff Girls. Otherwise, remember to subscribe so that we can see you next time. The other day, I took a trip down to my local friendly gaming store just to peruse the shelves, see what they had, and if there was anything that I could pick up to either paint or possibly make a video about, or something like that. And when we're looking around, there were a couple of different things that caught my eye. But sat alone, the only thing from the range that was on the painting desk, besides all of the Citadel stuff, was this box of Atom paints. And I thought, as someone with a semi-compulsive addiction to buying hobby products like paints and things like that, I would take the opportunity to get these out and give them a little bit of a test. This box comes with 12 colours, and there are a couple of other boxes in the range that we might need to look at in future. So we'll be using this, and while I was at the store, I thought, well, we need a model to test this on, and why not test it on the Saboteur model from the Genestealer Cult range. This is a model that I really like. It's got a fair few different colours, and it's a nice single model that we can test this range on. So let's not waste any more time and get to testing. This pack that we picked up is called the Basic War Games 2 set. And it seems, as I said, there are a few other sets available. This particular pack comes with the following colours. We have a Prussian blue, a violet, a dark green, mustard, faded yellow, rust, carmine, fuchsia, creme-wise, light skin, leather, and a turquoise green. Given the fact that this is the only pack of paints from this range that I've got, we are going to be, as I said, using it for the majority of the model. However, on this particular Saboteur model, there are areas that we are going to be painting in silver and things like that. In order to do that, we will be using an alternate range for those areas, but everything that doesn't need to be metallic is going to be painted with the Atom range. And this is going to be nice and simple. We are going to be starting off from a zenithal undercoat on our model, and we won't have access to washes in this. So we are going to be essentially making a lot of mixes and halftones, as we don't have the same colours within this pack. So we're going to be blending and mixing a lot of colours here to make up for the fact that we don't have washes to essentially help hide dirty blends and things like that. We wanted the painting of this model to be a relatively quick thing, allowing us to get a nice understanding of how the paints work, while also ensuring that we have a nicely painted model at the end of the process. Given the fact that we have such a reduced option in colours, we will need to try and push the brightness and contrast in the colours where possible. To help us do this and to understand the paints slightly better before we put brush to model, we're going to lay out all of the paints onto some primed plastic sheets. We can use these to get an understanding of what the colours will look like and where the brights and the darks are within the range. Once we've laid all that out and we know what the colours look like, we can plan out the model itself and start painting. These primed test cards are essentially just sheets of plastic card that we've mounted to some cardboard. How I've done that is essentially take the very thin sheet of plastic card and use plastic glue to mount it to the cardboard. Because the plastic card sheets are so thin, they melt really easily, and we're able to use the melted plastic from the plastic card to fix it to the cardboard. This means that we've got a material that is thin and cheap that we can use as a simulant for a model. So here we've got primed plastic in both black and white. And this is nice and simple. We can essentially just paint them out as a reference, and we've got them nice and easy to handle, and we can store them for future reference as well. When tackling the actual model, we need to take into account what variation we want across the model so that it ties into the theme or story that we have for the model itself. In my mind, I visualize the Gene Stealer cults similar to the rebels in Star Wars or the brown coats in Firefly, due to the being outnumbered and having equipment that is more looted and practical and essentially what they can get their hands on. To this end, I thought using a combination of standard looking clothing is nice and simple and would represent this fact quite well. This means we can use the browns in the kit, the leather colour, in order to base coat a fair few areas, targeting the trousers, backpack, anything like straps, as well as base coating the cape. When applying these base coats, the paint was thinned down slightly, and we did need to do 2 coats in order to get a nice, clean, consistent coat across all of these areas. And for a brown like this, that's not too bad. I'm okay with 2 coats. That's roughly in line what I get from a couple of other ranges that I use. However, in this, we are limited on the colours, as you know. And I wanted some sections that were kind of a brown colour that we can use for separation of the lighter brown that we've used here. However, there isn't a black that we can use just to darken this down. So in order to deal with that, essentially we did some colour mixing, and I took the brown base that we used for the other brown areas and then mixed in the dark purple colour that we had, as well as a yellow, which is the opposite colour on the colour wheel, which will hopefully darken and desaturate it down, giving us a slightly brownish purplish grey, which will be nice to break up the colours on the rest of the model. We're going to be using this mix to pick out the various areas of detail across the model, such as things like the shin guards, the under chest armour, and a couple of choice straps. This allows us to break up the block colours of the model, adding a little bit of visual interest, but still looking cohesive due to the limited colour palette and the mixing that we've done. Then for the highlighting, we want to take whatever the base coat colour for the area we are painting and then mix in a bit of the mustard yellow from the range. This will help to brighten up the colours a little, giving us a nice highlight tone on both of the areas and shifting them in the same tonal direction. So therefore, we're going to be getting all of the areas base coated in plain brown, highlighted with a mix of the leather brown and the yellow, with the base coat mix we used for all of the other areas to get that desaturated darker brown, adding a bit of yellow to that and applying all over the areas such as the shins, the chest armour and things like that. By mixing our colours in this particular way and highlighting using this cohesive yellow colour across both areas, it helps to bring those colours together and drive them in the same direction tonally, as well as also making it look cohesive in the sense of lighting and things like that hitting the model. It would give them the same sort of brightness in the same sort of way. So therefore, by adding this consistent colour across that, it looks nice and blends in while still adding that separation and difference in those particular areas. At this point, it's a case of rinse and repeat. We want to slowly add more and more yellow into the mixes, applying thinner and thinner highlights with those brighter yellower mixes. We do need to play a game of balancing ratios here, and it does naturally come down slightly to preference. But as I'm sure you can imagine, if we apply too much of this yellow highlight colour to the mix, we will end up painting a yellow jumpsuit as opposed to a yellowish highlight tinted brown, which we want on our Gene Stealer cult member. Once these main highlights are down and we have them in place and we're happy with them, we can now move away from the trousers and start to look at the cloak, which we're going to be painting in a nice red colour. Now, painting red, there is a couple of different ways of doing it, but one issue that you tend to encounter when painting red is where it's a primary colour, we need a bright red in order to be our brightest point, because if we add colours in order to try and brighten it up and make it more red, that doesn't tend to work. For example, if we add yellow to the mix, if we have a bright red and add yellow, we turn it into a orangey colour. The same as if we add white, we desaturate it into a brighter pink colour. Therefore, we lose that sense of red in the colour. And here we have a slightly additional issue, which is the only red we have is this darkish carmine red color. We don't have a bright poppy red. So essentially, we're going to need to do some slight mixing if we want brighter than this. Otherwise, this is going to have to be our brightest color. And we're going to have to just work with the shadows a little bit in order to make this seem brighter than it is. To achieve this, we are going to be working from our brown base coat that we've applied all over the cloak. And we want to do the same as we did, similar to the browns earlier, progressively adding in one color to another. Starting from our brown base coat, we want to slowly add red into the color and start highlighting the cloak with thin glazes or layers, slowly over time narrowing the highlight path. We can continue this until we are essentially applying the red unmixed to all of the areas, which is essentially the brightest we can go without adding additional colors, shifting away from red. Once this is down, it is a little bit dark, and if you want to push it slightly further like we did here, we can mix in a tiny amount of the fuchsia from the set. We just want this to be a slight amount so that it brightens it a minute amount without distorting the color and shifting it into a pink. Now, this is one of the first main areas that I got slightly annoyed with this paint range. And so that you know, and I'm sure you're aware from watching this channel, I tend to use a wet palette when I paint. And the reason I do that is because it's a nice way of making sure that my paints remain fresher for longer during a painting session. As I make a lot of mixes and things like that, it's really nice to be able to have those mixes available for me for a long period, so I don't have to go back and mix them back up if I want to readdress a particular area. It just makes it quicker for me, easier for me, and means I'm going to have less glaring mistakes where I've used the incorrect color to highlight or touch up another area. However, with these paints, they went very weird. On my wet palette, after not too long, they started to congeal. And I've had similar experiences with products not working on wet palettes. Sometimes I'll use the Monument Hobbies paints and they'll just really quickly split on the palette. And while that's not practically useful and it can be really annoying, and you really shouldn't, but you can mix them back together and they're usable. However, these paints congealed into a snotty, globby blob and essentially became unusable after a very short period of time on the wet palette. Now, I don't know if that's a problem that I'm using them wrong. Maybe I haven't shaken them enough because they were sat on the shelf at the store for a long time, potentially. I don't know. Or maybe it's the medium. If you happen to know why these don't work or why these didn't work on my wet palette, let us know down in the comments below because it'd be really interesting to find out. But the long story short is I wanted to highlight the areas of the darkish desaturated grey with a brighter colour once I'd finished the cape because it was nice to be able to see that difference. I went back to my mix and it had congealed, which meant that I couldn't just add a brighter tone to it and highlight it. So I got a little bit lazy here and then just essentially edge highlighted all of those areas with the skin colour, which is a little bit stark in contrast after the fact, but it was a lot quicker than mixing up the same ratio. And this is one of the reasons I like a wet palette. So one strike against it for the fact that it didn't work on a wet palette. Not particularly happy there. But as I said, if you know what's causing it, let us know. With that done though, and those places edged highlighted, now it is a case of jumping on to one of the fun areas that I like on these models, which is the skin for the Genestealer Cult model. With the Genestealer Cults having various mutations and stages of mutation across the army, this person has one side that is human and one side that is distinctly Tyrannid. And the method we're going to be using here in order to paint these to look harmonious is nice and simple and starts with a base coat on the Tyrannid arms with the purple that comes in the kit. Using this purple, we can coat all of the clearly Tyrannid skin parts. Once the purple base is down, we can start to mix in some highlights by taking the light skin color within the range and mixing this into our purple. This lighter mix will be our first stage of highlights for the Tyrannid skin, and we can use it to broadly highlight those areas. We will, however, also be using it to base coat all of the human-esque areas of skin, such as the arm that is clearly human, as well as the face, head, skin, everything like that. From here, it's a case of rinse and repeat, mixing in more and more of the skin mix, and then applying these highlights over all areas of skin, both the Tyrannid skin as well as the human-esque skin. By using this method, we make sure that the skin is nice and harmonious across both sides. Because the mutation of the gene stealer cults varies, this one where it has the separate arm, what I want is the skin color on that to be darker and start from a darker place. Therefore, when we apply the highlight to the Tyranid arm, and we've got the skin that is getting that as the base point, any successive layers or highlights on top of that will keep them harmonious and tied together. But the Tyranid fleshed arm will always seem darker and contrastier because we're starting from that darker place of the pure purple or violet versus the violet and skin mix. Now, obviously, as you can imagine, this means that there's going to be a slight discrepancy. And on the light skin, the human skin, we are going to be doing another stage of highlights that we won't be doing on the Tyranid skin. So the final highlight stage for the Tyranid skin is a large amount of the elf flesh or light flesh mixed with the purple in a very small amount of purple. Whereas the final highlight for the human skin is going to be pure light flesh. And we're going to be doing that in a thin down layer in order to give it that human-esque feel, but we're going to be very precise on how we apply it. Applying this last round of highlights, as I said, will be very focused and targeted, and we'll be picking out the most prominent and raised areas on the human skin with this light flesh color. So on the face, we're going to be targeting the brow, the nose, and things like the hand, we're going to be picking out the knuckles. If we go too overboard at this stage, we may pull the skin too far away from that purple tint we desire on the model. If that's the case, we can just take the previous purple mixes that we've used, go in and darken down and touch up the area with those last mixes. When we are happy and sorted with the skin, there's only a few minor sections that need to be finished off that are not metal. These things are going to be bits like the various amounts of dynamite, fuses, claws, and pistol grips across the model. And all of these are going to just get a quick layer application of either a blue or a red, leaving us with just the metallics left to paint. For the metals and metallics and everything like that, we're not going to be using the atom paints, mainly because I don't have metallic atom paints, as I said at the beginning. And also, we're already using a limited color range and mixing a lot of paints, so I don't really want to add the challenge of painting non-metallic metals with a very limited color palette as well. So instead of that, we're going to be using my preferred normal metallics I use, which is the Robeson liquid metal range. And we're just going to be essentially building up some nice colors using this, followed by a wash at the end of the process using a Citadel wash, which will just quickly deal with those metallics for us. Now, these metals are painted in a nice and simple way. And what we're going to do is start off with an all-over coat of a dark bronzy gold. Once that's dry, we can carefully overbrush all of the areas of metals with a dark silver. This will help to pick out all of the largest sections, flat panels, and leave the highlights and mid sections in silver, with the bronzy color mostly in the recesses. Finally, we can do another overbrush, but this time we're going to be going in with a slightly lighter and brighter silver, and we want to apply a lighter overbrush than we did initially. Once that is dry, we then want to come in and wash all of the metals with a black wash. I'm using the Nuln Oil from Citadel here. And once this is dry, we can go round and do, if we want, some optional edge highlights on some bits of the metal that would catch the most amount of light and bring back a little bit of the shine we lost when applying that wash. Beyond that, it's just a case of sorting out a base for the model so that we can get ready to play a nice game with him. And this base for this model, what we did was make a nice low profile, ruined city style base with I-beams and things like that, which I think go nicely with the fact that he's a saboteur, he blows stuff up, and he's probably in a city causing havoc. I quite like this, but before we look at the model itself and how the model turned out, let's talk a little bit about how I feel about the paint range. And as I said, having a look, there are a couple more packs that you can get. There are a couple that are themed at tanks in particular, armies, regiments, things like that from historical warfare, as well as 2 war game packs, one of which is the one that has all of the main primary colors that I don't have in this set, as well as one pack that contains all of the metallics. So I think at a bare minimum, I probably will end up picking those up, just so that I have the, essentially what I'm going to class as the full core range for these paints from what I can tell. And that means that I can then do a nicer, longer, more in-depth video into the actual way these paints work on a larger, more practical manner. However, on what I've been able to test here, albeit with a limited palette and on one model over the course of one evening, so very much a first impressions, I quite like the paints in regards to their flow, their consistency, how they mix and how they apply on the model. I do quite like that. I think they have quite a high pigment count because even thinned down, we do manage to get some quite nice colors coming through from what we've applied. However, my main bugbear, as I mentioned, is that property of them going very gel-like and snotty on my wet palette. I can deal with it. I've dealt with it with things like Monument Hobbies. Occasionally that's happened to me. If I find a paint that it keeps regularly happening to, I have a dry palette available and I can use it. However, the slight issue that I have is that it's not necessarily practical because, as I said, I like to mix colors and it can be slightly annoying. I am aware that this range also has a thinner that is sold for it. Potentially, I'm not meant to thin it with water, even though the box, I'm sure, says I can thin it with water. So maybe that was the problem. If I'd used their thinner and a wet palette, it would have been perfect. But that comes in another pack that I don't have, so I don't know. We'll have to find out in future. Anyway, that is kind of my feel on it. We will probably be picking up the rest of the packs for at least the core set and see how we do. And for the actual model, this is what it came out as. Personally, I quite like it. The fact that we've used a very limited set of colors in order to come to these mixes and ratios and this final outcome means that it does look nice and cohesive. And the way we've done the base, which obviously isn't necessarily part of the reason we've done this video, does mean that the colors from the model draw the eye nicely. So overall, I'm really happy with the model that we got over just one afternoon or one day of painting. And I am personally quite happy with the outcome. If you wanted to see me trying out the Roberson liquid metals, which was the other paints I used that weren't the atom paints in this video, why not check out the video where I painted the Combat Patrol for Grey Knight using mainly just those paints. You can find that out here. Otherwise, remember to subscribe so that we can see you next time. Not too long ago here on the channel, we went through and built out the 40k introductory set, which comes with nearly everything we need for a 40k Space Marine Combat Patrol, except it doesn't have a Librarian in Terminator armor. Now, this model is relatively convenient and easy to get due to it coming out in a lot of things like Leviathan when the box and the edition launched. So what I'm going to do is give mine a little bit of a conversion to make it my own and also bring you along on how I did that so that you can see some tips and tricks to make some nice simple conversions that change the look of your characters. To do this, I'm going to need a librarian, so I jumped into one of my Leviathan sets, pulled out an unbuilt librarian and went from there. And the other thing we're going to need is one of my favourite kits for converting Space Marines, and that is the Grey Knight boxes. Ideally, I'm going to be using the Combat Patrol, which has a vast amount of different pieces and everything we need for some nice juicy conversions. Starting off this project, we can build the Librarian as per the instructions. However, we are going to want to stop just prior to adding the hands onto the model, as the hands are the bit that we are going to be changing for an easy conversion. Firstly, for the right hand, the hand is sculpted onto the wrist, so we're going to have to carefully remove it. So we just get a craft knife and slowly and carefully cut away at the hand and remove it from the wrist. But once we've got the wrist away, we can then go in and file smooth the attachment point to make sure that it is nice and flush. With that done, we can glue this part back into place, which means that we have an entirely built librarian just without any hands. Conveniently, a lot of the Grey Knight kits are still built in the old style of Space Marines and GW kits and sprues, which means that we have a fair amount of pieces that are just hands, wrists, and weapons. So for a conversion like this, where we're going in and doing a weapon swap, they are incredibly convenient for Space Marines. Personally, on this one, I wanted to increase the length of my shaft. Personally, on this one, I wanted to increase the presence of the weapon. So I went for a larger hilted axe style blade, mainly the long shafted Nemesis blades from the kit. We can go diving through the kit looking for a suitable weapon. Starting with the left hand, I find this really nice option of a hand holding a demon's head. So we can take a little bit of glue, stick that in place and leave it to dry. This will be brilliant for adding a little bit of extra color later on the model. Then we can move on to tackle the right hand. And here we're going to be using a long shafted nemesis weapon, which is conveniently held with only one hand. So this is just a simple process of gluing this hand in place of the original and leaving it to dry. Now at this stage, the model is nice and I quite like the presence and style, but if we look at that blade, we do see that it is distinctly a nemesis blade. So what I thought would be good is to rebuild the presence of the librarian aspect by putting the axe head from the original kit back onto this one. And the reason we waited till this point to do that is because that way we can ensure that we've got the right planes and angles, and that when we put the axe head on, we can be sure of the positioning of the overall model. Once the hands are securely glued in place, we can then actually do the surgery on the axe head. And for this, we're going to want to do a minor amount of head swapping just by snipping off the head of the axe and then going in along the shaft of the blade and cutting the blade off of the nemesis weapon. Then, using some glue to stick the axe head in place, I would suggest using plastic glue for the extra security here. We're going to put the axe head in the direction we want and secure it in place with that glue. Once this is done and it is in place on the model, in order to give it a little bit of extra security, we're going to finish it off by adding a purity seal over the joining section. This will help hide that join as well as add a little bit of extra strength there. With that hack job done, we may need to just go in and fill in any gaps with something like Milliput, green stuff or modeling paste, as well as double check that we've removed any mold lines with either a file or a knife. But once we've done that, the model is ready for painting. And given the fact that this is a character, I wanted to paint it to a nice, slightly higher than tabletop standard, while also making sure that it was painted in a relatively time efficient manner. One, so that it's realistic for everyone to be able to do a similar sort of job, and two, so that it's available for this video. So in order to do that, we are going to want to start off by giving it a nice undercoat of red. Once we have a dried undercoat, we can grab a paintbrush and a very dark blue and proceed to do a light overbrush or a very heavy dry brush across all of the model's armor. The intention here is to shift the model to a purplish reddish tone, giving us the start of a nice transition. This can then be followed up by layering in some dark blue, where we want to make sure we pick out all of the larger flat panels, leaving the purpley reddish shades in the recesses. This can then be followed up with a round of highlights using a medium blue. This will be used to pick out all of the main edges and the most raised areas on the model. We are able to be slightly messy here, however we do want to try and ensure that we get a relatively okay last round of highlights if we want to be in the best stead going forward. However, if it is a little bit messy, don't worry, we will be able to fix that with future steps. Once we've done that highlighting, you may be looking at the model and going, this looks ridiculous. It's got blue on the tops and then it's got very stark reds in the recesses. This looks awful. But don't worry, trust the process because we're going to be fixing that up in the next couple of steps. And those next steps start with the application of a thinned blue glaze wash. Ideally, this is going to be slightly thinner than a normal wash or contrast, but we want to make sure that we cover all of the armor with this wash, waiting for it to dry completely and then going in and applying a second coat. This will start to move all of those bright stark reds towards a nice deep dark rich purple, as well as set the stage for our next couple of steps, which will be taking the medium blue from earlier and going around and reapplying this to all of the edges as a final round of edge highlights. Finally, we can apply one more layer of blue glaze to tie all of these past steps together, leaving us with a lovely transition from a deep dark purple up to our brighter blue highlights. And naturally, if you want, you can push these a little bit more with some additional lighter blue highlights, if so desired. Now that is essentially the armor done, apart from all of those various insignias and engravings all across the armor. But we're going to be dealing with that in a very nice simple trick later on, so stay tuned for that. In the meantime, we're going to go look at some of the other smaller details across the model. For some of those other details, we will need to block it in with some black. This is going to be any area that we want metallic, as well as any area that we just essentially want black. So I'm thinking of things like the suit joints, leathers, and details like that. For all of the black elements, we want to follow up this black base coat with a simple highlight of a desaturated blue, catching the various areas, all of the sides, edges, and on this guy's schoolbook, for example, we can catch and do in some textured lines just to give a rough highlight surface. Once we've got all the highlights down where we want them and they're completely dry, we can then do a quick black wash over all of these details, which will darken them down, bring them together, and we can move on while it dries. A lot of the smaller areas got my normal array of techniques to get them painted. I looked at the purity seals here, and generally I quite like the sort of parchment papyrus coloured paper instead of bright white purity seals, and I think the red will pop well against the blue armour. So in order to start on the purity seals, we're going to be giving them one simple base coat, all in one colour. That is because both of these areas are going to be getting the same base coat in reddish brown. Before we go around and do the reds, which is the waxes, and we're going to do this with a really simple red highlight on all of the wax areas. Before we go around, take a bottle of warm flesh tone and start to highlight the parchment using some scratchy highlights. Then once we've put that down, we can slap a brown wash across all of the areas, letting it dry and making sure to mop up any heavy pooling. For some reason, my Earthshade wash came out really glossy, so we needed to apply a layer of matte varnish to sort that out. Now, you might not have the same issue with a very glossy wash for some reason, or equally you might use matte varnishes throughout your paint job, and either of those work perfectly fine. However, if you are going to be doing regular varnishes on your models, I would suggest with this one, not doing any more matte varnishes after our next steps. And that's just because we're going to be working on the metallics. And at that point, we don't really want to be getting matte varnishes anywhere near our shiny metallic. But before we tackle the metallics, we do want to paint the demon head that the Space Marine is now holding. And to start off, we're going to apply a deep orange. And we want to work around and base coat all of the skin, all of the blood, everything that is the demon aspect. Then we can go around and give this a quick red wash to add some shading and also deepen the areas and all of the sculpted details. Before we've come in with some final bright red highlights using the same red as we used for our wax seals earlier. We can then highlight all of the head as well as some of the blood areas on the model. By using these colors, we are able to help the consistency across the model. We're not going to have any jarring differences because we're using different reds on the head. And the red that is present on the wax seal is also present in the head. So there's a nice harmony across the entire model. That does mean that we can move on to some other areas. We're going to be tackling the blood. But if you are a person that likes to matte varnish, this is the stage that I would do the last matte varnish, because we're going to be coming in with a couple of effects and metallics in a moment. For the blood, we're going to be finishing it off by taking a light skin tone and highlighting all of the blood drops, going around picking out the edges of the trails and the bellies of the drops themselves. This can then be followed up with a green wash, which should slightly desaturate the reds while tinting the skin tone we've just applied. This is all in prelude and build up to the last layer, which is a thick application of a green blood effect all across the sculpted blood areas. Personally, I really like blood effects for tabletop stuff, and I've even used it in some dioramas and displays and things like that. However, I've noticed that the green one that I've got particularly is very translucent, which can be good in certain situations. But because of that translucency, that's why I wanted to build up this sort of underline effect through the various layers on the blood. With that done, there is another little element that we needed to tackle, which is a bugbear of mine, which was the face. And Games Workshop decided to make it that the face doesn't fit between the Psychic hood and the Terminator armor. So I couldn't paint it in a sub-assembly, which is what I would normally do. So I just didn't deal with it. Basically, I slapped some skin tone on there. I slapped a wash on it and I just ignored it. You can't really see it anyway, given the design of the model. So I'm not going to waste your time anymore with that when we've got some metallics that we can get to now. All of the metals got a very simple process. So things like the emblems, chest iconography and things like that got a original layer of a dark metal, either in gold or silver, followed up by a brighter layer of the same tone. So for the silver, we went for a lighter silver. For a gold, we went for a lighter gold. And both of these layers were applied. And once they dried, everything just got a black wash over all of the metallics to help bring out all of those sculpted details on the model. This means that we have to tackle the penultimate element on this model, which is all of the various etching across the armor. And to achieve this with ease, rather than going and painting in all of these items and carefully torturing myself, I'm going to cheat slightly and make up a quick white oil wash. Then I can take a thin brush using this oil mix and go in and dot the tip against the recesses of all of these areas. Through capillary action, the oil will start to flood in and fill all of these recesses, which reduces the amount of time needed to fill in and catch all of these areas, as well as de-stresses me massively because I'm not needing to paint incredibly thin lines. Now at this stage, we only really have one thing left, and that is going to be the weapons. So the actual axe head of the power axe or the force axe, or whatever a librarian has. And for this, we're going to need a range of metallics, and I want them in different colors. So you can add inks to metallics to achieve similar effects. Or if you're like me and you have a random array of obscure hobby products that may one day be relevant and useful, you might have actual colored metallics. And I'm going to be using a selection of colored metallics that I have in order to pick out and make this effect. Starting off for the blade, we are going to need a purple metallic, and we want to apply this across the entirety of the blade as a base coat. Then what we need is a dark blue, and through either a process of wet blending or layering, we want to apply this color along the main edges and bevel of the blade. Once this bit is completely dry, we can then take a very pale bluish silver and apply some scratchy highlights across the very edge of the beveled section where the blade would hit any surface it's striking. This then leaves the blade sorted besides the axe head, which has some ornate designs, and for these we simply did the same gold setup as the other areas on our models. So a base layer of gold followed by an edge highlight, and then we gave the whole blade a black wash. Once that is dry and the black wash is no longer wet, we have a model that is done. It's just a case of putting on a base that we like, painting his tactical rock to match our base, and we're good to go. Now, if you don't like the darkness that we've got from this blue and you would like something a little bit more punchy, a little bit brighter, you might be interested in checking out this video, which is where we do the exact same thing for the Ultramarines that he's going to be leading. And if you are looking for a base to go with your guys, maybe check out this Mars theme base that the guys are also on. Otherwise, remember to subscribe so that we can see you next time. The Tau, Guardians of the Greater Good. This is a young race that takes advantage of technologically advanced weapons, from pulse rifles through to drones as well as battlesuits. And today we're going to be tackling how to paint up a model which we can then replicate on a larger scale for things like an army or a combat patrol. So let's not waste any more time. What we want to do is jump in and start off with a relatively heavy zenithal undercoat. First things first, let's tackle the black elements. And here we're going to be grabbing a pot of black contrast. On this model, we're going to be looking at things like the boots and the undersuit for the black elements, but we can also take the time to come around and catch any of the areas we plan to paint metallic later on. Once this black base coat has dried, we can then follow up all of the black areas with an edge highlight of a light skin tone. We can use this to catch all of the raised edges as well as any of the upper facing surfaces on the model. Once that is dry, we can then apply one or two thinned coats of a black wash, which will help to bring all of those colours together. For characters and anything that we want to put a little bit more detail in, we can repeat these steps a couple of times. What this will do is help to get a smoother transition from the darker blacks to this lighter skin tone, giving us a little bit more pop on our characters. But once we've done that, the blacks are done and we can move on to some other areas like the trousers. And for this, we're going to be using a black contrast mixed with a brown contrast. And then once we've got those mixed, we can move on with painting the trousers. For these two contrasts, we want to mix them together, aiming for roughly 50 to 75% of the mix being the black, with the rest of the mix being made up of the brown, giving us a nice deep brown base coat. This can then be applied to the trousers, which is the area we're aiming to be brown. Once this is dried, we can then take the brown contrast that we used in the mix and add in some light flesh. Here we're aiming for around 25% of the mix to be this light flesh, and we can use this mix to highlight all of the main upper facing surfaces of the trousers, as well as all of the sharp edges. This will leave us that black-brown base coat mix in the recesses. This can then be finished off with a final round of highlights, and for this what we want to do is add some more flesh to that last mix that we used. This time aiming for roughly 50-50 in regards to light flesh and brown contrast. Using this to go around and do some thin edge highlights on the trousers and the sharpest points. This should give us a nice transition from the dark recessed fabric colours all the way up to a lighter worn desaturated tone. And with the trousers done, we can move over to the iconic Tau armour. For the armour, we can start off with a base coat of a mid-red brown, which in this case we're going to be making by mixing Doomball Brown and XV88 from Citadel in roughly a 50-50 mix. And this base coat will be used to cover all of the sections we want in that typical yellow Tau armour. Once it is dry, we can move on to doing some layers using our lighter brown from the mix. So in this case, the XV88. And we're going to use this colour to pick out all of the main panels of the armour, as well as all of the upper facing areas, which will mean most of the panels are covered with this lighter colour, leaving the base coat mostly in just the recesses. Next, we're going to want to do some relatively broad highlights, and we're going to be adding some light flesh tone to the light brown mid-tone that we've used so far, and use this to go around and do some highlights. The mix we're aiming for is roughly 50-50, and once we have that, we can go around and do some general edge highlights, catching all of the edges across all of the armour on the whole model. Once we have completed that, we can come in and do some final edge highlighting using pure light flesh. This round of highlights will mainly be targeting the very sharpest edges and points, as well as those areas that will reflect the most light. And at this stage, you may feel that the armour is a little bit desaturated for your liking, but not to fear. We can take out a yellow and start to glaze this across all of the armour, and this will help to shift that armour back into the more saturated tone, similar to what we expect from a Tau Force. In a similar vein, we now have the drones on the models, and for this we're going to be painting them in a red armoured scheme, which conveniently could be used for things like stealth suits, as well as just a different coloured army if you didn't want to use yellow. So for this we will be using a base coat of Doom Ball Brown, and here we want to go around and apply a clean coat to all of the armour and all of the areas we want in this red tone, doing a couple of layers if needed to get a nice clean base coat. With this done, we can then come in and highlight using a mix of the base coat brown that we've just used, as well as some light flesh tone, catching all of the edges and areas of the armour that would get hit by the most light. As I'm sure you're expecting at this point, we are going to do some final edge highlights, catching all of the sharpest bits with a straight light flesh before tying it all together using a crimson wash. With that done, that leaves us with some metals to move on to, and at this stage hopefully we've already base coated the metals when we did the other blacks. However, if we haven't, we can go in and touch that up now before grabbing our favourite mid silver and then jumping in to painting the metallics. Taking our chosen silver, we can go round to all of the areas that we've base coated black, and we want to do a nice simple scratchy edge highlight. This will give us a slightly worn black metallic look, which once the silver is completely dry, we can go around and apply a simple black wash. This will finish off the areas nicely, tying them all together and not detracting too much from the rest of the model while still having that metallic feel. This is one of those areas that we could push slightly further for characters. We would be able to go in and do additional silver highlights if we wanted to. The other thing that is mainly left, the biggest part of the model and potentially on your models left to do, is the skin on the Tau. And for this, we're going to be doing a little bit of back and forth, but overall it's not too complex, so let's jump in. To start off with the skin, we are going to be using a base coat of a very pale desaturated blue, and we want to try and get a complete coat over all of the skin. In this case, it's easier because we are working from a white zenithal base coat. However, if you've chosen to work from a black undercoat, this may require a few more coats in order to get a nice base coat. However, once the base coat is down, we can go around and grab some light flesh, mixing this into the blue we've used as a base coat at roughly a 50-50 ratio, and go around using this to highlight all of the prominent features of the skin. So, for example, here on the face, we're going for the bold head, the eyebrows, the cheeks, things like that. Once this layer is dry, we can go and give the skin a nice dark blue wash. What this will do is darken the work that we've done so far, as well as picking out all of those nice sculpted details and all of the recesses on the model. As usual, when we're using things like washes, we do want to make sure that we go in and mop up any overspill or any excessive pooling, so that we don't get any unsightly tidal blobs or just overly excessive depth of pigment in any particular area. Once this wash is dry, we can then essentially repeat the last steps. We're going to be starting off with the desaturated blue. However, last time we gave an entire base coat, and this time we just want to follow the highlights, catching the most prominent areas and using the last round of highlights we did as a guide at this point. Once that's dry, we can then take the 50-50 mix of the desaturated blue and the skin tone and do some final very spot point highlights, catching the most prominent edges of the most prominent details on the face. Then what we can do is go around and touch up the eyes, put a little bit of dot of black into the eyes at your own peril. And then it's a case of moving on to the myriad of smaller details, which we'll rattle through as soon as possible. Starting off, we have the hair, and not covering this in too much detail, it gets the same treatment as the other blacks, starting with a black contrast, a flesh highlight, and then a black wash. The other aspect we have is the various reds across the model, and these are just going to get a simple red contrast layer and leave them as they are. If there's a lot of them on the model, we could choose to go around and do a red highlight on top of this, but for this model, these are perfectly fine. The red areas on this is just the sword bandage as well as the hair braids. For the feet, this is nice and simple. We're going to do a skin base coat, followed by a thinned down black contrast wash to bring out the various sculpted details, as we don't really want to be drawing a lot of attention to the feet. Then we have the various lenses on the drones as well as his headpiece. These are getting a nice simple red contrast layer, and then we are going to give it an optional gloss varnish. The only thing that leaves is the headpiece of this particular model, and it's painted in the same way that we painted the rest of it, the blacks and the silvers and everything like that. The only independent thing that is different is the white armor on the headpiece, and the reason I haven't done that here is, one, it was quite a small piece of this particular model, and two, I'm tempted to do a larger, more in-depth video into white armor or white towel, things like that. So if you'd rather see that, do let me know down in the comments below and I can look at arranging a video on that topic. But otherwise, besides that, the model is essentially done. He's ready for the tabletop. This is a scheme that we can replicate on a larger scale while also being able to push our characters that little bit further. We just need a base, which this one has got a nice base, stick it on it, and then we can go out to war. If you're interested in basing for your Tau army, you might want to check out this playlist. Alternatively, if you want to see how I paint other models, check out this playlist. Otherwise, remember to subscribe so that we can see you next time. Chaos Space Marines are the fallen soldiers of the Imperium who have embraced the powers of chaos. They come in various shapes and sizes, with twisted forms and corrupted armor. Hi, my name's Ben, this is the mini painting page, and today I wanted to go over how I painted this Black Legion Chaos Space Marine Lord in a scheme that is achievable and replicable across an entire larger army. So let's not waste any time, jump straight in, and to start off we are going to be needing a can of black spray to undercoat or prime the model. We're going to be tackling the armor first, and here what we're going to want to do is grab a pot of light flesh and then water it down slightly. Coming in, we can go around and edge highlight all of the armor on the model. Once this is done, we can then also do some optional volumetric highlights. For these, we can pick all of the areas that are flat surfaces that would reflect a lot of the light, such as sections on the arms and legs. Once this has dried, we can then follow it up with 2 thinned coats of a black wash, making sure to cover all of the armor that we've just painted, catching all of the edges that we've just highlighted as well. Once we've done that, we can make sure that we mop up any excessive pooling and then carry on. By doing this wash, what will happen is we will desaturate that flesh tone slightly and bring it into more of a grey tone, ready for our next steps, which is where we're going to be wanting to grab the light flesh again so that we can carry on. Taking the flesh tone that we've just used, what we want to do is go around and highlight the model's armor as we did with the last step, and we can use that last step as a guide as to where we're going to be highlighting. What we want to do on this occasion is try to reduce the surface area of this highlight compared to the last, which will give us a nice thin edge on this highlight. Once this is dry, we can then come in once more with a wash. Doing 2 thinned coats of black wash should give us a nice gradual shift once it's dry from the black base coat up through the lighter greys formed by the washed flesh tone. And at that point, the armor is done. The reason that we want to use multiple washes of a thinned wash is because we don't want any details to be obscured by just putting thick layers of wash on top of this armor. So make sure to use thinned washes as we go in so that we don't lose any of that detail. With the armor done, next we can tackle the piping that is all across the model. And here to start off, what we want to do is grab a dark brown and base coat all of the areas in question. We will be trying to avoid all of the inner pipings where the casing has split, and we can come in and touch these up with a wash later if needed. Once we have all of the piping covered in our base coat, we can then come in with our first highlight layer, and we're going to use a technique here to add a little bit of texture to the model. Taking a thinned, desaturated yellow, what we want to do is pick out all of the upper areas of the pipe. However, rather than going in and doing a straight edge highlight or anything like that, what we want to do is build up a lot of thin lines working across the pipe to build out a scratched patterned highlight. Once we have done that and we're happy with the look and level of the scratches that we've done, what we can finish it off with is a nice quick brown wash, which will tie all of those colours together, as well as giving us some nice recessed definition around those areas as well. While we have the browns out for the pipes, we can also use some of them for the cape on this model. Naturally, this can be done on all of the loincloths and other similar fabrics on other models. What we want to do is grab the brown and go around the model and apply the darker brown as a base coat on all of the shadows and recessed areas of the cape. Then, once this is dry, we can come around and mirror this using a lighter brown, picking out all of the raised areas of the cape where the light would hit most. Due to this lighter colour going over black, we may need to do a couple of coats. However, it is also worth noting that this is just a pre-shading base coat that we're doing, so it doesn't need to be crystal clear and perfect and consistent, but we do need to make sure that we get the bulk of that area in this lighter brown, and the darker brown will probably cover the recesses and the shadows without too much difficulty. Following this up, once it's all dry, we can grab a dark brown contrast paint, as well as the light brown that we used on the pre-shading / guide tone stage that we've just done. Then what we want to do is wet blend these together on the model and on the cape itself. To do this, we have a couple of options, but for speed and the fact that I'm recording, what I'm going to be doing is covering the whole cape in this contrast. Then, while the contrast is still wet, we can come in and start to mix in the lighter brown to all of the raised areas. We want to make sure to try and follow the guide tones that we laid down initially. This will help to give us a consistent transition, and we won't have to worry as much about the darker colours seeping through on the brighter areas, and we'll have a nice transition from dark to light on the cloak. Once the contrast and all the wet blending has dried, we can go in and give a little bit of a colour boost and a brightness boost to the cape. And we can do this by thinning down the light brown that we used as the highest highlight area so far, and then glaze this over the highest, brightest sections of the cape. Naturally, this will give a boost to brightness and also help with some of the blending. And at this point, once that's dry, we can call the cape done. Naturally, we can push this as far as we want. We can spend as much time as we want to spend blending that cape out and making it look beautiful. However, at this particular moment, that will suffice for most of the models in an army and will be perfectly good for going forward. So with that done and the cape sorted, let's move on to the fur, which is around the face chest area and isn't really a key detail. So to start this off, we're going to be wanting a light silvery grey tone. Taking this lighter grey, we want to overbrush the sculpted details on the fur, and because this isn't a key area on the model, we do want to make this quite quick and efficient. So once we've done the initial overbrush, which will pick out all of the largest panels on the sculpted fur, as well as all of the edges, and it will naturally leave the recesses black, we can come in and give it a wash of brown contrast once it is dry. Leaving that contrast itself to dry, we can then repeat the step, coming once again in with a overbrush of the silver light grey and trying to make sure that we catch all the finest areas and the very edges of the sculpted fur, following up with a final brown contrast wash. This will darken it all down and make it a nice consistent tone. As this isn't a key part of the model, I didn't want it to detract too much from the face of the model. So what I did is make it this darker colour so that the face is still a central area of attention on the model. Talking about the face, let's tackle that now. And for the base coat, what we want to do is take a pot of reddish brown and put down a nice, clean, consistent coat across all of the skin on the model, which, once dry, we can follow up with an application of a medium skin tone to all of the large and raised areas of the model, as well as all of the prominent areas, keeping that reddish brown in the recesses of the face. This leaves the highest areas and the sharpest details of the flesh. So to tackle this, we want to take a very pale, bright, light flesh, and then using this tone, we can go around and catch all of the highlights. So here we're looking at catching things like the brow, the cheeks, the nose, all of those prominent features. At this point, you may be thinking that the skin is looking a little bit pale, a little bit too desaturated. So don't worry, we're going to be fixing that with the next step, which is to grab a flesh wash. And what we're going to do is put this all across the face and all of the flesh that we've just painted. This will start to tint and harmonize all of those skin tones together, and can then be followed up with a next step, which is a round of highlights using roughly a 50-50 mix of the lightest flesh tone we used and the flesh wash that we've just used on the previous steps. We can then go around on all of the previous areas on the skin and use the past highlight steps as a guide. Then, if we want to, depending how it's come out and how we like it, we can give an optional final flesh wash on the face. With the face done, this does just leave us with a couple of areas that need to be done before we get onto that nice metal trim all across the model. We can try and quickly run through all of these areas that aren't as essential and are more minor, and starting off with the head of the weapon, what we're going to be doing is putting down a thick overbrush of a medium grey. Then it can be followed up with another colour, which is going to be a dry brush of a lighter grey, catching all of those raised areas and all of the largest panels, things like that we would normally pick up from a dry brush. This can then be finished off with another coat of black wash, just to darken everything down, bring all those colours together, and that is the head of the weapon finished, which also means that we've got the wrappings on the actual handles of the weapons themselves, as well as the weird top knot that Chaos Warriors like to have. So let's jump into that with a dark red. Taking that dark red, we can base coat all of the areas, and this is a nice, quick, simple process. Once the dark red base coat is completed and dry, we can go in and highlight each sections of the wrapping with a brighter red. Once that is then dry, we can also cover all of these areas with a nice crimson wash to bring it all together, and we can start to tackle the hair. In order to paint the hair, we're going to be doing the exact same thing as we did the armor, because we're painting black hair. However, in order to get a slight difference in the tones and colors, rather than using a skin tone for the highlight, we're actually going to be using the desaturated pale yellow, which when we apply the wash will also sap some color out, but give us a nice difference between the hair itself and the armor. Then what we can do is move across to the skull on the top knot once the hair is painted. And this we're going to be base coating in the dark brown that we've used throughout the paint job. Give this a nice broad highlight with the desaturated yellow we've been using, aiming to leave all of the browns in the recesses. Then with a final light grey highlight, we can pick out those most prominent edges of the skull, so the ridges around the noses, the eye sockets and things like that, and then finish it off and make it look aged with a nice sepia wash. This brings us to the last main section on the model, which as of yet is unpainted, and that is all of the metallic areas across the model itself. And we're going to be using the same method for all of the areas and attack it in the same way. So we can start off now, and we'll be grabbing a dark gold tone paint and carefully base coating all of the metal areas across the model. We do want to be careful here and go slowly so as to not catch any of the painted areas that we've already completed. However, if we do make a mistake, we can simply come in with a wet brush, try and mop all of that away quickly before there is any damage or harm done, or any staining or metallic flakes sticking to a non-metallic area on the model. With this base coat done, we can then come in and highlight using a brighter gold, using this to catch all of the edges in the form of an edge highlight, as well as doing some volumetric highlights where we did similar ones along the armor, just to build that consistency of light across the model. Once this layer of metals is dry, we can then come in with a wash. And here we can use different types of washes in different colors, but we're going to be opting for a mid-green wash. This can be applied, and once fully dry, we can then go in and do some final highlights using the bright gold we used earlier, catching all of the brightest panels and the sharpest edges. With all that done and dry, we are left with a model that just needs to be mounted on a base and is ready for a game. Overall, I'm quite happy with this model. It took around 3 to 4 hours on its own, and obviously if I was painting a unit, I could batch paint certain stages of it, which would mean that I'm not spending a large amount of time to get a nice looking army on the table. If you would rather see a video around painting more models than just this one model that we've got here, why not check out this playlist here where I tackle things just like that. Otherwise, let me know what you think down in the comments below. Remember to subscribe so that we can see you next time. The Astra Militarum, the mostly human defense forces of the Imperium. With thousands of planets within the span and reach of the Imperium itself, there are most of these providing troops to either planetary defense forces or the wider Astra Militarum army. And a lot of these have their own particular regiments and styles. Some of these we may know, like the Death Corps of Krieg, which are very much based on World War gas masked up soldiers. Or we have the Catan Jungle Fighters, very much based on Rambo. Therefore, it's always kind of surprised me that the main frontman of the group, we have, especially as it's in the form of a combat patrol, the Canadians, and these just look like futuristic soldiers. They don't look particularly styled like some of the others. So what we're going to do is take this box and convert these troops up a little bit to make this into a proper Canadian combat patrol. When we kick off the build, we are first going to start with the 20 infantry men. These can be built out pretty much the same as the instructions tell us to. We're going to be building this to align with the combat patrol rules, meaning that we're going to have one of each special weapon as well as both types of sergeants. However, we are going to want to stop just before we start building out the arms, guns, and putting the heads on the models, as these are going to be the areas we are going to be converting in order to give our combat patrol a distinct Canadian unique aesthetic. Now, with the conversions, naturally we can do this to any sort of style we want. Here I wanted to increase the length of the rifles to give the models a little bit more presence. And to do that, we're going to be using some bayonets. And we could go out and just pick up some 3D printed or 3D print our own little bayonets to attach to the current las guns. Alternatively, what we're going to be doing is going out and buying a set of Solar Auxilia las gun sections, which conveniently comes with 20 models with las guns and bayonets, which is, once we've done the special weapons for our combat patrol, happens to be the exact right amount of las guns we need for this combat patrol to convert the rest of the models. So we're going to be taking this and essentially cutting off the ends of the guns and using the bayonets on our models. Obviously, we can take any other bits from this kit that we might like across the rest of the conversions. In order to do this, what we are going to want to do is carefully remove the end of the barrel section off of the standard 40k las gun, and then come in and do essentially the same for the 30k version. Except on the 30k version, we're going to be removing the barrel just past the power section of the rifle. We may need to, on occasion, go in and clean up a couple of fingers, depending on the hand placement on the 30k kit. Then, using a little bit of plastic glue, we can go in and mount the end of the 30k rifles onto the modern las guns. This gives us a slightly elongated rifle in comparison to the original 40k las gun. This brings us to the other change that I'm going to be making to every single rifle, and that is to attach some scopes. And here we've got some 3D printed scopes, which you can buy online, or if you have a 3D printer, just print the files itself. And what we want to do is attach these to all of the guns, unless you're from a Games Workshop, in which case I cut all of my scopes off of other 40k models and then attach them to my guns, and they're absolutely not 3D printed parts. Besides that, you may be wondering why I wanted to attach scopes to all of my Canadians rifles. And a fun fact, you might not know this, but up until 2023, I believe, the longest recorded kill shot in a military conflict was actually held by a Canadian Special Forces member at around or over 3,500 meters, I believe. So I thought, as a small nod to that exceptional long distance shot in a battle zone, it would be quite fulfilling and quite nice to attach these scopes to all of the guns to represent that. So let's get our 3D printed or completely legitimate Games Workshop scopes attached to the las guns. Taking our 100% genuine Games Workshop scopes, we can take some super glue and then glue these to the top of the las guns, trying to make sure that the scopes line up nicely with the barrels that we've already glued on. Once that is all done, we do have a final step just to finish off the guns. And this is going to be the addition of some camo or combat tape. To do this, we can take some very thin masking tape. Here I'm using some 1 to 2 millimeter wide masking tape, and we can wrap this around the guns, trying not to cover any of the hands or magazines on any of the models, because that wouldn't make a lot of sense. Once we are going around and doing that, we do want to make sure that we cover some of the scope itself, as well as wrap it around the barrel that we've glued on. This will help to stop any of those areas coming off in the event that we give the model a knock in the future. Finally, we can just run a little bit of thin super glue over all of the tape that we've put down, and what this will do is secure and fix it into place so we can be 100% certain that it's not going to come off and unravel later on in the life of the model. Using this masking tape and putting it on the model to represent combat tape does have a couple of purposes and a couple of benefits. First off, we can use it to simulate the combat tape that's actually sculpted on the model, making it look as if it has an actual purpose. Besides that, what we can also do is use this to bring in a few of the colours from our base. Naturally, soldiers might want to camouflage their weapons so that they don't stick out as much in a combat environment by using something that represents the area that they're in. So we can pull that in nicely using the combat tape. And the final benefit is that we can kind of use it to hide the seams on both the scope and the barrel if we tape it across those areas. And it will also hold them in a little bit better if we do end up giving them a little bit of a knock. So there's a couple of benefits all across the board. But once we've done that, we've attached the bayonets, the ends of the barrels and the scopes and the tape. The arms and the guns are essentially done, and we can either glue these on if we're not going to be sub-assembly painting the models, or because I will be doing that, I'm just going to use a couple of balls of blue tack and we can stick the arms in the correct placement. Before we finish the models though, there is a final area that we need to do for a conversion that is quite key, and that is going to be any of the helmeted heads are going to get a nice conversion to turn our modern helmets into the typical round brimmed hats of the Canadian Mounted Police. To achieve this, we do need to take some thin plastic card and then cut this into rings. These rings can then be used as the brims, and when cut to the right size, we can use a small amount of plastic glue to mount them to the back and the front of the helmet, meaning that we only have a small area to make up due to the fact that heads aren't a perfect circle. These gaps can naturally be filled with things like green stuff, but for speed, what I'm going to do here is take some plastic sludge, which is just sprue melted down in plastic glue, spread that across the gaps just to quickly fill them out, and then later on when it's dry, we can come back and file or sand them so that they're nice and smooth. These little discs were actually cut out using a Cricut style electric CNC cutter for plastic card and things like that. So I'll try and remember to put the measurements that I use down in the description below, and if I have forgotten, let me know in the comments and I will reply or pin a comment with the information needed. Hopefully though, I will remember. But in regards to the actual conversions, that's the bulk of the unconventional conversions done. The rest of them were kind of, let's say, conversions of opportunity. So naturally we've got the 30k kit as well as the 40k combat patrol. The actual vehicles, so the Sentinel and the mortars, were built out exactly as per instructions, and I'm going to try and tie them in with paint scheme as opposed to tying them in by putting something stupid like a sniper scope on top of a mortar, which I thought would just be a little bit silly. As I said, the rest of them were just what was available, so naturally we could swap out pieces from the 30k kit into our 40k kit. Things like this commander for the command squad. What I did was take the pistol arm from the 30k kit, which has an older fashioned plasma pistol, as well as swapping out the saw that is resting on his arm. He's kind of got a chainsaw that's leaning against it. I've swapped that out for a raised sword from the 30k kit. So small changes like that don't cost very much and can just be easily swapped out were also made throughout the rest of the kit. But that is it in regards to the conversions. But I didn't want to leave you just there. I'm not going to have time between now and when the video needs to go out to paint the entire combat patrol. But what I do want to do is run through how we're going to be painting the bulk of the infantry so that you can see how it's done. And we're going to be doing it to a very simple tabletop standard, essentially just using a bunch of different contrast paints and a very few amount of layers. Given that we're going to be using contrast for a vast majority of the models, we're going to naturally be needing a lighter undercoat. So here we went for a nice zenithal. Then we can jump into the actual painting, and all of the upper armor and all of the clothing are going to get a coat of a bright red contrast. As always, with this being a contrasting method, we want to be careful when we apply it because we don't want to get any of the red contrast in an area we're going to apply another different color of contrast, because then we will get a distinctive color difference in those areas. So we just need to take our time, work round and apply the neat red coat on top of all of our Canadians. Conveniently, there's actually a couple of documentaries floating about around the Canadian Mounted Police and specifically around their uniform, care of the uniform and things like that. So I have been using that as a little bit of reference and inspiration. And what we need is a couple of different colours for the trousers and boots. The trousers are going to get a dark navy, which we're going to be making by mixing a black and blue contrast, whereas the boots are going to be getting kind of a reddish brown leathery tone, which we're going to be mixing with a brown and a dark red contrast. Mixing these in roughly 50-50 each gives us a nice tone, and because I know that there's going to be a lot of possible troops and things like that for an Imperial Guard or Astra Militarum army, I decided to mix up a couple bottles of these colours, just getting a pipette and dropping it in and labelling it for future, so that if I ever want to paint a vast amount of Canadians, I have all of the colours I need ready to go. Once all of our mixes are done, we can first take the dark navy, and what we want to do is carefully go round and apply this to all of the trousers and pockets. Doing this in a batch painting method makes this nice and quick. We can go from one model to the next, covering all of the trousers, and by the time we get back to the first model we started with, we can do the same for the boots because the trousers will be mostly dry. There, with the boots, we're going to be taking the dark red-brown mix and again covering over all of the boots, also making sure to catch any undersides of any lifted boots. This means the model's armour is essentially sorted, but we still have a fair few elements remaining, things like the bags, the pouches and things like that. And there we're going to be using a brown contrast, which will render them essentially neutral in the overall scheme. We then want to take advantage of this brown contrast being out. So what we're going to do is paint the entirety of the gun, the scope and any metallic metals as a brown contrast layer. Using this brown contrast here is quite convenient when we're painting the rifle because naturally we've covered a lot of the gun with combat tape in the form of masking tape. There's a lot of details that are quite easily hidden. And the properties of contrast is it's going to seep into all of those recesses and give us a nice, decent, shadowy base coat to work from for any of the guns and the metallics. When we're doing that and we're painting the straps in this brown as well, we're painting the back straps as well as all of the pouches, we don't want to catch any of the front braces or front straps of any of the models. And the reason for that is we're going to be painting that in a completely different colour, and it's easier to not blend up from a brown to the colour we're aiming for. So if we can avoid them, it just makes it a little bit easier. These straps and belts are going to be painted in white, just to give us a little bit of separation. And because we've used a zenithal, we can't exactly go straight in with a white contrast. It won't give us the best outcome. So what we're going to actually be doing is starting off by painting in a couple of layers. Starting from a mid skin tone as the base coat, we want to start from here and start to layer up, going into a very light flesh as the second highlight. Then once we've caught nearly all of the areas with this lighter flesh, we can bring up the brightness of it a little bit more by mixing in some off-white into our light flesh in roughly a 50-50 mix. This can then be used for the final edge highlights and also to pick out the most raised areas, which sets the stage perfectly for the final step of applying a white contrast. And what this will do is add back in some of the extra detail as well as a little bit of shading for us. Personally, I quite like how this method works for tabletop white. By using the warmer skin tones and then applying a cooler contrast over the top, they kind of neutralize each other and give us a nice clear white that we can then build on in future steps with highlights if we want to. In regards to other areas of the model in painting, there's a couple of bits I'm just going to kind of skip over. So things like the face. Obviously, we can paint the faces in many different ways, many different skin tones and things like that. But for the essence of speed, essentially here I just gave every single one of them a warm skin tone base, followed by a light skin tone highlight and then a flesh wash, just to give us some simple skin. And that was done on the faces as well as the hands, just to keep everything consistent. But what I do want to spend a little bit of time on is looking at the actual metals and the guns, which is a little bit more exciting in the regards of quick tricks. Hopefully all of our metals have already been given a brown base coat. So what we're going to do is utilize this and just give a small amount of metallic shine. And we can achieve this by a simple overbrush using a brass on all of the metal areas. This will give us a nice, really simple edge highlight that also will articulate the metal essence, giving us that nice reflective shine. Then what we can do is tackle the wraps on the actual gun now that the metallics have been painted. And these are going to be painted in a clean coat of whatever color we're going to be using. And as I said, relating possibly to the base. Here we're going to be using green rubble and green plants on the base. So we're opting to give the wrappings a green base coat and layer, which works nicely with the colors of the base. This essentially gives us a fully painted body. We've got everything done now. We've got the guns, the metals, the armor, the clothing, everything sorted. But there's one thing we're missing. We haven't touched the iconic hat, that round brimmed hat that we spent so much time making. And because these are normally black, rather than us painting them in a zenithal and then painting them back to black, we just saved a little bit of time, and these ones did not get a zenithal undercoat, meaning that we can just jump straight on with our first steps for highlighting the blacks. For this really quick black method, what we want to do is work from a black base coat, which is easily achieved. And we're going to go around and do a nice array of both broad highlights as well as sharp edge highlights. And we're going to be using a light flesh. This should help to build out some wear and tear along the hat and some of the softer edges. And that's what we'll do with the broad highlights. Whereas we will then be defining the clear shape of the hat using some broader, stronger edge highlights. Once all of these highlights of all of the types are dry, we can come in and give the area a black wash. What this will do is darken down the last stages as well as desaturating the warmth from the skin tone, giving us a really nice quick black hat, which means that we can then move on to the final things like the face mask, which can either be in our, I would say, base coat color of whatever our bases are, so in my case green, or as we're doing here, we're going to be painting them also in black. And that gives us 20 painted infantry for our combat patrol. And these guys are really nice and easy to achieve. We've just done essentially contrast layers, and it means that we can then go back later on once the rest of the builds are done and then build out some highlights just to push the tabletop quality a little bit more. So this is my Canadian Defence Force, and obviously, yes, guys, I am aware that it's not actually Canadian in the book, it's Cadian, but I kind of found the parody of Cadian and Canadian a little bit more amusing than the relationship of the Imperial Army in regards to the Astra Militarum and their mindset, and the old school British Empire, which is similar to the colour scheme that I wanted to use for these guys. So I thought that I would give a nod to the Canadians and go with this sort of style. It also means that I got to experiment on ways to make some nice Canadian style hats from Astra Militarum troops. So overall, I really like these guys. I have been doing a lot of projects recently that are kind of externally inspired. And if you wanted to see one of those inspiring videos where I've looked at some sort of external source material, do stick around because we'll be touching on that. So you are going to want to check out, in fact, it's here. Check it out here. This is the video where we build Mario, we paint Mario as a Space Marine. Otherwise, do remember to subscribe so that we can see you next time. Hey everyone, it's nearly Christmas, so what better thing to do than to take our hobby and merge it with the festive period by making some Christmas decorations. I'm taking the red Gobbo model, and what we're going to do is make a nice Christmas scene out of a bauble. Now, we could go and buy really expensive pre-made glass baubles and just pop a model in it, but instead, we're going to do the more fun option. We're going to take cheap baubles, and we're going to do some slight modifications with them, using one of these. Let's start off with the preparation of the baubles, and naturally we're going to need to make a hole in the bauble so that we can see into our scene later. I find it's generally easier to follow a line here, so what we're going to do is with the quick application of a Sharpie circle, this will give us a nice guide that we can follow around with our rotary tool, which has a cutting wheel attachment. We can do this carefully removing a circular section of the bauble. With that done, we can take a little bit of sandpaper and use this to smooth the recently cut edges. and also to remove some of the bauble paint to make any prime stick better later on. However, if you don't want to paint your bauble, all you need to do is just sand the cutout area and just make sure you buy the colour bauble you want at the end as your end result. With our bauble prepared, we can start to build out some area for our model and our scene to sit on. Naturally, this being a sphere, there's going to be a divot and recess in the bottom, and we can fill this in multiple ways, but here we're just opting for the simple process of a blob of green stuff pressed down, giving us a flat surface, which we can then glue a thin sheet of cork to using a little bit of super glue. If we have any green stuff left, we can use this to fill any gaps around the edges where our cork is sitting before we cover the floor in a thick layer of sand paste, which is going to give us a nice thick, fluffy textured floor. At this point, we're going to need to set the bauble aside. We've used a relatively thick layer of paste in order to get that nice, fluffy sort of texture that you would get from snow. And that is going to take a little while to dry. So we can just hang it up, leave it to dry, and get to work on the model that's going to be in the scene, which is this red gobbo, or the red gobbo, however it is. It's one of the commemorative Christmas models that Games Workshop release. I'm just going to be using the goblin from this boy, which is awfully convenient because it fits in the scene that I'm planning, and it also means that I don't have to paint the snowman and the other little goblin, which I can use for other projects later. What scene am I having in mind, you may ask? Well, the scene I'm imagining is the red gobbo walking through a field of snow with a forest behind him, chucking out his bombs. And that's what we're going to be doing. So let's start off by painting the goblin while the bauble dries. Our gobbo is going to be starting from a blue to white zenithal. This is going to give us some nice cool shadows and a nice white top coat. Then we can start painting the jacket. We want this to be a nice, bold, Christmassy red, which means that we're going to add a little bit of contrast. And to do that, we need to start from a deeper base. In this case, we're going to be mixing a dark red in with a little bit of a dark, rich purple. And we're going to use this for our first round of base coating. Once we've gone round and we have a nice coat of this, we want to add a little bit more of our red to the mix. This will then be used to cover the majority of the coat, leaving our base coat in predominantly the folds and the recesses. At this point, we should be able to take our pure dark red and then add yet another layer following the lighter areas we've already mapped out. This will hopefully bring the overall jacket to more of a dark burnt red as opposed to a reddish purple. In regards to highlighting, I'm trying to do it in more of a block manner. So what we're getting is nice consistent panels of light going down the model. This will give us a nice feel and a nice look of how light would actually interact with the object. Equally, when doing this, it's worth remembering when highlighting in general that using a stroke of your brush, generally the most amount of pigment will be deposited at the end of the stroke. So if we highlight in a way of where we expect the light to go, so we start from the dark and go to the lightest area, we're going to get the maximum benefit of the brighter amount of pigment being deposited in the brightest area. With the dark red applied, we can start to push the reds a little bit brighter. This time, what we're going to do is grab the brightest red that we have in our collection and start mixing this into the previously used dark red. Again, we want to then start working around and highlighting the same areas as we did with the dark red, but this time in smaller panels. Because we've mixed these colours together, we should get a smoother transition when moving from one colour to the next. In regards to the next, we're going to be grabbing a pure red, which is the brightest red from our mix, and doing this next highlight in this colour. What we want to be doing is very narrow highlights with this, getting a decent amount on the edges, going thinner and sharper on the most raised points, giving us those nice highlights along the edges. It's worth noting that we're using this red to get a decent amount of edge highlights, and we will be doing broad edge highlights with all of that bright red. And then we're going to be pushing it a tiny bit further, and the choice of colour here is a little bit important because we're going to be using it on multiple areas. What we're going to be doing is making a relatively harmonious highlight colour, in the form, in this case, a dark flesh, which is kind of a yellowy ochre flesh tone. We're going to be using this yellowy ochre flesh tone as our consistent highlight mix in all of the main areas, unless we're going for a little bit of subtle contrast. So what that means is we're going to be adding this into our bright red as our next steps of highlights. But because it's a yellowy ochre, it's going to desaturate and slightly pinkify the red. And obviously we don't want a pink coat. So we're going to have to be doing very careful, precise edge and spot highlights with this new mix. Let me show you what I mean. Taking our mix of this red and yellow ochre skin tone, what we want to do is select the edges as well as the sharpest areas which center the masses of any highlights. What we're going to be doing is hitting parts of the pockets, the edges of the coats, the tips of any raised folds. We need this to be an edge or a spot highlight, no more really than a thin line or a dot in the key areas that we want. This will give a small amount of definition and a tiny pop of brightness while keeping the coat an overall red tone. This solves one of the largest areas on the model, and we can instead move across to the clothing. Here we want to start with a brown contrast to give us a quick base coat, hitting the trousers, the boots, the bandolier, things like that for our little goblin. The trousers and bandolier are nice and simple to proceed. What we want to do is take our yellow ochre skin universal highlight tone and then mix this into our brown contrast, using that as our first highlight to broadly cover all of the trousers and bandolier, leaving the contrast predominantly in the shadows. We can then start to add a little more of our yellow ochre tone for our highlight, adding this to our mix and using this to catch the most prominent areas of the model. This leaves an optional step of a spot highlight using pure ochre. Just make sure that you keep your last mix ready at hand in case you go a little bit overboard and you need to use some thin coats of the previous step just to blend it down. This brings us to the boots on the model, and unlike the rest of the areas where we've used our dark flesh ochre universal highlight, we're actually going to be swapping this out because the boots need to look slightly different to the trousers. And the boots are nearer the floor, which is where the cold snow is. So what we're going to do is do a cooler highlight on the boots by grabbing a desaturated pale blue instead of our universal highlight and using this in essentially the same way. Once we've mixed a little bit of our blue into our brown, we can do a simple one-pass highlight, catching all of the points of the shoes as well as any smaller details we may want to pick out. We can then base coat the crotch cover using a dark blue-black contrast, and similar to the shoes, once it's dry, we can take that black contrast, add a little bit of our pale blue into the mix and then use this to get a pale grey highlight tone that can be highlighted across all of the edges of the fabric folds. You might be wondering why we used the blue for the boot highlight as opposed to the universal highlight colour that we used everywhere else. And the reason for that is so that it ties it in more with the boots. If the boots were the only thing that had been highlighted with this desaturated blue, they might stand out a little bit too much. By adding that same colour into another area close to it, it ties those in nicely while also giving us a good separation on the trousers, which have been painted in the warmer tone. We've then got a cooler tone separating that down the middle. With that said, we do now need to tackle the skin of the model, which we could have done first and then we wouldn't have had to try and fight through everything we've already painted. But you live and you learn. I really wanted to paint the red coat first. And we could do this green skin with a green contrast, but we're actually going to be mixing up a green using a blue and a yellow contrast, and then applying that to our orc's skin. Well, our goblin skin anyway. However our green contrast comes about, what we want to do is apply a thin coat of this contrast all over the exposed skin of our goblin. Thanks to the blue zenithal prime that we did at the initial phase, we should get some nice rich shadows as the green contrast layers over the blue prime. We then want to start highlighting, and as we know, for that we don't really need to make a decision. We have our yellow ochre skin tone, and this can slowly be mixed into our green contrast base. The first layer can be relatively broad, essentially catching all of the lighter areas of contrast. With this applied, and once it's dried, we can add a little bit more ochre into the mix, and then come back in and apply a more narrow, focused highlight on all of the sculpted details. We are looking at elements like the nose, the cheeks, the fingers, and those little chest pecs. Finishing off the skin, we can do a final spot highlight with just the ochre on some of the most prominent features, but similar to the previous steps, just make sure you've got the last mix at hand, just in case we need to smooth out any of those spot highlights. With that done, we can move to the other main bulky area of the model, which is going to be the whites on the coats, the hat, and elements like that. However, before we do, I thought I'd just touch on the whole yellow and green blue mixing of contrast so that we can make our own skin tone. And while it's not as beneficial in this particular model because we're doing a one-off, the reason that I do quite like this as an option for skin tone for orcs is if we're painting an army, we can keep it consistent while varying the depth of the green, for example. So if we wanted to paint an orc army where we had the grots being a nice pale light green, and then the bigger and beefier the orcs get, the darker and richer that skin tone gets, we can achieve that by mixing the two contrasts. They'll still look cohesive because it's the same two colours being used, but for a darker orc we can add a little bit more of the blue, and for a lighter goblin or grot we can use a little bit more yellow. That way it all ties together nicely, but we can vary it from model to model without having to grab 3 different types of a green contrast. Now, with all that said, let's jump to the fun bit, which is going to be some painting of the whites. The process is made slightly easier for us as we've used white as the top coat of our Zenithal Prime. However, this is not going to be a pure white, and we can take advantage of this by lightly overbrushing a pure white across all of those white elements, giving us a really quick highlight. Once that white is dry, what we're going to do is take a white contrast and apply a thin coat of this across all of the areas. This will help to harmonise those blue recesses from our Zenithal Prime and also darken our white overbrush. Because we've recently darkened our white overbrush, we can brighten it back up once it's dry. And to help sell that Christmassy shiny feel, what we can do is give it a quick overbrush, but this time using a glossy white to add that slight reflective shine. We can essentially do this the same for all of the white elements, even the beard. So the hat, the beard, the coat, everything like that can all get the same treatment of white. Now, there are some elements on the model that are less important, very minor, and I don't think we really need to cover in a painting-y bit. But so that you know what I did, the goggles were essentially given a brown contrast. There is an earring on the model, and for the earring, we just gave it a metallic-y, mint green, Christmassy feeling color. And then we also have the smoke from the grenade that he's throwing. Now, personally, I hate painting things like smoke effects and things like that. I like to imagine they're there and not try and paint an ethereal, smoky type thing. However, it's on the model, so I kind of just copped out. What I did was left the Zenithal Prime that we already had, so the blue to the white, and then I got a green wash, slapped this over it just to add an extra little bit of colour, almost from a fuse or chemical within the bomb, glowing up and affecting the underneath. That was the theory. It's not a great deal to do. It's not a great way of painting smoke, but it gets it done for the model. With that said, we do have some metallics to paint, so let's jump across to those. For our metals, we're going to be starting off from a brown contrast, which, yes, is not a metal, but is perfect for a golden base coat. We do need to be careful when we're applying this because we naturally don't want to catch any areas around the components we're painting. We don't really want to be going in and repainting the white robe if we accidentally get some brown contrast on it. We can then follow up the contrast with a complete full coverage coat of a medium bright gold. This will give us a nice amount of golden reflection, and once that reflection is there, we can matte it out quickly with a nice red wash. This will also have the benefit of adding some warm shadows to the metals. Once the wash is dry, we're going to be finishing off the metals by going back to our initial base coat gold and then highlighting all of the edges of our washed metal, giving us a nice shine of gold and a pop of colour on that metallic. By the time we've done all that, our bauble should be dry, so what we can do is go out and give it a nice prime. Naturally, if you're not changing the colour of your bauble, you need to be a little bit more careful, whereas here we just gave it a nice black spray. It's worth remembering that we do need to prime the inside as well, which we're going to be doing with a white. And we could just leave it white for the entirety of the rest of it and just build our little scene on it. But instead, what we're going to do is get a little bit Bob Rossy, dig out some oil colours and paint a nice little scene. This is exactly what we're going to be doing here. Taking our primed bauble, we can mix up some oil paints. Here we're using a blue and a white mix to get a nice pale blue. We're also using a pure yellow and a pure white. A bit later on, we are also going to be needing a brown and a green. What we want to do is grab our bauble and a semi-firm round brush, dip this into our blue paint, and we can start to press it against the white sides of the bauble, roughly halfway up, and then start to fill up the sky with swirling patterns. Yes, a sky, that is what we're building. We can just paint a nice skyline and build it up to the top of our bauble. Once we have our blue sky down, we can start to take a little bit of our white and then blend this into the horizon, giving us that nice subtle change from the blue top sky to a snowy scene. Now, with our blue sky down and done, we need a little bit of sun. And for this, we can take our pure yellow and apply a thick circle somewhere in our sky section. Once that's down, we can slowly start to blot around the edge of the sun, blending this into our sky, giving us a nice light cascading off of elements in the air style effect. Just make sure when you're doing this that you don't overdo the blending and turn your sun into a green sun, unless you want a green sun, I guess. But if you're doing a yellow sun, make sure you've still got enough yellow and you're just kind of feathering out the edges. Because we're using oil paints, it should be workable for quite a long time, so you've got time to do this as needed. Let's add some little trees. First, we need a thin, stiff brush, and we're going to use this to paint in the brown lines, taking some brown oil and doing thin lines on our back. This will be the stumps of our trees. And naturally, trees always need company, so make sure to put down a fair few of these in a nice array which will simulate a forest. We can then start to build out the dark leafy green sections. This time, taking a stiff round brush, we can take a green oil and start to stipple this around our tree stems to give us a nice fluffy leaf feeling. Now, with the background painted, we can start to assemble the overall bauble. And what I want to do is push the scene a little bit further. Rather than just having our goblins sat in our painted forest, I'm going to add a 3D tree to our scene on top of our 2D painted trees. And there are quite a few ways we could do this. I quite like the method of taking a mascara brush, cutting it off, painting it green, and if it's a snowy forest, putting some white speckles on it, and then using those. They're a nice small kind of shrub style, quite good for scenery. However, because it's Christmas, there's a lot of tat about, and we can pick up some potentially useful things. I went out and found for £2 this collection of 4 Christmas trees on a bit of wood. It used to come with lights. I've stolen the lights. I might use them for another project. But what we're going to be doing here is conveniently stealing the top of this tree, which is already nice and Christmassy. So all the work is done for us. We can just clip it off and get to work. We can take a strong pair of clippers and start to work through the wire of the fake tree. We want to naturally take the top of the tree so we get that nice pointy tree-looking tree effect. But we will need to trim away the lower leaf sections in order to create a trunk. At which point, we need to mount it into our scene. And this is just going to be a nice case of coating the metal pins of our little tree in super glue and then pushing this into our snow basing. Because of how we made the initial basing, it's just a cork base with some sand medium on top. It should punch through nicely and the glue will stick into the cork layer below the snow. This is at the same way that we can apply our gobbo. We need to apply a little pin through his foot, making sure it doesn't come out the other side and ruin our paint job, and then we can mount him securely into the scene as well with a dab of super glue. Now, we could do that, but before we actually stick our goblin in, but after we've stuck our tree in, we can do one final thing just to help sell that Christmassy, nice, joy, glistening snow effect. And in order to do that, we're going to need a couple of things. And the first one of those is something really nice and simple, which is clear PVA. And the second one is actually silver glitter and glitter effect. What we're going to use is these two to make some nice glistening snow. We do want this glitter to be rather fine, and then we can start to mix it into our transparent PVA. Once we get it to a point of being a grey looking slurry, we can start to apply this in random sections and a stippling motion across our sandy snow base. This will firmly glue down those glitter elements into the various aspects of the texture paste, and when it's dry, it will give us a really nice slight shimmer, shine and glint when we rotate the bauble and light hits the elements of snow, giving us that realistic snow effect. Then all we have to do is pin our goblin into our bauble, as I said, and we are essentially done. Obviously, I went for a nondescript black bauble with our scene on the inside, and I really like how this came out. Overall, it took me about 2 days, maybe a little bit longer, and most of that was actually waiting for the sand paste to dry in our bauble so that I could paint the rest of the bauble. So overall, it's quite a nice quick project, and if you can think of a quicker way of making the bauble flat, then you could probably do it in a day and crank out a couple of these. Naturally, we bought this model, which also comes with a snowman, so I'm tempted to make another one and put the snowman in the second bauble. But this is a nice look of how it came out. This is the overall look of how it came out. And I genuinely think this is a much more creative and fun way of making these baubles, as opposed to just going and buying the really expensive display baubles and sitting a model in it. Yes, it can be nice to have your model on display like that, but we're hobbyists, we're crafters. It's fun to go out and make these things. And I genuinely did enjoy it. I appreciate that you kind of need a rotary tool for this, but you could potentially do the same with a small hobby saw and a lot more patience. With all of that said, I really do like how this came out. Let me know if this is the sort of thing that you would genuinely do, if you like how it came out, and what sort of scenes you would put inside your baubles, because we don't just have to use the GW Goblin Christmas model. We can use any model and make any sort of scene. Naturally, it doesn't even have to be GW, just my personal preference. With all that said, let's jump to another video. We're leaving you now, so why not check out this video here where we paint up an orc in the form of a scheme that's perfect for the goths. Otherwise, do remember to subscribe so that we can see you next time. Hey guys, it seems that Games Workshop's been lying to us. This is the Combat Patrol for Death Guard, and don't worry, we're going to be painting up the Plague Marines in this video. But this comes with 39 models, and as you can see on the back, that is 30 Poxwalkers, 7 Plague Marines, as well as 2 characters. And as a person that was always kind of interested in Death Guard, but never really started a full army of them, this has always kind of put me off, because in 10th edition, it costs you the same amount of points to take 10 Death Guard as it does 7 Death Guard. So with that in mind, it's always been a slight put off, because you'd need to go out and buy another 3 Death Guard in order to have a unit of 10. So when building out this kit, it was quite actually a nice joy to find out that on the Poxwalker kits, you do get an extra Plague Marine, which brings you up to a total of 10 Plague Marines in the kit. And there is absolutely no mention of that on the box itself, so I'm kind of confused on that. I thought they would have mentioned it, because you are getting some extra models. So with that in mind, that's a nice little extra, and what we're going to do now is look at tackling the Plague Marines in a really nice traditional Death Guard style, but making it quick and efficient so we can get them on the tabletop as quick as possible. All of our Plague Marines were built as per the instructions, and then we proceeded to give them a black to white Zenithal Prime. From here we can start to tackle the brush painting, and this was kicked off by attacking the armour. We are going to want to take a dark saturated green and then use this to apply a base coat over all of the armour sections, as well as any of the fleshy Nurgle details on the armour. We will need to do a couple of coats of this thinned down a little bit in order to get a nice smooth cover of this paint over all of the areas. From there we can start to build up a little bit of texture and aging, and we're going to do this by highlighting up the armour through sponging. We want to grab a slightly lighter brown green tone and mix this into our base coat, and then use this lighter, dirtier green tone and a sponge to apply a highlight across the model. We want to remove most of the excess off of the sponge and then start to dab this against the model's armour to give us a subtle, worn, textured highlight. Not only is this a fairly quick process, but it also gives us a very subtle change across the model. It gives us a really nice mottling texture effect of highlight. But what we're going to be doing next is actually pushing that a little bit further. Again, we're going to be using a dabbing motion with a sponge to achieve a nice amount of texture, but we're going to be pushing the brightness up a little bit more. However, this time we are going to want to use the brown green from our last mix and use this pure colour with our sponge. Again, working around the model, dabbing this sponge against all of the armour pieces. In this second round, we do want to focus a little bit more on the actual light rebounce positions, so we can focus more on the lines of light following the impact, so it looks relatively consistent across the model. From here, we are going to mix up the application method just a little bit, which is going to give us the benefit of another texture across the model. We're going to be achieving this by mixing our brown green with a slightly lighter, more yellowy, greeny ochre tone, and then dry brush this across all of the armour. we will mainly be aiming to hit all of the upward facing areas, but we do want to make sure that when we apply this, we catch all of the edges with the dry brush. By applying these colors and mixes in varying different ways, we get a really nice texture buildup across the model. And it's not an unwanted texture, it's a deliberate texture that we've applied through painting methods. This fits really well with the Nurgle decayed theme of worn texture and things like that, which I really like. Equally, you will notice that we now go from a green in the base coat and then up to a more yellowish highlight when we were doing the dry brushing. And this relatively easily replicates the look that we get on the box art for Death Guard, where they are greener and it kind of goes to a more sun-like highlight. But for the next steps, we are going to need to do some edge highlighting, and we're going to be pushing those edges a little bit further than we already have. What we want to do now is take a little bit of time to hit the subscribe button. No, sorry, I mean, we want to take a little bit of time and some pure ochre, and then use this to push our highlights out a little bit. We can work around the model using this color to pick out any of the sharp edges of armor, as well as catch any of the edges of dents, holes, and any sort of texture on the armor itself. This will push the armor slightly too bright and yellow for what we actually want, but that is intentional. As the next step, what we're going to be doing is pushing back the tones slightly and also harmonizing our past work, and that will be achieved by applying a muddy green wash over all of the model's armor details. We want to make sure this covers all of the armor sections, but we need to take the time to mop up any pooling before leaving them to dry. This wash helps to tone down all of the work that we've done so far, so we knock a bit of the brightness out of our yellow, but we are still keeping all of the work that we have built in and just slightly darkening it down. So we still get the similar to box art effect of green working up to a slightly yellower tone, but it's not as bright yellow due to the wash. From this point, that is the armor mostly done, and we don't really have to worry about it apart from some trim later on. So what we're going to do now is go around and pick out all of the rest of the details, and we're going to want to base coat essentially everything that isn't armor or nurgly skin, flesh, or maggots in a nice brown. The quickest and easiest way I've found to achieve this is to apply a quick coat of a brown contrast. This is saturated enough to tint the raised surfaces into a nice dark brown, while also making sure the deeper recesses are almost black. Taking time to work around all of the elements on the model, while avoiding to get any of this contrast on areas that we've already painted, such as the armor, we want to start to highlight, and we're going to be doing this by mixing in a pale brown into our initial contrast. And then this will be used to highlight all of the areas that are non-metal. This includes details like the teeth, the spikes, as well as the fabrics. We can then finish off any of these areas by taking our light brown from the mix, using it pure, diluting it slightly, and applying this as a bright edge highlight on all of those brown areas. Naturally, when we do these highlights, you can do them in any particular manner you like. Normally when I do highlights on fabrics, robes, capes and things like that, I go around and do some more flowing, blended sorts of highlights. However, on this, given the textures that we've built into the armor, I decided to do the same for a lot of the fabrics, going around and doing the highlights in a more scratchy, stipply sort of manner, so that we get some texture on the fabrics as well as the armor that we've already built in. From there, we are going to want to actually keep out our pale brown, because we're going to be using this on top of our nurgly fleshy skin bits, which have been covered in the green from our armor up until this point. When we were going around and painting the armor, we will have caught the various faces and skin sections sculpted onto the armor. Now what we're going to do is take a pale brown and use this to broadly highlight these areas, catching most of the surfaces, leaving the green in the recesses. This will give us a range of flesh areas going from green in the recesses up to a flesh-like pale brown on the raised areas, which will bring these various elements across the model together and set us up perfectly for future steps. Before we jump in and do those next steps, however, we have a few things we need to do first, and we're going to be starting off by grabbing a bright red paint and using this to paint a couple of details on the model. Now we do need to be careful when we use this because it's essentially a colour on the opposite side of the colour wheel. it's going to show up quite stark and quite bright against the colours we've used on the model so far. So we don't really want to overdo it, but there are some elements like blood as well as plasma, coils, and some other sorts of damage on the models where we will want to put down some red. Using this red, we are going to just be picking out a few choice parts. Mainly here we're focusing on the various blood drops, any battle damage or wounds in the armour, as well as catching the eye lenses and plasma coils. Now, before we finish off the reds and the skins, we've got to finally tackle those metals. And what we're going to want to do here is grab a medium to bright gold and use this to heavily overbrush all of the metal areas. This will go over the brown base coat nicely, leaving a matte brown in all of the recesses, which then moves to a brighter shiny gold. This sets the stage perfectly for the final step of a purple wash. And this purple wash is going to be applied over essentially all of the elements that we've painted so far and not washed. So we're going to be catching all of the Nurgle skin sections that are green up to a brown. We're going to be catching all of the red elements we've painted, as well as catching all of the metallics that we've just finished. Once this wash is dry, we get a nice effect on all of the areas that we've applied it to. So the skin is green at the base and then goes up to our brown. That turns into a really nice desaturated pallid skin tone with the top surfaces catching that tint of purple. Then we've got the reds, which are now not as poppy and have a nice recess shade in purple. And then finally, we've also got all of the metals, and the purple gives a nice looking patina to the metal areas on the model without a lot of work. Naturally, we could go round and start to edge highlight and re-highlight up all of these areas that we've applied washes to. And if you want to do that, that is entirely up to you and would push the models that little bit further if you're willing to invest the time. Personally, the main bit that I would like to go around and touch up on these guys, and probably will do after this video, is all of the boils on the models. And we can achieve that really quickly. And if you're interested in how we could achieve that so quickly, why not check out this video, which is where we painted up the 30 poxwalkers from this combat patrol. And we did it incredibly quickly. And we spent a little bit more attention on their boils than we did in this video. Otherwise, do remember to subscribe so that we can see you next time. Hey everyone, I seem to have made a subconscious decision to try and get a fully painted combat patrol for every single faction of 40k. And the reason for this, you may be asking, is so that I have the ability to lend out these armies to any of my friends that may want to play, or I can press gang into playing a game of 40k. Yes, I do have friends. No, you can't prove otherwise. Personal anguish aside, I decided to carry on that journey today by picking up a box of Drukhari or Dark Eldar, which comes with 2 lovely battle boats, space boats, as well as a fair few men. And painting this kind of didn't go as planned at all, really, so let's see how we got on. Now for this project, we started off the same as most of you would, I imagine, and we worked through the instructions, building out the units and the vehicles, going round, cleaning up all of the mould lines and filling any overly noticeable gaps. We built out the unit and the vehicles first, leaving us with a nice selection of parts that had not been used. Now, we've opted to keep all of the people that are hanging off of the raiders and the boats and everything like that not on the build. And I've done that for 2 reasons. One, I think it's personally a little bit cleaner and I don't like it clustered with all of the men, even though I get the point of why they're there. And 2, it's going to speed up the process because it's less things to actually paint. So therefore meaning it's quicker because I'm not actually painting them. The other thing that I wanted to do is change up the Archon, or the leader in this box. And that's because he's got a really edgy closed arm pose, which I'm not particularly a fan of anyway. And also it makes it really difficult to paint. So instead we're going to be doing some arm swaps on that so that he's got a more open pose, which I find a bit more flattering anyway. And also is a little bit easier to paint because we're not trying to get under some closed arms. To achieve this, we can substitute in some of the leftover parts from the rest of the combat patrol. Naturally, we have the parts from the models that we haven't built that go on the raiders, as well as the fact that some of the kits have spare parts in them anyway. So in order to open up the pose, we're going to be using the arms from the Sergeant of the Cabalite Warriors. Gluing these in place, we can give everything a nice zenithal undercoat once it's all dried, grab a brush and start the actual painting. In order to find a scheme for this, I went online and had a look at some various different schemes for Dark Eldar or Drukhari from lore, fanfiction, things like that. And I came across this scheme, which I liked because it's nice, poppy, punchy, and a lot of bright colours, which I think suits the Dark Eldar quite nicely. Also, it's pink. I don't paint a lot of pink. I paint a lot of purple, but I don't paint a lot of pink. So I thought it'd be nice to stretch my boundaries a little bit here. And I came across this colour scheme for the Severed. And they have a nice bright pink and green colour scheme. And while we're not going to be making the physical adaptations to the models to fit the lore, we can completely nick the colour scheme, arrangement and placements and get a nice looking bright army. For starting off the painting, we are going to be tackling the most recessed sections first. And this is going to be the undersuit of the Dark Eldar or Drukhari. And we're going to be tackling this by applying a dark camo green base coat over all of the undersuit before coming back in and giving some broad layering highlights using a brighter standard camo green. This can then be finished off by taking a brighter, more standard typical green, going around and doing some edge highlights. Doing this means that we don't have to worry about touching up the armour when painting these most recessed of sections, which may be the case if we'd painted the armour first. We'd have to go in and repaint the armour if we caught it when painting this green. In hindsight, it may have been actually quicker to base coat all of the models in the colours that we're going to be doing first, and then painting the green, and then finishing the armour. This is because the next steps of painting the base coat on the armour were some of the longest steps taken on achieving these models. And if I thought about it and planned it a little bit better, I could have just done the entire base coat of all of the armour and the entire model essentially with an airbrush, then come in, done the greens, which would have meant we'd only be touching up the base coat of the armour, as opposed to my fear when I'd started, which was painting the armour entirely, getting some green on it and needing to repaint an entire section. So learn from my mistakes. It may be a little bit more streamlined, just to base coat all of the armour first, then go in and do the recesses, then finish off the armour. For the base coating, we are going to want to base coat all of the armour, and we're going to want to use a burgundy for this. This will hopefully give us a deep reddish pink base to work from. However, this paint covered terribly, and overall it took 3 or 4 coats per model in order to get up a nice consistency, and took over 4 hours to do it on all of the models. As I mentioned earlier, it could be a little bit quicker to do an airbrush and just tweak the order of process a little bit. However, after we've applied the base coat and we're happy it's down, we can grab a very bright pink and use this and our original burgundy to make a 50-50 mix. This can then be applied as highlights, doing some broad stroking highlights across all of the armour. Now, I know some people get concerned with mixing, but there's nothing really to worry about, especially if you're able to batch paint in a large section. And overall, if a couple of your models are slightly different in shade, if it's for painting an army or for the tabletop, no one's really going to notice massively. And 2, in real life, there are potentially some different shadings depending on when things were produced, the exposure to sunlight and things like that. So don't be afraid of mixing. And the advantage of here is we're going from one colour to the other. So we are only dealing with that particular range. We don't have to deal with a lot of mixing. So once we've got down the 50-50 edge highlights or broad stroke highlights that we've done across the armour, we can just grab out the straight pink colour that we're going to be using, whatever the brightest pink that we have that is in our 50-50 mix. We're going to be using this as straight edge highlights. As I'm sure you can expect from what I've just said, at this particular time, we're going to do some edge highlights using that bright pink colour. As always, with edge highlighting, we do want to be neat if we can, just to make those models look clean and crisp. However, we have a couple more steps after this, so if those edges are not perfect, it's not really the end of the world. The next steps will sort that out a little bit for us. Once all the edges are dry in that pink, we are going to do our next step, which is intended to help blend and mask the steps that we've done so far to give us a nice, even change of colour. And to do that, we're going to be using a wash in the form of a crimson wash. I'm using the GW one here because it's a nice pinkish ruby colour and will work really, really well with the colours that we're using here. So we can just go around and start to apply that over all of the models. When applying this wash, we do want to catch all of the armour and try to avoid any areas we haven't painted. But we do need to go round once it's applied and make sure that we mop up any of the pooling. It's worth noting that we may need to wait a few seconds, maybe 10 or so seconds, to give the time for the wash to flow into all of the recesses. This means that we can spot any pooling before it's dried and go in and mop this up more effectively. Once it has dried, we then want to take the pink colour that we've used as the last round of edge highlights and go round again, trying to do as thin of an edge highlight as we can using this pink, which at this stage should show up nicely against the past washed armour stages, but still look very cohesive as we've used this same pink colour in the past steps. There is one thing that is in this combat patrol that aren't present in the rest of the combat patrol. In fact, there's two of them, and that is the space battle boats that the Drukhari like to ride around in, the Raiders and things like that. And they are very nice models, but they have large flat panels. And we've used a wash in our armour recipe, and washes don't tend to play nice with large flat panels. So we did have to do something slightly different here. We had two options, and I did two different options on both of these, so you should be able to see the photos now. One of them we did just straight through overbrushing and dry brushing all of the surfaces the same as we did in the exact same recipe as everyone else. The other one we did through various stages of additional layering, and that's what we're going to be jumping in and looking at now. For the Battle Boats armour panels, we still started with the burgundy on all of the panels, on all of the ships, before mixing in the pink into the burgundy at a 50-50 ratio, finally moving on to the final layer with just the complete pink. But when we're doing this, we need to make sure that we focus on the upward facing panels of the ships, leaving the darker colours in the recesses and essentially leaving a band of the darkest burgundy around the centre and most recessed areas of the ship. We can then apply the wash over all of the armour panels so that the colours are an overall match to the troops. But this is where the main change comes in. What we want to do is start to mix the pink highlight into the red wash, and then once again apply some thinned layers across all of the areas of the ship's panels. This will give them a brighter, more pinkish colour nearer the edges, and then we can look to finish it off with a final clear coat of the direct pink, doing some edge highlights around all of the panels. By adjusting our painting methods and scheme in this particular way, the ships still look cohesive and part of the team when we have them with the rest of the troops on the tabletop. However, they also don't then look awful because we've essentially used the wash over a large flat panel, and that doesn't always go well. So this way we get a nice in the middle for these ships. This does leave us with a few other areas on the models. And what I'm going to be doing is next looking at the leathers. And I'm going to be painting these leathers in a very similar way to painting skin, for no particular reason, naturally. The flayed human skin, I mean the leather on the models, were started off with a saddle brown as a base coat, so that if there were any issues in the future steps, the colours still match nicely. Once the base coat is dry, what we want to do is actually do some wet blending. And we're going to wet blend a mix of the saddle brown base coat in with a brighter, sandier colour. By wet blending these colours together, we can get a really nice, quick and smooth transition from the darker brown base coat to the paler sand colour that we've used. Once this has dried, we can then take the straight sand colour, thin this down slightly and layer it across the raised and brightest areas that we've created, which should push those brighter tones a little bit more and giving us a nice blend from the darker brown to this brighter sand colour. In order to brighten these areas up a little bit more, make them a bit more punchy, but also make sure that they don't distract from the rest of the model because they're a brighter, paler colour than the saturated armour that we've done so far, what we're going to do is brighten them up just slightly before counteracting that with a future step. So to do that, what you're going to want to grab is a bottle of a light flesh. With this painting brush, we can go around and edge highlight all of the leathery skin areas with this light flesh tone, making sure to catch any of the clearly defined edges, and then also do some scratchy highlights across the frayed edges of the leather. Finally, we can tint the whole section of the leathers once it's dry by applying a quick wash of any sort of mid flesh shade. This will help to add the familiar warmth to the areas without battling the other colours on the model. This leaves us with two main sections on the models. We've got the bright accent areas, so the shoulder plaques and things like that, as well as the weapons, and it is the weapons we're going to be starting with. They are a darker brownish, sort of bronzy look in the photo guide that we're using, and I'm going to be painting them in a brown. A nice brown, don't get me wrong. And to start off, we're going to be wanting to grab a bottle of brown contrast. This is one of the advantages of undercoating our model in a zenithal manner. We can utilise contrast paints without needing to go in and undercoat or rebase coat the model in another colour. So we can grab our brown contrast and apply this all over the weapons, and I'm also going to apply it to any metallic areas so that we get a nice brown set of weaponry with highlights clearly mapped out by the nature of the contrast paint. Once the contrast is completely dry, we can grab a nice golden brown tone and apply this using the contrast layer as a guide, picking out all of the raised areas on the weapon using this brighter brown. Following this up, what we want to do is grab a trusty light flesh, the same as we used in the past steps, and apply this to all of the edges in an edge highlight on the brown areas. This means we can roll back that brightness a tiny bit by applying an earthshade wash, giving us a final result of this pale bronzy brown, deep contrasted area with nice dark browns in the recesses and a brighter, more reflective brown on the raised surfaces. This leaves us with just the accent areas on the model, which essentially for this we've seen are the shoulder pads, some other features you might want to paint, as well as the little discs that they have on their waists. And we're going to be doing this in green, and we don't want it to be the same green as we used for the fabrics. So what we're going to be doing is swapping out the camo greens that we used for the fabric areas as a base coat for some more punchy, vibrant greens in the form of a jade as a base coat. So, grabbing our jade, let's jump in and base coat those areas. We can take the jade green and, as I said, apply a base coat across all of the accented armour bits. This may take a couple of coats to get a nice clean base coat across the model. But once we have that, we can grab a green that is slightly lighter than the shade of green we used on the undersuit. So here, instead of using a standard green, we're going in to use a brighter yellower green. And this can then be used to do some broad edge highlights across all of the panels that we want in this colour. Then we can do some final steps. And we want to grab the punchiest, the brightest, the most venomous green we have, which in my case happens to be a very old pot of scorpion green from Citadel. So with this in hand, we can go around and use this as a final edge highlight, trying to make this as fine as possible. Once we've used our brightest, most venomous green on all of the highlights, the models are essentially done to a degree. There may be a couple of smaller features that we need to tackle, things like the faces on open, unhelmed people, things like that. But if you want a video on that, I can do a specific one, because otherwise this is going to get very long and very rambly, and I want to try and keep it relatively concise. However, that is most of the models done, and so far this took me a lot longer than normal. Currently I've done a fair few combat patrols, and most of the time I like to do them in a speed paint manner, for the simple fact of they're not for competition. I want them to look good on the tabletop, but I equally want them to be painted so they can be on the tabletop. And the ones that I've done on this channel, for example, tend to take around the 10 to 12 hour mark. On this occasion, we're looking at around 20 hours to get all of them done. And it also took me 2 weeks, which isn't actually the model's fault, that's just general life. However, it has been a lot longer to get these models done than I actually had intended. So that teaches me, and I guess is a lesson for you guys, in planning time appropriately for what we actually estimate our projects to be. A lot of the things that I paint, to be fair, are relatively simplistic models, and things like Space Marines, they have edges, but they don't have as many pointed, sharp edges as Drukhari. And I don't think I really factored that in, as well as having the issue of needing to do 3 to 4 coats of my base coat on the armour. I possibly could have saved a lot of time by using an airbrush. But either way, once they're on a base, they're good to go. And if you wanted to see how I did this a lot more successfully with other armies that aren't Drukhari, why not check out this playlist here, which basically goes over that. Alternatively, if you want to see some bases, check out this playlist. Otherwise, remember to subscribe so that we can see you next time. Hey everyone, today I wanted to go over a project that's been on my mind a little bit, and it's going to be a bit of fun, and I wanted to bring you along with me. And what that is going to be is to take two different franchises, one being Warhammer 40k, my bread and butter, the thing that I've been doing for years, and then mashing that up with a character from another franchise. And that was Mario. And for the franchise of Mario, what better character to use for the first trial of this than the character of the namesake, which is Mario himself. So let's make Mario from the cartoony franchise he's in and bring him into the Warhammer 40k world. So without any further ado, here we go. To start off, we are going to be sourcing the bulk of this model from the Lieutenant in Reaver armor, which is from the Space Marine range. This is a really nice model because it's got a very dynamic pose that we can use as part of the build. And for this, we are going to be taking a couple other pieces from a few different kits here and there. And if I know what they're from, I will say as I go, but they were essentially pulled from my bits box. We will want to build out the kit as per the instructions, removing any of the mold lines as we go, but we are not going to be using any of the basing elements in the kit. Neither are we going to be using the head. We will be swapping that out later. We also want to stop just shy of attaching the arms when we build the model, which is because this model is armed with a knife and a gun, which is not primarily Mario-esque weapons and probably not Mario's primary choice of weapon. So we can deal with that in a moment. To fix this, we are essentially going to be doing some surgery. We're going to be giving the model a hand amputation on both arms. And the reason we're going to be doing this is so that we can swap the hands and the weapons out. And personally here, with a bit of hindsight, on the right hand, I kept the hand and just swapped out the weapon in the hand. And it probably would have been easier just to do a straight hand swap. However, I didn't do that, and you'll see that in the coming up steps. So bear that in mind if you wanted to essentially do a similar sort of project. It might be easier just to lock the hand off, put a hand holding a weapon that we want, and then we can carry on. From this point on, we are going to be starting to use pieces from other kits that aren't the Lieutenant. Mainly, we're going to be using Grey Knight parts and Dark Angel parts, but I can't remember the exact kits they come from. I know the Grey Knights are from various parts of the Combat Patrol, and I want to say that the Dark Angel parts are going to be coming from the Dark Angels Veterans kit, I believe, but I apologise if I'm wrong on that. Either way, we will be using various different parts, and I'm sure you can find alternatives and simulacrums for them in other sorts of kits. So let's jump in and I will stop waffling. This operation is going to start off on the knife hand. And first, what we're going to want to do is cut away the blade as well as the guard on the hand itself, doing our best to make sure that we maintain the look of the fingers. Also, we're going to be saving the protruding tang on the hand that is here. Once we've done all of the trimming, we will also need to rotate the wrist slightly. So to do this, we can take a craft knife, remove the hand at the joining part of the wrist using the craft knife, glue the arm in place on the model, and then we can follow it up by gluing the hand in place in its newly rotated position. We can then repeat this with the other arm. However, this time the arm is got a hand holding a gun at the end, and we don't want the gun, so we can lop that off at the wrist and pop the whole gun and hand assembly away for another project. Then what we want to do is take a hand that is holding a grenade. This one has come from, I believe, the Dark Angels kit, and we can glue this into place on the end of the wrist in place of the gun. The reason that we want to make sure that the arm itself is mounted and glued into the body before we go in and attach that wrist and hand section that we need to reattach is because we're going to be needing to make sure that the plane and rotation is correct. By gluing the wrist on first, we run the risk of not putting it in exactly the right position that we want it to be in, and then needing to go in and essentially redo the surgery. So it's easier to glue the arm onto the body, then glue the wrist in place, and we can check that rotation as it sits with the rest of the model. This then brings us to the actual weapon that hand is going to be holding. And personally, I think of a hammer when I think of Mario. I don't know about you. Let me know in the comments if you think of a different weapon that I should have used. But conveniently, there is a nice model representation we can use for this, which is from the Grey Knights kits. They have a couple of spare thunder hammers, depending how you build the units. So I'm going to nab one of them out of my bits box, and we can use that thunder hammer to represent Mario's hammer going forward. Also, the grenade in his hand is a little bit too sci-fi, and I don't believe Mario carries a grenade, but don't worry, we will be touching up that later. Once we've found a suitable section of Thunder Hammer, we can snip it off of the sprue, then take a knife and go in and remove any of the overly noticeable Inquisition markings on the front of the hammer and potentially any of the sides. We can then attach a shaft. I've decided to go for a thinner shaft, more typical to the Mario look, as opposed to the thick shaft that comes on the Thunder Hammer itself. Gluing that in place, and once that has dried, we can finally glue the whole weapon assembly from the handle to the hand of our Mario. Now that the weapon has been swapped out, we have a scabbard with no blade and no blade on the model to represent it. So we have a couple of options here. It could be that Mario had a knife and has since lost it. Alternatively, we could sculpt it so that on the base there is a knife, which will give us that representation of where the knife went. Or we can do as we're doing here, which is to go in and snip a blade handle from another kit and then gluing that into the scabbard. Then we need to move on to preparing some green stuff for our next couple of steps. Naturally, you could choose to use whatever medium that you prefer using for sculpting. So if you'd rather use Milliput or something like that, feel free, whatever you prefer sculpting with. I'm essentially using green stuff because it's what was to hand. When using green stuff, I found that by mixing it together and then leaving it 10-20 minutes, lets it firm up slightly while still being manipulable and sculptable. However, it is also less impressionable in the sense of it doesn't pick up as many fingerprints and it isn't as sticky, stretchy and tacky. So I tend to leave it around 20 minutes and then get to the actual sculpting. And what we're going to be targeting is making a cap for our Mario's head and for the grenade itself. And for the head, I found a really nice, bold, mustached head in the GW Resin Space Marine head accessory packs that they sell from what was Forge World and is now Games Workshop. So you can essentially nab something similar to that. Alternatively, if you don't have an available head like that, we can go in very carefully and sculpt a tiny mustache on a tiny face. But that is up to you. Your mileage may vary depending what you can get hold of. Once we have chosen our unhelmeted head, we can get to work with the green stuff. And I will admit I am not particularly great at sculpting, relatively rubbish to be honest. I tend to use putties and pastes more for gap filling as opposed to actually sculpting. But to approach this, essentially we rolled out a ball of green stuff putty to make the bulb of the hat, before pushing this onto the head down to around the level of a hat wearing position on the head, giving Mario a nice kind of beanie. Once the beanie was in place, we can then take a small strip of putty and push this onto the beanie to make a peak for the cap. That turns it nicely from a beanie into a cap, and then it's just a case of smoothing out any of the attachment joins and removing any tool marks, fingerprints, or anything like that, using a couple of silicone shapers. At this point, with the cap done, we just need to sort out the grenade. And what I'm trying to do here is essentially make it look like one of the mushroom bombs from the game or the universe of Mario. And to do this, I took a very small circle ball of green stuff, applied it to the top of the grenade on the model itself where it was holding it, and then tried to sculpt it into the bulb shape of the head of a mushroom. Once that was in place, I then used some tools to essentially pinch the corners down so it looked like the mushroom was growing up and out of the hand. And the reason I did this was actually relatively, hopefully in my mind, quite smart, which is on the front of the model, there is grenades in the straps. And I didn't really want to remove those grenades and have to either sculpt something else in or sculpt in straps to make it look like I haven't just hacked up a Space Marine model. And also, I didn't want to sculpt those grenades to look like something different. So by sculpting just one grenade to make it look like when you pull the pin it is grown into this mushroom, I feel that that head cannon is a lot easier to achieve than going in and sculpting everything on the actual model. So head cannon 1, actual sculpting 0, mainly because of my lack of skill. If you wanted to do tiny mushrooms on the chest bit as well, do that, it would probably look awesome. But that is essentially it done with the building. There's one tweak that we do later on that I'll discuss at the time. However, at this point, we're essentially there. But there is one thing that I think will help to tie the model into the Mario universe a little bit more. And it's one of the things that I love for all models, and that is a nice base. Essentially, we will be taking an appropriate size base that we want to use for the model, and then glue down a couple layers of cork to act as our flooring. By using 2 layers of a thin cork, we can shape it nicely to follow the slope of the base, giving us a nice inclined surface. Then we can work on the base's main feature. In this case, a big green pipe, which we will today make from a plastic storage pot, which happens to be about the right size. Except the rim here has threaded areas so that we could screw a cap on, and what we're going to use is some green stuff to fix this. Wrapping a relatively large amount of green stuff around the area and the threading, we can then line it up with the rim and start pushing it beyond the edge of that rim. This means that when we wet the very edges, we can push this down onto a hard surface, which will give us a nice expanded blown out end to the pipe. I picked these little pots up a long time ago and can't exactly remember where. It was either online or at a flea market, car boot sale, that sort of thing. But essentially they're just clear acrylic screw top pots. I've seen them most often for things like cosmetics, glitter, things like that. But they do have a couple of advantages of using these over using something like a PVC pipe. And the reason is, first off, the threads are slightly recessed, so we can apply our green stuff, make it flush with the non-recessed part of this pot, and then use that as extra grip when doing our previous steps of misshapening and expanding the end of the pipe. The other reason is because it's got an actual base. It's not a pipe, it is a pot, meaning that we've got that extra bit of mounting area and surface for things like super glue. Because what we're going to be doing, once the green stuff has dried on the pot that we've just done, we're going to be cutting a section out of our cork that is the same diameter. And because we've done this in 2 layers of cork, it makes it nice and simple just to remove the first layer. And then we've got a nice recessed section for this to sit on. If we want to go through 2 layers and make this slightly shorter, that's not a problem either. And what we want to do is cut that hole, remove the cork area, and then glue our new fresh Mario pipe into that section. That means that the base is essentially ready for painting. So once we're 100% sure that the epoxy or whatever we're using, the green stuff, the Milliput, is dry on top, we can continue and get it sprayed. And for the actual paint job, we're using a zenithal base coat. As we know, in the old Mario games, the ground is broken into various elements. First off, we have the dirt, which is in the brown, dirty color. On top of that, there's normally a grass textured element. And then we have things like the pipe and any of the characters that will be acting on top of it. To simulate this, we can start off by applying a light brown paint around all of the heightened cork boundary edges we made earlier. And then the easiest thing here is normally to paint all of the cork areas in this brown, being careful not to hit the pipe. Once the brown has dried, we want to then go around and paint the entire top surface of the cork in a bright green, similar to that of the Mario games we know of old. As you can see from this reference image, in some of the older games, the textures do go up and down and have ridges that cover the dirt sometimes. So that is something you may want to replicate as well. And if so, just paint in green semicircles going round halfway down the brown sections of the base. It's then up to you if you wanted to texture color these in the additional steps we will do later, or just leave them in this green and brown overtone. We did that here initially, and then I decided that it would look a little bit cleaner just to have a plain brown base, so I went around and repainted it without the green markings. But if you wanted that flavor and that slightly more cartoon-esque style on the base as well, that is an opportunity that you might want to take. But with the top painted in a green, we can move on to the pipe itself, that big, glorious main feature of the base. To start off, we can base coat the pipe in a nice dark green. We want to be careful around the base of the pipe so that we don't get it on any of the grassy areas that we did earlier, but we do want to make sure that we get everywhere. Once we're in the 3 upper sections, we want to apply thick layers of this dark green base coat, always brushing horizontally. By using a large, thick amount of paint, We will manage to keep the depth of the brush strokes, and we want to make sure that they are all in the same direction, which is why we're only brushing horizontally. Once this has fully dried, we should get some nice thick paint texture. And what we want to do is essentially repeat the steps again with an additional step. So what we want to do is put down a thick base coat color, the same as we did in the same color as last steps. But this time we're going to follow it up swiftly with a thick wet layer of a lighter green. Putting down this lighter green in the main sections of highlighted areas where we would expect the light to hit from our viewing angle on the model. We can then brush this back and forth to get a transition from the darker green to this brighter green at the front, while adding in yet more texture lines from the thick paint that is being brushed horizontally. For doing this, we can use a relatively large brush, and what I'm actually using is a medium-sized flat brush. And the reason for this is when we get to the base parts of the model where it meets the actual dirt and things, we can go in with the vertical, very thin edge to make sure that we don't get paint where we don't want it. But then once we get onto the main body of the pipe where we're less worried about being really, really particular and careful because there's nothing there besides pipe that we're going to be painting, we can then shift it to its longer axis and then essentially clear through and put in those strokes nice and quickly. So that's one advantage. You don't necessarily need to use a small makeup brush, but having a flat brush as opposed to a round brush might be quite useful at this particular moment. Once we've done that, we do need to make sure that it is completely dry, however, because our next steps are going to involve essentially overbrushing and dry brushing. And if those thick ridges of paint that we've just managed to build in haven't cured properly, we're just going to essentially rip them up and ruin the paint job. So do make sure at this point that we are confident that those ridges and bulbs that we've put in that are essentially sackets of paint on the model, they need to be completely cured so that we don't have any difficulties. We are going to start off with an overbrush, and at this stage we don't have to go just horizontally. We can move back and forth in different directions, which will help to pick out the small amount of texture that we've painted on. We are going to be using the bright green that we used in our wet blend mix to start off with, and applying this back and forth, as I said, as a heavy overbrush. We want to target mainly the previously highlighted areas, trying to catch more of the center of our wet blended areas than any other parts of the pipe. This will help to bring out a little bit of brightness in those key areas. Then what we can do is go and grab a metallic, and we need this to be a metallic green. So either buy a metallic green paint like we are here. Alternatively, you can look at tinting a metallic with a ink if you have one available. This metallic is going to be lightly dry brushed across all of the pipe. We want to catch all areas and lightly pick out all of the textures. This will help to add a very light sheen to all of the pipes. Then it's a case of finishing off the other areas that are not the pipe. So the base sides can get a nice wash of a dark brown or a earth tone, something like that, before being dry brushed back up with the brighter brown. Then we can do the grass. And for something that is a retro Mario-esque design, let's go with some retro basing techniques and apply a little bit of static grass. First, we want to apply a layer of PVA glue, covering all of the green grass sections that we have painted so far. Once that is down, we can apply the static grass however we feel comfortable. Here we're going to be using this weird bottle applicator. It seems to work okay. You give it a shake, it's meant to static up the static grass, and then you lightly spray it from the nozzle, giving us static standy up grass. However you want to apply it, once the grass is down, let it dry fully, and then we can blow away any extra and give the base a nice rim job. At which point the base is done and it's only Mario who still needs painting. Tackling this painting of Mario is slightly different to when we paint normal projects. And the reason for that is we can't just follow box art or other examples given by Games Workshop in codexes or anything like that. Naturally, Games Workshop probably aren't going to rip off Mario's IP because, well, Nintendo are quite litigious is my understanding. And it's generally not what businesses do. However, we aren't in the same restrictions as them. We can do what we like as hobbyists. But the challenge we've got is Mario isn't a Space Marine and our Space Marine isn't wearing dungarees. So what we're going to have to do is essentially pick out the rough areas that we want. And the way I'm going to be doing this is making sure that the rough proportions and areas of color are correct. That way it will still look like Mario, so we have the right colors in roughly the right places. And that's kind of the guiding principle I'm going to be doing here. Naturally, he doesn't have a jumpsuit on, as I said, so we can't paint it exactly, but we can take advantage of a few different areas to give us that color contrast and the balancing amount of one particular color over the other. Starting off nice and simply with the boots. Mario has nice brown boots, so here we can take a dark brown and give those boots a nice base coat. Then what we can do is move across to the blues. Nice and simple, Mario has blue trousers, so we can easily go in and do a round of blue on all of the legs. But for the torso, we need to be slightly pickier here, and we only picked out the center raised chest plate. This allows us to come back in with our next steps using a dark red to base coat all of the other main chest area of the armor as well as the arms. We do need to remember, as this nearly caught me out, Mario has white gloves. So we can leave the zenithal here for now. We don't need to paint the hands white and we don't need to paint them red to then remember and paint them white. Then all we have to do is paint in all of the leathers and the straps. And these are simply going to be painted the same way as the feet to help make it cohesive. At this point, we've essentially got all of the areas base coated. And while I don't normally work in this way, I tend to paint all particular one color or one area to completion or near enough to completion so that I can build the rest up and judge it appropriately. I felt that I needed to base coat all of the areas to make sure the proportions were right, as I said earlier. By base coating everything and then looking, we can make the decisions of any tweaks now, rather than fully painting all of the blue, then painting the red and realizing actually this bit of blue should have been red. Then we've wasted so much time painting the blue. So by base coating everything and giving us that picture of where everything's going to be, we can then move on to the highlighting, which will be our next couple of steps. You will notice there are a couple of areas that are still undone, and essentially that's all of the metallics and the undersuit. We can give them a black base coat. The undersuit I'm going to keep black because that's a nice neutral color that we don't then have to worry about messing up any other areas of proportions or contrast. However, we're also base coating all of the metallic areas, and the reason for that is I like to paint metallics from a darker area. So by putting a coat of this Black Legion on all of the black and metallic areas, we know that they're ready for the future steps. But first, we are going to be doing our highlighting. For the highlighting of all of the areas here, we are going to be doing a little bit of mixing. Each area is only going to be getting two colors. We're going to be using the base coat color that we've used to this point, and then a brighter version of that color. This first round of highlights will be on all areas using a roughly 50-50 mix of each color's appropriate mix in order to make a nice midway between our two colors. And then what we can do is work round and in a very broad manner, catching nearly all of the areas except the most recessed or most downward facing areas, apply a rough highlight. Then what we can do is add more of our brighter color to the appropriate mix so that it's roughly 75% of our bright color and 25% of our base coat, which is deeper and darker. We can then use this to do another pass of highlights. This time we want to narrow and focus more on the edges and upward facing areas. Then once that's dry, we can finally apply our last round of highlights. This one using our pure bright color, either blue or red or brown, regardless of what we're using. We want it to be out of the pot, thinned down slightly and nice and bright. This will focus mainly on catching all of the edges in a typical edge highlight, but there may be some areas that we may also want to pick out, which are the most prominent upward facing areas that would be hitting a bit more light than the rest of them. The browns all got essentially the same treatment. As I said, they start from the brown base coat, the darker color, and then in a transitional mix of around 3 mixes, we get to the brightest brown color that is going to be our main highlight color. And we do that for obviously the boots, as well as all of the straps and scabbard and anything that could remotely be a brown tone that we may want to use as this leathery tone. With that done, there is one element that got similar but not the same treatment, and that was the purity seal, which from this point I'm going to be calling his overdue invoice. And the purity seal's papers were painted in the same way, built up over 3 steps, except instead of using a lighter brown like we did for the other brown elements, we went in and used a light skin tone or a bone colour to get a more papery, white parchment papery look. And then once that was dry, I just gave it a earth tone wash to darken it back down a little bit because it was a tiny bit bright after the final set of highlights. This means there's only a few elements or areas of the model left to paint. We've got all of the areas that are going to be metal, which we've already base coated in a black contrast paint so that we're starting from a nice dark place. Once we know that is dry, what we want to do is apply a base coat of a dark bronze. This will give us a nice dark place to work from and be our first level of metallics. Following this up quickly, we can do a round of highlights, and this round of highlights will be done using a brighter gold. Before we finish up with a round of edge highlights using a mid to mild silver. This will give us a nice transition of metal tones from a darker rusty-esque brown bronzy tone up to the shiny light silver. This can then be finished off with a black wash once it's all dry in order to tie all of those stages together without much more work, leaving us with just the weapons. The grenades themselves get a paint of skin tone followed by a wash of flesh shade. This is designed to give them the look of that fleshy mushroom stem. While we do the same for the one in the hand, we do also want to paint the mushroom cap. And this can just be painted in a bright green before we apply some large white circles for that iconic Mario mushroom head look. Depending on the level of detail you've gone into when sculpting the mushroom grenade, you may want to use something like a dark green wash to bring out all of those details that we've sculpted in. If we're doing that, I would suggest doing it after we've done the first set of white dots. It will mean that we need to go in and redot the mushrooms, but we can essentially just dot the center of the circles we've already made, which will give us a nice transition from the green to a slightly greenish white to the bright white of the spot. Then it's just a case of that last thing, which is Mario's hammer, and we can get to painting that nice and simply. So for the hammer, we have the hammer and hands. So the hands are going to be nice and simple. We've already got them in that zenithal. What we want to do is apply an elf skin or a light skin all over the hands and give them a base coat in that, before then edge highlighting the hands, catching the knuckles and the fingertips of the hands with a nice bright pure white. Then what we can do is simply apply a white contrast. So I'm using an apothecary white contrast. And what this will do is add a nice little bit of contrast and a nice little bit of tonal difference to those areas, as opposed to if we just painted them white and then applied an apothecary white contrast or just a general contrast over them. Then what we have to do is finish the hammer. The head of the hammer is nice and simple. We can apply a dark contrast if we haven't already to start from a black base coat. Then what we want to do is take the light skin that we used for the hands and do a relatively heavy overbrush across the hammer, making sure to try and target from where the light would be hitting, so doing downward strokes across the model. Once we've done that, we can go around and do an edge highlight with white, again catching all of the top most upper facing areas, before going round with a generous coat of a black wash. Then once the wash is dry, we just need to glue our model to our lovely pipe base and we have a finished Mario Marine. And I really do like this. This is how it came out. Have a look. Let me know what you think. Personally, I really do like, as I said, how this came out. And there are a couple of things that we needed to make sure we learn and bear in mind while doing that. And this is, as I said, we didn't need to replicate the model exactly in the sense of Mario. We didn't need to build dungarees on the Marine or anything like that. What we needed to do is keep the key concept of Mario in mind and make sure the proportions and placements were roughly right, so that at a glance, when you look at this model, you think Mario. You don't necessarily think Space Marine, though that's what it is. There are a couple of bits on this final model that I haven't shown in this video, for the main fact of it was becoming very, very rambly in my opinion. So if you do want to see them, let me know and I can do little excerpts of the bits that you've not been able to see at this particular time. Those essentially were the face as well as the backpack. We were just going to use the backpack for the Space Marine as normal, but just before I went in and painted it, I had a realization and I remembered that Mario doesn't normally have a backpack. However, Luigi does have a Hoover backpack that Mario has been seen wearing on occasion. So I did a quick hack job by making it look slightly like a Hoover backpack as opposed to a normal backpack. And that was done just by applying a little bit of wire to the back of the pack and then attaching a vent from a different backpack or a different power generator from another Space Marine kit to make that nozzly end of a Hoover. And that is essentially how we come up with this guy. If you are slightly annoyed that I didn't actually cover painting the face in this video, then what I'd suggest is checking out this video here where I go over painting 3 different faces in 3 different times, and you may pick up something there that you could use for this model. Otherwise, do remember to subscribe so that we can see you next time. Hey everyone, now today we're going to be looking at how we can paint up the Thousand Suns Terminators. These have got a large amount of gilding and a lot of details on them, so we're going to be trying to streamline it where possible to make it quick and efficient in order to paint these up. These guys did come from the Combat Patrol 4000 Suns, and we're going to be just focusing on the Terminators today and coming back and looking at some of the other models later. So do subscribe to make sure that you don't miss all of that good stuff. Otherwise, let's not waste any more time. We're going to be jumping in and going over how we painted up these really nice Terminators. Before we can tackle the painting, we will need to do some building. And here what we're going to be doing is, as per the instructions, clipping out all of the pieces, going round, removing all of the mold lines, and then gluing them together. However, there are a couple of areas we're not going to glue down. Namely, we're not going to be gluing down the shroud that goes around the helmet, as well as the helmet itself, which means that we have the ability to keep the helmets separate for painting purposes. We also want to make a minor conversion and swap out the weapons on these guys in order to make them slightly different from everyone else's. For this, what we're going to do is take some spears from an old Warhammer Fantasy kit, clip off the blades, and swap these onto the models in place of their original weapons. We can just mount them into place with a little bit of plastic glue and they should hold relatively firm. I am pretty sure that these blades came from the old Dark Elf Spearman kit, but I can't be 100% sure because I bought them years ago. So if you know the exact kit these blades come from, let me know, but they've been in the bits box for a while and now we're using them. Generally, if you wanted to swap out the blades for something of your own, just pick whatever blade you like the look of. I chose these because of the swooping nature of the blade. I think goes quite well with Tzeentch. And with that done, it is mainly down to the painting now. And as with most of the combat patrols that I try and do in a relatively quick manner because I want to build up a large amount of them to a level that I'm happy with for tabletop purposes, we're going to be painting these guys up with a relatively quick manner, but trying to build out a fair amount of contrast. So from an arm's reach and from the table, they look good, even though the blending might not be as crisp and as perfect as we want. But to do this, we're going to want to be boosting the color contrast as well as the brightness contrast. And we're going to start off by using a zenithal highlight. But unlike the traditional black and white, we're going to be swapping those out for a red spray and a blue spray. We want to prime these essentially the way we do with zenithal priming. But first we're going to lay down a coat of the red, followed by then a coat of the blue. This is going to give us nice red recesses and shadows, while giving us a clean, clear blue for the rest of the base coat. From here, we're going to start to build out some of the underlying colours and textures, and we're doing this through dry brushing on a lighter blue over every single surface on the model. What this will do is nicely pick out all of those details sculpted on, as well as giving us a little bit of brightness. This allows us to come in and follow it up with another round of dry brushing. Here we're going to be using a light pale flesh. This time, when we're applying the dry brush, we want to focus mainly on all of the upward facing areas and edges, which should result in a nice transition from the red recesses through the blue and up to essentially a white on the brightest surfaces. By doing these 2 rounds of dry brushing, we are able to achieve a couple of things. First off, we're going to be using the blue over everything, so that includes the shadows and the recesses. This will add a bit of blue in those areas that are predominantly red because of the way that we've undercoated everything. Then we're going to be using the light flesh, and where this only targets the upward facing areas, so in everything from the top down essentially, that's going to give us a really nice light map across the model, so that we can see where light would be hitting all of the areas across the model, and we have a nice transition. But what we now need to do is come in and do a couple more steps building on the work that we've done so far. And to do that, what I did was build a contrast wash, and we used, I think it was Celestian Blue in 1 part with 3 parts contrast medium to make a really thinned and diluted contrast wash. This can then be used on all of the work that we've done so far to help smooth out any transitions, remove some of the texture from dry brushing, and set the stage perfectly for what comes after that. This diluted contrast can then be washed over all of the armor pieces, though we do want to make sure that we don't have too much excessive pooling in the recesses, but we do need some, just to ensure that the reds are turned to a nice purple hue. This will also have the benefit of smoothing out any of the texture from the dry brushing that we did earlier. As you can see here, this leaves us with armor that is purple in the recesses, building up to a brighter blue, which is where the flesh tone that we applied in the final dry brushing has been tinted by the contrast. This gives us a lovely highlight map that we can follow. All we want to do is grab a little bit of bright turquoise and mix this into our contrast, and then we can apply this all over the lighter sections of the armor. If we do this over a couple of layers, we can get a nice smooth transition from the darker blue base to this new turquoisey blue midtone. Naturally here, you can spend as much time as you want dealing with the transition from our dark blue to this new light blue. Because we're doing this for a video and we're on a little bit of a time crunch, we're just doing the steps from essentially the base coat to a midtone to a highlight. And the midtone we mixed up in its own little bottle, just mixing in some of the turquoise with our contrast, so that if we paint any more of these in future, like our leader, which we will be painting on the channel in future, we can use this to help us out and speed up the process. However, if you've got the time, the inclination, and you're not filming a video for YouTube, you could just use the highlight color and the base coat mid-range colors that we're using and slowly transition between them, adding more and more turquoise to get a gradual and nice transition up to our bright highlight color. Otherwise, we're going to be using the mid-tone, which we have, and then we're going in with a highlight using the brighter turquoise. When doing our final highlights, we're essentially going to use this color and repeat the last steps, but in a much narrower fashion. Mainly focusing on the largest upward-facing panels, as well as any of the edges, essentially doing a typical edge highlight. Similar to the last step, we are just mainly following the path laid out by the previous painting steps, and then painting within the lines. Once we've gone round and done that bit of highlighting, it may not look like much, and that will mainly be because the rest of the model is still in its base coat blue, which is very close to the colour we've painted. So at this point, what we're going to do is black out all of those other details. These are things like the weapons, the metals, and all of the trim. We can work around using a black contrast and apply this to act as a new primer for those areas. The main reason we're going to choose to essentially re-prime all of the trim and metal elements now is to help us have some clarity in how our armor's looking. When all of the blue is around the blue that we've painted, it can make it really hard to isolate particular areas and see how they've come out. By going around and black lining out all of the other details and essentially re-priming those in another color, we're able to look solely at the contrast difference we've got in our blending and in our painting, and we can decide if that is okay at this stage. Also, the reason that we're using contrast, in case you're interested, is it's essentially a pre-thinned paint. And as long as we're not flooding the brush, which then would naturally flood the model, we can use it as a pre-thinned black and just go around really carefully, blocking out all of the areas that we're going to be using. And naturally, because it's black and we're going to be painting some metallics here as well, we get that nice effect of metallics being over a black, and they essentially work their best with their best shine, putting the best foot forward. We can start off the metallics with a dark gold, and here we can work around covering all of the gold areas that we've blacked out with contrast. So here we have obviously the trim, but we're also going to be making all of the other metal areas gold as well, except for the blades, for which we'll be doing something else a little bit special later on. Once the first round of gold is painted, we can then move on to a little bit of highlighting. And here it's nice and simple. We're going to use a slightly brighter gold and essentially edge highlight all of the metal work that we've done so far, as well as do some panel highlighting along the lines of any sections of armor that we've highlighted in blue. So essentially we want to be continuing the light effect on areas that we've already highlighted. When doing these highlights, it is very important to remember and align the highlights that we've done. So for example, on my arm, if we were looking at the highlights, we wouldn't want to paint the blue armor along here where the highlight is the brightest, and then do the highlight for the hand in another color here, because obviously the light would hit the whole surface at the same point. So we just want to make sure that we're aligning those highlight areas so it looks like a consistent beam of light is going down that area. Once we are happy with that though, and we've painted in the highlights on our metals, we can go in and do all of that joyous yellow that is all the way across the model in various smaller elements. And we're going to be taking a small advantage of a couple of tricks here and painting the robes at the same time. We want to start off with a mid skin tone, and here we're going to be base coating all of the fabrics, all of the yellow elements, as well as all of the bones. We can also go in and catch any of the eyes of Tzeentch across the various models. This may take a couple of coats to get a nice look over the blue base coat or black base coat, but we should get a nice layer or look after just a couple coats. It's then a case of highlighting, and all of these areas are going to get a nice simple highlight using a light skin tone, which is essentially going to be acting as our white. For the fabrics and the bones, we are going to want to build up the colors from the mid skin tone to the light skin tone along the shapes of the object in question, whereas the smaller elements can simply get a nice edge highlight before we go out and dig some washes for a select careful placement. We want to dig out a yellow wash to start off with, and we're going to be naturally applying this to all of the areas that we want yellow, while the bones are going to get a quick sepia wash just to bring out that bone tone for a little bit. And then the eyes of Tzeentch will get a dirty blue wash to change the hue of the skin and also pick out any of the sculpted details like the pupils on the eyes. Once the washes are dry, we only really have a couple of elements left, one of the main ones being the weapons. And for this, I wanted to try and paint them in a different manner to how we've done everything else. I wanted to try and give them a metallic, ethereal, shifting color palette, similar to that sort of patina you get from heated and cooled and heated metal with the oranges and the blues and the purples and things like that. And in order to do that, I didn't mix up any colors. I kind of just cheated a little bit and got some colored metallics from Robeson Liquid Metals. But naturally, if you don't have these or anything similar, you can just mix in a little bit of ink into your normal metallics and you should get a similar sort of effect. To achieve this, we start off by base coating all of the weapons in a brown contrast. This is essentially going to act as our shadow, meaning that we don't need to use any of the brighter golds that we've used across the rest of the models, and we can just go in with our dark gold once the contrast is dry. We will be lightly dry brushing this dark gold over all of the chosen metal areas, giving a nice dark reflective tone. This can then be followed up by a reddish purple metal dry brush, and when we do this, we're going to be targeting the blade from approximately halfway up the blade and then proceed up into the point. Then we will be doing the same thing, but this time instead of a reddish purple, we'll be going in with a dark blue metallic and aiming to catch the very end, so the rough last third of the blade, before we take a very pale blue, which is almost silver, and we're going to use a very light overbrush technique, essentially just on the edges, to give the blade a sharp looking edge. At this point, with the weapons done, there's not really that much left. We've got to do some touching up. So any areas that we've gone a little bit overzealous with any contrasts or some of the metals or anything like that, we can just grab our range of blues. For example, if there's metal on the blue armor, we can grab our ranges of blues, and then just touch up and clean up any of those areas. While we're doing this, we're also going to be tackling the eyes of Zinch across the model, and we can just take the bright turquoise color and give them a quick highlight using that. But beyond that, the models are essentially done beyond being stuck on a base, which we will be doing shortly. And these guys are ready for tabletop display and a little bit of killing of the enemy. So overall, I'm relatively happy with how these came out. Have a look, let me know what you think. Let me know if you're relatively enthralled by the Thousand Suns, but the massive amounts of details and things like that across the model are a pain. Personally, I quite like the lore, but I've always been put off by the amount of details, and I think I shouldn't have been. I've quite enjoyed this process. So if you do want to see us paint the main character from this box set in a little bit more detail, essentially spending the same amount of time that we spent on this unit on just one model, do remember to subscribe because that's not out yet, but it will be soon. If you want more content for now though, what I would suggest is checking out this video, which is where we do something very similar to this, except we actually managed to paint an entire combat patrol instead of just one unit. Check that out. Otherwise, do remember to subscribe so that we can see you next time. I recently made a decision that could turn out to be a tiny bit of a mistake. And that is, for a little bit of fun, we're going to be entering Armies on Parade that's held by Games Workshop. Now, most people might look at this situation and just say, Ben, you have a large amount of combat patrols that you've painted over the last year. Just take one of them, drop it down to Games Workshop and show off what we've recently been painting. But no, this is the mini painting page, and what we're going to do is push it a little bit further. We're not only going to paint up a new combat patrol for this, we're also going to be, in the 3 weeks that we've got available, building out a display base for the army itself. And because I'm a little bit of a sucker for punishment, I decided this would also be a prime opportunity to tackle an army that I've never painted, built or gamed with before, and that is the Leagues at Votan. And this is going to be a relatively new experience for me. In this video, we're going to go over the building of the base and the painting of the models, starting with how we painted up all the troops in this combat patrol. For all of these models, we're going to be starting off from a black to white Zenithal Prime, and this is going to help to keep all of the surfaces nice and bright while making the recesses remain darker. From there, what we're going to do is kick off the painting by attacking the armor. On the scheme, we want the armor to be a nice rich green, so we can start this off with a couple of coats of a darker rich green tone. Rather than moving into the highlighting on this area, what we're actually going to do is work around and base coat some of the other elements first in all of their base coat colors. For example, we're going to go around and give all of the leathers a nice coat of a dark brown. So this is going to be the trousers, jackets and things like that, as well as a few choice other areas. The placement of these additional browns is kind of up to you where you want to place it. On our scheme, we're going for green armor, brown leathers, and then the other colors that are building in as accents are essentially blacks, silvers, bronzes, and oranges. So for this one, what we're going to be doing is using this brown to cover, obviously, all the brown areas, as well as any area that we want to be orange or potentially a bronzy sort of metal. So if we jump back to the models, you can see that we're picking out some of the panels on the guns and the backpacks, along with frames on things like the bikes. This means that we can then come back with a black and use this to cover most of the other areas. This black is going to be used as a base coat for anything that will be a silver metal, as well as some other minor elements that we want to be actually black on the model, such as boots, piping, and some elements of trim. And we're also going to be targeting the blades for a small trick later on. For this paint job, I decided to do something that could be seen as adding a small hurdle, and that was to start to use paints that I've got less experience with. Namely, we're going to be doing the majority of this with some Atom MIG paints, which have only got experience in the case of one other model and one video on the channel that we've tried them out as an intro. I've now got the full core set. I don't have any of the metallics, but I've got all of the core colors. So what we can do is use that in this project, which means if I look to do a review in future, comment down below if you want to see a review on these, then I'll have a little bit more experience, which will hopefully add value to you guys. Anyway, enough about the actual paints. We've got most of the things base coated now, but we still got to do some skin on our models. Most of them have got helmets, but we do have some topless angry guys with axes. And what we're going to do is be making a sort of angry reddish skin hue. And we're going to be starting that off with a base coat by mixing 3 colours together. First, a darkish red in a very small amount, a slightly more amount of a brown that we've basically used as a base coat for all of our elements, and then some medium to light skin tone, which we use to add that Caucasian looking skin and mean that we can use this as our highlights and it will still blend nicely with those colors. As we did with all of the other models, we want to give a nice base coat on all of the remaining skin areas. This is mainly going to be on things like the berserkers and their naked chests, but there may be the odd hand or face that also needs covering as well. But with that done, we can now move on to some highlighting. And because the skin's base coat is a mix of colors, we want to strike while the paint is wet and start highlighting the skin now by mixing in a little bit of light flesh to our base coat mix. This can then be used as a broad highlight across all of the skin areas, leaving that darker red tone in all of the recesses and bringing our skin more into that neutral skin tone. This mix is one of the reasons that we did the skin last, whereas all of the other colors have essentially got a base coat color that's straight out of the pot, so our armor has a nice green. The skin is a mix of colors, and if we'd done the skin first, what that would then mean is we'd then have to essentially remix our base coat to then add skin to make our highlight color, which then adds the chance of getting those colors wrong, getting the mix wrong, and kind of messing it up a little bit. Whereas if we've already got the mix made and we've just used it as a base coat, we just need to let it dry on the models, add a little bit of skin to that mix, and we're good to go. This also then means that we can start to highlight out backwards. So once we do the skin, we can then work out and do the leathers and then do the armor, which means that we're doing the typical paint the deepest thing first, so you're not reaching past areas to paint later on. So we get that benefit, but we've managed to base coat everything and get a nice overall look of how the models are going to look starting off. And it just means that we can tweak anything if we want to, and we've got some nice clean base coat colors that we can just touch up if we need to. For example, if we look at the brown leather areas, what we can do is take a little bit of our mid skin tone and mix this into our brown base coat, giving us a nice, slightly desaturated, worn leather looking color. This can then be used across all of those leather areas and used to pick out all of the raised edges in either a smooth highlight or used to build in some texture, doing some scratchy, thin line highlights, depending on your preference. As this is not a key area, we are only going to be doing a highlight with roughly a 50-50 mix. Talking of a 50-50 mix, we're also going to be using a similar 50-50 mix of brown and orange for all of the panels that we want to be orange later on. This is going to be more of a broad highlight at this stage, catching all of these surfaces while leaving the brown base coat in the recesses. Naturally, if you wanted to push any of these highlights further, you can just add more of the bright color into the mix to get that brighter looking, punchier highlight. However, for things like trousers, I don't think that that's particularly necessary. We don't want massively bright, punchy looking contrasty trousers, which is going to draw attention from details that we actually care about. What we're going to want them people to be looking at is the faces, the weapons, the armor, the presence of the model, and not so much focusing on the folds of the jeans, for example. However, if you do want to push it further, just add more of the highlight color into the mix and do progressively more highlights. But talking of that, let's jump into the next step of highlights, and that's going to be highlighting up all of the green armor. Obviously, we've got our green base coat, so all we need to do is take that and then a lighter, brighter green and mix a nice mid-tone ready to start highlighting. We want to take the mix of these two colors and then start to panel highlight all of the various armor panels across the model. And we're also going to be doing this for the green panels on the vehicles. These are going to be relatively broad, bringing up the overall brightness on these areas. This leaves us with predominantly metal areas left, and at the moment these are all going to be either base coated in black or still base coated in brown. For all of the areas that are still base coated in brown, what we want to do is cover these in a bronzy metallic brown tone, and we want this to be as close to our base coat brown tone as possible before we then go round with a slightly lighter bronzy tone and highlight all of the edges. And we're going to be doing this with a reddish bright gold tone just to give us that pop of light on the edges of the metals. Then, however, we can move on to giving a quick overbrush of dark silver across all of the areas that are black. And if you feel necessary, taking a slightly lighter silver and also giving a spot highlight to all of our silver metals. Once all of the past steps are dry, then it's time to add some detail, some washes and things like that. Now, if I was just doing one or two models, what I'd do is carefully apply some tactical washes and kind of glaze and thin them out and feather them out so that we get the look of recess shading and glossing where we want it. However, In this case, we've got a lot of models. We want to paint them quickly. We want to paint them efficiently. And I think the easiest way to do that is a nice, fun method. What we're going to do is be using an oil wash. So we're going to be taking a couple of sienna colors and a black, mixing it down with some oil paint thinner, and then using that to wash all of our models. The advantage of this, as opposed to using an acrylic, is that by the time we finish all of our 17 odd models, and we get back to the first model, the oil will still be wet, which means that we can then apply a sponge and some thinner to the area, remove any excess, and also kind of tidy up any pooling. It's important when you do this to make sure that you try and varnish your models first, mainly because there is a chance, depending on how aggressive you are and how long your paints have actually had to set on your model, you could pull up and damage or smear some of your past work. So giving the models a nice varnish helps with the slippery oil effect because there's a smoother finish over your model, and it also protects all of the hard work. We want to chuck a small amount of all of our individual colors, so our blacks and our sienna colors, into a mixing cup with some oil thinner. We then want to mix these up nice and together really well. We need to be sure that we've got a good mix here because globs of oil paint can easily be missed and then build up in the bottle of whatever you're using to mix your oil wash. But once we're sure that all of the paint has been smushed and mixed into the wash, and that it has roughly the same consistency as a contrast paint or wash from Games Workshop, for example, we can start to slap this across all of our models. Because of the nature of oil, this medium will start to tint all of the areas similar to an acrylic wash, but it will also, through capillary action, flow much better into any cracks, crevices, and recesses. Naturally, the more oil we add to the mix, the more tinting we're going to get, and you can control it nicely by adding and removing any thinner or oil from your ratios. It's worth noting that when we're using things like oil paints and oil washes and thinners and things like that, we should really be in an open ventilated area. It's potentially treat it like when you're spray painting or using an airbrush. And yes, technically you should probably be using a mask or it being in a ventilated area if using an airbrush, because even if things are odorless and you can't see them, chemicals do get into the air, and if you start breathing them in, they can be bad for your lungs, your respiratory tract, and lots of other things. So generally, if you care, it's worth taking that precaution. But life's up to you. It's your lungs, your choices. With that all said, the wash is all down. And now what we're going to do is go around and start to touch up and clean up any areas. And that's really simple because the oil wash, which is made from oil paints and thinners, is reactivated by these thinners if it's been basically within like 3 days near enough. So because we're doing this so quickly afterwards, what we can do is just take a sponge and some thinners, go around and start to pull off any excess of the oil paints around our models, which will give us that nice clean surface and dirty, washed looking recesses, which will give us that nice look across all of the models. So to achieve this, what we're going to do is lightly dab all of the raised surfaces of the models with a sponge, moistened with a bit of thinner. What this will do is reactivate and pull away any of the collected oil paint. This means that we can essentially use a sponge and our models in a sort of reductive painting method. And anywhere the sponge goes, we're adding back clean panels onto the model. So where we want there to be brighter, cleaner surfaces, we can apply the sponge. And then this will leave the washed, dirty tones in all of the recesses and textured areas. It's then just a case of leaving them to dry roughly 2 days, 1 to 2 days. And then if we want to do any minor touch-ups or highlights or anything like that, we can do it once the oil is dry. We do need to finish the blades though, and these didn't need to get any oil wash because they hadn't been painted. And we want these to be nice, bright and hot, essentially in an orange tone. To do this, we're going to start from our black base coat and then take a white and apply strokes from the center of the blade to the edges. Once the white on the blade is dry, we're going to glaze an orange over the entirety of the blade. This will change the subtle hue of the black area into an orange while giving us a bright orange edge. Then we can push it a tiny bit further if we want to. If we have an available neon orange paint, we can glaze this over the very edge to give it a nice, hot, bright end. Now, unfortunately, we don't have time to wait for the models to dry 2 to 3 days and then continue to paint them up. We're on a bit of a time crunch and we have something that we need to do, especially for this video. before that happens, and we don't have time to wait. What we need to do is start to build up the display base for our armies on parade. And now I have some tools for this already. I've got multiple different chunks of XPS foam, which is going to come in very handy. So what I needed to do was first come up with a concept, and my concept was essentially an old dwarven ziggurat style pyramid that's been discovered, rearmed, defended, and that all of the Leagues of Votan are coming from this dwarven mine. Essentially, yeah, I'm playing on the Space Dwarves theme and just making a bit of a meme out of it. But that also is something that I can achieve. And what I did was I drew on all of my artistic drawing skills, of which I have none, and came up with this plan, which I can then follow later on. And as you can see, it's incredible. Yeah. So land, mountain, more mountain. That's essentially it. And we're going to show you how we turn this incredible piece of art into an okay looking diorama. Let's give it a go. With our plans incredibly well drawn and our foam cut to the appropriate size using hot wire cutters, what we can do is start to stick all of these elements together. And personally, I find that using toothpicks as a sort of mounting strut with the addition of PVA holds parts of XPS foam together really, really well. So it's just a case of sticking these pieces of foam with toothpicks and PVA to make our nice pyramid base. From here, we are going to need to build out the top of the mountain that our pyramid is carved into. And we can achieve this by bending a wire and then pushing this through the blocks of foam. This gives us a really stable frame that will allow us to wrap tinfoil around it, making the peak of our mountain. Then what we want to do is seal all of this in and stop all of the tinfoil from unwrapping. And to do this, we're going to use some foam clay from a kid's store, which can be wrapped around the top area, giving us a semi-level area to work from while stopping and sealing in all of the tinfoil. In all honesty, there are multiple other areas that we could have probably used this foam for, smoothing out some of the edges, making some of the slopes a little bit more flat as opposed to jagged steps. But unfortunately, I ran out of this foam. I just needed some to hold in the top layer of tinfoil to start with. So we're going to need to turn to another tool for the job of filling out some of the edges across our base. For this, we had to turn to filler paste. We got a pot for about £2 from our local Poundland and then slapped the whole thing down across our base. With the application of a spoon as our tool, we can smear this paste into some of the step corners, giving us some nice slopes at the edges of our ziggurat pyramid structure. Once the filler is down, we do need to leave it to dry a little bit so that it's got a relatively firm surface, because what we're going to be doing is adding a bit of weight and presence to the kit from now. And essentially, well, we're going to be adding weight. And by weight, I mean we're sticking a load of clay over it. What we want to do is apply thin layers of clay across our structure to give it a nice, solid, firm surface. And if we're going to be using clay, we're going to need an additional thing. That is a simple household item known as a pasta roller. Having a pasta roller for this process makes it a lot easier because we don't have to hand roll out every section of clay. What we need is thin layers of clay so that we can build up the surfaces that we want across our diorama. We're going to be starting off using a Daz terracotta clay because we had a small amount left and that was mainly it. We needed to get rid of it. But what we want to do is roll this into flat sections before applying it and then smoothing it across the foam. We want to make sure that we massage the clay into the diorama boards so that it has a nice firm grip and will hold tight. Once we've exhausted all of our Daz clay, we can move across to our preferred white clay. And this is just going to be used to finish off covering the mountaintop as well as build out some textured features. So we're looking at carving a ramp into the rocks. We don't have rocks. We need to build this out with clay. We can also use this to round off some of the edges and add slopes to some of the corners by using long, thin sheets to create flat sections on the sides of the pyramid. Once we have this first layer of clay down, we need to let it dry properly. So it's going to take a day or so to dry, which is a good time to take advantage of painting some other project, catching up on the Votan, things like that. But once this is dry, we've got a nice solid surface. And then what we need to do is essentially lock all of this in and harmonize it, which, even though we've already got 1.5 kilograms of clay on this board, we're actually going to be adding some more. We're going to add another kilogram or so of another air drying clay. This one is a stone effect clay, and that really doesn't have any major properties that we care about for this because we're going to be going over it. But it does give us a nice harmonious dark color to work from. So we're going to roll this out and just essentially apply a smooth coat of clay over all of our work so far, encapsulating it nicely. We will be applying a thin layer of this clay across all of our diorama, which means this is a perfect time to take some plastic kits, so things like doors, guns, other elements like that, and start to apply this down into our clay. What we need to do is first apply a thin layer of our clay over everything, and then because this is nice, fresh, wet clay, what we can do is take our plastic elements and then push this down into this damp clay, which will hold them in to start off with. Then what we can do is take some more thin layers of clay, smooth this out at the joins, and then use this to reinforce all of the mounting of our plastic elements and use it to blend them into the local environment. Here we're going to be adding some details like guns, doorways, and things like that, but we're also going to want to add a few more details to bulk out the beast and give it some more rocky nature. But to do that, we're going to once again need to let the clay dry. Now that's the final top layer of clay applied, dried and sorted. And this is the time that we need to look at it and see if there's any problems. And unfortunately, we had some cracks that appeared on the corners of the base. But to be honest, I'm going to just roll with it. They look relatively firm and secure. They're not going to be peeling off or anything like that. So I'm just going to make it seem like it's part of the base. I'm just going to kind of cover it a little bit with sand texture and things like that. But at this point, we have 2.5 kilograms of clay that has dried on this base. And we can actually start doing some other small textures and things like that using PVA sand and some normal basing equipment. We can start off by adding large chunky rocks to our base. And to do this, what we're going to do is take chunks of cork bark and then some form of modeling paste. These can be used in combination to fix the cork to the base. What we're going to do is put the modeling putty on the back of the cork and push it against our mountain structure. And that will give us a nice decent connection to the clay and also allow us to remove any gaps by spreading around the modeling putty that comes out between the cork and the clay. Once these aspects are semi-dry and are not likely to move, we can start to mix up a texture paste for the base. We're essentially going to be making our own basing sludge for this, and we're going to be making this out of roughly 3 parts PVA, which is a nice strong essential binder that we're going to be using. We're then going to be adding in some sand medium, which is an acrylic sand medium, very fine granulized sand and some acrylic medium. And then what we're going to do is add a couple parts water and 1 part of thick basing sand, which will give us that nice gritty texture. All of this can just be mixed together until we've got a nice claggy, slaggy mess, which I'm sure you can tell what we're going to be doing with that from now on. We want to take this sticky, claggy mix and then gloop it all over our scene, catching anything that we would expect to have a sandy, rocky texture. The application of this will give us a nice random cascade of smaller rocks, which works well. But we can also go a little bit further by taking some dry basing rocks and then sprinkling this over the top of our wet glue area in places where we expect larger amounts of smaller rock rubble to build up. Naturally, if you want less of this smaller rock, just don't apply the final sprinkle and you're all good. This essentially concludes the building to a degree of the scene. I can't show you it at the moment because there's one final step that I can't film, and it's kind of the pre-painting step anyway. And what we're going to be doing, in what we have done to be fair, is take some PVA glue and a spray bottle and some water, mix them all together, well, mix the water and the PVA together in the spray bottle, and then we just sprayed the hell out of the top surface once we'd left it to dry first off. What this then means is we've now got another thin layer of PVA that's holding everything in, so we know all of the sprinkled rocks that we added on are nice and firm. But I'm not obviously going to leave you hanging. This is how the actual base itself turned out and looked. And obviously, I'm not going to forget about the other guys, the Leagues of Votan that we painted up. So let's go through the showreel and see how everything looks. This is overall not too bad. I think we've done quite well. It's been a week. We started this on the 7th of September and now we're looking at the 15th. So really we've only got around 8 to 10 days to finish this project off. And we still need to paint up the base that you're looking at now, as well as painting up the leader for the squads that we've painted today. Talking of the squads, this is what the squads now look like. But overall, I think they came out quite nicely. Bearing in mind that this is the first time that I've painted up any Leagues of Votan, I've got some opinions. I do think that they're nice models, but I think that they're very unfriendly potentially for beginners and also not amazing for potentially competition painting on the units. That's my personal opinion. They're terrible at sub-assemblies. All of the legs and the bodies are like 3 or 4 parts. And they're not exactly chunky parts like Space Marines. They're quite fiddly. But I think what we've done today and what we've gone over, they came out really nice. I do like the models and I hope that we'll be able to push the leader a little bit further in the next video, as well as finish painting up the rest of the base and getting that to look really nice. So obviously, if you're going to be trying to catch and see what the final product looks like, you need to subscribe, but I'm not going to leave you hanging. If you're interested in other combat patrols, because we've just painted up one in this video, why not check out this video here, where we essentially did a combat patrol paint up, and we've got other videos very similar, covering different factions if you're interested. If it's a couple of weeks from the day of release, this is where you'll find the sequel to the video you've watched today. Otherwise, do remember to subscribe so that we can see you next time. In a recent video, we went over building up an entry for armies on parade. What we've decided to do is enter our Leagues of Votan army with a display base into Armies of Parade, which is taking place next week, with this being around about the 16th. So what we're going to want to be doing is getting that sorted, but there were a few issues. 1, we didn't have a Leagues of Votan army, and 2, we didn't have a display base. So this is a relatively time-sensitive and heavy project. So what we're going to be doing is today finishing off the other half. Last time we managed to finish off all of the individual units and infantry, and now we've got to paint up the actual base that we built in last episode, as well as paint the leader for these guys. So let's jump in. We'll start off with the base, and we're essentially going to be giving it a kind of zenithal undercoat prime, which is going to go down with a black spray first, followed by a spray of Zandri dust. From this brown zenithal prime, what we want to do is start to add a few brighter colours, and we can do this through overbrushing. Here we're going to work up through around 3 colours, and we're going to use some of the old range of Army Painter colours. These are semi-okay for things like basing, but I'm not a big fan of using them for models. The first colour that we're going to be using is a nice dark yellow tone, and we can apply this in a overbrush across all of the base, and then follow it up with a slightly desaturated yellow. This second round of overbrushing will be applied in application slightly lighter than the first across the entirety of the base, which will mean we will still have the first layer showing, while this lighter, more desaturated colour picks out and catches all of the raised areas. Then what we want to do is go a little bit further with, at this point, our final overbrush, and we're going to be targeting this on all of the sharp edges and points closest to the viewers. So this is going to be the edges of the pyramids, but we can also pick out any plastic or sculpted stone details. So on this base, we've got things like the entrances, the steps, the pillars, as well as any of the large cork rocks. These layers of overbrushing will give us a really nice transition from a dark base coat, which is obviously the brown that we've done, up to a lighter, slightly desaturated, yellowy desert sort of tone. But don't worry if it's looking a little bit bright at the moment. We are going to be doing some steps a little bit later on, which are just going to knock that back a little bit. But before that, we do need to paint all of the metal details and things like weapons, defenses, and things like that. So to do that, we need to grab a black contrast, and we can start to undercoat all of those elements. The easiest way to get a nice base coat here, in my opinion, is just to apply some black contrast. And this will cover all of the various elements that we want to be metal. This is because once dry, all of these black areas are going to be given a nice coat of a dark silver, so that they are overall a shiny metallic area. This means we can then give them a final quick overbrush using a brighter, lighter silver, targeting the tops of all of the weapons to give them a nice shine and bounce light. Once the metals are dry, we can then start to tackle giving everything a nice wash. And we could do this with an acrylic wash, but that would be quite expensive for the amount that you get in smaller pots, as well as it would dry quite quickly and give us slightly less working time. Against if we did oil washes. And this actually works out slightly cheaper as well, because we can get a 40ml tube for around £7, and there are cheaper versions than the one that I'm using here. So all we need to do is mix up a couple of sienna colours and a black to give us a nice dark brown wash, dilute it with a fair amount of thinner, and with a large brush we can start slapping it all over our base and all of our defences. With the wash mixed up and a relatively large brush in hand, we can start to apply the wash all over the base, from the guns to the rocks to the mountain tops. By working from the top to the bottom, we can pull out any pooling excess areas across the pyramid and spread this across the base nicely. If there is any excess after we're done, we have the advantage, because this is oil paints, to come back and thin or remove some of these areas out using a sponge and some thinner. This will give us a nice semi-cohesive colour scheme across the base, because we can make up a large amount of wash, and we will still end up with the brighter edges and deeper recess colours because of the natural properties of oil seeping through into the recesses and giving us those lighter, yellower, browner tones on the richer top areas. Being honest, that's the base mostly done. What we now need to do is just let it dry and see how the oil wash comes out. If we think there's any areas that are overly pooly or excessively dense with oil paint, we can just mix up a little bit of thinner with a sponge, well, apply some thinner to a sponge, and then use that to remove any of the excess. But what we should have now is a nice transition for our base, so we can leave that while swiftly moving on to our leader. And that's because we haven't got long to get this all sorted, all put together and ready down to the store. So when painting the leader, we're naturally going to paint him to look the same as the rest of the army. But being the leader, he can be that slightly brighter, poppier colour, which will be that nice centerpiece of the army and draw attention in. And because this is just a single miniature, rather than how we painted the original guys, we can spend a little bit more time and use some methods that require a little bit more babying and time spent with each model, because we've only got one. So let's jump straight in. We are going to start off by using a dark green and a bright green on all of the hard armor plates. And we want to use these two colors to wet blend the brightest sections of the armor. This can be done by mixing a small amount of a acrylic retarder into our dark green, which we will then use to base coat the armor sections. This will keep the paint wet for longer, which means that while it is wet, we can load our brush with some of the bright green and then use this to apply where the highlights will be. Once we've put down that brighter color, we can then come back and mix those two paints in at the transition point. And this will give us a really quick, smooth transition from our dark base coat color up to our bright highlight. Now, you don't need to use acrylic retarder in any of these schemes. If you're wet blending, you can just do it completely fine with just acrylic paints. However, because acrylic paints dry relatively quickly, it can be nice to just add a very small amount of the retarder so that you get a longer working time and we can get some nice blends and get some nice mixing on the model. With that done, we're essentially going to be using the same principles, but we're going to be moving through the different varying colors on the model. So we're going to be kicking it off with browns, oranges, and things like that. With the greens ticked off, we can do the same for the leathers across the model. This is going to be a wet blend between a dark brown and a mid skin tone color. As before, we're going to be mixing a small amount of acrylic retarder into the dark brown, applying this across the varying sections of leather, before we then clean our brush, add a little bit of flesh, and then apply this across the raised highlighted areas, blending in the transition points, so that we have a nice movement from the darker brown to our lighter skin highlights. On elements like cloaks and coats, we can spend a little bit longer, potentially doing a couple of passes with the skin tone so that we get a nicer, brighter transition given the length of the cloak. Once our browns are nice and the blends are in place, we can grab a black paint and then essentially use this to base coat all of the areas that we want to be silver or any areas that we genuinely want black. So this could be things like boots, pouches, and various trim lines. Most of these black areas won't really need wet blending or anything like that. You can if you want to, but they're either going to be used as a base coat for silver, in which case wet blending is pointless because we're going to be painting silver over it, or we're going to be painting such a small area that the wet blending is kind of superfluous. So for things like the boots, the pouches, and the piping, we just needed to make up a quick highlight colour, which was essentially our black base coat, with a tiny amount of our skin tone, which keeps it relatively cohesive with the rest of the model that's got this as a highlight in there somewhere. So therefore we can just use general edge highlighting on these smaller black sections. Before we move on to the metals, we need to tackle a few more places, and the first one is going to be base coating all of our bronze areas in a dark brown. This will be a nice clean layer, and it's designed to give us a similar tone to our metals. While we have the brown out, we also want to attack some of the accent areas, which are going to be painted orange. In keeping with the painting methods we've used so far, we will be wet blending this brown with a brighter orange colour across any of the panels that we want in this colour. So for example, on this leader, we're going to be targeting weapons panels, sidearms, as well as the outside of the cloak. As before, we want to apply the base coat brown mixed with a small amount of retarder, and then mix in our bright orange and apply this to the brightest areas, blending in the transitions. You might often find that when you're going around and wet blending, especially if you're using weaker pigments, so things like yellows and oranges in some cases, that the colours get washed out and kind of muddied with the base coat colour that you're using. There are ways that we can fix that in the wet blending itself, but we're also going to be using a trick slightly later on to just give that a little bit of a boost. So make sure to stick around for that, but until then, we need to do some metallics. And we're going to be starting off with a bronze going over some of our brown base coated areas. To tackle the metals is nice and simple, and starting with the bronze, we want to take a colour that is relatively close to our base coated brown tone. Here we've been able to match the hue quite closely, so any areas we miss will blend in nicely and just look like they've got less shine. So all of the base coated brown areas get a nice coat of this bronze, before we then look to take a silver and give all of the areas that we've given a black base coat but wanted metallic, they can get a nice coat of this silver, and we're going to be targeting things like pipes and gun parts with this round of silver base coating. Once these metal areas are dry, we can essentially just give it a quick edge highlight, and these edge highlights are just going to be made up of slightly brighter metallic tones. So for the bronze, we've got a slightly brighter, goldier, bronzier tone, and then for the silvers, we've gone from a dark silver. Instead, we've grabbed a slightly lighter silver, and this brighter silver can go on the edges of our silver areas, giving us that nice pop of shine and light reflecting off of our metallics. With that said, and all the highlighting and edge highlighting for the metals done, we can start to edge highlight and naturally highlight the other areas which have all been wet blended. And we're going to kick this off with some of the armor panels, and what we want to do is just grab the brightest color from our wet blend, so in this case a bright green, and we can get to work with some glazing and some highlighting. For the armor panels, we can take the brighter green from our mix and then use this to edge highlight all of the rigid carapace armor panels. Once that's done, we can then thin down the same color and use this to glaze over the brightest sections of our wet blend, which will help to give it a nice punch of color. We can then do the same for all of the orange areas, catching any of the edges of any hard surfaces with a nice edge highlight of pure orange, and then glazing in the brightest areas on the softer wet blended sections like the robes. Now there's only really two main elements left on the model to paint, and that is the power sword or power weapon, as well as the skin, face or head. And for this, the head itself is going to get a nice wet blended up look, and we're going to be using a kind of reddish angry dwarf skin, and we're making that up with a combination of a brown, a red and a skin. And for the hair, we're going to be going for black for the facial hair and the overall hair. Naturally, if you've got a preferred skin tone you'd rather use or different hair color, just paint that however you want. We're painting the hair the same as we painted the black boots. And let's get started with painting the skin with these colors as our base coat. We want to make up our mix of base coat skin, which is brown, red, flesh, and a tiny bit of acrylic retarder, and then apply this dark reddish angry skin tone across the face before we take our light skin tone from the mix and use this to wet blend in where the bright spots will be. Once this small amount of wet blending is dry, we can then take our pure light flesh tone, dilute it slightly, and then use this to glaze over the brightest parts of the skin which will turn the skin into a more familiar Caucasian skin tone with deep, warm, angry recesses. With that done, we can move across to the power weapon or blade, and here we want to start from a black base coat so that our next steps have the most amount of impact. We want to apply a thin line of white to the inner recess where the blade would start and project from the hilt. Once this is dry, we want to grab a bright orange and glaze this across the whole blade. This will tint the white into a bright orange, while also slightly tinting the black itself, giving it an orange hue. Then we want to repeat the process, but this time we're going to be using white strokes and pulling it towards the edge of the blade as opposed to the inner section of the blade. Once this is dry, we can then reglaze the whole blade in the orange, and this will give us a bright, punchy color. By doing this with the blade, we get a nice dual effect of heat. So we're going to get the brightest and most orange pungent amount of color coming from the center of the blade. And then this works out, and then you get brightness at the edge of the blade where impacts will be. And we get to see a nice amount of transition because we're working from that black line essentially, which was our base coat across the blade. It's just a really nice, easy way of getting a sharp effect. And if we want to, we can reinforce it further with further edge highlights and potentially even using neon glow style paints. And the advantage of the way that we've done this is you can do it with most colors. Obviously, we've chosen orange in this one, but you could do it with most colors, greens, blues, things like that. So with that said, that's the model mostly, and if not basically done. So there are a couple of elements that we had to do, potentially if we get time on the smaller guys, but it's currently the 20th. We've got about 3 days to get the last bit sorted. So what I think we should do is get all of these guys on the base, see how they look as a final outcome. And then we can pack this up, potentially get a small amount of edge highlighting done on the original guys before we take it down to the store and show off our work. Taking a look at all of the models on the base and working around with these nice show shots, I think bearing in mind that we used a new paint range and we managed to pull this together in around 2 weeks. So that's 2 weeks to build and paint 3 bikers, 16 troops, 1 leader, and then build and paint a display base to go with them. I think this came out relatively nice, but naturally I'm slightly biased as I'm the one that put the work in. I'm going to take a few more days just to let this completely dry, let all of the oil paints that we've used across various different things dry out fully so that we don't have any worries. And then I might, if I've got time, touch up a couple of the areas of highlights if I have time before we run it to the store. However, as I said, I am slightly biased on this because I'm the one that spent the 2 weeks building it, so I've got that attachment to it. So I'm not a delusional person. I know it's not good enough to enter or win a golden demon or anything like that, but I think it came out really nice for the time we spent, and it's a good way of getting our work on the tabletop. So let me know what you think. Should I have gone slightly further? Should I have made it a slightly bigger base? Should I have done a different theme? Is Space Dwarves and a Space Dwarven hold a little bit too much? I would be interested to find out, so do let me know. And if you haven't seen how we built up the original base, as well as these guys, which are going on there shortly for the show reel you've already seen, I would suggest checking out this video here, which is where we build up the base and paint the individual troops. And if you've already seen that, why not check out a different video? This is an IP smash video here, which I suggest you check out. We take Games Workshop's IP, another IP from somewhere else, and smash them together to make a fun little scene, diorama, or model. Check that out. Otherwise, what you need to do is make sure that you're subscribed so that we can see you next time. There are not that many examples of alternate Death Guard schemes available for us out there in the hobby. And due to that, you'll find most people using the relatively typical sickly putrid green armor. And what if you want something a little bit different? Well, don't worry, we're going to be tackling that today by going over to alternate schemes that you can use for your Death Guard. And we're going to be kicking it off with this lovely black armor and green trim paint scheme. We want to start off by building out our models as per the instructions and then giving the model a nice black prime. Just in case we have any issues or missteps later on, what we're also going to do is, after it is dry, quickly thin down a black paint and then apply this all over our recent black prime of the model. This might seem a little bit pointless, but it actually does help if we do need to come back and make any corrections on any errors. You'll often find that even if you've got color match paint, so a Chaos Black spray and a Chaos Black paint, or something similar, And even if they're quoted to be color matched, you'll often get a slightly different finish when you apply your base coats with either a spray can or an airbrush. So I tend to find it's really quick and easy just to thin down the same color that we're going to be using in the actual scheme and then apply that as a rebase coat. It won't take long because we're doing black paint over black paint. Anyway, it's worth trying out. It makes it a little bit easier if we do make mistakes. However, if you're not going to make any mistakes, then just skip this step. Anyway, back to the paint job. Once the black has dried, we can start to paint the armor itself. And here we want to take a very pale pink. And we're going to mix this into the black that we've used as our base coat. From there, we are going to do a couple of rounds that are going to be applied by a sponge. What we are going to do is be progressively adding a pale pink into our mix. We want to do this slowly and apply sponge rounds as we go. Here, it took around 3 rounds of application. Ratio-wise, we started with about 90% black, moving to a second application with around 80% black, and then on the final and third pass, we came in with around 70% black mix, with 30% being made of our pale pink. What we are going to want to do then is push it a little bit further and neater by grabbing a normal round brush, making up a new mix which is roughly 60% black and 40% pale pink, then use this to edge highlight all of the defined edges. So this is going to be the rips, the dents, and any natural edges on the armor panels. We want to make sure when we're doing this that we're not going overboard with the pink. We still want the resulting color to be mostly black so that the end color is essentially a tinted gray as opposed to a dark pink. And by making sure that our brightest highlight is 60% black, we achieve that relatively easily. Then as we make up the mix, we're obviously going to be sponging it in, and we can do this simply with a pair of tweezers and some foam. I'm just using some old case foam, pluck a tiny bit off, and we can use that. We just want to make sure that once we've loaded it up with the paint, we remove most of it off of the sponge, similar to a dry brush, and then start to dab that across the model. And as we get brighter, similar to if we were layer highlighting, we want to narrow the application path so it comes to a brighter surface point at the end. That is otherwise the armor panels done. So we're going to go on to the next bit of the armor really, which is the trim. And these are going to be in the typical Death Guard colors. All Death Guard schemes tend to have a bit of Death Guard green somewhere, and for this scheme it is all of the trim. So we're going to be starting off the trim with a nice rich dark green. And we can apply this carefully over all of the trim sections in roughly 1 or 2 coats to get a nice clean base coat. Once that is down, we can actually start to highlight it. And we're going to be starting off by taking our base coat color and mixing in a bit of a brownish green to roughly a 50-50 mix. This can then be used as a broad highlight across all of the trim, catching all of the main surface areas and leaving that rich green base coat in the recesses. We can then come in and do a slightly narrower edge highlight. And this one we're going to be using the green brown from the mix on its own, and essentially just be looking to catch the main edges and sections of trim that would catch the most light. We should get a fairly smooth transition here. What we're aiming for is to use slightly thin paints, and because we're essentially mixing the ratios across, we should get a nice smooth transition. So we're going from our dark color, then a mix, and then our lighter color. And if you're doing any sort of highlight and you've got the time available, it is worth trying to do that intermediate mixing stage. It tends to smooth out any transition points and you don't get as much of a stark transition when you suddenly come in with a new color for a highlight. So it's always worth giving it a go. But what we're going to be doing now is actually pushing our highlights a little bit further. And as I'm sure you can expect, we're going to be adding something to our last used color, which will mean we get a nice smooth transition to a slightly brighter point. We're going to be doing a round of highlights, and this one will be our final round, and it will need to be our thinnest highlights so far. We're generally looking at catching the upward facing sharpest edges, and for this we're going to be using an ochre tone mixed in with our last color. This should give the trim a smooth transition from our rich dark green base up to a sickly warmish green ochreish highlight. From here, we are actually going to switch gears a little bit and move across from the overall armor panels to details like the armor chips, decapitated heads, and Nurgle's tentacles. We can do all this in a really quick manner, and we're going to be starting off with a quick base coat of a mild flesh. We want to be careful when working around the armor to fill in all of the holes with this flesh tone before we then come back with a white and use this to edge highlight all of the dents, holes and melted ceramite. This is one of those areas where you can essentially paint it multiple different ways. We're going for a white ceramite sort of armor panel look on this guy, whereas I've seen other people paint it as blood wounds and gouges and things like that. So I guess at the end of the day, pick your poison, do what you'd like to do for those specific areas, but we're painting them in a whitish pale flesh to kind of represent the layers of ceramite ablating and cracking away, or in some cases even melting. So with that done, let's start to harmonize all of our work so far, and we're actually going to be achieving that with a very quick and simple stage, which is a wash using a dirty green wash. We want to take this wash and we're going to apply it across all of the elements that we've painted so far. We want to get a nice coat over the black armor and all of the green trim, as well as all of the skin elements or Nurgle elements that we've painted. This wash can take a little bit of time to dry, so we can switch to another area after we've subscribed to the channel, of course, and we want to pick out all of the accessories in brown. We're looking at here hitting anything like ropes, the Nurgle spikes, skulls and details like that. So on this specific model, we're hitting all of the remaining elements that are not going to be either a bottle or a section of metal. From here, we can start to highlight up the Nurgle branch elements. And we're going to do this by mixing a dark beige into the brown that we've used as a base coat, and then use this to highlight the various wood or Nurgle-esque areas. This gives us some nice quick highlights on all of those Nurgle spike areas, and obviously if we wanted to do another round of highlighting, we could come in with the brighter colour from our mix, and similar to everything else, do a second round of highlighting. However, we're going to be calling it quits on the spikes for now, and instead moving over to the ropes on this model, and here we're going to be adding a little bit of contrast into our overall scheme by using a red. And we're going to use this to pick out any of the leather straps on the bottles, as well as things like ropes. The red we want to be using here needs to be relatively bright and vibrant, and we want to carefully pick out all of the various ropes or ties, elements like that. On this model, there are loads of them, holding various bottles and other types of instruments. This red should go over the brown base coat relatively easily, meaning that most areas will only need one pass. We will then just want to be careful to avoid getting this red in any areas that we've already painted. We will be coming back and touching up these reds and finishing them off a little bit later, but till then, let's switch gears and we're going to go around and paint up the various glass bottles on this model. If you're not painting this specific model, but you do want to paint up glass, this will be a useful section. We're just going to do a quick method to paint a semi-realistic looking glass effect. For ease, here we're going to be doing all of the bottles the same colour, but you could vary the colour using the same principles as we're going over here, just with naturally different colours. We're going to be making all of the bottles green glass with a pale or glowing liquid inside. So naturally, we are going to be starting off by putting down a clean base coat of a dark green on all of the bottles. From here, we're going to want to grab a very bright green and use this directly to map out the fill points on the various bottles. We can carefully paint a thin line around all of the bottles at the point that we imagine the bottle is full of liquid up to. This green step will stand out a little bit, and that's all right because we're going to be coming back and fixing that later. The main thing you want to make sure that you're doing when going around and applying this line is making sure the line is parallel to the ground and not to the top of the bottle. So naturally, if we're imagining that line of green as the point of which the bottle is filled up to, that liquid will always stay horizontal to the source of gravity, which in most cases in our mind is going to be the ground. So if a bottle's at a slight angle, we want to make sure that we're putting our fill line on direct to the floor, not tilting it so that it's in line with our tilted bottle. Once we have the bright green line in place, we can start to glaze in some additional colours. We want to take a slightly brighter green than our base coat, but slightly darker than our fill line green, and use this to glaze upwards from the centre line to the top of any bottle, giving it a slightly lighter, emptier feel. Then what we're going to do is move to the other side of the bottle, taking this new green and our very bright green that we used for our fill line. We're going to mix these together and use these to blend from the line downwards slightly. This will give us a slightly brighter filled bottle section. Equally, we can do some additional steps and come in and stipple some of the lighter colour on the liquid areas of the bottle to give a further effect of moving glowing liquid in the bottle. If we wanted, we could leave the bottles like this. They look really good, but we're actually going to push it one tiny bit further without a lot of work. And that is going to need a very bright off-white, which we're going to use to make that glint reflection that you often see on plastic or glass surfaces. For this, we want to make up a very pale green-white mix, and we're going to use this to do some narrow line highlights as well as some spot highlights. We are aiming to replicate the effect of light bouncing off of bottles, so it's relatively key to make sure we're following the same highlight paths when painting in these lines. This will help to sell the effect of light glinting off the various surfaces. With the bottles done, we can now move over and finish off all of the red areas, along with finishing up and continuing things like the tentacles, decapitated heads, and anything like that. And what we're going to do is grab a purple wash, or potentially a couple of other colours if you are so inclined, and then apply these over those various areas. This will give all of the skins and tentacles a sickly warped tone, while nicely darkening down and applying recess shading to all of the reds. Once that wash is dry, it essentially means we can come in and finish off the highlighting and the base coat on all of those skin elements. What we're going to do is take the initial base coat colour, mix in a slightly creamier skin tone, and then highlight all of those elements. But obviously, this is something that you could vary massively. That's a relatively pale skin tone. You could also do a darker skin tone, or if you have a preferred way of painting any of these elements, just equally swap it out. It's entirely universal. It's your own model at the end of the day. Beyond that, we are very close to finishing up this Biologist. We've got the last couple bits that we're going to be tackling. And if you've actually made it this far, I genuinely thought I'd try something new that we haven't done before, which is highlight the subscribe button. And if you're enjoying this, just point out that by subscribing, you will be hopefully made aware more often of videos that come out. And potentially there'll be useful tricks, or you might just enjoy yourself for a while. Either way, with the kind of plea for, I guess, subscribers, help and support, we're going to move on with finishing off the Biologist. To finish off the model, we are going to be looking at the metallics, which sadly to this point we have neglected. We are going to start off all of the metallics with a dark gold as our base coat, which should go over the black really nicely, as well as give us maximum amount of shine. Then we can follow up this with a highlight of a bright gold. No mixing here, we want that stark transition. And we can do this in a relatively broad highlight manner, catching the largest panels and edges. Finally, we're going to finish off the metal painting metallic side by mixing a bright silver into our bright gold. In this case, we opted to try out a silver blue pearlescent paint, but there seems to be little change over just using a standard silver gold mix, so feel free to just use silver and gold. It didn't seem to make a difference. Once all of those highlights are applied, what we can do is get out a nice purple wash and then coat all of our metallics in this purple wash. But before we do, we're going to mix in a little bit of black wash as well. What this will do is nicely seep into all of the recesses, as well as add a nice sawn, tarnished look to the metals. And with that applied, once it's dried, we can just stick it to a base and he is good to go. The scheme is really quick to paint up using the sponging technique, as well as some key choice of colours makes it quick and efficient. And that is scheme 1 of 2 in this video, painted up and ready to go. So why not shift gears? What if we want something that isn't dark, or we want something a little bit more Horus Heresy as opposed to 40k? Well, why not try the more typical Horus Heresy bone style armor scheme that we are painting up Typhus in? And obviously everything we're doing here can be replicated on any type of marine. So let's jump in and start painting up Typhus. For this scheme, we're going to be using similar methods, but we're going to be starting off with a different undercoat. We're going to be using a light dusty brown sort of color, which will give us a nice place to build up some highlights from. We're going to be using sponging first, similar to before, except this time we're going to be coming in with a khaki color. This will give us a nice balance between a green and cream tone. This can then be followed up with another round of sponging. This time we're going to be using a medium olive flesh. No mixing, just the straight colors. This will shift that tone back towards a creamy bone color, as well as brightening it up a little bit. Once we have all of that sorted, we are going to go one step higher. And as I'm sure you're aware, there's only one real place to go with this. We're going to grab an off-white or an ivory and use a normal standard thin round brush to edge highlight all of the armor sections, giving us a really bright and tidy edge to all of our armor panels. When we're doing all of this sponging, we essentially want to treat it the same way as we did with the first model. So as we're getting brighter and brighter in the sponging highlights, we want to soften and narrow the application path, meaning that we end up with a brighter edge and more recessed shadows in a natural looking highlight manner. From there, you'll notice that it's actually a little bit too bright. We've gone up to almost white, and that is far too bright for the Death Guard. First off, it's just not dirty enough. And we're going to be fixing that. What we're going to do is actually mix up a wash to tone it down. We're going to make a 50-50 ratio mix between a dark muddy green as well as just a muddy brown wash. And then once we've got that 50-50 mix of washes mixed up, we're then going to actually dilute it again with 50% of a Lamian medium, glaze medium, any sort of dilutant, which will help to thin it down so it doesn't give us massive amounts of staining and just slightly tints the areas. So we want to make up that mix and get to work. We want to take this new wash and use it as a glaze or tint, slowly working around all the bone armor sections and applying this wash. We don't want to slap it on really heavily. We just want to apply it more like a thin layer. This will help to pick out all of the texture sculpted onto the armor, all of the damage and details like that, as well as tinting the armor away from the incredibly bright white to a more typical dirty bone color that we would expect to see on Horus Heresy style Death Guard. This essentially sorts the armor out. We have got to come back and do all of the trim and stuff like that, and there are also sections on the model that will have the typical putrid green looking Death Guard armor, which is present on at least one part of every model. And we're going to be painting that in exactly the same way as we paint the bone. So treat it all the same, and we can come in and fix those up later. From there though, what we're going to actually do is come in and tackle all of the other elements. And these are all going to be treated with a contrast, either a brown contrast or a black contrast, depending on the area that we're looking at. For the black contrast, we're going to want to pick out a few choice areas. Mainly, we are going to be picking out any of the areas that are going to be metal. So we're looking at the weapons, the trim and the chainmails, but we're also going to be picking out a couple of the loincloths or sorts of leathery fabrics across the model. This will give us a nice dark place to work from. Separately, on the other elements, we're going to be coming in with a brown contrast. These are going to be any of the elements that are essentially wood, straps, nurgles, spikes, or anything like that across the model that we haven't given a coat of black. Then it comes to the highlighting, and we can start off with the blacks. What we're going to do is take the black and add in some khaki to this black, with roughly a 50 to 75% of the mix being black. This will make a grey tone that we can use to highlight all of the leathery fabrics that we've decided to paint black, as well as any of the piping across the model. When it comes to the browns, we have a couple of different options, mainly because we've got brown elements next to brown elements that are clearly different materials, different surfaces, and different looks. So we're going to achieve that by mixing in different highlight colors. One side, we're going to be using a khaki, similar to our blacks in the other schemes and things like that. We're going to mix a khaki into the brown and get a nice highlight color with that. On the other details, what we're going to do is come in instead and mix in a pale pink into the brown, giving us another highlight color. This essentially comes from the same base, but has a different path for us to follow, one of which being slightly warmer and the other one being a cooler, slightly more Nurgle-esque tone. We want to take these two different highlight mixes and work around the model, picking out all of the edges. For things like these spikes, we painted in striations on all of the spikes across the model, whereas things like the wraps and the wood got a more typical edge highlight. With the browns and the blacks sorted, we can look to tinting sections of the Death Guard into the typical Death Guard putrid green color. This is simple, as what we're going to do is take a dirty green wash and then apply this in very thin layers and multiple passes across the panels that we want to change tone. It took 5 to 6 wash glazes, And this changed the shoulder pads from the bright bone colours that they were, darkening them down and making them more reminiscent of Death Guard. This leaves two main areas on the model left to tackle. We've got the metallics, but more importantly, before we do that, we also have a Nurgling. Now, if you're a Nurgle player or collect or paint Nurgle at all, you'll probably have to paint up a couple of Nurglings in your time. So before we tackle the metals, we're going to tackle this little guy, and we're actually going to be starting off from a purple. In my case, I decided to mix together some contrast to make a kind of purple contrast, but we could equally achieve the same thing just with a dark purple paint. We want to apply this purple all over the skin of the Nurgling. This needs to be bright enough that it's clearly purple, but still dark enough that the recesses are shadowy and rich in darkness. From there, we can look to apply a quick highlight. And here, we're going to be using a bright blue. What we want to do is, in a very harsh manner, pick out all of the brightest and largest sections of the Nurgling. We can then follow this up in a more narrow, selective fashion using a bright, pale, lighter blue. This will be used to pick out the sharpest edges as well as the largest panels before we finish off the Nurgling in total by taking a bright yellow contrast and then applying this over the entirety of the Nurgling. Once this dries, you're going to get a very punchy, bright Nurgling, and because of the way that we've applied and stacked different colours on top of each other, essentially the purple recesses go almost to a grey black because we've now applied the final of the three primary colours over that area, which essentially gives us a browny, grey, black sort of tone. And because we've used blue as the highlights and we've gone for a very sharp, punchy transition without much blending, we get that punch of brightness of green. Obviously, if you wanted a more darker, desaturated, gloomy green Nurgling, you can still do this technique and just slightly tone down the vibrance of the colours that you're using. We used some very bright and vibrant blues and yellows. We could darken that down and get a similar effect with the transition and the ethereal looking Nurgling style skin, but in a darker colour. Anyway, with that done, we're going to be finishing off this model now by tackling the metals. We are going to be using a purple metallic for this original base layer on all of our metals. We're here using a metallic purple from Robeson Liquid Metal, though you can achieve an exact same result just by mixing a purple contrast into a silver paint. This metallic purple will be used as a complete base coat, covering all of the metallic areas. And this should give us a nice bright area because we've already base coated all of our metallics in black. Once we've got this first round of metallics dry, we're going to come in and do some rough, scratchy, broad highlights using a dark gold. This will be used to pick out the main surfaces, leaving purples in the recesses as well as a couple of odd areas. We then have two more layers to be applied in a very similar way. First off, we're coming in with a bright gold, and this is going to be used in a more narrow fashion, similar to our last gold, but focusing more on the edges of the metallics. Then we're going to finish off the metal work itself by using a silver. And we're going to apply this in the finest edge spot highlight manner, catching the sharpest points only. With all of that done, all we then need to do is wait for it to dry fully. Maybe hit the subscribe button while you wait if my plea earlier didn't work. And then we can finish off all of the metals as well as the trim with a nice dirty green wash, which will pick out all of the sculpted details nicely. I'm aware that generally I believe the Death Guard original Horus Heresy scheme was more of a silver trim than a gold trim, but here's a secret. I have already painted up the rest of a combat patrol and they all have a gold bronzy trim, so I've painted it to be universal with these guys. So just bear that in mind. Naturally, you could just use a silver. Very similar techniques to what we've used here. In regards to the metallics, we get a very nice outcome with what we've done here. And it's essentially using very similar principles to how we painted the Nurgling. Because we're using a purple base coat and a shiny purple, when we then go through and stack up the final wash, this is essentially the third colour in the set of primaries, or contains the third colour in the set of primaries. What this then does is really darkens down this purple and makes it a nice patinaed aged looking metal without a lot of work. And as I said, with these two models, they're very easy to produce. We can mix and match elements across it, so we can steal bits and mix and match and everything good as comes with our hobby. So this is how they look. Enough of me rabbiting. This was the outcome. I really do like how they came out. I don't think we spent an inaudible amount of time, and we did get some pretty nice results. Now, obviously, if you're not particularly keen on how we painted up the shoulder pads for our Typhus, you might be interested in the more typical scheme that we used for our Death Guard in this video here. By checking that out, you can see, one, if you wanted to try out the normal scheme, how you could achieve it quickly and easily, or if you wanted to steal elements from that and apply it to the models we've done here, that's also an option. Either way, remember to subscribe so that we can see you next time. Recently, I painted a full combat patrol for the Aldari, and I speed painted my way through it over the course of a couple of days. And in that, you may have noticed when I filmed it and put it out that I didn't paint the Farseer in the video. And the reason for that is that, like I imagine most of you out there, I wanted to spend that little bit more time on the character, as it's one of those centerpieces most people are going to look at. So I decided to take the same color scheme and same color palette and a 2 to 3 hour span and paint this Farseer up in a nice scheme and a nice paint job, ready to lead our Eldari forces into battle. As with the other one, this is an Iandan scheme. It's quite bright and colourful, and we started off with a red spray can undercoat. Then we can look at doing the yellow robes, and here I'm going to be doing most of the outer robes, and starting off grabbing a bottle of a reddish brown and applying a base coat over all of the robes that we do want in this yellow. Doing this over a couple of coats will make sure that we get a nice clean surface that we can then build on from this point, which we'll be doing through the application of a little bit of wet blending. Here, what we want to do is put down the same colour as our base coat, so that reddish brown, and apply that into the recesses. Then, taking a mid skin tone colour, we want to apply this to all of the raised areas and mix these two on the model together so that we get a nice blend. This should hopefully give us a nice quick transition and a nice blend quite easily from the darker reddish brown in the recesses up to the brighter skin tone in those most raised and billowy areas. Then what we can do is grab a pot of a lighter skin tone, very pale, almost white skin tone, and come in to bolster some of those a little bit more. We can use this lighter, paler flesh in order to edge highlight all of the robes, as well as glaze in a little bit of brightness on those most upper raised, billowing areas. This will also help to smooth out all of the transitions that we've done from the wet blending, as well as boost that brightness a little bit on those upper raised areas where we've glazed it in. Rather than tint the robes at this stage, what we're going to do is leave them as they are and move on to some of the more central areas across the model. And the reason for this is it's easier to touch up the flesh tones that we've got so far, as opposed to touch up yellows once we've decided to tint that area. So with that in mind, we can work on the other areas which we're going to be doing black. On this model, we want to look at getting the skin, as well as the relative accessories across the model and the weaponry. We're going to be tackling the blade of the weapon slightly differently, so we'll come back to that later. But for the rest of the items, we want to apply a Black Legion base coat so that we've got a nice dark base coat to work from. Then take a dark blue and work around all of the edges and all of the places where light would catch on these black items, just tinting the edges with this blue colour. Once this is done, we can take a desaturated paler blue, come around and pick out all of the edges again. But this time, we want to make the edges thinner and focus more on the tips and corners of all of the black elements. This will help to add a little more volume to these areas before we take the final steps of tying it all together with a black wash. We want to avoid getting any of these darker tones, the wash or colours on any of the robes that we've done so far. But if we do, we can just touch it up with a flesh tone without a lot of issue. And then we can move on to the various blue elements across the model. And to do this, we'll be using the colours that we've used so far, so the darker blue and the desaturated blue, just to make sure that it ties in with the work that we've done across the black so far. Besides the helmet, sash and shoes, I'm also going to be choosing to do the inside robe of this model in a blue, in an intention to help break up all of the yellows across this model. So all of these areas can get base coated a nice layer of dark blue, which is the colour we used prior, before we take the desaturated blue and work around doing some highlights on all of the raised areas and edges in this lighter colour. Then what we can do is take a very light skin tone. This is the brightest colour we've used through the paint job so far. And taking that, what we can do is edge highlight and pick out some of the details across the various blue elements to add a little bit of depth, such as catching the raised folds in the belts as well as the edges of the billowing robes. We can then cover all of these areas with a thin coat of a blue contrast. What this will do is darken down the recesses and the overall body of the colour will tint, such as the skin tones which weren't necessarily blue to start with. We do want to make sure that we tint this slightly, so watering down the contrast rather than using it straight out the pot if it is a bit too intense. And the reason for this is we still want to preserve some of that work and underlying highlighting we've done, as opposed to just covering it all with this layer of contrast. We can then take the contrast that we've just used, as well as the light flesh tone from previous steps, and go around and do some final highlighting. Taking a 50-50 ratio mix of this, we can reinforce the highlights and edges that we've done so far, using the tinted past highlights as a guide when we're going around and doing this. With that dry, we can now start to tint the robes yellow as well, since the bulk of contrasting colours in this area is done. So to do this, we can take a yellow contrast, and with one thin coat of this contrast, almost like magic, we get a beautiful change from skin tone to this lovely yellow with deep, rich shadows. I'm not sure how known this trick is. I always used to have difficulties painting yellow in a quick and efficient manner when I was younger, until someone sat me down and explained that a really simple way of doing it is paint flesh like you'd always paint flesh, and then use a yellow ink to tint the surface. And since I've discovered that, it's been kind of my go-to method for speed painting yellow, and I'm just not aware of a lot of people talking about it. I may have just not seen the videos where people do. But it's a nice, interesting trick, so I hope you enjoy learning about that one here. Anyway, let's move on with the rest of the model. And what we can do is look at tackling the main areas left. And here we've got a lot of the various emblems, dangly bits and gems across the model. So we can start off by applying a light flesh to all of these areas as a base coat. This will allow us to tint them in various ways using contrast. Here, there are a lot of emblems across the chest, which we are going to be tinting with a yellow contrast. And then for the ones on the helmet, we'll come back to them, but we will be doing them black, just to avoid as much of a colour clash on these areas. Then we have the gems, and here we're going for red gems. And first we have the flesh base that we've already done, and we can give this a coat of a dark red contrast to start off with. Then we can come back in using the flesh tone to put in some reflection glints over the top and the bottom of the gems. Then finishing this off, what we can do is give it a lighter red glaze over the gems. Here I was using a red contrast. This helps to bring the gems together by giving us that reflection glint glowing through, but that deep red base to come from. We can then, if we wanted, spend a little bit more time reinforcing these glints and putting down potentially another layer just to reinforce and push that reflective nature. Alternatively, we could just slap some gloss on and that will also work. This leaves us with just the weapon, and the shaft itself is really simple. We're going in with a base coat of a brown, then taking a lighter brown and using this to highlight the upper 50% of the shaft that's facing the light, and then finishing it off with a oversaturated brown wash, bringing us a nice dark tone of wood, and then we can go on to the actual blade. And here we can have a black base coat, which we may have done when we did the previous undercoating of blacks, but we want to make it consistent with the rest of the army. So we're going to start off using the dark blue and layer this over all of the edges, so edge highlighting the blade, as well as putting down rough quadrants along the blade so that we can represent a color shift and the effect of light hitting the blade. This can then be followed up with a round of desaturated blue highlights, catching again the edges and building on the previous steps where the light would hit most across these areas, before going around and picking out some of the sharpest points on the blade with a light flesh tone. This can then be finished off the same as we would with weapons of this nature that are black, by applying a black wash to darken the blade down as well as desaturate and bring all of these colours together. Once that is dry though, we have a model. We can get him mounted on a base and send him out into the wild. That leaves us with a fully painted Farseer. As I said, send him out, let him kill some Imperium or help some Imperium, whatever they want to be doing. Overall, I like the scheme. There's only really three main colours. We've got the blacks, we've got the blues, and we've got the yellows. And all of them are painted the same way as each other. So the helmet's painted the same as the inline of the robes and things like that. So there's a lot of bits that we can do at the same time. And the advantage of this is I spent about 2 hours on this model, but I've also mentioned in this video how I speed painted my way through a combat patrol, not including the Farseer. Those models took me roughly 45 minutes a model, compared to the 2 to 3 hours that this model took. So if you're interested to see how I managed to get through it so quickly and the techniques and methods I used to get the outcome similar to this with a little bit less time, check out this video here, which might interest you. Otherwise, remember to subscribe so that we can see you next time. What do we do if we have some troops for an army that is ready and painted, but we need to paint up the command squad, and that command squad and the leaders in that command squad look very similar to our normal troops? What we want to do is be able to paint these in a way that is cohesive, but still standing out as a slightly higher ranked individual or unit. And we're going to be tackling that today. You may remember we released a video recently around our Canadian Mountie / 17th century British uniform inspired Astra Militarum, and we painted up the troops in that, and now today we're going to be tackling the command squad. So sit down, remember to check that you've subscribed, and let's go through and see how we tackled it. Now, the command squad has one main leader and then a few associated veterans. So we're going to start off with the veterans, and these are going to be painted essentially in the same way as the sergeants of our individual squads from our other video. If you missed the last video, then do remember to check it out. But in brief, we will be starting from a zenithal undercoat. All of the upper sections are going to get a contrast layer in red. The trousers are going to get a contrast of a navy tone, with the boots getting a reddish brown contrast. The latter two are tones we mix together, but you can use out of the pot ones if you have them available. All of the things like bags, metals, get a nice brown contrast. And then we're going to be picking out all of the straps that cover the front of the models and intersect any of our red armor. With these will be painted as a white. Finally, we have the metals. They were previously painted in the brown contrast, and what we're going to do is just overbrush a little bit of metal over the top in the form of some dark bronzy brass tones. Then all of our accessories can get a simple layer of green, which is the associated color of our base. Now that's essentially a brief of the entire last video in this series, compressed down into about 40 seconds. But if you want some more details, I would go and check out that video. And that essentially brings up to the point that our current troops are, and conveniently, most of this unit are actually veterans. So we're going to be painting them at least to this standard, and then we're going to be pushing them a little bit further through the use of some additional highlights and things like that on top of our contrast layers. Naturally, we could do this for all of our troops, but at bare minimum, it's nice to put a little bit more effort into our command squad, and this will also show them up a little bit more on the field. Let's then start off with the reds, and here we can do a simple round of highlighting, and we want to be using a bright red. But we do want this bright red to naturally be brighter than our original contrast layer, and then this will build out those brighter highlight sections. Essentially, we're going to be using the contrast layer as a sort of guide and a map. By working with the contrast and the zenithal layers, we can quickly build up a nice transition from a darker recess red to the new bright surface red. Then we can work on the trousers. This is just going to be simple edge highlighting, and we're going to want to use a dark to mid navy blue, which will nicely complement the undercoated and base coated trousers, and we want to catch all of the most raised and sharp edges. Then we're going to be doing essentially the same thing yet again, but this time with the boots. Where these are a darkish red, we want to come in with a dark reddish flesh tone for all of the highlights in this area. We want to make sure when we're picking out the colors for both the trousers and the boots on our models that these aren't really brighter than the reds. And that's because we don't want our eyes to be drawn away from the top of the model and round the face area, which is what will happen if the boots are excessively bright, for example. So we just need to bear that in mind and try and keep the red brighter than the other areas, which with a dark brown red and a navy shouldn't be too hard. That just leaves the main other bulk areas, which is going to be things like the metallics and the browns. The browns are going to be getting edge highlights in a lighter brown, while all of the metallic areas we can do a slightly brighter, essentially overbrush or edge highlight with a brighter, bronzier, brassier gold. As before, with both of these colours, we will want to do some highlighting. The browns, we are just going to go around and do a plain edge highlight on all of the bags and the pouches, while the metals will be getting a narrow panel as well as an edge highlight, just to give them a nice pop of shine. I'm not going to be touching any of the green that we used in our variable colour schemes based on our basing, because I expect that would be changed depending on where your models are based and what environment they're in. But if you are, for example, using green, we also picked up any of the accessories. So we picked up things like the wraps, the grenades, and the scope lenses in this green. This then leaves us with all of the blacks. And here we have the hat and some other areas like neck armor. First, we're going to be starting off from a black base coat, either from a black undercoat or a black Legion application of a contrast. Then we can do some broad stroking highlights and narrow edge highlights using a light flesh. Once that flesh is dry, we can then slap a black wash over all of the areas which we want in this dark black greyish tone. And what that will do is darken down and desaturate the flesh that we've applied into a nice grey highlight. Now that is essentially the entourage for our commanders done. These guys got painted the same as our normal folks, but they did get those additional highlights, which in theory we could apply to all of our troops if we wanted to paint them to this same standard. That does leave us with our actual commander though, and we tackled that slightly differently. What we're going to be doing and going through is swapping around the colours and the areas. So what was a predominantly red jacket is now going to be white. So the predominant surface area and main colour of the model is white instead of red. And this is one of the reasons that we actually chose to go with black as the colour of our hats. As you may know, we converted and themed this on kind of Canadian mounted police, and they tend to have circular hats a bit like our standard troops, but they are normally beige, and we decided to go with black. And the reason for that is I had this intention to make our models slightly lighter, and I thought by having lighter hats on these models, it may also hurt the overall level of colour contrast, and by having some black on there, it is a nice neutral tone in the rest of the army, which works well with whatever combination of red and white we will be using. So that's why we made the decision for black hats instead of beige hats. Anyway, let's jump on and see how we actually tackled the commander. Kicking it off, we can start with the whites, and this is going to be one of the few areas that we do not use contrast as a base coat. What we want to do is start from our typical zenithal or white base coat, and then lay down a medium to warm flesh tone. This may take a couple of coats to get a nice smooth base coat, but once we've worked around and applied this over everything, we can start to blend up in brightness. We're going to start by mixing in some of the light flesh into our mid flesh, mixing this up to a rough 50-50 mix. We can do some broad highlights, catching most of, or if not all of, the cloth. We really just want to be leaving the slightest hint of warm flesh in the recesses. Once this is done and dry, we can go round with just the light flesh and essentially highlight all of the sections and largest panels that we want to be bright. When we put down the light flesh in comparison to the rest of the areas, it does look very pale and almost white, but obviously we know it's not. And we are going to be pushing that a little bit more. But when applying this, bear in mind that we have a couple of options. We can either do thick, broad strokes with relatively thick paint, and this may leave some texture, but we'll get through leaving a thick, clear coat of this brighter colour quickly. Alternatively, we can spend a little bit more time, thin down our paint and do multiple different passes, which will get us a nicer, smoother, gradual layer from our mixed warm and light flesh up to just the light flesh. Regardless of how we're going to be tackling it, once we've got to that point where we're happy with the surface of the light flesh area, what we want to do is come and mix in a little bit of off-white. We don't want it to be pure white because this might be a bit stark. We just want a very near white colour to mix into our painting scheme. We can take this bottle of off-white and then mix it into our light flesh in order to do some final sharp highlights. We'll be aiming to catch the most prominent and raised areas of the cloak or fabric that we're highlighting. We then have the option to stop here if we've done some careful blending it might be good enough and we might like it so that we can stop at this point. But otherwise, we're going to go in and add a little bit of contrast in order to bring back some of the sculpted details. Thinning down this contrast slightly will ensure that it doesn't pull too much on the surface, so we can apply this across all of the white areas. While it dries, we do want to keep an eye on it, and if there are any areas with a little bit too much pooling, within the first 30 to 60 seconds, we can go in and mop this away. It's worth noting that at this point we really do only have about a minute to go in and mop up any pooling. If the contrast has dried a little bit too much, when we go in and try and mop up, essentially it's going to have all settled and dried, and we're just going to be pushing jelly pigment around on the model, which will leave an unsightly texture and also massive colour variances across the area where the contrast is applied. So if you've applied your contrast and it's been more than about a minute, what you want to do is just take a little bit of a chill, grab a cup of tea, check that you're subscribed to the channel, and then come back once it's fully dry. Once it is fully dry, we can do a nice round of highlights just to bring back that crispness of the white. And here we're going to be starting off with our mix of light flesh and off-white. This will be used to pick out the main surface areas that would get hit with the most amount of light. We can also use this to clean up any areas that are overly stained with our contrast. Once this is done, we can then take the off-white as it comes, watered down slightly, and then apply some pure narrow off-white highlights, catching all of the brightest surfaces and sharpest edges. Then that brings us to the skin, and there are so many different ways of painting skin. We're just going to cover the general Caucasian skin in a very quick tabletop method. The advantage of this is we actually only need 2 to 3 paints and a wash in order to get a very quick level of nice detail on our models. So we just want to start off by grabbing a warm flesh or a similar tone to this, and then we can apply a smooth base coat, potentially in a couple of coats. We could do this at the same time as painting the whites, but for the video we've separated it for ease. And here, once we've applied the warm flesh, we want to come in and apply a nicer, broader highlight using our light flesh. This will catch all of the raised areas, things like the brows, the cheeks, and the nose, and for things like the knuckles and hands on those areas that are not the face. This can then all be slapped over with a flesh wash. What this should do is pick out all of the sculpted details while adding back in that general warmth that we expect to see in skin. And that essentially gives us most of the entourage painted as well as our actual commander. And I'm not going to go into painting every single member of the entourage. A lot of them are the exact same method. Well, they're all the exact same method. What we do is apply the differences in regards to the area. So the comms guy has comm equipment. That all gets the same treatment as the metals and the weapons. There is one area, though, that I think would be quite interesting to do before we finish. But before we get there, I just thought I would touch on the overall name and theme of the army. And obviously, we've themed this on 17th century British uniforms, as well as a combination of the Canadian Mounted Police. And that is the general principle, but obviously these aren't the Canadians or anything like that. I'm not sure on the number, so let me know down below if you think there's a particular number that is suitable for this regiment. But my intention in regards to the name is the Specialised Tactical Assault Regiment, so STAR as an acronym. So, for example, if there was a number like 420, they'd be the 420th STAR, which would be the Specialised Tactical Assault Regiment. And that is what we're going to be putting on the banner. But there are a couple elements that I want your opinion on, namely what number should it be? And then I can finish off this banner. But I thought I would show you how we got to this point of the banner, which is near enough done except for applying the name and the acronym. So let's jump into how we painted a really nice tabletop banner. When doing this, we decided to make life difficult by making the bulk of the banner white, and then red being the secondary colour, a bit like we did with our commander. This means that we will be using naturally the same method for the white flag or banner as we did for the robes on our commander, layering up through a warm flesh, through to a light flesh, and then an off-white. Slapping down a thinned down layer of contrast before doing our final round of highlights. All of the boundaries and surrounds on the banner are going to be done in red, painted in the same way as the armors with a red contrast and a red highlight. The central logo is going to actually be a bronze, so we naturally need to start off with our brown base coat and then a bronze highlight. And with the flag done, that is the majority of all of the areas of concern sorted, and I generally really like these guys and the way they came out. So we naturally have the inverted scheme for our commander, and I think I'm going to keep that going in regards to the higher the ranks, the more white is going to be on the models where it's suitable to put it on, essentially. The only thing I'm now considering is a commissar. Should a commissar still be black, or should we be putting a commissar entirely in white and having their differentiating feature be a white hat as well as white robes or armor? Let me know what you think. I'd be awfully concerned and interested to find out what you think would be the best route for that. And obviously, while you're doing that, you can let us know what the number for our regiment should be in your opinion, because I'd be really interested to find out. And obviously now, if you're at this point in the video, you are, I believe, invested and you quite like what we're doing. And you might not have seen, or hopefully should have seen, the video where we convert up these original guys for the video, where we did all of the tweaks from the various kits and the combat patrol to make our unique star teams. And you can follow that along here, but I'm assuming you've already seen that because you're at the end of part 2 and that's part 1. So if you have already seen that one, you might be interested in this one, which is another combat patrol style video where we do similar sorts of things to what we did here, just with a little bit less conversions. So that is essentially it. Remember to subscribe so that we can see you next time. 40k Orcs come with a load of different clans, and all of these clans have different themes, different schemes, and different lore. Today we're going to be tackling 5 of the more popular clans from the 40k Orc range, and besides that we're also going to be painting them all up in slightly different ways. So make sure to stick around to see how we paint up all of them, and drop a comment down below letting us know what's your favourite part of the models. Without further ado, let's jump into the first Orc Boy clan, and that's going to be the Evil Sons. For this scheme we need 2 paints. The first is, as to be expected, a green. We want this to be a bright green so we can get some colour contrast when we use our second colour, which is a dark rich blue. And we'll kick off the base coating of the skin in a mix of these 2 colours. This mix will be about 75% blue and 25% green, giving us a nice dark jade base coat. Once this base coat is dry, we can then mix a bit more of the bright green into our mix. We're looking for now around 50-50% between the 2 paints, and then we can use this to give the skin a relatively broad highlight. Here we're going to be catching the majority of all of the muscles, sharp sections of skins like folds on the face, as well as sections of the hands and fingers. We can then finish off the skin with a final round of finer highlights made up of a mix of our 2 colours again, but this time with about 75% being the light green in our mix. This mix is near enough almost pure bright green at this point, and we can use it to pick out the tops of muscles, tips of knuckles, and the brightest points of the face. You may be wondering, why are we opting to use a dark blue in this mix as opposed to, for example, a dark green, which you would expect for green skin? And the reason for that is that we're going to be painting the Evil Sons accoutrement and outfit and armor and things like that in a red. And as we know, red's quite a warm, hot tone. So what we're going to do is add a little bit of contrast, and this contrast is going to be achieved through cooling down the skin by using the blue in our mix. This means that we've got a cooler skin tone versus the warmer red tones, and we get a nice bit of contrast through doing that. So we will be tackling the reds in a second, but before we do, we need to deal with things like the trousers and all the brown elements across the model. We can get a nice outcome on these trousers by painting them similar to how we did the skin. However, what we're going to be doing is grabbing a dark brown and then a slightly lighter ochre tone. These will then be mixed up to give us a nice mid-tone. For this ratio, we're looking for slightly darker than a 50-50 mix, and then we can use that as a base coat across all of our areas of trousers. This can then be highlighted by adding some of the brighter ochre brown into our mix and applying a scratchy highlight to simulate the effect of worn fabric or worn leathers. We can then finish off all of these elements with a final edge highlight, and we're going to be coming in with a diluted version of our ochre with a tiny amount of the dark brown added in. With this, we want to pick out all of the sharp folds on the fabrics or things like edges of straps and tips of knees. We can also take this dark brown and give the teeth a coat of this at the exact same time and then come back to this later on. On this scheme, we're opting for a brown as the base coat and colour of our trousers, and we could swap this out for things like black and white, and essentially they just read as a neutral colour. However, what we want to bear in mind is that if we painted these black, there's going to be a big colour jump between the red colours that we've got and then the black. So by painting this as a brown, we get a nice neutral tone essentially within the scheme, but we do manage to still get a nice cohesive look across the main bulk of the model. But that does also mean that we can then come in with an actual black and then touch up on a few areas that we really don't want to draw attention to. Things like boots, pouches, things like that. These various elements can get a nice coat of a black contrast. We can also take the opportunity while this black is out to base coat any of the areas that we want to paint as metal a little bit later on. So these are elements like the weapons as well as the armor. With that done, we can move on to the other main colour of the model, which for the Evil Sons is red. We are going to want to start off with a dark red as a base coat colour, and then we can use this to pick out important elements as well as a few key main areas. For example, on this model, we're picking out the shirt as the main bulk red area, but we're also picking out the odd bits, such as the helmet, sections of the armour plating, as well as the ammo casings. We are naturally going to want to brighten up these red areas later on as we go, but let's first address the reason why we're putting red over the Evil Sons. Why do the orcs like red? Well, the reason for that is that, as we may know, orcs think that things that go red go faster, and because of the warg energy that coalesces with the amount of belief of the millions of orcs within a clan or across the universe believing a thing is possible, it actually manifests it. So the concept of red things go faster, even though I don't know if orcs understand the concept of concepts, but that concept of everything that is red goes faster because they all believe in it, means that those things do actually go faster. So that explains why we're going to be covering this model in red on certain elements, as well as things like the bullet casings, because naturally a red bullet is going to hit its target better because it's faster, and fast things are good. So let's go on with brightening up these reds. What we want to do is build up from this red base coat, similar to how we did with the other stages of the skin and things like that, slowly blending our brighter colours into our base coat. The first round is going to be a relatively broad highlight with a small amount of our bright red with mostly our dark red present, going around and picking out pretty much all of the main surfaces. Then we will add a little bit more of the bright red to our mix. This will give us more of a 50-50 mix of our two colours, and we can use this to highlight all of the upward facing areas and any of these sharp points like folds or corners of metal elements. Then we are going to finish off all of the red areas with a slightly thinned red pure mix, just using our highlight red, but thinning this down so that we can apply it over the corners and edges to give us that really nice bright punch of red across the model. What's even better is because of how we painted the skin in that relatively cool tone, we are getting a nice punch of contrast between those two warmer and colder elements. That means that the red actually looks punchier than it would on its own, so we get that nice feel from that area. We do need to finish off this model before we jump into a few tricks and tips on the rest of the orc boys. So we've got things like metals and a couple of other elements just to finish off. The majority of these last elements we need to tackle are the metals, but before we tackle the metals, if we want to, we can go around and highlight the smaller odd sections, like the blacks, which can be highlighted with a mix of black contrast and the use of a pale desaturated blue to make a nice cool grey tone to edge highlight all of the blacks. Similar with things like the teeth, we can go grab a quick bone highlight and use this on all of the bones, fingernails and teeth across all of the models, leaving the browns in the recesses and the gums. With all of that dry, let's tackle the silvers, and what we're going to do is take a dark silver and apply this to all of the metals in a overbrush manner. This will catch all of the raised areas as well as the flat surfaces. Once it's dry, we can then take a bright silver and use this to edge highlight all of the metal areas, giving us that bright metal glint on the edges. This gives us our first painted boy, and I do really like how the red came out on this. It's really punchy, and the skin itself is a really nice, subtle, darker green tone. So with the main source of the speed freaks for the Orc clans, the evil sons are sorted. We could just go around and slap a few decals on there or something like that. Maybe putting the clan insignia on the back, adding some flames or things like that. But let's move on. Now that we've done the fast boys, let's do the lucky boys in the form of the death skulls. For this clan, we can start off with the skin, and we're going to be base coating the entirety of this skin in a color mix between a bright green and a dark red. This will give us a nice semi-dark desaturated muddy green, which will be used to base coat all of the skin. And then from here, we can start to highlight up the various skin elements, similar to how we did with the Evil Sons Orcs just a moment ago. We can target all of the raised elements like the face and tips of the muscles and things like that. This second color will be a mix of our base coat mix with a little bit of extra green added to that initial mix. This will add a little bit more green vibrance to the skin tone and give us a nice gradual shift from the darker base coat to this new mid-tone. Then we want to make up our highlight color, and we're going to mix, as you would expect, some more green into our original recipe. This will mean that we're essentially working with majority of green and just a touch of red added into the mix. This almost pure bright green is perfect to be glazed over and painted over the brightest parts of the skin. As I'm sure you can tell, we're now just essentially doing the inverse of what we did for our Evil Sons boy. Whereas the Evil Sons have red as their primary color, so we added blue to the skin. For the Death Skulls, blue is the primary color, so by adding that red to the skin, we're able to get that tonal contrast between the warm and cool tones of the skin. This also has the effect, because it's the opposite color in the color wheel, to kind of desaturate and muddy it down, giving us a nice worn, weathered base start for our skin. With all that said, we're now going to be tackling all of the browns and leathers and things like that. And because of some particular attributes that the Death Skulls like to do, we're actually not going to be painting things like the shirt in the primary blue color. We're going to be just going for a bulk brown across the model. So let's grab a brown and get started on that. In order to paint all of the various brown elements, what we need to do is first grab a brown contrast and apply this across all of the clothing. This will give us a very nice dark brown base coat to work from. Once the contrast is dry, what we want to do is take some of the brown contrast and mix a small amount of a mid skin tone into it to give us a pinkish brown tone. This is slightly thinned because of the contrast anyway, but what we want to do is make sure it's thin enough so that we can use this to highlight the trousers. But rather than doing a normal layer or edge highlight, what we're going to do is apply many small dots or dashes across the areas of fabric. This will give us a slightly mottled texture look, perfect for worn out orc clothing. We do need to push it a little bit further after the first round of dotting or stippling by adding some more flesh to our mix, and then applying this in the same manner, but focusing more on the raised areas, similar to when we're doing a normal highlight. We can then finish off the stippling by taking the pure flesh tone that we used and applying this in a dotted stippling manner across the sharpest, most raised areas on the model. You will need to try and work on consistency when doing this technique, because we need to make sure it's the right consistency so that the dots stay formed and don't just randomly spread all across the model. But equally, we don't want it so dry that we're just smashing a dry tip into our model. This I generally find I achieve quite well by mixing our normal skin paint with a contrast. I find the contrast dilutes it quite well. It has the sort of retention properties I'm looking for, and it makes a nice liquid that we can just stipple across the various elements. And then we get that nice smooth transition in brightness from the brown contrast base up to the lightest mix. And we manage to get a nice amount of texture. But we do now need to kind of blend all of that in a little bit. And how we're going to do that is actually by making a mix of our base contrast that we use with just some contrast medium to make a thinner version, and we can use that on the areas we've just painted. This thinned contrast can then be slapped lightly all over the fabric areas, tying all of our stippling together while also adding a consistent overtone and a nice recessed shade. We want to make sure that we get a nice smooth coat of this without an excessive amount of pooling, so just mop up any areas that are a bit heavy. While this is drying, we can take the opportunity to tackle the blacks and the metals by putting down a coat of black contrast across all of the elements like the weapons, the pouches and the straps. We do need to let this elements dry before we go around and do our next bit, which is going to be the blues across all of our death skulls. But before we do that, let's first talk about the death skulls and their love of the colour blue. Now, the death skulls as a clan for the orcs are probably, let's say, most known for their procurement skills. They're great at the looting and the plundering and the scavenging. They like to be relatively lucky and pick things up, and that is also why their main colour in the army is blue. Blue, similar to how red makes orcs go faster, it's a speedy colour. Blue is a lucky colour, and because the orcs want to be lucky in what they're scavenging, finding cool equipment, being able to hit their target, the death skulls cover themselves, their weapons and all sorts of things in blue paint or just blue things. So with that in mind, we're going to be tackling various blue elements on the model, including things like face paint. We will actually start off the painting of the blue elements by painting gloves before we move across to the face paint, as there are a couple of key differences in how we'll be doing it. For the gloves, as well as any other areas of leather or fabric that we want blue, we need to take a dark blue and apply a clean base coat across all of these fabric elements. This may take a couple of coats, but we want a nice, clean, full coverage base coat. And once that's dry, we can mix in a brighter, poppier blue to roughly a 50-50 mix and use this to highlight all of the edges and upward facing areas in a relatively broad manner, leaving the dark blue in all of the recesses. This means that we can then finish off the gloves and other elements with a highlight of our bright, pure blue, and this can be used to catch all of the sharpest folds, as well as the areas that would be hit by the most amount of light. So for example, on the gloves, that's going to be things like the knuckles, as well as the top upward facing areas. Now this brings us to face painting, which I mentioned earlier, and there's a kind of different technique that I'm using here. We are just still layering. We're going to be putting down a dark and then a lighter blue and then a lighter blue to replicate the light impacting an area that has been painted blue. However, what we also need to bear in mind is that, to a degree, the orcs are probably not the most accurate with a paintbrush. In my mind, I imagine that what they're doing is grabbing a grot, sticking it in blue paint and wiping it across their face. But your interpretation of that might be slightly different. So with that in mind, I wanted to make sure that the skin was fully painted underneath, which is why we painted the majority of the skin first. But it also now means that we can layer the blue on top of the skin, leaving some of the greens in the recesses, so areas that either they might not be able to reach, so things like the back of the head, also areas that is likely to get worn away or rubbed off, so under the eyes or around the mouth, things like that. I can imagine that either the paint didn't get there, or it's rubbed off as they've been in battle, talking, fighting, whatever they want to do. Just tackle it however you feel is appropriate, but I went for this kind of scratchy, roughly applied method, but still keeping a straight half section down the center of the face. And that was started off just by a thin, careful line down the middle of the face. Bearing all of this in mind, let's start to apply our dark blue across the skin elements that we want to be covered in war paint. From here, we're going to be highlighting the blues using the same two color transitions as we did with the gloves. The first being a mix of our base coat and a bright blue, with the final edge highlight being made of just pure bright blue. But when we're highlighting these areas, we want to make sure that we're highlighting them similar to how we would have done the skin on the face. This is meant so that it's a layer of paint over the skin, and we're not just painting blue skin on the orc. With the face paint finished, we can look to highlight all of our black areas across the model, which will be remaining black as some of them have been painted black but will be metallic. We're going to be achieving this by taking our black, mixing in a small amount of flesh tone into it, which will give us a nice worn black grey leather look, and we can apply this across all of the black elements, highlighting as we go. The last few bits on this model is mainly the metallics, and we are going to be doing that with the same recipe as we did for the Evil Sun, so a dark silver and a bright silver, but the predominant difference here is how we're going to be applying it. And we're going to be essentially using overbrushing for both rounds. Whereas for the Evil Suns, we did an edge highlight after we did the initial overbrush. We're swapping that edge highlight out for the same color, but with an overbrush application. What that will do is give us a nice worn, scratchy sort of edge highlight, which I think works really, really well for orcs that would go out and scavenge things quite often. Equally, if you happen to have an opponent that you play relatively often, you could in fact swap this out and paint certain elements with their color scheme to kind of show your orcs trampling all over them, killing, looting, and then stealing certain elements and attaching it to their weaponry. But if you're kind of going for a generic army, you could just use, as we are here, just plain silvers and things like that. As we have already covered the overall technique for the metals, we're going to be jumping through this relatively quick. The first application is going to be our dark silver, and this will get overbrushed across all of the metal areas which have been base coated in black. We can then switch out this darker silver for a bright silver and use this in the same overbrushing manner, but do it in a more narrow area, targeting edges and things where there may be chips and damages. This just leaves us with smaller elements left, so things like teeth and claws, and similar to the last orc that we did, these can get a quick edge highlight of a bone after an initial base coat of a brown. Then let's finish off the entire model with a nice amount of red dotting for the eyes. And that gives us a finished Death Skull covered in his blue face paint and blue livery for his lucky looting journeys. That now gives us obviously two orcs painted in different styles, and I'm not going to sit here and compare them on every single next orc. That just seems to be a waste of your time. I will be doing a comparison at the end, so make sure to stick around for the comparison. But let me know if you at this point have a preference over the Evil Sun scheme or the Death Skull scheme. Put it down in the comments below. Let us know what's your favourite so far, and potentially while you're there, maybe even subscribe. But with that said, what we now need to do is move across to our third orc clan, and this one is going to be one of the more brutal clans, the Snakebites. Kicking off these boys, perfect for beast snaggers, what we're going to do is tackle this skin, and for this scheme we're going to start off with a darkish black cyan colour. This gives us a really rich dark cool tone to build up upon later. Once the skin is dry, we can go around and block out all of the other areas, which, to help show the wild nature of these orcs, we can base coat near enough all of the other elements in a dark brown. We want to catch anything like fabrics, leather straps, but we can also use this base coat to cover any areas that are going to be metal, similar to how we use the black contrast in other schemes. Blocking out all of the brown elements has a couple of advantages. First off, we get the advantage that all of our elements that we've base coated in brown are now going to look fairly cohesive. And that's because we can now change the highlight colors we're mixing in and do them in different highlights, but the actual core shadow color is all going to be the same, meaning that it will look quite cohesive because that color's present in all of the mixes we'll be doing. The other benefit is now we've got that dark shadow color, we can use it as a point of comparison to how bright we should start pushing our skin to start off with. And then obviously once we've done the rest of it, we can adjust it a little bit more if we need to. And to do the skin, what we're going to need is our initial base coat color, as well as a sort of yellowish, greenish, dirty green tone as our highlight color. We want to take our base coat color and our new highlight color and then mix these together into roughly a 75% mix of dark and then roughly 25% being our highlight tone. This mix can then be used as a very broad highlight. Essentially, we're using it to cover all elements of the skin, leaving the base coat in only the deepest of recesses. From here, we can add some more of our highlight color to the mix, coming to roughly a 50-50 ratio, and then use this to reinforce all of those last rounded highlights. We want to be hitting, as before, both the upward and downward facing areas of skin, and on this pass it will give it a nice overall green skin tone. Mixing in more of our highlight color, we get to around 75% of our mix being our dirty yellow green, and this gives us a nice pale green highlight, which can be used to pick out the highest areas on all of the upward facing areas or any sharper areas on things like the knuckles. We will then look to finish off the skin with a final highlight of the pure yellow-green. This will hit the most raised areas such as the topward facing areas of muscles, facial features, hands, knuckles, and things like that. With the last round of highlights being done, the skin is pretty much good. We may want to just brighten it up a little bit depending on how bright we push the various leathers, which I said we're going to be starting from the brown that we've already applied. And this brown is really good for neutral tones, but if I was painting an army of these, I might consider swapping this out for whatever colour I'm painting the squigs. Because in my mind, the orcs generally get their clothing and farming and things like that from the squigs that they grow. So therefore, if you're using purple or red or green squigs, you could use purple, red or green fabrics, leathers and trousers, which will give you that nice feel of the snakebites who live that more barbarian and rural existence. So they're more likely to be using those sorts of elements. However, here we are, as I said, going for a kind of neutral tone, which is just brown as our base coat and various different shades of brown as our highlight for different areas. For all of these areas, we are going to want to do a relatively muddy wet blend. And this is where we can utilize a small amount of paint retarder, which will keep the paints wetter for longer as we apply this technique. We are going to want to mix that into the base coat for our browns, and then apply essentially another base coat layer across our chosen areas. Then we can come back in with our highlight color and use this to mix brighter patches on the various elements. So for things like the shirt, we opted for a pale blue, shifting the overall color into a desaturated pale purple skin tone once we mixed it on the model. For the trousers, we used a medium brown as our lighter color, and the wet blend across this section of the trousers on all of the raised areas gives us a darker, more neutral brown tone. Then we have elements like the straps, the belts and pouches. These elements didn't get necessarily any wet blending, they just got a quick edge highlight with a mid-tone brown mixed with our base coat. And this is because those locations were, to be honest, too small to worry about wet blending. We did, however, wet blend the tabard on the crotch, and we wet blended this using the same colors as the straps, and that's because this is a slightly larger area, and by using the brighter brown it separates it from the rest of the trousers, which we painted darker. There are a couple different ways of doing this wet blending. I call this one that I'm doing dirty wet blending or muddy wet blending, and the reason for that is because where we're doing a full layer of our base coat darker color and then applying the lighter color on top of that and mixing on the model, naturally, we're not going to ever get our full brightness from our highlight color because the main area has been mixed. So we get that muddier mixed tone. But because we've applied the base coat area over the whole thing, we've got that nice option to blend it all together and get some nice smooth transitions. The other option that you will mainly see if you wanted to get some brighter, more poppier colors is essentially to do the inverse, which is where you would paint the lighter color down on sections that you want brightest first, then apply the darker colors around it and blend in the transition in the middle. This gives you the advantage of having that brighter pure color at your brightest point and then it blending into your darker brown. But you've potentially got a smaller transition point to try and blend between. So it's kind of worth experimenting, seeing what you find best. The way that we're doing it here, I quite like it. I find it efficient and easy to do. But it does mean that we may need to come in with some glazing just to brighten up the wet blended areas. Anyway, back to the model. What we want to do is take our highlight colors from the various wet blends that we've done and then use these to reinforce the brighter sections of the wet blend. This will take the form of thin layers of glaze on the brightest, flattest surfaces, along with some line edge highlights across certain various elements. Once we have gone across and highlighted all of these areas, we can give all of them a wash to tie them back together. Here we've opted to use a flesh tone. This will add a little bit of warmth from the red within the wash itself, but this could easily be swapped out for an earth tone or simply another brown muddy wash. Jumping quickly across to the boots, these were treated in a much more simple way. First, they got the same brown base coat as all of the other elements, but the boots did not get any highlighting. They simply got a black wash, which will help to show any of the recesses. Wait, hang on, we've got nearly all the way through this scheme and we haven't yet touched on the small amount of lore for the snake bites, just that little bit of flavour for you. And essentially, these snake bites don't have a colour similar to the Evil Suns or the Death Skulls. These are more of the old school boys. These are the rugged, traditional style of orcs. Generally, these are the ones that I would imagine and you would see as your beast snagger boys, the ones riding around on giant beasts and animals, as opposed to going in with giant mechs and technology. Because of that, I equally think that they probably don't have the teeth to spend on good grots with intelligence to repair things, and they don't care massively about the small effects that wear and tear could have on your weapon. As long as it's still good enough to carve through a squig, it's probably good enough. So with that in mind, what we're going to be doing is doing the weapons slightly different to how we've done all of the others so far, and starting off with the bronze. We want to use this bronze to base coat all of the areas of metal. This can be done in a partially patchy manner if we want to, and that's because we've used a matte brown base coat for all of the areas that we're painting. But we do want the majority of the area to have this nice metallic brown base coat. Once this is down, what we then want to do is apply some simple silver. This will be a relatively dark silver, but what we want to do is apply it via stippling. What we're going to do is use a small semi-ruined brush and then lightly smash the tip into the areas that we want the paint applied. This will give us a worn, patchy look to the metals. If we focus more of the silver application where we would expect there to be impact and damage, this will help reflect the impression of chipping or removing tarnish from multiple impacts. We can then finish it off by giving the teeth, nails and everything like that a quick bone highlight, and the model is good to go. This brings us to the end of our third clan. The snake bites are done. And as you can see, we've used yet again more techniques and a different style for this boy compared to the other ones that we've done so far. So let me know, what's your favourite so far? But if you wanted an orc that potentially isn't as bright, isn't as punchy, or is a little bit smarter than your average snakebite, maybe you even want an army that you can't see, well then what you want to do is make sure that you stick around as we tackle the Blood Axes as our next clan. Believe it or not, we are going to be starting off with the skin, but this time we are going to use some wet blending for the skin. We want two tones, the first being a dark black green, and then the second one being a brighter tone of jade. These can then be wet blended like our leathers on the other models. Once we've applied a base coat of our black green mixed with a small amount of retarder, we can then come back in with a fresh application of our brighter jade and then apply this to all of the areas where light would impact the model the most. So things like bulging areas of muscle and head areas, hands, and anything that we want those brighter attention drawing details. This mixing will give us a slightly turquoise looking skin tone. Because of the retarder, we will need to wait for this to dry fully and it will take longer than normal. So while it does, let's jump across to the leathers. Starting with the trousers, we are going to wet blend these as well. We're going to be wet blending up from a dark umber to a more yellowish ochre tone. Like the rest of the wet blending, this gives us a smooth, quick transition from the dark areas to our brighter areas. In order to align the straps to the rest of the model, we can also give these areas a nice clean coat of our ochre highlight colour that we used on the trousers. We will then come back to this later on to finish these areas off. There are going to be a couple of areas on here that we want to pick out separately so that they don't blend in with the overall elements, and that mainly on this model is going to be his crotch blanket. And we don't want to paint this the same as the trousers because it will just blend in entirely. So instead what we did is use the same base coat, brown umber and wet blending, but we swapped out the highlight colour for a bone tone, which gives us a nice sort of pale skin-like looking effect. And we just whip that up the same as we did with all of the other elements. So for the tabard, to show you what I mean, what we're going to do is utilize wet blending, starting from a base layer of brown, and then coming in with our lighter bone to highlight and mix this on the model, which will give us a nice skin-like tone. But we will also need to come in and then block out a few other elements, but this time using black. This will be great for any of the smaller elements we don't want to attract attention to. Things like the boots will get a base coat of black, but we can also use this black to base coat anything like armor and weapons. By the time that we have done all of this, we should be good to come back to the skin. First, we're going to want to mix up a mid-tone of our two skin colors, similar to the current brightest mix on our model. We will then glaze this over the brightest sections to help reinforce and build up the highlights made through the wet blend. Then, once this has dried, we can clean it up a little bit further by mixing more of our bright jade into the skin mix, giving us a bright bluish green skin tone, which can then be used as a final highlight across all of the elements of skin, giving us a really nice, almost moonlit skin tone. With the skin done, we now have the option to choose what we want to tackle next. And what I'm thinking we should do is tackle all of the metals. Because of a particular want and style of the blood axes, we're going to need the metals painted for some future steps. And while we're on the subject, let's talk a little bit about the blood axes. Now, the blood axes are not your typical orc as viewed by other orcs. These orcs are, well, some would say slightly more intelligent than the rest of the orcs, but they have the ability to learn, they emulate, they are the sneaky boys. They are the ones that like to actually use tactics, they utilize camouflage. They've even been known to use strategic retreating in certain cases, which is generally un-orky. These are also the orcs that have been known to ally with the Imperium for overall strategic planning, because it actually helps them in the long run to have a battle where the Imperium are helping them. Things like that normally orcs wouldn't do because orcs just want to fight. These guys have a little bit more thought and cunning behind them. And that makes them not particularly trusted by other orcs, which I think is quite a fun thing. So with that said, let's jump back to the actual painting, because we're going to look at painting the metals so that we can then look at painting some camouflage. We are going to need to apply this base coat so that it covers all of the elements across the weapons and gives a nice, clean, shiny coat. This will give us a brilliant platform to work from. While it dries, we might as well paint elements like the teeth. Like all of the other orcs that we've painted so far, this is a simple edge highlight of bone over a brown base coat. By the time we finish all of those various smaller elements, we should have some dry metal equipment, and this means we can start to apply the camouflage. There are so many different camo patterns available out there, and most of them, to be honest, are kind of trademarked by militaries and countries and things like that, but that doesn't particularly matter for this. What we want to do is just use them as a reference and see which patterns and colors we like, because the techniques we're going to be using here are pretty much universal and we can use to replicate a lot of different camo patterns. And the main difference is just the colors that we're looking at doing. So whether that's whites, grays and blacks for snow camo, or whether it's browns, greens and browns for woodland camo, you can just recreate it however you want. That's also why you may have noticed that some of our elements on this particular boy is brighter, so the trousers are a brighter brown than all of the others we've done. And that is just to help us apply this camo and have it stand out, because the brighter the base coat, the more the pattern that we apply on top of it will show up. So it's just worth bearing that in mind when you're painting your previous steps. But with that said, let's grab our favourite colours and get to camo painting. Let's start off by painting some blue camo. For this, we want a dark blue, a light blue, a black and a white. Kicking it off, we want to apply a coat of our dark blue across the area where we want to apply the camo. Then, while this is wet, we can come in and add stripes of the light blue. This, because both elements are wet, will bleed nicely across into the dark blue, giving us a base of our pattern. Then we can take our blacks and our whites and recreate little dashes and dots across the area. Using the white first means that we have less struggle trying to go over the blacks to get a clean colour. Essentially what we're doing here is making a combination of lines and apostrophe shapes, essentially a splodge with a line coming out of it. And then with the blacks, we're just applying simple thin lines across all of the areas. We may need to do a little bit of back and forth to get a nice pattern to emerge, But overall, that's how we are painting this blue camo. Similar to when we painted the death skulls earlier, we need to remember that what we're doing here is applying paint on top of a painted surface. And yes, that's what we're doing all the time. I mean, in lore and in world, this is a gun or a grenade that they've got that was silver and they've then painted blue with camo. So bearing that in mind, it means that we can do things like not take the blue to the entirety of the edge, so that it looks like bits have been missed, the brush didn't go the whole way. And we need to do this so that it looks kind of careless, but equally be aware that we're being careless and not just be careless when we're doing this. So it's a bit of an art to a degree, and it's a fun little practice. It's just things like missing out little bits of metal around rivets where genuinely you would look at an orc and not expect them to be the most upright and caring of painters. So with all that said, let's jump into our other camo patterns. Next, we're going to be doing a red camo, and this is going to be applied in the same way as our blue camo, but naturally using red tones. Laying down a dark red base coat before adding in the lines of our lighter red while it's wet. This gives us the same base coat that we can then follow on top of with a combination of blacks and whites. This time, however, rather than doing the splodge apostrophe type shapes, we went for a combination of thick white lines and thin black lines in various different orientations. Then it's time to tackle the trousers, and here we only need a black, a green and a dark brown, as the light brown of our trousers will take the place of the base coat colour such as the dark red in our reds. We chose a set of shapes for each colour and then applied them in varying layers and positions. For the dark brown, we went for a small block shape similar to the shape of a paisley. Then for the blacks, we used a selection of semi-thick lines in various different directions. And finally, the greens were applied in a teardrop or leaf shape, giving us a nice desert jungle style camo. Once we've got all of these camo patterns down, we essentially then need to go in and tie and shade all of the metals. And anything that we've done that is metal, either whether it's got a camo pattern or is still just plain metal, we want to give that a coat of a dark shaded green. Conveniently, we've got a camo shade color here that we're going to be using. And what this will do is add a nice little bit of patina, aging and recess shading to all of those metal areas, while also slightly discolouring the blue and the red camo pattern that we've done, making it look older and slightly more worn. Rather than leaving it here, we're going to do another form of camo, and this is the good old-fashioned Rambo face stripes, and for this we need the same colours as we used for the trousers. These browns and blacks are simply going to be applied across the skin of the orc's face in simple, careful lines. This is one of the reasons why we wanted a slightly brighter or tinted skin tone for these boys, as a dark green skin will not show up the camo pattern of the greens and the blacks as well, while this brighter, more bluish skin that we've gone for shows up these camo patterns slightly more. So we just need to slowly apply lines in varying directions across the face, giving us a completed blood axe boy. I do just need to point out that I forgot one element in the painting, and that is the straps. These essentially just got the same wash as the rest of the metals, so we got a camo shade wash. Whereas naturally you could also swap this out for a brown or a black wash if that more meets your aesthetic. With that done though, I guess it's now time for me to interrupt myself and essentially just point out that if you made it this far and you liked the video, one, I hope you've liked the video, but more so, we try to make content like this on a regular basis, at least once a week. So if you're liking this video and the sort of content and the style that we've got going here, why not subscribe? Because we'll try and keep these sorts of things going on into the future, and I appreciate the time if you do subscribe. With that all said, we do still have one orc clan left, and that is the shiniest, the richest of the boys, the Bad Moons. For this scheme, the main colour besides the skin is going to be a yellow. So we can opt to paint the skin in a more neutral green tone. And we're going to be doing this once again by wet blending. We can start off with a base coat of a slightly desaturated dark green, mixed with a small amount of paint retarder. Then applying this across all of the skin before we come in using a fairly bright lime green, and then highlighting the area in the wet blend with this colour. This will give us that nice quick transition that we get from wet blending, and we can come back later on once the paint has dried to push up the brightness. So let's tackle the trousers, straps and boots. Here, because the yellow is likely to be quite bright, we are going to be painting these areas in a dark, almost black grey, which will add more separation than if we went for browns in these areas, which are kind of in the same hue as the yellows. Now for this model, we've essentially done a zenithal, which is from a red base coat to a white highlight, and that is perfectly fine, but we do need to tint the whites slightly. What we need to do for how we're going to be doing the yellows is actually moving them from white to more of a pinkish, slightly skin tone hue. And the easiest way to do that is to grab a pinkish skin type hue and start glazing that over the main white elements from our prime, which will guide the elements of highlight later on. This should be a nice and simple process that just requires us to take our chosen color, dilute it slightly with a little bit of water, and then trace over the white elements from our zenithal prime, slowly changing these raised areas from white to a off pink flesh tone. This also means that we can pick out any of the creases or raised areas in the lower sections that the white spray may have missed and are still predominantly red. We are then going to be finishing off the highlights by taking a bright light flesh tone and doing some edge highlights. This will allow us to have a nice bright spot across those areas that is not pure white. Then we can take a yellow contrast or make up a yellow contrast and use this to tint all of those areas, giving us a nice yellow. On this model, we actually needed 2 coats of the contrast, and that's because we chose to do something that in hindsight I probably shouldn't have bothered doing, which was to try and take one of my Vallejo yellows, one of the really bright ones, and then diluting it with some contrast medium to get a contrast effect on the paint. It's worked before with certain different colors, but yellow is obviously quite a tricky one, and I probably should have just used the yellow contrast that's on the shelf behind me. But you live and you learn. So I needed to do a couple of coats of that yellow. But if you want to see a different way of painting yellow, because there are lots of different ways, we have actually got a video where we painted up an Eldar combat patrol in predominantly yellow as the color. So if you want to see how we did that after this video, why not check it out? But for this, just to let you know, I probably should have done that. We had to do 2 coats of our yellow mix. And because of that, we're also going to have to come in and do some edge highlighting later on. These edge highlights need to be carefully applied across any of the raised elements on the yellow areas, as well as any areas that retain a little bit too much of the original color, thanks to our poor man's contrast mix. This will give us a final bright fabric and bright yellow. And then we can move across to the weapons, which are going to be treated a little bit different from all of our other orcs by giving the metals a couple of coats of a metallic bronze. This will need a couple of coats in order to get good coverage, as we're going to be going over the prime and not a darker base coat. While the areas we did not hit with bronze, we'll be getting a dark silver. So all of our metallics are either in a complete coat of a dark silver or a complete coat of a bronze. We're painting the metals in this way because out of all of the clans that we've done today, the Bad Moons are the, let's say, richest clans. They are the ones that care most about the money, the materials, the teeth that they use to buy things. And they often go around with flamboyant, overly excessive elements. So you've got gold weaponry, gold plated, and that's because they've got the teeth to buy the better weaponry, the higher tech stuff, as well as the grots that know how to actually clean things. So that is kind of the lore aspect, the brief look at the Bad Moons. Essentially, they like to wear yellow and they like to be rich and wealthy. It's kind of known that some other orc war bosses have occasionally kept Bad Moons around just for the fact that they've got a lot of teeth, and if they need to buy something, they can smash the teeth out of the Bad Moons and then just go and buy the grots they want to eat. But with that all said, that's the background on the Bad Moon, so let's finish off the weapons. Finishing off the metals, all we want to do is brighten up our past work on all of the metal areas. So for the bronze areas, we're going to be going at it with a bright gold, and for the darker silver areas, we naturally want a brighter silver. Taking these colours, we can work around the model, panel and edge highlighting all of the metal areas with the appropriate highlight colour. This gives us that really nice shine on all of the edges and makes our metals look brighter and more show off because of the clean painting style that we've done on these ones, as opposed to the stippling and overbrushing highlight methods that we did before. Then we can do some touch-ups on the skin. Here what we're going to do is glaze our bright green from our mix across all of the highlighted areas, bringing up the brightness across the skin until we are happy with the balance between the skin itself and the yellow clothing. This wraps up our 5 schemes for this video, and there is a little tidbit that I just want to go over, a sort of secret that I want to mention in a minute. But before we get to that, let's look at how all the boys came out. I overall quite like what we did here. We deliberately painted multiple elements in different ways. We painted the skin different from boy to boy, and most of the things like leathers were painted in different recipes and techniques. And I really enjoyed what we did. Jumping back to me quickly, there is a little bit here that is about that secret I mentioned, and what I want to highlight is that naturally we can mix and match these elements. That's the secret and the joy of the hobby. I don't want you just to watch this video and go, that's how to paint Evil Sons. For example, if you like the overall way we've done Evil Sons, but you prefer the skin of the Death Skulls, there's no reason why you can't mix and match those up, whether it's for the entire army or you're mixing it up just for individual models throughout units. It's a wide fantasy 40k world out there, and you can justify whatever you really want to do. With that said, we haven't used decals on these, and there are certain decals that you can add to reinforce the clan nature, whether that be checkerboards, fire flames, or just the clan emblems. So we could go over and do that as well, just to push the models a little bit further. But that's going to be for another video. Now, if you're sat there as an Orc fan going, hang on a second, there's something that's clearly missing from this video, you're right, we didn't paint the biggest and the baddest clan, the Orc Goths. But that's because we've got a video here, which if you check that out, should have you covered. It's a suitable Goth scheme, and potentially with just the application of some checkerboards, you're ready to go. So check that out. Otherwise, do remember to subscribe so that we can see you next time. Today, we're going to be finishing up the Thousand Suns Combat Patrol that we started not too long ago. And this kit is nearly sorted, but what we do have left is the birdie boys of Tzeentch themselves, the Tzaangors. And these are traditionally AOS kits predominantly. Most of the weapons in there are for AOS models and AOS themes. They can be used in both AOS and 40k, which is great. But if we want to set them up with the 40k weaponry, we need to use these limited sprues of guns and chainswords, which are all in the exact same hands. So you've got your chainswords in your right hand and your bolt pistols or auto pistols in your left hand. And I don't really like that sort of limitation. So while I know that it's not particularly WYSIWYG, I'm not going to be taking this Combat Patrol into a tournament or Games Workshop HQ or anything. So what I'm going to be doing is swapping out the combination of weapons and using some of the weapons from the 40k upgrade sprue along with some of the weapons from the AOS traditional weapon side, so that we have a lot more options when we're building out the kit. If we take a quick look at these chest and arm pieces of the kits, on the 40k side we can see the arms and chest pieces are separate, while predominantly the Age of Sigmar kits are joined at the breastbone. This would make you think that we can't use these, but with a simple application of pressure through the medium of a craft knife, we can split the ribs on all of these models, meaning that we have the ability to mix and match all of the arms and breastbones together, giving us a nice large range of combat weapon and guns. Then, with the modifications made, we can take them outside and give them a nice quick prime. Now, as I said earlier, I'm aware that these changes that we made are not essentially WYSIWYG, and if I took it to HQ, GW, something like that, there may be some objections, because none of the datasheets or war scrolls feature a Tzaangor holding both a fantasy melee weapon as well as a chainsword, for example. However, in real life, when I'm playing with friends at local hobby store or something similar to that, if I'm using this as a combat patrol, it's a moot point, because all the Tzaangors are armed with exactly the same weaponry, meaning that it doesn't matter what they're armed with on the models, we know in the rules they've all got the same weaponry. Therefore, I would much rather just have a unit with a lot of variety that looks quite cool, as opposed to a very set binary choice of arms and body parts, which we are left if we're making them all 40k. But anyway, tangent over, let's get these guys out and get them primed. The prime we're going to be using here is a zenithal, but rather than the typical black as the first layer of spray giving us some nice dark shadows, we're going to be swapping that out for some red, following it up with the white from above. Once our prime is dry, we can then move on to a little bit of brushwork. And here what we're going to do is thin down a little bit of red and then apply this around the feet on all of the models. This will give us a nice little bit of color changing in this area later on. And then we can move on once the feet are red and are dry. What we're going to do is dig out some medium dry brushes and a light flesh and then work around all of the models using this light flesh tone, catching all of the raised areas that are in the red shadow areas. So anything with the red prime still showing, we'll get a nice skin dry brush, picking out all of those raised details in these shadow areas. Once we've tackled and dry brushed all of these shadow areas with the skin, it's then time to come in and tackle the skin as a whole. And here what we're going to be doing is using a tealy turquoise colour. Now we could use a contrast for this directly off of the shelf from somewhere like Army Paint or Games Workshop, something like that. Alternatively, we could do what we're doing here and taking a normal turquoisey paint and then diluting it with contrast to use on our skin. And this has a few advantages. First off, we will be using a layer paint and then diluting it with contrast, which means that we still have a thicker prime color to go back to that will be the same color as our contrast. So if we need to touch up or brighten up any areas in the paint job, we can use a thicker medium and dilute it slightly less, giving us a lot more options when applying this particular color. The second option and benefit of doing this is that we've already painted some of the models in this army. We've painted up the Terminators and the leader already, and this turquoise was used for these models. So by using the same color, we're going to get some nice consistency and coherency across the entire army. And as a third benefit for me, just because you've subscribed, I'm going to let you know this. And that benefit is that I actually have this color and I don't have a contrast version of this color. So I don't need to go out and buy one because I've got contrast medium. So by using these together, we save time, we save money, and that one is just for you. Let's move on and carry on with the painting. We can start to tackle the skin with either our contrast or contrast mix by starting to slap this all over the skin, making sure that we mop up any excessive areas of pooling. Because of the way that we've done the prime, you'll notice that the white most raised areas will be tinted less, but overall show brighter because of the white undercoat, while the rest of the area's recesses and shadows will collect slightly more of the color pigment from the overall contrast, and then that will shift those red areas into a nicer tonal purple. Once the first round of contrast is down, what we can do is add some quick definition because we want to paint these models relatively quickly. There is 20 after all, and we can manage this by the application of a blue wash. And this will act very similar to the last contrast, but will overall reinforce the shadows and sculpted details more so than the contrast. As you might be aware, when we apply a wash to a model, it does a really nice job at picking out all of the recessed details and all of the sculpted bits that are on the model. However, it also very, very strongly darkens down any of the previous colors that we've applied. So our nice bright tealy turquoise has now been dulled down by the wash that we've applied. And isn't it convenient that we have the same contrast color that we used, except not in contrast form? Because now what we can do is slightly dilute this with water rather than contrast, and come in and build up a couple of quick layers on a few passes just to give us a bright punch of color across the skin and bring it back to that turquoisey brightness while leaving nice deep shadow colors in all of the recesses. We can take our paint thinned with water and then quickly, as I said, build up the tone on the brightest, most prominent raised areas. When doing this, we are going to be focusing mainly on the body and the head, as these are the areas that will garner the most attention. Just remember, where we tinted the legs, we're going to be avoiding with this blue because we want them to be showing as purple. So we're not going to be highlighting them on this pass. Instead, once we've highlighted all of the blue skin areas, what we're going to do is mix a small amount of red into our initial turquoise color, and then slightly lighten it up and warm it up by adding in a small drop of medium flesh. This will turn it into a nice slightly purple tinted highlight for all of our leg sections, and then we can just highlight these similar to the rest of the skin areas, targeting the areas of most light hit, and following the essentially purple tint given away by our previous wash stages as a guide as to where to stop applying the purple highlights. At this point, for a personal tabletop army that I'm expecting to have this unit shot off the board quite quickly, there's a large amount of them and they're relatively disposable. I'm happy to actually leave the skin just at this as the highest highlight, which will tie in nicely with the rest of the army that we've also got this colour involved with. However, if we're aiming to take it to a tournament and we want to win best painted or something like that, naturally we could push it a little bit brighter, maybe adding in some skin tone to this mix, and then spending a little bit more time layering up and blending up to get a nice transition. But for a, as I said, standard tabletop army for personal use, I'm happy to leave it here. And then we can move on to some of the more erroneous areas. So we've got the weird hair tentacles and the feathers and all of those fun details that are kind of part of the body, but we're not painting as blue skin. And we're going to be tackling them in a nice, fun manner using predominantly overbrushing and dry brushing. We can start off these erroneous areas by taking the turquoise we used for the predominant areas of skin and then mixing in some medium skin tone to give us a brighter desaturated blue, which can then be overbrushed across all of these chosen areas, which gives us a nice starting point, which can then be followed up by just essentially some pure mid skin tone. And again, we will be overbrushing this over the same areas, except on this second pass, we want to essentially target from halfway up the area, pulling away to the end. This can then be finished off in the same manner by picking out the brightest details and the very edges using a light flesh. This will give us a nice transition from the initial blue skin tone through up to almost a bright white highlight. Then we're going to finish off all of this work with a little bit of tinting, and we're going to do that with a nice simple sepia wash. And this will have a nice benefit of picking out all the details while tinting the work we've done so far. Once the sepia wash is dry, we end up with a really nice transition on the hair and the feathers and things like that. It goes from the blue base skin tone through to a nice transitional yellow, going through a green shade, which for Tzeentch and the changing matter and changing nature, I really like this effect, and it's really quick to do on all of the extra appendages. But then what we need to do is tackle the rest of the areas, which are predominantly the metals. And we're going to be using some contrasts to kick us off here. We're going to be picking a couple of different areas and kind of theming them out based on whether they're plate metal or some sort of other accessory or something like that. And the two contrasts we're going to be using is a black contrast and a brown contrast. And we just need to make sure not to flood any areas and we can get to work. Generally, across the models, we opted to have all of the main armor panels and armor plates base coated in black, while all of the accessories, so the chains, the mail, and things like the bones, all got coated in a brown contrast. Once all the contrast is applied and has subsequently dried, what we're going to do is come in with some dark gold and start to use this across the models. All of the solid panels which got a complete coverage of black contrast are going to get another complete coat, this time of this metallic. We're going to be picking out all of the areas of metal, giving us a nice complete base coat of metal. Then we can move to the areas that have been coated in brown, and these are going to get a combination of dry brushing and overbrushing. This will mean that we keep the non-metallic brown in most of the recesses, but give the model a bright metallic sheen on a lot of the edges. Then what we're going to do is dull down all of these areas and add a little bit of aging by slapping a purple wash over all of the areas of metal, regardless of their initial base coat color. Naturally, making sure to mop up any of the heaviest areas of pooling. I really like the effect that you get from using a purple wash over a bronzy goldy tone. It gives it a really nice aged looking patina. But as you'll know, when we apply washes over things like metallics, we tend to lose a lot of the sheen because we've now got something including the actual reflective nature of the metallic. So we're going to solve that really simply by taking the same tone, the same metallic color, and then going around and doing a combination of quick edge highlights as well as some overbrushing and dry brushing for a little bit of speed. So yes, essentially here we're using the good old Games Workshop painting technique of base, wash and highlight. And that's fine for these, there's lots of them and the metallics aren't the main key area. So we can work around and do that quite efficiently and quite quickly. When applying these highlights, we can vary the method depending on the area and the time that we want to spend. Generally, we're looking at strong edge highlights on all of the main panels, giving us more control over the bright spots, while some of the smaller, more textured areas can simply be highlighted with a nice overbrush or dry brush, as it's not worth edge highlighting every single scale on a section of chainmail. That essentially is all of the metals done and the subscribe button smashed. We can tackle the last large sections of bones across all of the models. Primarily here we're looking at the horns as well as their baby skulls, which are attached across the waist of the models. Here we're going to be applying a base coat of brown contrast, which we did at the same time as the metals, and then following this up by mixing in that contrast with a light brown and applying this as a highlight to all of the raised areas. Then what we can do is take some pure light brown and apply this to the most prominent edges and sections, bringing out the brightness of those areas before slapping it black down with a brown wash over all of the horns and bones, giving us some nice texture and helping us blend some of those sharper transitions of colours. When we're going around and doing all of the bones and beaks and things like that, it's worth remembering that we also need to do the feet. And I painted them in the same method, with the brown contrast and then layering up through the brown and then slapping a brown wash over it. And that is how they look afterwards. As you can see, I think they look relatively good for the quick turnaround that we've got for them, though I appreciate that possibly converting a lot of the models in the largest unit in the box was not possibly the best idea, but I equally didn't really want 20 guys that all looked like carbon copies of just 5 guys in various different positions. So I've got a lot of variety here and I really enjoy it. And because of the way we've painted it, hopefully you can see from these photos that they tie in really, really nice and fit with the other models we've painted for the Thousand Suns. Do let me know what you think on how we've tied them in, because obviously we painted them in different ways. But beyond that, I really like how these guys came out. And what I would suggest is, if you like how this came out, why not check out another video? Rather than a Combat Patrol video or a Thousand Suns video, if you haven't checked them out, do it. But what I can offer you right now is this link here, which takes you to a fun video where we made Mario into a Space Marine. It's a little bit different to this one, and hopefully you'll enjoy it. Otherwise, do remember to subscribe so that we can see you next time. Dark Angels, how to paint them? That's the question. And here on the mini painting page, we may just have an answer. And my name's Ben. We're going to be jumping in on how to paint this Dark Angel in a stunning green scheme that they are known for, and make sure that it is something that we can do efficiently and quickly so that we can replicate it across a large army. And let's not waste any time jumping in. We're going to be starting off with a heavy Zenithal Prime. By starting off with a heavy Zenithal undercoat, we will be making sure that we have a bright base to work from. And then what we can do is grab a brush and get in there with a pot of dark green paint. This will be used to base coat all of the armour of the Marine and is going to be the darkest colour that we'll be using for the armour. Therefore, we want to bear this in mind when going and actually picking this colour out. We may need to do a couple of coats to get a nice clean consistency across all of the surfaces of the armour, and this can then be followed up with a combination of edge highlights as well as some optional volumetric highlights, using a combination of our dark green base coat as well as a brighter green in roughly a 50-50 mix. If we're opting to do volumetric highlights, we'll need to pay attention to the viewing angle and the particular areas that we're painting so that we get a nice consistent look of light hitting the model based on where we're predominantly going to be viewing the model from. Once we have this mix of 50-50 light and dark green down and we've mapped out all of our highlights, we can then come in with the brightest green that we used from the mix and do some final edge highlights and volumetric highlights, catching the most prominent areas and surfaces. At this point, we can call the armour done for tabletop standard and move across to the robes that all Dark Angels seem to be wearing all over their armour. And therefore what we can do is tackle this with a dark brown base coat so that we have a nice dark shadow to work from. And we can also do the same thing for the various leather pouches and holsters all the way across the model. At this point, we do have a couple of options. We can either wet blend the fabrics to get a nice smooth transition. Alternatively, if you're not particularly comfortable wet blending, Follow along with what we're doing here because we'll be using multiple layers to build up a smooth transition. Assuming that we're opting to go for the layer option, what we want to do is take a bottle of mid flesh tone and mix this into the brown that we use for the initial base coat. Here we are aiming for around a 50-50 mix of each colour. And what we can do is put down a couple of layers across all of the bulk raised sections of the robes, leaving the base coat brown in all of the deepest recesses, but making sure that we do catch all of those billowing raised areas across the model. Once this is dry, we can follow it up with another highlight. This time we're going to want to narrow the area that we're targeting and use a brighter version of the colour. We'll be using the same two colours, but in roughly a 75 flesh and 25 dark brown mix. We can use this and go around and essentially follow the previous highlight steps we've done, as I said, just in a narrower form. And this is ideal if we want to also do some texturing. We could do some cross-hatching or anything like that into the robes. If we wanted to build out an effect like that, this would be the perfect time to do that. We can then finally finish off the robes with a final round of highlights. And here we're going to be using the flesh that we've used in our mix up until this point and use this to catch all of the upper and outermost areas before we move across to tackle those pouches that we left in a base coated brown. To get a little bit of definition and difference on these areas without detracting too much from the rest of the model, what we can do is take a light flesh tone and apply this to the area in some scratchy textured highlights, catching all of the leather areas. Once that's dry, we can follow up with a simple wash of either a flesh tone or an earth tone. That covers the majority of bulk areas that cover the entirety of the model, and then we can move on to some of the smaller, more detailed areas, starting off with the emblems on the chest and the shoulders and things like that. Here, we want to apply a smooth base coat of this light skin tone that we've used previously across all of the various emblems and parchment, catching the shoulder, the helmet, all of the purity seals, everything like that. Once this is dry, we can then give all these areas a simple but light black wash. This will help to pick out all of the recesses and details on the sculpted model. And then we can finish off those areas with an edge highlight using the skin tone we applied as a base coat. For the red elements that aren't the emblems, what we can do is give these areas a nice simple base coat of a reddish brown before applying a rough and ready edge highlight and volumetric highlight with a bright red. Once both of these colours are done, we can then follow it up with a simple crimson wash. This will help to tie the reddish brown and the red highlights together, giving us a nice red effect on these weapons and all of the areas we've chosen to be red. I did just want to take one moment to interrupt myself here, and what I was going to say is naturally you can swap these techniques and methods out for preferred ones that you have already. So for example, the reds, if you have a preferred method that you use consistently for your models that is already painting red, feel free to use that instead of the method that we've just gone over. Alternatively, if you want to nick it, just use it, it's perfectly fine. Alternatively, if you prefer to spend more time and put more work into those smaller details on your models, let me know down in the comments below because I'd be interested to find out. Anyway, let's not waste any more time. Now that you've left a comment and subscribed, we can jump into the metals, which will start off with a black base coat. Once our black base coat is dry, however, we can then come in with our preferred mid-silver tone. And then on areas like the gun, which have a fair amount of textures and small details, we can simply do some rough edge highlights to pick out all of those areas. Then for the larger areas like the sword, belt buckle, we can go in and lay down a nice clean base coat. Once all of these areas have dried completely so that we don't end up with any shifting pigments or any metallic flakes, we can give all of these areas a simple black wash. Once this wash has dried, the shine on the metallics will have dropped off and dulled out slightly, so we can give everything one more round of edge highlights to give us a nice shiny look and some depth to the metallics on the model. Then what we have is the actual sword itself. We can just leave this metal with a wash. Alternatively, we can go into other ways of painting power swords and special effects on weapons. So if you are unsure on how you want to do it, why not stick around and follow this technique? In order to pull this off, what we're going to want to do is take a light flesh tone and then make sure that we start from the energy node on a power sword and highlight that as well as the edges Then what we want to do is paint on some lightning bolt lines down the blade, starting from the node to the edges. This can then be followed up with a thin coat of contrast in our chosen blade colour. In this case, we're going to be using a blue contrast. Once that's dry, we can then repeat the lightning effect using the skin tone we used previously. And here we want to follow some of the patterns, but also create new patterns of lightning going down so we get some depth on the blade. Once this second layer of skin is dry, we can then come in and give it a wash. This time we're aiming for an actual wash, so a citadel wash as opposed to a contrast. And this will try to be darker than our initial colour. So we're going for a dark blue and we'll give the blade an entire coverage. At this point, you may be happy, or we can just keep repeating various layers of lightning bolts and this blue wash. We can also do the same thing for the plasma coils on just a smaller scale. As I said, the advantage of this is that we can repeatedly apply lightning bolt effects as well as the wash that we've chosen to use. And over time, this will give a decent level of depth and effect to the blade. We can then finish it off by just picking out some of the brightest highlights with the flesh color and not applying a final wash. And then that gives us a beautifully painted Dark Angels model, which overall I think is something we can achieve quite effectively on a larger scale. If we were to batch paint it, for example, we could get a nice army out without too much time. Overall, this model took about 2 to 3 hours, not including the base. So naturally you will need a base for your model, and if you want to do designed bases or sculpted bases, that may take a little bit longer. But if you are interested in seeing how to make bases like that, why not check out this playlist here, which might have a few suitable options for your Marines for their next parade battle. If you're too busy now, don't worry, just remember to subscribe so that we can see you next time. There are so many forms of Tyranids, and with every single hive fleet comes its own lore, background, as well as unique colour scheme. And we've already tackled some Tyranids here on the channel before. We went over the 40k starter set and painted up all of the Tyranids in the box to look like the Leviathan. So the purple carapace with white skin. Today we're going to mix it up a little bit and look at painting another hive fleet in a relatively quick and easy manner. This one we're painting hive fleet Jormungandr in the really nice bright yellow carapace and dark black skin. We've got a nice technique to get this done really quickly, so let's not waste any more time. Make sure you've subscribed and let's get to it. We will be starting off with a Zenithal Prime, and we want to make sure this is dry before we start the work, which is where we're going to grab a pot of black contrast and start to work around mapping out the skin with this paint. Being a contrast, we can be relatively confident that it's going to seep into the recesses, making them nice and dark, while the brighter, more raised surfaces, due to the Zenithal, will end up with a slightly lighter hue, but overall still read as black. Once that is down and the contrast is fully dry, we can move away from the skin for a little while and start to work on base coating the armor panels, as well as any of the hard sections on the model, with a nice warm reddish brown. We will be going around here and hitting all of the pieces like the claws, the feet, and those little elbow stabbers, besides naturally the carapace. With Tyranids being a relatively hoardy army, we want to try and make sure that this process is streamlined and quick and efficient, so that we're not spending a large amount of time painting excessive details if we had hundreds or multiple different units of gaunts and things like that. And that's why we've painted everything up to this stage so far. We've given everything a base coat because the next steps are going to be dry brushing each section, and conveniently we're going to be using the same colours. So we might as well base coat all of the areas and then tackle the dry brushing in one go. And for this dry brushing, it's nice and simple. We just need to grab a couple of skin tones and we can get to work. Our first action is going to be to come in and do a medium dry brush using a medium or mild skin tone. This is going to add a little bit of warmth to the previous black base coated colours, as well as nicely highlight all of the raised and sculpted details. Once this first round of dry brushing is dry, we will be following it up with yet another round of dry brushing. But this time we want to come in using a lighter, paler flesh. And we are also going to be focusing mainly on the raised upward facing surfaces. This will leave all of the lower sections predominantly with a combination of black undercoat and the mid skin tone dry brush highlight in those lower darker areas. At this point, we are going to be looking at applying the colours to our relatively monochrome models at this particular moment. What we're going to be doing here is applying this as kind of glaze over the carapace, and it's going to essentially be the brightest colour that we're going to be using. So we do need to bear that in mind when we're picking our colours, which is why I've gone for this very bright, poppy, clear yellow colour. However, naturally, if you wanted a slightly more orangey yellow or a darker, more muted yellow, you could swap that out for a different shade of contrast, and that would work just as well. So once you've decided what contrast that you want to use, and you've made sure you're subscribed, we can carry on. We can take our chosen yellow contrast, and what we're going to do is start to apply it all over the carapace. We do want to make sure that we catch all of the elements on all of the areas of the carapace. So I'm talking here things like catching the sides of the panels, and also remembering to catch that chest armor panel. Once the contrast is applied, we do want to leave it to dry fully, and that's so that we don't get any color mixing when we come in and give the skin a little bit of attention by applying a black wash over all of the skin areas, though making sure that we do avoid any of the flesh-like guns on this particular pass. Similar to when we apply the contrast, by applying this wash, we're going to get the benefit of smoothing out slightly some of the texture that we may accrue from our previous dry brushing steps. Applying this wash does have a couple of benefits besides just smoothing out the texture of the dry brush. It will also give us a nice desaturated grey once it's been applied to the skin tone. It's going to pull some of that warmth out and give us a nice grayscale highlight on all of our black skin without a lot of effort. Now that the skin is covered in the wash and it's dry or drying, we do need to tackle the weapons, the claws, and all those sharp, bitey, clawy bits. And we're going to be doing that by applying red to those areas. Naturally, we've already base coated them, so we can grab ourselves a relatively dark red and get to work on those claws. And don't worry about the guns, we'll be coming back to those in a bit. For all of those, let's say, sharp, pointy, clawy bits, we want to take a mild dark red and then use this to do some large section highlights across our chosen areas. We want to keep the base closest to the skin sections of those sharp pointy bits in our reddish brownish base coat, moving this red in as it gets nearer to the edge. Once this is done, we can then move to a brighter, more vibrant red and follow up with an edge highlight as well as some more narrow passes on the larger, flatter panels to give us a pop of colour. This will give us a nice transition from a brown or a reddish brown up to a bright red, setting us up perfectly for the next step, which is a red wash. And we're going to apply this over all of the red areas that we've just painted, as well as on the guns and any of the leg vents and things like that, tinting the flesh in those areas to a nice sour red tone. This red wash is the reason that we didn't apply the black wash over the guns. What we wanted to do is make sure that we still had that bright, vibrant skin tones so that it picked up the red wash over those areas, giving us that nice, bright difference in colours between the black normal skin and the red weaponry. This ties it in nicely with the claws that we've already painted. And to be honest, besides going in painting the teeth and the eyes, which we couldn't do until we'd painted everything else on the model, we are essentially done for standard troops. If we've got hundreds of gaunts in our army, I would be quite inclined to stop here. However, if you do have a little bit more time or you want to push it a little bit further on some of the leaders or centerpieces, stick around because we're going to be tackling how to do that without a lot more effort. To push this a little bit further, what we're going to do is jump back to our light flesh. And we're going to need to make sure that we thin this down with water or thinner so that it leaves a relatively semi-transparent thin application of paint when we apply it with a brush. Taking this, we can then carefully work around all of the skin areas and edge highlight all of the sculpted details. This should already be mostly mapped out by the past steps of all of the dry brushing with our fleshes prior to the wash. So what we're going to be doing is essentially using our light flesh in a thinned down manner to reinforce all of those brighter surfaces. We will also want to use this same thinned down light flesh in order to tackle the armor sections. Firstly, we naturally want to ensure that every panel has a nice edge highlight. and that will give the areas a nice bit of separation. But we can also choose to come in and add that typical lining and striation on the carapace of the Tyranids, and that will be sorted out and blended in on our next couple of steps. When we're working with this light flesh, we do need to kind of play a little bit of a balancing game. We need to balance the ratio of pigment in the liquid so that we get a nice, consistent, semi-transparent layer with just one coat, as well as making sure that it's not so runny that it floods the brush, and therefore when we apply it to the model, it just floods the brush and floods the model like a wash or a contrast. That's not what we're going for here. The way that I manage that is I mix up the color to the consistency that I like. I test it on areas like my hand and things like that just to see how it's coming off of the brush. Once I'm happy with the overall consistency, I clean my brush, removing most of the moisture, then just come back with my brush, dip it into the paint, and then you will tend to see that I use my thumb as a mini palette, just removing any of the excess, giving me close to the perfect amount of paint to come in and do some fine edge highlights. However we manage it, once the flesh is dry, we're going to be following it up with a round of washes to the skin. And here we'll start off with a black and red wash. And we're going to be applying these at near enough the same time so that we can blend them together while they're wet on the model. Naturally, we're going to cover the general area of skin, so everything that isn't the weapon, in the black wash. And then as we get near the fleshy gun, we're going to move to the red wash and apply this over all of the weapons and leg vents. This will give us a relatively smooth transition from blacks to dark greys to the nice red worn skin of the weapons. As I'm sure you're expecting, we are also going to be grabbing out our yellow contrast that we used initially, and as we did before, apply this over all of the areas of armor, shifting those darker brownish tones more yellow, while also picking out all of the edge highlights and striations that we've put in there, giving us a really nice strong pop of color as a bright highlight. By using this method, we are able to quickly build up a large force of really nice tabletop Tyranids. Obviously, we've painted one in this video and we need 19 more for a unit. And very conveniently, we can paint 19 of these guys in not too long without too much hassle if we use the same techniques that we have here. And the advantage is we could even push this a little bit further. We could do another round of skin highlights and then re-glaze on top of it. And what that will do is just add another layer or transition and give us a slightly darker yellow with that still vibrant yellow edge highlight. So we can just keep pushing it as far as you want. It is a never-ending circle until you've applied so much paint that you no longer have a model. So these look really good on the table. They are very, very appealing, very easy to do. And a lot of people struggle with black and yellow. So hopefully this has been useful. If you've enjoyed this and you do like Tyranids, then you might like to see the video I mentioned earlier where we tackled the 40k starter set and painted up all of those Tyranids in the Leviathan scheme. So if you're interested in that, check out this video. However, if you're full of all of these nice beasties and you don't want to see any more Tyranid content, then why not something a little bit more creative, a little bit of a fun project, where we took some 40k parts, primarily Space Marine parts, and kit bashed ourselves a 40k Mario Space Marine. That video's here, why not check it out? Otherwise, do remember to subscribe so that we can see you next time. Is it a battle line? Is it a character? Is it anything to do with Superman, which might explain this type of intro? The answer there is no. What we're actually doing is finishing up our Canadian Combat Patrol video by painting up the heavy equipment that comes in the box. Namely, we've got a couple of mortars as well as a Sentinel. And in this mini-series, we've kind of been focusing on different aspects in each video. And today, the Sentinels as well as the mortars do have a large section of metals. So we're going to be focusing on pushing them a little bit better in this video so that we end up with a nice, quick to produce as well as good looking tabletop army so that we have a nice fully painted army on the tabletop for any of our games. So let's jump in and see how we did it. We will naturally then be starting off with the metals, and similar to the metals across the entire army that we've done so far, we are going to be starting off with a dark brown contrast on all of the areas that we want to be our metallics. Given this is a contrast, we can be relatively confident that it's going to easily flow into all of the recesses on the models and give us a nice base coat to work from. Then what we can do is go out and dig a dark bronze or dark gold from our selection of paints. And we're going to use this in an overbrush fashion across all of the metal areas. This is very similar to dry brushing, but we're going to be depositing a greater amount of paint, giving a cleaner metallic section, but leaving the brown contrast in the recesses. By working in this way and applying first the contrast and then our base coat overbrush of metallics, what we're able to do is maintain the dark saturated colours within the recesses and not add back any bounce shine when it's looked at on the model. So we kind of have a little bit of control on where the reflections are going to be. Then what we can do is just increase the brightness as we go through. So we're going to push this a little bit further by using a brighter gold. And this we're going to be using more in a dry brush fashion as opposed to a overbrush as we've just done. Taking our brighter, punchier gold, what we want to do is dry brush this across all of our metal areas once our overbrush is dry. We do want to be relatively heavy in order to brighten up the whole area. What we want to do is try and make a decent amount of difference across the uppermost, brightest areas. And we should be able to see that in this variation between the undry brushed and post dry brushed models. However, you might be noticing that this is a little bit bright when put up against our troops. And we're going to be fixing that. What we're going to do is darken it down slightly as well as matte it out by using a flesh wash. Beyond just darkening down our previous work as well as matting out the reflectiveness and the shininess of our metallic pigments, going in with a flesh wash does also have a couple of additional benefits. First off, it's going to add a little bit more warmth to the job of paint that we've already done, which works nicely with the gold that we've used. As well as that, it's also going to reinforce and pick out any areas and sculpted details that we might have gone a little bit too heavy, let's say, with either the overbrush or the dry brush. So this will just quickly reinforce those recesses, shadows, and things like that quite nicely before we work back on bringing that shine back to those areas. We're going to want to build some nuance within the metals, and to create this, we're going to want to wait for the wash to dry fully, and then we're going to make up a mix of the two metal colours we've used so far. This mix is going to be dry brushed in a relatively heavy fashion over all of the metal areas. We want to try and make sure that we're applying enough passes in order to pick out the brightest edges as well as the main upward facing flat panels, while leaving the majority of the metal surface in that washed metal state. Then what we're going to do is take the brightest gold that we used in the process and very lightly dry brush this over all of the metallic areas. What this will do is help to pick out the very edges of the metal and give us a nice pop of colour and a pop of shine, which doesn't look out of place thanks to the various layers and build up that we've done so far. At this point, we do have a choice on how we're going to paint up the armor plated sections of our vehicles and mortars. And from our base original scheme, the primary color is red for the jackets and things like that, with white kind of being the secondary accent color and everything else being built around that. So we're going to be using red for the primary armor on our vehicles as well as our mortars. And this is going to be in a very similar way as we did the red jackets on all of our troops, which are also on the mortars themselves. Except because these are large flat panels that might draw a lot of attention, what we're going to do is just add a little bit more depth to these as well. And rather than starting off with just a contrast layer of a bright red, we're going to start from a slightly darker area and come in with a darker, well, Blood Angels red in this case, a darker red contrast. And then we're going to work back up to the brighter colour that we used for the rest of the army. If we've been a little bit heavy-handed with previous steps, we can go in with a light pale dry brush to clean up any of the white areas prior to applying contrast. But assuming that's all done and everything is nice and ready for contrast application, we can apply the dark red over all of the areas that we want to be in our red armoured colour. So on the mortars, this is the armour plate, while the Sentinel is going to be getting a large amount of coverage in this red. Once that contrast layer is dry, what we want to do is take a bottle of light flesh and then carefully dry brush this across all of the areas of red armor. This is going to catch predominantly the edges as well as some of the main upward facing panels and give us a nice edge highlight. This means that we can come in after it's dry with the red contrast that we've used in our original scheme. This brighter red will go all over the armor. Once that is dry, we're going to be finishing up with a combination of edge highlighting, panel highlighting, and a little bit of dry brushing using a very bright red paint. By building up the layers from the darker red up to our original brighter red that we use for the rest of the army, what we can do is make sure that the models that we are building, so the Sentinel and the Mortars, are consistent with the rest of the troops. They've got the same level of brightness, hue, and everything like that from the same essential highlight colors that we've used. However, because the panels on this are a lot larger than the cloth on the rest of the models, we can add a little bit more detail and nuance by starting from that darker color. However, you may notice that there is one thing missing on these models, which is the second color, our kind of accent color or second alternate color that we use in the scheme, which is white, and that's not present on any of these models. And to a degree, it is not going to be. We're going to be solving that in another way. We're going to be using silver to replace our whites. And the reason for this is we haven't used silver on any of the other models. So while it may stand out, we're going to be painting it bright enough that it will essentially replicate and represent the white from across the scheme without us needing to add in large white panels across the models that don't have sections like that we could utilize. The other thing we can do to add a little bit of white is once they're fully painted, we could chuck some white decals on there, and that will also add a little bit of flavor. In the first instance, we're going to take all of the silver areas and all of the areas that are going to be black in the rest of the army. So things like the wheels are getting a black contrast. What this is going to do in regards to the silver is help to reduce any staining of metallics that we've already laid out there, as well as help to bring out the shine of the silver in those later steps. Once the contrast is dry, what we're going to do is take a dark silver and then use this to base coat over all of the metal areas, giving us a nice reflective base coat to work from. Then it's just a simple highlight. We're going to use a mid silver and we're going to highlight all of the upper facing sections and all of the sun facing panels essentially, as well as giving a simple edge highlight to all of those lower facing panels. Then we're going to be finishing it off, and here we want to take a really bright silver and use this to edge highlight all of the upward facing edges, which will give us that nice punch of shine where the color and light will hit the most. That gives us that bright punch of reflection, and the silver is all sorted. This leaves us with only a couple of areas left. Primarily, it's going to be our accessory color that we've stuck across the entire army. And I haven't really touched on this for the simple fact of it's relating to the color of our base. We've gone for green in this case, which ties in with the base nicely. And I will go through how I've done it, but I imagine you're going to change this if you're going to be copying a similar style as this. But essentially what we did was take a dark green as a base coat, apply that all over the areas that we wanted in this color. So we've got things like pipes, details like that, and the computer screen on the mortar. Those are the areas that we've been targeting. Once that base coat's dry, we're just going to be coming in with our lighter green wash, which is going to just add a little bit of tonal difference as well as pick out some details if appropriate, before we finish it off with a lighter green highlight. And personally, I've been using this very old pot of Scorpion Green, but you can swap this out for any other green. I just really like this bright venomous green. At that point, as you can see, we are near enough done. There may be a couple of details that just need to be picked out in a chosen themed color if you have any preferences. But then we can just stick it on a base and we are all good to go. And as you can see from these photos, these were very quick to produce and are at a nice tabletop standard. So it's nice to be able to paint a force quickly and be able to play with a painted force. So that box has been ticked. And as you can see from the rest of the photos, these particular models that we focused on in this video do work nicely with the rest of the models that we've painted in the other videos. And if you have missed those other videos and need to check out how we did it, we have got that here if you are interested. However, if you've already checked that out as you're kind of on the third part of that series, I would suggest checking out the other videos in our Combat Patrol series, which have got different types of videos similar to this, where we tackle a combat patrol in a fun, or time-themed manner. So do check that out if you've already seen episode 1 and 2 of this. Otherwise, do remember to subscribe so that we can see you next time. Hey everyone, today we've got a great video for you. We've got another IP smash, and this one we're going to be doing is, have you guys by chance ever heard of Teletubbies? Wait, what? Nah, that doesn't sound very exciting. How about we do a Rick and Morty episode, and we're going to be using a Dark Angel and an Apothecary. Let's not waste any more time, and away we go. We can start off with the builds, and naturally, Rick will be going first. And we're going to take the Azrael model from the Dark Angel's range, and what we're going to do is make a few changes. And to start off, we're going to be building the model as normal, but stopping just before we attach all of the arms and everything like that, such as the head and the backpack. With this easy bit done, we can now look at making the modifications to make this model slightly more Rick-like. And we're going to start off by removing the backpack entirely. This will mean that we need to go in and remove the mounting points for the backpack on the model. This is easily achieved by snipping off the bulky section with some clippers and then coming in with a craft knife to clean up the area. Because this model has robes, once we've cleaned up the area, we can go a little bit further and use some green stuff in order to sculpt in some robe texture. This can be done to push over the damaged back area with some green stuff, flattening it down, and then using a mixture of sculpting tools to push and pull it around until it somewhat looks like folded robes. Now, there are a couple more bits that we're going to be needing to do, but I just realized that I haven't actually gone over the inspiration behind this build. And first off is I looked at the Games Workshop Azrael model, saw the Watcher and Azrael and thought, that could be a Rick and Morty model. So that inspired me from that side. And then I decided to theme the paint job and everything after this scene in Rick and Morty, which is where Rick and Morty are in some anime style armor with swords, running around and killing people in a cave to save Summer. So with that bit done, let's get back to the building. And the conversion that we're going to be tackling next is giving Rick his iconic portal gun. But I'm not particularly great at sculpting, so rather than trying to sculpt and then completely messing it up, what we're going to do is actually take some spares from the combination of kits, so the Apothecary kit and a few others, in order to make out a nice replica portal gun. Firstly, we are going to need to remove the weapon from the model's hand, and this can be done by carefully cutting into the joint with a craft knife, slowly cutting through until we have separated the gun and the arm. For building the portal gun itself, we're going to be turning to the Apothecary kit, starting by clipping out the holster and then cutting this into a rectangle to act as the body of our portal gun. For the screen and the interface of the portal gun, what we're going to do is grab the arm of the Apothecary and then carefully remove the screen and buttons with a craft knife. This can then be glued onto the front of the holster, giving us that screen that Rick enters information and chooses locations from. We could leave it there with a flat end, very similar to actually how it looks in the cartoon. However, we're going to be adding a few muzzles onto the end of this gun, and these are muzzles coming from some Thousand Suns guns, which happen to have been laying on my table from a previous project. With all of these parts added on, glued together, we just need to finish off the portal gun with that well-known iconic green tube out of the top. And for this, what we're going to be doing is carefully removing one of the tubes from the Apothecary's gun and then gluing this to the center of our new portal gun. This essentially gives us a fully built body of Rick. We can stick the arms on and we're good to go, but we are missing a head. And for this, we're going to be turning back to the Apothecary kit, and we're going to be digging out the bald head from that kit because we're going to be using some green stuff to sculpt in a few details. Now, green stuff pops up a couple of times in this video, a bit like the call to action to subscribe. So what I would actually suggest is doing all of the green stuff together at one stage because they're all isolated areas and that's possible. Obviously, for the purpose of this video, I'm going to show them at certain independent stages, but you can just group them all together if you want. So let's bear that in mind and let's get on to the head and hair of our Rick. What we want to be doing here is essentially recreating Rick's iconic spiky hair. And we're going to be doing this with the Apothecary's head. Since it's bald, we don't then need to deal with sculpting around any of the hair pre-existing on the model. We are going to be dealing with this by making some simple small balls of green stuff. Then by pinching one side of the ball and rolling that between our fingers, we end up with some small green cones. These can then be popped onto Rick's bald head one by one till we have around 5 or 6 across the scalp. Once we've got all of the spikes that we want down on the model itself, we can then grab a silicone tool shaper and go in and smooth out all of the joins and texture from us handling the green stuff. Then we can mount our Rick's head on a spike ready for painting, but before we actually do the paint job for Rick, we should probably tackle our little Morty. And what we're going to be doing is turning the Watcher in the dark, or essentially the little 40k Jawa figure, we're going to be turning that into one of our Mortys. And if you think you know which one of the Mortys out of all of the Mortys that it could be, let me know down in the comments below. Because we're going to be telling you right now, and that is the worshipper of the one true Morty who pops up in one of the Evil Morty episodes. That's what we're going to be creating, and in order to do that, we need to make some conversions. So let's not waste any time and get to it. This conversion starts off with a quick decapitation of our Watcher, which once completed, we can go in with a craft knife and carve away the hood at roughly neck level until we have a divot for the head. At that point, we can glue the entire of the kit together, except we're going to be leaving off the arm that is carrying the helmet. Once the body is firmly glued together, we can take the Azrael head from our Dark Angel kit and glue this onto the shoulders of our Watcher. Then we're going to need to take our attention to the helmet that's being held for Rick. Essentially here, we're going to need to carefully remove the Dark Angel's wings and then clean up the area using a craft knife or similar. Once the helmet is wingless, we can then add in some more angular shapes, similar to our source image. Here we took some horns left over from the Thousand Suns Combat Patrol, cut them to size and shape before we glued them onto the helmet. We don't really need to do this last tweak if we don't want to, but personally I feel having these spiky angular points instead of the big Dark Angel wings looks more thematic and more accurate to the Rick and Morty inspired diorama that we're going for. Equally, it has an additional benefit, which is these horns are smaller, so there's going to be less to paint and less to tackle with and get in between when we're painting. What we're going to actually be doing is painting the arm separate to the rest of the model so that we don't have to worry about trying to get in between the gaps. But we're also going to be now using some green stuff. And the reason that we can keep the arm off means that we're able to work with the green stuff around the entirety of the area without needing to fight in between the gap between the helmet and Morty's head, essentially. We are going to want to make up a suitable amount of green stuff. Then once all of this is mixed, we can leave it for roughly 20 minutes, which will give it a little bit of time to stiffen up before we proceed to roll it out into a large section of flat green stuff, large enough to cover the top of our model. This model is actually quite easy to go in and sculpt because it's got ribbed sections and a separate upper hood cloak area. We can simply place the green stuff over the head, then pull the green stuff across the model to the edges of the head robe section. And once this upper head robe section is covered in a thin layer of green stuff, we can simply use some shapers to build back in the textures of swooping fabric. We can then glue tack the helmeted hand onto the model to let the green stuff dry before we take it for painting. When looking at our little Morty, it is clear that the predominant colour on there is going to be browns and things like that, and to a degree that's fairly similar with our Rick. So what we're going to do is make this a little bit simpler. We're going to take all of our models outside and we're going to give them a nice spray can prime, and we'll use Xandri Dust for that, which will give us a nice complete coat of a brown that we can work from with future steps. For Morty, we're going to be starting from our Xandri Dust undercoat, and then what we want to do is base coat all of this in a slightly darker brown. This should go over the undercoat very easily, and we can give everything but the helmet and the face a nice coat of this brown base coat. Once all of that is dry, we're going to add in some mid-tone brown into our initial base coat. This is then going to be used to layer up a simple panel highlight across all of the robes, leaving the dark brown in only the darkest recesses. With this first layer highlight complete, we can then repeat the steps in a narrower fashion. This time we're going to be using the mid-tone brown, but without any colour mixing. we want to catch all of the prime edges and the narrow centers of the raised robes. Finally, once that's sorted, we can finish up the robes by taking our mid brown we've just used, mixing in a little bit of a medium skin tone, and then this time working around the model slowly, picking out all of the sharpest edges across the road, giving us that final punch of warm light. To be honest, for our Morty, this is 90% of the paint job done. We've kind of got the helmet, which we're going to be painting at the same time as we paint Rick, and then a couple of other things. So we've got things like the belt and all of the belt attachments, as well as Morty's massive head. And these are all kind of using the same sorts of colours, to be honest, and we can paint them at exactly the same time to save a little bit of time. Obviously, with this being a video, I've done them in isolation, so it's easier for me to portray that information to you. But just bear in mind that in reality, we did it all at the same time, and it's a lot quicker than it may look. We're going to want to be using a pale flesh for this, and we're going to take this pale flesh and then use it to edge highlight all of the belt strands. This can be done with traditional edge highlighting, picking out each strand, or we can do it with a controlled overbrush, essentially highlighting the very edges with a little bit less control. The same is applied for the keys on the model. However, the little book we're going to be coating entirely in light flesh before we come in and coat all of the ropes in a flesh wash, and the book is instead going to get a brown contrast paint. This gives us some difference in tone across these areas as we turn to the face of Morty. Starting with a base coat of a medium flesh, we can work across the entire head and use this to lay down a nice base coat before we bring out all of the sculpted details by slapping a flesh wash over the skin. This will also add a little bit of warmth to our skin, allowing us to easily highlight it on the first time using just medium flesh again. This is going to be done using relatively broad highlights across the face before we come in with a light flesh tone and pick out the brightest, most prominent features on the face. We could stop here for a normal Morty, but for a follower of the one true Morty, we need to add a few more steps. The first is going to be to add on some paint face markings using a thin brown. And then this will be there to emulate the facial markings that we see in the show. And then we're going to merge this all together really nicely and simply with a final coat of a flesh wash to merge all of our previous highlights and paint work together. I'm not great at freehand, so for these facial markings, essentially what I did was just make some squiggles on one side of the face and then tried to accurately mirror them on the other side of the face. By applying the flesh wash over the top of this, it helps to darken everything down slightly and hide any small errors that we may have made. So it's always useful to have that in the back pocket. But with that done, we have Morty painted, and I'm sure what you care about now is seeing how we paint our 40k Rick Sanchez. And obviously from the source material, you can see that we're predominantly going to be going with red armor as well as blue accents. But because of the particular features of the Azrael model we're using, we're also going to be building in a small nod to the more traditional outfit of the lab coat and brown trousers that we see Rick wearing. Like Morty, Rick will be starting off from a Xandri Dust undercoat, and we will be kicking off the paint job with the armor. First off, all of the joints on the armor are going to get a quick black contrast, and then we're going to completely forget that they exist for the rest of time as we move to the actual panels and we pick out two reds. One of these is going to be a fairly dark red, with the other being our brightest red that we have or want to use. We then want to start from a dark red and apply a consistent layer to act as a base coat, giving us complete coverage where possible. Once we've worked around the model and covered it entirely in this base coat, we can start to mix our bright red into the base coat for highlights. Starting with a 50-50 mix of the two colours, we can go across the model, adding in a fair few panel highlights on the various aspects of armor. Then, once we're happy with this first round, we can repeat it with another red mix. This time we're going to be using 75% bright red, with the remainder being our base coat red. This second highlight pass will be much narrower and focus mainly on the upward facing areas. Then we can do a final finishing pass of red armor highlights using pure bright red without any color mixing at all, just a little bit of dilution. Primarily here, what we're going to be doing is catching all of the main and sharpest edges with this red. But for some shapes like the shoulder pads and things like that, we may need to highlight in more of a volumetric manner. This is one area that we actually did do a slight variation depending on area. So essentially with Rick's red armor, all of the central armor pieces, all of the inside armor panels, all got a red wash before we did the final red highlight. And that was just to darken it down a little bit, slightly more like our concept art piece that we're basing this on, where they are a slightly different red from the outer armor panels to those inner armor sections. However, what we're going to be doing now that the armor is essentially done is moving on to some other areas, but not the blue accents. Because first, what we're going to do is tackle the robes, and we're painting this in a sort of homage to Rick's normal white lab coat, brown trousers outfit by painting the outer robe that our model is wearing as a white robe, and then our inner robe that has our model wearing, we can then paint that as brown, similar to Rick's trousers, giving us that nice, as I said, homage to the original artwork. Kicking off with the robes, we're going to start off by grabbing a medium dry brush and then carefully applying multiple passes of a medium skin tone. This can go straight over the prime of Xandri dust, and we're going to want to apply this multiple times until we have the majority of the robes covered in this skin tone. Then what we can do is grab a lighter skin tone and essentially repeat the dry brushing motions. But this time we're aiming to not cover as much of the robe, and we're mainly aiming to catch the most raised prominent edges. We can also take this time to do a little bit of edge highlighting and panel highlighting using diluted skin tone and a standard rounded brush. Here we'll be targeting the largest folds of the billowing sections of cape, as well as the sharp folds around the chest area, giving us some nice punchy highlights and removing some texture. By working up from our brown through our two flesh tones and doing this progressive dry brushing before we finally add that layer of pure skin tone, we get a really nice transition from a darker, browner base coat up through to this brighter color. And because of the layers, we end up losing a lot of that texture that we get from dry brushing itself. What we're essentially going to be doing from here is rinsing and repeating these steps brighter and brighter until we get closer to a white, and naturally narrowing with each pass as we go so that we get a nice transition from this flesh brown tone up to a bright white. Next, we're going to be getting an off-white and once again dry brushing this across all of the robes. We are aiming to catch a minimal amount of the pass work, focusing on just the brightest edges before we again dilute the paint slightly with some water and then use a normal brush to add in some very narrow panel highlights and some edge highlights across the robes. Finally, we are going to be finishing off with some pure white. And here we're going to be skipping the dry brush stage so that we don't add any additional texture and just go straight in with the edge highlights, which we really only want to catch the sharpest, most brightest points of the robes. And with that done, we have a nice finished white robe. Depending how accurate we were with the dry brushing, we may need to just go back in and touch up some armor panels. I found that there were a couple bits like the shoulder pad corners that had got a tiny bit of flesh, so we just diluted the red, slapped a bit over the bit that we accidentally covered with flesh, and it sorted it out lovely. What we've got now is essentially the center robe bit, but we're not going to be tackling that separately, mainly because we painted it in exactly the same way that we painted Morty's robes. So I don't see the point of just rehashing exactly the same information on just a smaller piece of a model. So with that done, we can move on to the exciting blues of all of the accents, and we're going to be getting this on all of the areas we want. So that's going to be all of the iconography. There's an emblem on the helmet of the model, as well as we're going to be doing the hip plates in blue to contrast the red armor a little bit. To kick this off, we want to apply a dark blue first off as a base coat. Then, similar to when we were tackling the red armor, what we're going to do is pick a bright blue and we're going to mix up to that color. So once our base coat is down, we can create a 50-50 mix of our dark and light blue. and then use this to edge highlight all of the blue sections before we finish off all of the blue areas with a final fine edge highlight using our brightest blue, giving that nice bright contrasting punch of colour across the model. With the blues done, there are two main areas left on the body of Rick, and this is the portal gun as well as the sword. We painted the portal gun up first, and we did this by applying a base coat of an off-white, getting a quick coat down covering the entire area before we let it dry and then slapped a white contrast over the whole area. While this dries, we can paint up the sword. And to do this, we're going to be using a quick non-metallic metal scheme. First, we coated the whole blade in a neutral grey. Then, while this was still wet, we added a little bit of black contrast to the grey and used this to wet blend in some shadows on the blade itself. There are so many ways that we can paint non-metallic metals, and there are specifically so many ways for swords themselves and so many videos around it. What we're doing here is essentially painting in a V shadow across our blade. So on one side of the blade, we're going to have two shadows, while on the other side, we're going to have one, making a V across our imaginary blade as I'm holding up my hands in front of you. That means that we've then got that nice shadow pattern built in, and from there we can grab a nice lighter silver type grey and then use that for some bright spot highlights across our blades. This lighter grey can be used to edge highlight the blade entirely. In the sections that we've painted as shadows, we're going to want to reduce the area and make this very thin, catching the very edges. While on the lighter sections, which are more neutral grey, we can make the highlights slightly broader. We can also take a little bit of time to add some semi-scratchy highlight in order to build a little bit of texture onto the blade. We can then finish off the blade once this highlight round is done by grabbing some bright white and using this to edge highlight all of the edges in the lighter sections of the blade. This will be a very thin edge highlight in all of the brightest places to show that glint of metal. Once we're happy with how the blade looks, we can then use the blues from before to pick out the various power nodes and stems across the blade. Now I know what you're thinking. You're sat there thinking, Ben, you kind of skipped a very important part of that gun. You didn't paint the tube on the portal gun, and that's not very good of you. And yeah, that's true. We kind of skipped over it, but there is a reason. We're going to be using some fun effects when we paint that area, and it kind of relies on some of the other aspects being done first. So before we paint up the glowing tube on our portal gun, we're going to need to tackle some other areas, mainly the face. Now, we're going to be going through painting Rick's head, but we're not going to deal with how we painted the skin, because the skin on Rick was painted exactly the same as the skin on Morty, except without face paint, essentially. So we're not going to bother going through that again. A bit like the brown robes, no point rehashing the same thing twice in one video. But we can look at that iconic blue spiky hair that Rick has. So let's look at tackling that next. We want to take our brightest blue that we used for all of our accent areas and then apply this as a base coat across all of the hair, giving us a blue base hair tone, which Rick is known for. From there, we can start to age it slightly. And we're going to do this by grabbing a light grey and mixing this into our blue for a slightly lighter, more desaturated blue tone. This can then be used to highlight the hair, and we're going to be getting lighter as we pull to the ends of the spikes. We can then finish off the hair in its entirety with some fine highlights on the very tips of the hair using a diluted pale grey, which gives us that aged old man hair vibe. And with that done, we can assemble the model and tackle the greens I mentioned earlier. And naturally this is going to include the portal gun, but we also painted the seals in the same way. We are going to be starting off all of the greens from a dark green and base coat all of the areas before we move on to a lighter green. This is then going to be used as a mid-range highlight and a top-end highlight for all of our seals. At this point, we can also take the opportunity to add in a little bit of object source lighting. This is going to be using the green that we've just applied, and by using a small amount of thinned paint and applying it across certain areas, we can get a nice realistic ratio of brightness from the light source across our area. We're then going to be finishing off the actual light source itself by applying an almost venomous green paint, giving us that bright source which is brighter than the OSL we've applied on the rest of the model. By painting our greens and our glowing effects in this way, it always looks slightly more natural because, as I'm sure you can imagine, the source light that is emitting the light is going to be the brightest object because it's the thing emitting the light. I highly doubt that something emitted from my hand is going to hit my face and the light's going to get brighter as it travels through that distance. So by having this 3-stage highlight, dark, medium and bright, and then doing all of our light impact highlights with various passes of our mid-tone, we can be relatively sure that those highlights, no matter how thick we put them on, are ever going to be brighter than our source of light. Therefore, it always looks quite harmonious and doesn't look as jarring when we look at the model. So just in general, when doing OSL, that's always a nice trick to bear in mind. But at this point, that essentially is our Rick and our Morty painted, and we could look at them. But before we do a brand reveal, what we're going to do is build up a base, and we're going to be building this using a couple of craft materials, mainly things like foam and texture paste, things like that. So let's jump in and build a nice diorama base for our Rick and Morty. For our base, we did go a little bit over the top. First, we took 2 blocks of XPS foam and then glued them together at a right angle. This was achieved with the application of toothpicks and some PVA glue. Once the 2 parts were firmly together, we can grab a thin layer of cork and glue this all over the section that will be our floor. This is going to give us a stronger purchase point for later steps rather than working directly on the foam, which may get damaged and misshapen. Before we glue this cork down though, we are going to want to cut a hole in the cork, giving us a small divot in the base. We can then make a hole in the back wall, and we did this by cutting out a recess using a craft knife, then filling in the gap using a combination of clay and cork and super glue. This will make us a recess similar to what we've got on the floor, except it's on the back of the cave. Then it is a case of texturing the floor itself, and this was achieved by applying various mixtures, firstly starting with a coat of texture paste, then going round while this was drying, pushing in various pieces of rocks, corks, other types of textures like sand, covering all of these placed down elements with a little bit of super glue to add some extra texture and also make sure that they are locked solidly into position. With the building all done, we can take it out for a prime, and here it's kind of complex. I can't really show the priming process because it's in a well ventilated area with really bad ability to film. So I'm just going to kind of describe it to you. What we did is give everything a dark black prime to start off with, and then we came in and started attacking it from different directions. So I took a red spray and a blue spray and essentially drew patterns onto the base with those sprays to give us different mottled effects. Once that was dry, I then came in from the 2 sides using a Xandri dust and basically shot perpendicular spray across the base. This meant that we still had the reds and the blues in the underlying recesses and everything like that, while the top edges were in a brown. Then we finished it off by doing essentially the same thing, but more of a 40 to 45 degree angle from the front using a white spray. This means the direction that predominantly you're going to be looking at it from is going to be the brightest, but we've now got a lot of subtle tones in our base without hardly any work and really without any cost because it doesn't cost a lot of spray to quickly spritz the base. Then what we're going to be doing is essentially giving this a nice wash, and we will be jumping into this, but rather than paying extortionate prices like Games Workshop, we're just going to make up our own wash using some cheap thick-bodied tube acrylics and a acrylic ink that you can buy from any sort of craft store. Our wash was actually made from 4 items. We have a total of 2 tubes of thick body paint. This is essentially thick, cheap acrylic paint. We wanted to take 2 tones and colors to add hints into the wash. Primarily here we're looking at browns and ochres. Then what we want to do is dilute these thick bodied paints
by adding a bit of brown ink in. This will give us a nice dark rich base, as well as naturally diluting the other items. Then we're going to finish off our mixture with a nice helping of super matte varnish. What this is going to do is knock out any shine that may turn up from the cheaper acrylic paints that we've put into the mix, as well as giving the base a less shiny, more natural looking appearance. At which point it's just a case of applying this mixture across the entirety of the base. Because of all of the past steps, we should end up with a really easy display base that has a lot of texture and a lot of color nuance. We will be keeping the background here black, but we're going to want to fill in these divots across the base, and we can do this with a portal. And to make these portals, we are going to be doing a relatively simple process of mixing up 2-part clear resin. Once we've mixed up this resin, we're going to add in a small amount of Tesseract Glow from Games Workshop, which is a very bright neon type green. And we can mix this in together for our first portal layer. We don't want this to fill the entirety of the area, it just needs to half fill, because once that's dry, what we're going to do is add in a swirly pattern on the resin using a mix of light flesh and Tesseract Glow, before we then fill in the rest of the portal using a final coat of 2-part resin and Tesseract Glow, sealing in all of our previous steps and previous work. Then it's just a case of letting it dry fully and we are good to go. And there we have it. We've got a painted base, a painted Rick, a painted Morty. We just need to fuse all of them together for our final product. And here we did do one final tweak. We painted up a Rick and Morty alien, also known as a Tyranid with apothecary arms. And then we cut it in half and made it look like it was being booted through the portal. If you wanted to do similar, all we did was cut it in half, and then between the 2 different resin pours on the portal, we stuck him down. That means that pour 1 layer of resin, let it dry, glue the model in, and then when we apply the second layer, it will seep around him, meaning that he is nicely locked in, and it's very clear that it is a portal and not a vat of acid, which also thematically could work. So with that all done, this is the grand reveal. There are a couple of elements here that we didn't touch on this video, but I think overall the actual outcome very much looks like Rick and Morty. I think at a glance you would see that it is Rick and Morty inspired, but still very, very 40k thematic. We're using entirely 40k pieces, and it very much has that Warhammer feel as well. So I've really enjoyed this project. And as I said, we didn't paint scrolls, but if you are interested in painting scrolls, and you like this video, I would suggest checking out this video where we do an IP smash turning a lieutenant from 40k into Mario. And I'm at least 60% sure that we paint scrolls in that video. So why not check that one out? Otherwise, do remember to subscribe so that we can see you next time. Do you like orcs but not quite sure how to paint them? Well, today we're going over this guy, which is an orc I painted in a scheme that I think is quite achievable and replicatable across an entire army of multiple units, as well as leaving a decent amount of room for pushing those character models to that next level if we want to. So if you are interested in starting an orc army but not 100% sure on how to paint them, stick around and let's see if this video covers that for you. This is the mini painting page. My name's Ben, and let's jump into it. Diving into our first step after the model is built is applying a zenithal prime technique across the model. This method will preserve the darker shadows while bringing out the model's more intricate details in a lighter white, allowing for brighter colours to go over the surface better later on down the line. After the primer has dried, we want to grab a bottle of Vallejo Brown Violet. This is going to be our base for the orc skin, and as always we can take our time working around and covering the entire surface of the orc with this rich colour. Make sure to get into all of the nooks and crannies of the skin, ensuring a solid foundation ready for the next steps. As always, we do want to take a little bit of care here. If we can just keep it onto the skin and avoid getting it in any other places by accident, it avoids us needing to go back and touch up these areas after the fact. Next, we want to take the original brown violet we were using and mix in some yellow green in roughly equal parts. And we're going to be using this for our first highlight. We can take a fine brush and carefully apply this thinned mix to all of the raised areas. We'll be looking for the bulging muscles, the prominent features from the faces, any raised areas like that.
we can just give them a gradual coating of this mix to get a nice highlight on those raised areas. With the first round of highlights done, we can move on to the shading, and to deepen the shadows and add a little bit more dimension, let's blend in a touch of red into the previous highlight mix. This darker shade will help us to create those deeper shadows and define the musculature of our orc. Applying this watered down mix into the recesses and lower spacing sections of the model, we can concentrate on creating a nice smooth transition from the brighter to darker tones. Once that's done and dry, we can move on to enhancing the skin a little bit more with some final highlights. Here we're going to be using straight yellow-green with a little bit of dilution and a fine detail brush to work round and delicately accentuate all of the raised areas and edges across the model. Remember, generally you want to be pulling your brush towards the light source, as this will help give a nice blend of colour, as where you remove your brush from is where the most amount of paint will be left, giving you a nice blend from the shadows to this lightest highlight. With the skin done, let's move across and paint some of the leather. And here to start off, we want to use some English uniform from Vallejo. This is going to be the base for all of our leather areas. So with a steady hand, we can cover those trousers, packs, pouches, straps, and anything else we want to be this colour until they're all nicely coated. Do take your time here to make sure that we get a nice coverage across them. We may even need to do a couple of coats, mainly because this is going to be the base for all of our leather tones going forward. Once we are happy with the coverage and that the English uniform is dry, let's blend this English uniform in with some cork brown from Vallejo in roughly a 50-50 mix, which we're going to use for our first round of highlights. Taking a slightly smaller brush, what we want to do is apply these highlights across all of the areas that aren't recessed. This is going to be things like the center of the straps and all of the raised sections of the trousers. This will hopefully help to make those areas pop and stand out a little bit more on the table, giving them that little bit more depth. In order to add a little bit of variety and texture to the model, let's take some different approaches when we're painting these leathers, such as the straps and the trousers. Apply a quick Reichland Flesh Shade wash across all of the straps, and be sure to, as always, avoid any pooling and mop up any that is present. Once the wash is applied and has consequently dried, we can come in with a mix of golden brown and English uniform. Taking this colour, we can highlight all of the edges of the straps, making sure to catch both sides of each strap. Once we've gone round, working round, picking out all of these areas, we can then move across to the trousers. And for the trousers, what we want to do is highlight them with a mix of cork brown and warm flesh. This will hopefully showcase how the light hits the upper surfaces and edges of the trousers and adds a little bit of depth and visual interest to these areas. Finishing the trousers off, what we want to do is 2 layers of Agrax Earthshade wash, making sure to take time between each wash to ensure they dry completely. This will hopefully add a little bit more depth and richness to the model, and if we go around and do 2 coats, hopefully we won't have much tidal mark pooling across the model. And it also adds a nice dirty feel to the trousers, as if they've been running around in the muck, which they probably have, to be fair. Moving across to tackle the jacket and the boots in black, we have a quick and effective technique that I quite like to use. To start off, we're going to be putting down a coat of Black Legion as the base coat. This will give us a nice sleek black look to start from. Once this is dry, what we can do is thin down some elf flesh and use this for the highlighting. The intention here is to create a weathered effect and weathered edges on this jacket, and then smoother, broader, glossier patches for the boots. This will hopefully give them that different textured, yet rugged and worn appearance. For the jacket, we want to focus on creating scratchy highlights on all of the edges and raised sections. This will aim to depict distress and wear, scuffing, things like that across the jacket. On the other hand, for the boots, we want to aim for a smoother, larger patched type of highlighting, going around and highlighting all of the larger areas, similar to how we tackled the muscles earlier. Once we've done this, we can go in with some Nuln Oil and give it a couple of washes. Again, here what we're going to want to do is give it a total of probably 2 washes and let them dry in between each coat, and always mop up your pooling to avoid unsightly tidal marks. We can then move on to some of the finer details like the nails, the teeth and the skulls. There's always skulls. Start off with some flat earth as a mid-brown base, making sure that we get a nice cover over all of these areas. Once it is dry and we have a nice coat, we can then use some warm flesh as a broad highlight, making sure to go around and shift most of the tones in this way, but making sure to also leave some of the brown in the recesses. This will help to add some definition and tonal shift to the models, as well as making sure things like the skulls, you get all of those details coming through once you've painted them with this lighter tone. Once that is done, we can go for some of an aged look. And to do this, what we want to do is create a wash using a mix roughly 50-50 of Agrax Earthshade and Nagarath Nightshade. We can then apply this wash to these skulls and all of these bone areas. This will create an aged and worn appearance. Finally, we can address the metal, which we've left to last, so that if we end up making a mistake, we can just come in quickly with a flooded brush and whip away a lot of the mistake, so that we don't have to worry about the rest of the paint job and trying to paint over metallics with other colours, which you can see quite often through the undercoats and things like that. So we just want to avoid it and leave the metallics until last. To do this, we want to take a bronze from Vallejo and put a nice coat across all of our metal parts. This will give us a consistent coat, and we do want to make sure not to do it too thick so that we're obscuring any details. Once it's dry, we can come in with a mid-silver colour and do some broad highlights across all of the metallic areas. We don't just want to focus on the upper raised areas here. We want to apply a patchy silver highlight across all of the model, while focusing more on those raised areas where the light would naturally hit more. Once we've done that, we can add a little bit of depth and richness by giving the metallic areas a nice wash. Here we're going to use a very dark purple, which we've created ourselves from a 2:1 mixed ratio of Nuln Oil and Nagarath Nightshade. Applying this all over the metals, we want to avoid pooling as always, and then let it dry. Once it is, we can come in with some final edge highlights, and we're going to use the silver paint we used earlier. In my case, the graphite mid-silver colour I used, going around taking our time to pick out all of the edges on all of the metallic areas and all of those metallic details. Once we've gone round and done all of that edge highlighting and it is completely dry, we're essentially done. If you've built the model in sub-assemblies, you just need to reassemble that model, potentially do some mid-blending if you want to, and then slap it on the prettiest base that you can find. I've chosen to go for a lava-themed base here, and if you're interested to see how that was done, I do suggest checking out this video. Otherwise, do remember to subscribe so that we can see you next time. Not too long ago, we painted up some Thousand Suns Terminators, and these guys we had to paint up relatively quickly. We had a squad of 5 Terminators that we needed to paint up in time for a video. But what happens if we are able to spend a little bit longer on our models? Well, today we're going to be finding out as we paint up the Infernal Master from the Combat Patrol of the Thousand Suns, spending roughly the same amount of time on this one model as we did on the 5 other Terminators. So we're going to be starting off with roughly the same sorts of paints and techniques that we used, but just honing them a little bit further. And that does mean that we'll be starting off with a Zenithal Prime using a red and a blue spray. This prime is very similar to the normal Zenithal priming method, except we're going to be swapping out the black spray as the base for a red spray instead. And then we're going to be hitting the model from above using a blue prime. First, we're going to want to build out a little bit of colour in the lower areas, which after the prime is just plain red. And in order to do this, what we're going to do is go through and dry brush in a little bit of turquoise. And this is going to be hitting all areas of the model, catching all the raised areas in both the blue base coated areas as well as the red base coated areas. Once this dry brush round is done and complete, we can then come back in and do another round of dry brushing, but this time we're going to be using a light flesh. This time we want to make sure that we are doing it in a directional manner. So generally we're only striking it from the top down, meaning that we will have this light skin in the areas where light would hit the most, and pretty much none of it will be in the undersides where we have the red shadows. We want to break these steps up deliberately, and the reason we're doing this is because by adding in the blue into all of the red recesses that we've essentially got, we're going to be harmonizing those colors with the rest of the area on our next steps. And then we've got the light flesh that's only going to be hitting the model from the top down, where there's going to be the most amount of light
hitting those models, and it will give that inference of those bright spots of light. When we come in and do our next step, which is going to be using some contrast, I've got Celestian Blue here to go with the rest of the models that use the same color. And we're going to be thinning this down with some contrast medium, which will have a couple of benefits. First, it will smooth out all of our dry brushing textures, as well as giving us a nice, decent base coat color to work from, so that when we come in, if we make any mistakes later, we can start from this stage and then work upwards, meaning that we can go in and actually correct any possible errors. We want to apply the diluted contrast over all of the armor, and then once that is dry, we can come in and start doing our rounds of highlights. And to do this, what we're going to do is add a little bit of turquoise into our contrast, and then use this as our highlight color, slowly adding more and more turquoise into the mix, doing progressively thinner highlights with each pass. At a certain point, we are going to get to essentially pure turquoise. And at this stage in painting, we'll be aiming to get roughly very narrow edge highlights and panel highlights, but enough room for us to push it a little bit further. Because what we're going to do is take a little bit of mid skin tone, mix this into our turquoise to give us a slightly brighter hue, and use this as a final edge highlight on all surfaces. Then we can actually finish off the armor if we want to do a little bit of bright spots by adding in some light flesh into our last mix and applying this to the sharpest, brightest edges and essentially doing some spot highlights. This is one of the main areas of difference between the Terminators that we painted and this particular model. On the Terminators, we needed to paint the armor relatively quickly and get some punchy contrast in brightness and hue. And we did that over a course of 2 or 3 layers, basically going from a base coat to a mid-tone to a highlight. Whereas here we've got the time to spend that progressive amount of transition layers to build up a nicer blend from our recessed color up to our brightest highlight. And we've also got the opportunity to push those highlights a little bit further so that we get a nice brighter spot colored leader, which is always a nice addition. With that done, that is mostly all of the armor done in the sense of the traditional blue Thousand Suns armor. So we can move into blacking out all of the other details so we can paint those separately. We want to grab a black contrast and use this paint to block around all of the details on the model that we're going to be painting any color that isn't essentially brown leathers or any yellow areas. So here we can aim to target all of the general metallics. However, we will want to avoid the weapons if we're going for a special technique that we're using later on. Once all of the trim and other details have been blacked out, we can tackle the armor trim itself. And this will be started off by applying a dark gold tone, and we want to put down a clean coat of this all over the armor trim before we look to take a brighter gold and start to mix this into our previously used darker gold. This will give us a nice metallic mid-tone, which can then be used to highlight all of the metallics in both an edge highlight and panel highlight manner. When we're highlighting, it is always worth considering the model shape that we're applying our highlights to and how light would interact with those areas. So for example, a cylinder is going to reflect light and have a different reaction to light than a square or a sphere. And we just want to make sure that when we're going in and doing our highlights, we make sure they're aligned in the sense of the highlights we've done on the blue armor, as well as the highlights we're doing on the trim. Now, in regards to the trim, we naturally made up a mid-tone using a dark gold and a bright gold, and that was used for our first set of highlights. And what we're going to do now is come in and do some more highlights using just the straight gold for that bright gold punch. We want to take this bright gold and then work around the model, picking out all of the edges of the metallic areas, such as the trim that we've been painting and any of the emblems. This is essentially then the trim sorted, and we can move across to any of the other areas like the leathers and the weapons. These are all going to be given a coat of a brown contrast, which is going to act as our base coat for the following steps. Starting with the leathers, it's going to be a nice and simple process. What we're going to be doing is adding in a little bit of golden brown into our contrast that we used as a base coat, then coming in using this in our first set of highlights, slowly adding more and more of the golden brown, highlighting all of the raised areas on the leather. This can then be followed up with just essentially pure golden brown, And here we're going to be doing a broad edge highlight, allowing us to finish off any of the brown areas by mixing in a little bit of light flesh into our pure golden brown and using this to do a very thin edge highlight. This essentially covers off all of the leathers. We've naturally got the tabard as well as the pouch on the model, but we also use this same technique and painting style and paint recipe for the wooden sections of burning pyre on this particular model's backpack. Obviously, this backpack isn't on every model, so that's bespoke to this guy. Either way, that is the leathers sorted. And now we can move on to the exciting element of the weapons, which we're going to be painting in a semi-ethereal Zinch-like manner. And that's why we needed to start off with our brown contrast. Assuming our brown contrast is dry, we can start off. And here we're going to grab a dark gold, and we're going to use this to broadly highlight all of the chosen areas. What we're aiming to do is leave the matte brown in all of the recesses, but all of the main surfaces and edges will have a nice dark golden shine. From there, what we're going to do is shift through a couple of tones, moving closer to the edge with each colour. We're going to be going from the initial gold through highlighting in a mix of a purple with that gold. This can then be used to highlight the areas before we move again closer to the edges, this time using a pure metallic purple, and this should give us a nice transitional movement from gold up into purple. From there, we can push it a tiny bit further by taking a dark blue metallic and then going round and applying another transitional highlight. Finally, we're going to wrap up all of these metal areas by applying a very, very fine edge highlight of a very pale blue metal. When tackling these highlights on the model, we essentially want to make the most ethereal colours, so add all of the colours at the edges away from the hands, for example, so we get a nice transition of energy moving away from them. That gives us this really nice ethereal look, and we can do it to the scales on the tabard as well as any of the weapons. This overall is a really nice transition, but we do have another area on this model that still needs to be addressed, and it's a relatively large bit, and that is the cape. Now in sub-assemblies, this is nice and simple. We can paint both sides of the cape at the same time without messing up our paint job on the armor that we've done so far. So we can just pop that cape off and let's get started. And rather than painting it as it is in the box art, I'm just going to be going with plain pale white, the same as the Terminator squad that we've painted so far. For the cloak, this is nice and simple. We're essentially going to be painting it in a very similar way to how we painted the armor. Starting off with a mid-light brown tone, we may need a couple of coats to get a consistent, nice base coat. Once this is down, we're going to start to add in some medium to mild flesh into this brown and progressively add more of this flesh as we highlight the billowing robes more and more. Once we get to essentially pure mid flesh, we are going to then start to add in a little bit of light flesh, progressing more and more to the edges until we are using pure light flesh, at which point, as I'm sure you can expect, we are going to add in a little bit of an off-white for the brightest highlights on the most billowing sections as well as the edges. We also have the option to add some pure off-white to some of the most sharpest edges or some of the most billowy sections of the robe if we want to push it that little bit brighter. But here we've just stopped with a mix of off-white as well as our light flesh tone as our brightest highlight. That ties it in nicely with the rest of the models we've already painted. Now there are a couple of elements that we still need to do. Predominantly we've got a lot of yellows on this model that we still need to paint. Conveniently, we're going to be starting off the yellows using pretty much the same technique that we did for the cloak, except we're going to be cutting out the initial base coat of the brown, and we're just going to be basically giving a base coat of our mid skin tone, followed by a highlight of our light flesh tone. At which point, all we need to do is grab a wash and we can start tinting them to yellow. Once our highlighted skin base coat is down for all of our yellow areas, we can start to tint them either with a yellow wash, a yellow ink, or a yellow contrast. Thanks to the past highlighting we've done with the skin tones, this gives us a really nice, quick, simple yellow gradient. But on this model, we're going to push it a little bit further. To do this, what we're going to do is dig out a bright yellow paint and then do some final edge highlights using this yellow on all of those areas we've applied our wash. Lastly, let's touch up on the flames on this specific model. And here, I will admit we've slightly cheated. We kept the coloured zenithal on this section throughout the paint job, and we're going to use this to build out the smoke tones. We can take the bright turquoise we've used across the paint job and then slightly catch the edges of the brightest sections of smoke. Then what we're going to do is take a white contrast and slap this all over the smoky flame sections, which will tone it down slightly, as well as add that nice grey tone that we would expect to get from fiery smoke. At this point, the model is essentially done. We've got a couple of other elements on there, but it's just a case of picking the techniques and styles that we've done with the rest of it, and then applying it to those chosen smaller areas if we want to. Now, I really like how this guy came out, and that's not surprising. He looks a lot better than the Terminator that I already like the look of, but is that surprising? We spent 5 times roughly longer on this guy than we did on our one Terminator. So this is how they came out. Let me know, would you spend the amount of time that we spent on this guy on every model in your army? Or would you do similar to how we did, speed paint the troops and spend that little bit longer on the characters? I would be interested to know. Now, we still have some stuff to do for this combat patrol. We are going to be having to paint up some Zangors, and there are 20 of them in the box. So that one is going to be very much a excessive speed paint to get them done in time. So if you want to see more videos where we tackle combat patrols, I'd suggest checking out this one here, where we do similar sorts of things to this, tackling different armies' combat patrols in different types of ways. Otherwise, if you want to catch the Zangors, do remember to subscribe so that we can see you next time. Hey everyone, jumping in really quickly, I want to paint a first model in my new studio, and we're going to be doing a test scheme for my Genestealer Cult army, or the combat patrol at least, in the form of the quad bike from that box set. So let's jump straight in and see how it's painted. We are going to be starting off with the model in sub-assemblies, keeping the engine and the lower half of the vehicle body separate to the plating and the rider. This lower section is the area that would most likely get the most wear and tear and end up being rusty and worn. Because of that, we can start from a black prime and then build up some metal layers over a few passes. We're going to be starting from a darker bronze and then working up to a slightly richer gold. These stages will both be undertaken in an overbrushing technique, which will give us a nice strong coat of colour across most of the areas, but we'll focus more on catching the raised areas above the recesses, leaving them nice and dark. We want to keep the base tones of this as a bronzy gold, but what that means is we do need to add some chipping and some other areas of metal wear, and we can do this with our next step, which is a dry brush and final pass using a dark silver. These stages will help to build up a nice amount of rust, wear and base coat that we can build on from later. In my mind, the lower half is the section that is going to be getting the most wear and tear and not often replaced, while outer platings and more visual areas might get touched up by work crews, because with Genestealer Cults, these are working vehicles. They're not built for this purpose. They've just essentially been grabbed and taken. So with that in mind, that's why we're going for a slightly rustier look, and we will come back and touch it up in a little bit. But before we do, we're going to be speeding through the wheels. We are going to want to be starting off with a black and rebase coating all the wheels. Then, while this is drying, we essentially want to do a dirty wet blend, taking a pallid flesh tone and blending this across the tops and edges of the wheels. This wet blending and mixing will darken the pallid flesh tone, meaning that once it's dry, we can go around and apply a dry brush of a white, which will show nice and bright against the work that we've done so far, primarily catching the tyre ridges, corners and edges. This, however, does mean the tyres are a little bit bright now, and we're going to be solving that. What we need to do is grab a black wash and slather this all across the wheels. If we make sure that the rims of the wheels have been painted with a silver prior to this wash application, we can happily use this wash to coat all of the wheels and the silver rims, darkening it all down and giving it some nice recess shading. Once the wash is dry, we've got some really nice dark tyres with a lot of detail from the various dry brushing and highlighting that we've done, tampered by that wash. What that does mean, though, is that the wheels are essentially done, unless we want to spice them up a little bit. And how can you spice up wheels? Naturally, we're going to give them white walls. So for this, we need to grab a white, and we don't need to be perfect, as we're going to be dirtying this up a little bit later on. So while our whites go around and catch all of the edges of the tyres, we then carefully want to move this in and paint the rims of the tyres white before we apply a final black wash to the entirities of the wheel. This will dirty the area down, and while it dries, we can move across to painting the panels on the machinery. We are going to start off by picking our colour, in this case red. But because we want to maintain that worn style, instead of giving the areas a clean coat, we're instead going to stipple this red across the areas, building up more coverage in a spotty manner. Once we've worked around the vehicle and put down this darker red, we can then grab a brighter red and repeat the process, focusing on smaller sections in the center areas of the red that we've already built up so far. Applying the paint in this stippling manner is a great way to maintain that rusted, worn look. Essentially, it will do very well at capturing the center areas and some of the edges, but we'll still get lots of the metal that we've applied previously showing through, making it look like paint has flaked away, worn, scratched away, things like that. However, because we're going to be stippling with the brush and going in, there will be some areas that might end up a little bit too dense in red paint. So we can break that up after the fact once it's all dry by taking our metallics that we used as the base coating for our vehicle, so bronzes and silvers, and then using this to go in and dot and chip small areas in the center of large masses. But before we do that, what we're going to do is let the area dry, and then we're going to do the seat, which currently hasn't been painted. For the seat, we want to go for a nice worn leather look, as we can assume the rider is going to be jumping on and off of the seat regularly for work purposes. So we're going to be kicking this off with a dark reddish brown and applying this as our base coat. Once this is down and thoroughly applied and dried, what we can do is start highlighting. But we're not just going to do simple panel or edge highlights here. What we want to do is grab a lighter, more golden brown, and then apply this across the area in strokes or lines. We want to go across the whole area in one direction first, before turning the model at roughly a 45-degree angle, and then applying more lines at this angle going across the model. Then what we're going to do is flip it one more time, and then apply the lines against the direction that we've gone again, giving us a nice crisscross across the area. By highlighting in this method and building up in lines in different angles, what we're essentially doing is building in a nice transition, because what will happen is we've got the brown base coat. Every line we do over that area will naturally lighten it up with one layer of paint. Then as we go across and intersect in the opposite direction, certain areas are going to be covered by two layers of paint where those lines have crossed. That makes a brighter spot that looks a little bit more worn and torn. Then that is obviously compounded as we do the third pass, giving us a nice, ragged, worn-looking leather. However, depending on the brightness of the golden brown we've chosen to use, we might need to darken it down a little bit in comparison to the rest of the model. Luckily, Games Workshop have helped us out by making a brown contrast and providing a pot of contrast medium, which we can mix together to make a diluted brown wash just to tone down the seat, which overall we're not going to see massively because we're popping a rider on it later on anyway. This finishes off the bottom section, and now we can move on to the upper sections, the paneling and the rider and bits like that. And these were then full primed so that we get a nice color use later on, but there are areas that we want either black or metal, so we're going to need to give these a quick base coat in black. Here we're going to be picking out the smaller panel sections that separate the wings, as well as holding the equipment, as well as obviously the weapons, the drill and all of that stuff on the back. We can then move across to the actual panels and the wings, and here we're going to be starting off with a blue contrast, which should go over the zenithal prime nicely. And then once it's dry, we have some rough base coated areas of blue, which will also show the raised areas as lighter. This is going to give us a really nice pattern to follow. What we can do is grab a lighter blue and then reinforce all of these areas of the lighter blue sections of contrast with this brighter, lighter blue paint, blending from the darkest areas to this brighter saturated color. Naturally, we can then apply a final highlight to all of the panels by going in with an edge highlight, this time with an even brighter blue, which is slightly brighter and lighter than our round that we've just done, and highlight all the sharp edges on the panels. These stages should give us a really nice punchy blue with dark contrasty deep sections and recesses, and then our brighter edge highlight on the very edge. And this is perfect for the panels. But now what we can do is touch up some of the accent areas on there. So we're going to be picking some of the areas of the weapon as well as the line panels on the paneling, just to pick them out in the red that we've used for the lower part of the vehicle. What this will do is help to tie the lower half that we've painted predominantly red with the upper half that we've naturally gone in and painted blue. But with that said, let's just tackle off the metals and a few other areas. Now that the base coating of the metals is already done and black, we can just go in and paint the sections. Unlike the lower sections, which got a start off from bronze, here we're just going to be going in and starting from a silver dry brush. While we're in the area, once the messy dry brush work is done, we can go in and give the remaining sections a nice coat of a brown contrast. These are going to be things like cases and straps. And then this just leaves one quick step to apply, which is a black wash over all of the brown areas and metals that we've just painted. That essentially means that the quad bike top half is done, the bottom half is done. So what we can actually look at doing is some special effects, wear and tear and things like that to grime up the entire vehicle. The top half was painted slightly cleaner in the sense of we expect that that would be the areas that are visible and would be repaired because it's a working vehicle for the Imperium, or was a working vehicle for the Imperium, whereas the lower, dirtier sections are slightly dirtier, rustier, and more worn. So we get a nice look and effect. But we are going to be coming in and doing some general griminess, and we're going to be doing that with some enamel washes that you can get for just that purpose. However, with enamel and using thinners and things like that, it can strip some of the paint off of the work that we've done. So we need to protect it. And we protected it quite simply with some Games Workshop Storm Shield, which we just blasted through the airbrush in a couple of layers, giving us a nice satin finish. Chose satin here because it's slightly grippier than gloss, which will just run off. And what we want is to maintain some of that wear and tear and grime that we're applying on the model. But also, it's not as grippy and as staining as a matte varnish and doesn't kill all of our metallics if we were to use a matte varnish. So that's why I chose to use a satin varnish. It's also because I have better results with a satin varnish overall than a gloss varnish when I'm trying to varnish things. So I prefer to use a matte or a satin varnish by nature. With that all said, once it is varnished via an airbrush, a spray can, or by brush, we can grab our washes and get to work. Starting with the chassis, we're going to be taking a dark, grimy colour, and then we're going to apply this all over the tyres as a small test area. We want to apply a relatively thick layer of this wash across all of the wheels. This will naturally tint the whole area, or more so cover the whole area in a dark green tone. Then what we can do is slap down some pure thinners across the areas of green which we've laid down, starting from the top down. This will allow us to grab a sponge and start to pull from the top down to the bottom of the model, leaving a green tint and a stronger build-up of this green wash in the recesses, while giving us cleaner top areas where the view would be seen from. This is the stage why I said that when doing the white walls, it didn't matter if they're exactly perfect, because the white walls are now no longer exactly white. You can see that they were meant to be white walls, but they're nice and grimy. By doing the white walls, it also gives us a chance to show off this grimy effect. Now, that was the test. We know roughly how it reacts. We know how it's going to work. So let's go a little bit deeper. We're jumping into the actual body of the chassis, the rusty red, the rusty metals and things like that. And for that one, they do a rust effect. And we're going to get going with that. This rust effect gets applied in essentially the same way as we applied the green wash over the wheels. We are going to slather the wash all over the open metal areas, as well as any of the panels that we've given that worn red metal look to. This time, however, we are not applying the thinner step over the top before we sponge it away. This is because we want a stronger, thicker rust effect build-up, and by thinning it down, we may end up removing too much. So we're going to start off without thinner, just sponging it off of the areas that way. And if it is a little bit too thick in certain areas, we can always come back with thinners later on. Now, we've tried a couple of options with this so far. We've put it straight on, we've applied a thinner and then soaked it off with a sponge. Number two, we've gone in straight from the bottle and then we've just soaked it off with a sponge. So with the third option, why not mix it up? What we're going to do is thin it down before we apply it and then sponge it off. And if you're enjoying yourself, why don't you try hitting the subscribe button, because it really does help us out. With that all said, let's take our brighter of this set of washes that we're using and start painting those panels. So for this application, we took a spare base to use as a small well palette, and then we mixed roughly 50% wash and 50% thinner. Once this was mixed up, we can start the application. And like most of the other applications, we want a nice coat of this across all of the panels. This is going to give us the standard wear and tear and grime that gets everywhere on a vehicle that isn't cleaned. So as I said, panels, accessories, weapons, anything that we haven't already hit with a wash at this stage can get it. This will give us the option to come in once it's slightly dry with our sponge and use this to dab off the wash rather than wiping it off. This will leave us with some wash spread across the surface in a nice dappling that remains thicker in the recesses like grime buildup would do. Now we need to wait for that all to dry essentially. It's got a lot of washes and enamels take a little bit longer to dry than acrylics do. So let's leave that, and what we're going to do is jump on to painting our rider. And our rider is the one that's going to be the consistent across the army. My thought here is that the rider would theme themselves more so after the overarching hive mind. I'm opting to do my hive mind that affects my Gene Stealer cults as the Kronos hive fleet, essentially, which is black skin and red carapace. So we're theming our models after that. All leathers and things like that we'll do as a dark black brown, whereas any armor or human carapace will become red. This does also mean we're going to be recreating that similar with models that we don't currently have in this kit, aberrants, things like that that need more Xenos influence than others. We're going to be using those color schemes for those as well. This will give us a nice consistent theme across the army itself with the men, but we can go a little bit wild with all of the other areas because naturally Gene Stealer cults just take things that they're working with and then rebel and start a rebellion and fighting on behalf of the Gene Stealers. With that in mind, let's jump into painting our rider. The rider, like the plating, starts from a zenithal prime, meaning for us that the black overalls will need to get a black coating. And this is easily done here with a black contrast. But we do need to be careful not to catch the various armor plates, as we're going to be tackling them next with a red contrast. We want this to be a slightly darker red in form of contrast, so I'm going for a Blood Angels red here, as we're going to be building highlights on top of this later on. So similar with the blacks, we just want to work around catching all the areas that we need the particular color. This does, however, leave us with a band, so to say, of unpainted accessories on the belt. And we're going to be tackling this with another contrast in the form of a brown contrast, which will go well over all of those areas and tie in nicely with both the reds and the blacks on the schemes and be a nice base for any metals we choose to paint later. And this brings us to a very quickly base coated model. For a test subject, this is great. We can now see the rough ratio of armor to leather to other details, and we can see how it looks overall. But we're not just going to be leaving it here. We naturally do want to paint and highlight it. So what we're going to need to do is grab our brighter colors. So for the carapace, as I said, we're using red. So we need a brighter red and our red contrast, which we can start to mix together and blend up to a brighter red in the form of layering. Starting with the reds, we can mix the bright red into our contrast at roughly a 50-50 ratio. And then we're going to use this to highlight all of the raised areas. Similar to when we highlighted the blues on the vehicle earlier, the contrast is going to give us a relatively good and quick guide of where we can pick out the brighter areas, which will be identified by the paler locations of red contrast. Working more bright red into the mix as we go, we can start to build up these highlights more and more before we end with a bright pure red highlight in the form of an edge highlight. Then we can move across to the leathers. Here we're going to be mixing a bright cream or skin tone into the brown contrast. Using this mix, we can highlight most of the areas, but we do still want it to read overall as black. So when we're doing the highlighting, we want the maximum highlight area to be around the 50-50 mark. By making our mix of the cream and the black at most a 50-50 blend of the two, what we're able to do is make sure that it's never too bright, because the problem that I tend to have with blacks, and I think a lot of people do, is to highlight it, you end up painting overly too much of it too bright, and then it no longer reads as black. So my rough way that I try to do it is never go more than 50% with your highlight color, and also try to keep at least 50% or more in the black shaded tones. But if we've gone a little bit over, like we may have done here, we are going to be knocking that back a little bit later on, so don't panic. But we do need to first tackle the odd areas like the metals and a few other accessories. Kicking it off by base coating any of the remaining areas we haven't painted yet in black, we can then grab some metals once it's dry and get to work. We are going to not spend very long here. It's just a case of overbrushing a combination of bronzes and silvers across all the metal elements, similar to we did with the vehicle. Then we can nicely finish off the rider's uniform and all of these metals with a black wash. And we want this to cover the metals that we've just painted, along with all of the leathers, and this will help to shade down the recesses, as well as bring down the darkness, taking us more to that at least 50% black ratio. Now don't worry, I'm not a fool. I do know that the model we've been painting so far hasn't got a head, and that's because the head is another sub-assembly on a little stick. And we're going to be painting that now and going through how I'm trying to, as I said, recreate the Kronos vibe within the models. So essentially, the Kronos, Hive Mind and Hive Fleet have black skin. So I'm going to start with all of the infected Imperium members, I guess is the best way of saying that, to have that central area as black. I appreciate not all of them you can see the chest area, but at least that will always be the black skin, as if it's spreading out slowly from their internal areas. What this means is people that are heavily infected and are clearly mutants or mutations will have more of their area in the black skin. And then I'm going to go for a normal skin tone of a rather desaturated pallid flesh as our highest point. So as you get further away from the center, if you're not as infected, you're going to have cleaner looking skin, which is kind of fitting with the lore of gene stealer cults. So we're going to go through how we did that with this model, with the black skin and all of those other elements. First, we gave the skin a coat of a semi-dark black contrast, but we need to shift this to our pallid skin tone to give some color and definition. And this is done by giving a near complete coat on all of the raised areas with a 50-50 mix of our black contrast and our chosen skin tone. This is going to be hitting things such as the scalp and the raised areas furthest away from the body, while the lower face sections are only going to get a very small rough highlight using this mix, leaving more of the blacks on view. Then we can add a little bit more flesh tone to our mix and apply another layer, brightening up the top of the head and elements like the nose and the cheeks, before we finish off with a final highlight of pallid flesh on the sharpest, furthest points. And that's essentially the model sorted. What we do need to do is go around and just do things like the lights. I didn't really touch on the lights, and that's because I just gave them a dot of white and then a layer of Tesseract glow. Obviously, we could spend a lot more time on the lights and then apply object light sourcing, things like that if we wanted to. But for a test model, not particularly keen on doing that. So once those were done, we could essentially just plug it together, stick the top on the bottom, stick the rider on the top, and the model is good to go. And I really like this as a theory test for my army, essentially, or what will be the combat patrol. We've got the top person who is relatively cleaner because he's going to get off, take, and have the option to clean things. And then the vehicles can all look really grimy, but they can also look completely whatever I want them to. They can be any color, any theme, anything like that. And then it will be the rider that ties them together. Obviously, we're going to need to test that theme, and we're going to test that theme by painting the bikers that come with that ATV. And if you're interested in seeing that, well, you need to subscribe because it isn't out yet. But you will see it in not too long. So this is how the ATV came out, and we will get the bikes sorted in not too long, and we'll see how it goes. But if you want to check out a Gene Stealer Cult related video now, and you don't want to leave me, don't worry, we've got this video here where we paint personally one of my favorite Gene Stealer Cult models, the Saboteur, in the Atom MiG range of new paints that they have released. Gave it a try, and we painted with only these models except for the metals. So why not check that video out if you want some more Gene Stealer Cults. Otherwise, do remember to subscribe so that we can see you next time. I've always quite liked Grey Knights. They have the aesthetic of Space Marines with more angles, a little bit more knightly, and also the added benefit of being part of the Inquisition and having that additional secrecy. So I decided that I was going to pick up a box of Grey Knights and actually paint a combat patrol of them. But the issue I have is that Grey Knights are typically silver, and it can be relatively annoying to try and get nice looking silver using multiple different washes. We always lose a bit of that shine. So what I thought I would do is go out and pick up some more liquid metals, which I've used in other videos. But this time I've got some blues and some silvers, which I think we could use in this project in order to get some really nice, shiny and aesthetically pleasing Grey Knights ready for the tabletop in hopefully not too much time. So let's jump in, see how long it takes me to get a combat patrol of Grey Knights all up and running, ready for the tabletop to a nice standard. We're going to be starting off from a black undercoat, and the reason for this is going from black and applying silver over the top, we should hopefully get a nice maximum amount of shine from those layers. The first layer is going to be this steel grey colour, which is a nice dark silver, and we can simply thin it down and slap it all over the model, catching anything that we want to be metallic. Once this is dry, it can be followed up with a dry brush of a lighter silver. This one just being called blue-grey. What we want to do is take this and dry brush it in a semi-heavy fashion, catching all of the edges and raised panels before letting it dry fully and moving on. These paints aren't really sold for miniature painting purposes, so they're a little bit thicker than I'm used to, and I have needed to thin them down more than usual. However, I have noticed that they do have a good consistency and a nice ability to cover even after they've been diluted a fair amount. So overall, I quite like them for metallics. And we're going to now be following up the next layers of metallics on the armor for the Grey Knights. And I want this to still read as silver armor on our Grey Knights, while also having a little bit of color nuance within it. So to do that, I'm going to grab this pearl blue color and a dry brush. This color is not silver, but more of a pale desaturated blue metallic. And we're going to use this and our dry brush to repeat these last steps, but in a softer fashion, just in order to bring out all of the edges in a blue tint, as well as helping to map out our edges for some later steps. Once we've worked through all of the models, you can see from this before and after that we get a nice blue sheen across the models, while still remaining in that silver armor region that you would expect from Grey Knights. Then we can do some final edge highlighting, and we want to take the palest metallic blue that we've got. The one that I bought is called light blue, and when it goes down to the eye, it looks very close to silver, but with a very slight blue tint, which is perfect for the highlights that we'll be doing. We can use this to edge highlight every single edge across all of the models, and once this has been applied and it has dried, I'm calling it done with the silver aspects of the armor. One of the advantages that I found with these metallics is because, from my understanding, it's actually dyed metallic flecks in here. It's not metallic paint that has then been tinted with inks. We don't lose any of the shine that we might with adding inks into metallics, which is really, really nice for this application because it means that we have a true shine as long as we don't apply any washes or matte coats over the top. And it's shiny enough that we're actually picking up reflection lights from my red wall and things like that while painting. So it is a true shine across the model, which is nice. But we're not doing the armor anymore. And to do the other areas, I need to go back in and painstakingly pick out all of the black areas so that we're not working from a shiny base coat. Once the painstaking work of going round and painting all of the silver areas back to black, we can carry on, and for these Grey Knights we opted to have the typical red accents for the models, which means that we can bundle the next few steps together. Anything that is going to be either red or brown on the models will get a quick base coat of a reddish brown, which will work to build from all of our other stages for both of those colours. Let's look at the reds first, and here all of the items got a nice base layer of a dark red, leaving all of the browns in the recesses. We can then follow this up quickly with a crimson wash, which did a nice job of tying the past two steps together, giving us something to build out some highlights from. These models do have a lot of various elements that are going to be this red colour. So we've got the guns, we've got tabards, we've got purity seals. However, all of these elements are different fabrics or materials. So in order to represent this, what I'm going to do is actually highlight them in different ways, such as the tabards and fabrics. What I'm going for is some streaky, scratchy highlights in a particular direction, vertical, horizontal, take your pick. We can go through and simulate that textury fabric feel. Whereas for the gun areas, we were doing solid panel lines, which reflect and give us the feeling of light bouncing off of a solid red metal surface. Things like that will just help to add some variance with our models while making sure that they still look cohesive because we're using the same colors on all of those elements. Where was I? Oh yes, washes. So we've just applied the wash, and once that's dry, we can start working on the highlights. And to do this, we're going to grab a new color, which is going to be a mid-red, and we can start to mix this in a 50-50 ratio with our original dark red base coat. We can then use this to highlight any of the upward facing panels of red, catching things like the weapon shafts as well as all of the billowy sections of robes, highlighting them in the style that I mentioned earlier. Then we can go in and do a second round of highlighting using just the mid-red without any mixing. This edge highlight will highlight all of the red areas that we've painted up, and once we've got that done, we can move on to the browns. For all of the brown areas, we can attack it in the same way we did the red. So for different fabrics and materials, we can highlight them in different ways. I started with the original brown that we've used throughout and then added in a 50-50 mix of some dark sand. Any sort of off-white color would work here, but what we want to do is make a mid-tone that we can use to go around and highlight all of the brown areas in different styles as mentioned, similar to the reds. Taking this 50-50 mix, we can go and do our highlights, and we're going to do the first ones catching all of the raised areas. We're looking at getting everything that's going to be brown with this first round of highlights, from pouches to ropes to purity sealed papers. Once we have worked through the unit, the first one should be dry by the time we finish the last, and we can do our second highlight, which is just straight dark sand. This round of highlights will be focusing on the edges and the most raised areas before we take a light flesh tone and mix that into our sand colour in order to give us a colour slightly closer to white while still maintaining the same sandy colours, and we can do a final edge highlight with that tone. Now naturally there are a lot of smaller elements across all of the models that we're not going to focus on massively, mainly things like the blacks. All of the blacks got my very simple technique of, from a black base coat, we apply a very pale blue highlight, and then we apply a black wash to darken and bring it all down. That sorts all of the blacks out for tabletop standard, as long as it's not a main key feature. However, we do have some more interesting things that we can actually look at. So we've got the cloak for the librarian, which we're doing in blue. We also have things like all of the weapons for every single model. And then we've got a nice, neat, quick trick that you may want to stick around for on how we're going to deal with all of the gold across every single model. For the librarian's robes, we thought it'd be best to paint these as blue, marking respect for the member of the librarius that he is. Even though all Grey Knights are essentially psychers, it makes sense in my head for the librarians to be distinguished from the rest. First, we're going to need to lay down a dark blue base. Then we slowly add a brighter blue to the mix, trying to highlight the cape in a flowing manner to simulate something approximating leather. After a few rounds of highlighting and adding a lighter blue in each step, we end up with a hopeful nice transition from a dark blue up to the lighter blue that we've used in the mix. As the librarian's a character, I thought we'd take a little bit of extra step and care on his cloak and apply a optional final step, and that is the application of fluorescent blue. And fluorescent paints are something that you can buy and are quite interesting to use. However, here we're going to be adding it to the mix so that it's present and slowly building up some final highlights. We can take this fluorescent blue and start to add it to the brightest blue highlight we've done so far and do another quick highlight. The reason for this is so that the fluorescent blue is already present on the model before we go in doing our final step of just applying the fluorescent blue as it comes watered down out of the bottle. This prevents there being a stark contrast from where the fluorescent has dried versus where the normal paint has been before. Once the fluorescent has dried though, we can move on to some of the other elements, such as the various gold elements across all of the models. For the various elements that are gold across this model, I wanted to get different sort of textures, which you may have noticed as a theme on this combat patrol. However, the easiest way to do this for metallics would be to have one less shiny than the other. Rather than going around and painting all of the metallics and trying to find a way of doing that, I thought the easiest way would be just to tint all of the work we've done so far. Generally, by applying contrast over a metallic, the reason we haven't done that so far is that it mutes out and mats out our paint job, which, if we're going for an antique gold, is just what we want. So we can grab a yellow and a brown contrast, mix them together, and we can start on tinting our silvers into a lovely antique gold. Depending on the colours that we've chosen, we may need to vary the ratio slightly, but generally the browns in this case are going to be stronger than the yellows. So in this mix, we're going for 25% brown and 75% yellow. The advantage of using contrast here is that they naturally seep into the recesses to add that extra shading, which means that we can take this mix and just work around all of the various elements that we want to then be gold and apply a quick wash of this contrast over those elements, making sure to be careful so that we don't have to go around and correct any overspill of this contrast with normal metallics later on. With that done, we have the fun bit left, which is all of the weapons across every single model. And now the Grey Knights have nemesis weapons worthy of killing demons, and in order to do this, I also have a lot of coloured metallics. So I'm going to use coloured metallics to make a funky, really nice blade that I think is worthy of decapitating a demon. In order to do this, we can grab a purple metallic or make a purple metallic and apply this across the entirety of the blade. This is going to be our center colour, and we can follow it up once it's dry with an application of dark blue metallics. This we are going to be applying not only to the edges, but also as a scratchy highlight across all of the beveled sections of the blade. Once this is dry, we can essentially repeat the process, but in a much narrower fashion, using the light blue, which is the highest highlight colour of our armour. Finally, this is entirely optional, but we're going to be coming in and tinting the very edges and most edge points of the blades by giving them a bright metallic green edge highlight. This hopefully gives them a nice ethereal colour shifting blade that I think is well worthy of a demon hunting space marine. With the last edge highlight applied on the weapons, the models are done. This combat patrol is painted and it took around 11 hours and 40 minutes to get it done, and I really like how the metallics came out, so I may be investing in a few more colours of that range. However, there's one thing you may have noticed. I haven't painted the Dread Knight, and the reason for that is that while it comes in the Combat Patrol box, it doesn't necessarily form part of a Combat Patrol. So I'm not sure what I'm going to be doing with that. I might paint it up in the exact same scheme, or I might use it for something a little bit special later on down the line. So if you've got any ideas, let me know down in the comments. But overall, besides that, the only thing I haven't told you how to do in this video is the face. So covering that off quickly, it was a base coat of a flesh tone highlighted with a lighter flesh tone, and then I gave it a wash. It's nothing special, which is why I didn't think I'd waste your time featuring it in the video. But otherwise, the only thing needed on this unit is essentially a base. So if you're interested in a base for your marmies, you might want to check out this playlist. Alternatively, if you want to see how I tackle similar projects to this, check out this playlist. Otherwise, remember to subscribe so that we can see you next time. The Adeptus Custodes come in smaller units for a more specialised and strategic 40k game, which can be perfect for using them to paint an entire army. Unlike something like Tyranids or Orcs, which are a horde army and have a lot of models that we need to paint, we can focus more on a smaller number of models with a Custodes army. So with that in mind, I thought it'd be worth going over and seeing how I would paint one of these armies on a scheme that we can do that can be replicated across an entire army. We'll be jumping in with this red and gold scheme. My name's Ben, this is the mini painting page, and to start off we're going to want to use a zenithal highlight. What this will do is make sure that our future steps are brighter because we're working from a light undercoat, as well as helping the recesses be dark so that we don't have to worry as much, and it will give us a rough guide on where to place our highlights later. We are going to be, however, starting off with the fabrics. We're going to be looking at the robes and the cloak, and we want to make them a nice bright red. To start off, we want to grab a mid to mild blue colour, and then make sure that we thin this down so it's more of a glaze and just starts to stain the surface. We can take this, thin it down as I said, and put in some thin shadows all over the recesses on the robe. What this will do is help to add some colour definition and colour variance within the shadows themselves, rather than just relying on the black from the zenithal highlight that we did at the start. With our shadows done, we can move across to the other areas remaining on the robe, which are showing the undercoat. Here, most of this should be the white areas, and we can take a bright red and go around and apply a consistent base coat across all of the areas that we have not yet tinted blue. This also allows us to spend a little extra time layering if we want to, so that we can build up between the blue shadows to the red base coat that we're now applying. And as always, that's just an exchange of time for the end result. Once we've gone round and got everything else base coated in this red, we need to keep the bright red out, but also dig out a darker red contrast paint, which we'll be using for wet blending. Normally, I don't tend to say an exact paint that you have to do, or if I do, I say that naturally it can be swapped out for any colour, but there may be some difference on properties depending on the paint that you're using. However, personally here, I've found that wet blending using these contrast paints is quite useful if you're trying to get a nice gradual blend, because they stay wetter longer than normal acrylics, and we don't have to add any extra mediums or retarders to help us achieve nice wet blends. However, if you'd rather use a normal acrylic paint rather than a contrast paint itself, feel free to do that as well. With that in mind, let's take a pot of Blood Angel's red contrast paint and the brighter red we used for the initial base coat so that we can wet blend these together. To achieve this in a quick way, what we can do is put down a reasonably thick layer of the darker red contrast, and then come in with a fresh brush and grab some of that nice brighter red and mix it into all of the raised areas on the model. Pulling these colours together from the raised areas down into the shadows and giving them a mix between should give us a nice quick transition from the upper red highlighted areas down to the shadows, which thanks to the combination of the glaze and contrast will have tinted to a nice purple tone. While this wet blend may get us most of the way there and may even be suitable for some of our standard troops, for models that we want to spend that a little bit of extra time on, or even characters, what we can do is take a couple of extra steps in order to just push those colours a little bit more and just give it a little bit more of a boost when it's on the tabletop. What we want to do is start off by adding a couple of layers. The first one being the initial bright red that we used throughout the process. We can thin this down and add multiple thin coats across the edges of the robe, as well as the most upper raised areas. What this will do is give us a nice, clean, bright red robe with a nice saturated shadow. We can then mix in a little bit of yellow to this original red and come in and highlight all of the edges with this new orange color. The reason that I would suggest using a orange, which is a mix of yellow and the red that we've been using, is because that way the colors are already harmonized together due to the presence of the red, and we're not adding a new color in by just grabbing an orange off the shelf. However, if you don't have a yellow available and you've only got an orange, feel free to use that. It should work just as well. That is the robes and the capes sorted, meaning there are a couple other areas we need to tackle before we move on to the armor on the model. Here, what we're going to be looking at first is the furs on the model, and we're going to be using the benefit of washes to tackle this. Because we've used a zenithal highlight or a zenithal prime on this model, we can take advantage of these washes, tinting it more than if we'd used another color. And we're going to be using a combination of black washes and flesh washes. We can start off with the flesh wash on the extremities, and then as we move towards the face of this part of the model and the fur near there, we can switch into a black wash. This will help to pick out all of the textures across the fur by nature of it being a darker wash, and by working quickly and pulling those colours back and forth in separate directions across the fur, we can get a nice transition from the two tones, having a darker wash around the face going to that warmer reddish tone around the paws. In this case, we can then leave it to dry and move on to grabbing a golden brown and set to work on the individual hair details. For highlighting this hair, we do have a few options. The first and probably quickest would just be to do a dry brush of the golden brown, and the other option would be to do what we're doing here and come in and paint every single hair individually with the golden brown. This is just a case of working across the area with the right consistency of paint so that we leave a nice clean line without needing to come back and do multiple passes, so that it's not so thin that it washes into all of the recesses. In some of the areas where all of the hair flows in the same direction, we may be able to catch multiple areas at one pass by using our brush adjacent to the angle of hair, similar to how we would normally edge highlight a surface. With all the individual hairs picked out, we can look to painting the face of the lion, and this is going to be using a mix of our original gold brown that we've used for the fur, as well as a darker brown that we'll be mixing in. And we'll be using these paints in roughly a 50-50 ratio mix, and we can lay down a clean, consistent base coat across the face, all of the other areas like the ears as well. And once this is dry, we can come in for our first layer. As this is the face and it's a large flat area, what we're going to try and do is simulate or recreate the effect of fur. To do this, we want to pick a direction that the fur will be going, and using the original color we've used for the fur, so golden brown, we can come in and do lots of single directional lines across the entire face, bringing them closer together on the higher raised areas, which will give us more of a natural highlight. It's a case of working round, and once we've gone around the entire area, we can decide if there needs to be a second layer or if we should move across to the highlight. If we want a second layer, we can just go around and repeat the process. Otherwise, we can move on to the next paint, which is where we want to be grabbing a pale yellow or light bone and then mix that into the golden brown that we've been using so far and essentially undertake the same steps, creating lots and lots of thin lines all across the face, focusing mostly on the highest sections for this color, but again, making sure the lines are always in the same direction. With the fur and face done, it just leaves us with the eyes, but I'm going to be doing that at the same time that I do the gems on the rest of the model, so therefore we'll just come back to that at that point. This does mean that we can move on to some of the other odd appendage areas, such as the feather that they stick onto their chest. To start this off, what we're going to do is make a yellow base coat across the feather, and I've personally found that yellow contrast over a white base is one of the quickest way to lay down a base coat for this. And again, we just do this across the whole area, let it dry, and then we've got a nice yellow base coat. Once it is in that state, we can come in and do some highlighting using a pale yellow. We want to use this pale yellow to highlight all of the edges of the feather, pulling the colour from the center into the edges across all of the sculpted details on there, making sure that we add to that feather-like feel of the part of that model, and just pulling all of the colors towards the edges to make them a natural edge highlight. With the yellow dry, we can move on to a final highlight with a white paint. And what we can do is thin this down and as normal do some edge highlighting, trying to make sure that we highlight in a thinner, finer line than we did with the yellow steps that we've done previously, so that we get a nice crisp edge and a nice defined edge with this white. This will also help with the next steps, which is where we're going to come in with a wash to adjust the color of the feather to whatever we desire. Here I'm going to just mute it down slightly because it's so close to the face. I didn't really want it detracting from that part of the model, so I'm going to drop the color down, but we can use different colored washes in order to get different effects and feathers in total. Here I'm going to be using a flesh wash, which will help to blend all of the colors and tones that we've used so far, as well as helping to pick out all of those sculpted strands in a nice warmer shadow tone, which once dry means that we can move across to the face, which is one of the last areas that are non-metallic. To start off with the face, what we're going to want to do is come in with either a pale brown or a dark flesh tone, and then add a layer of this base coat across all of the face, making sure to get all of the areas and recesses with this color. Then what we can do is come in with a follow-up once it's dry with medium flesh in order to start the first round of highlights. And here we want to go around and catch all of the raised sections on the face. We want to be sure to catch all the prominent features, the brow, the cheekbones, everything like that. Once this layer is dry, we can then come in with a final highlight, and here we're going to be using a brighter, lighter flesh tone than what we used on the previous steps. Taking this, we're going to do some final highlights on the most raised upper areas, catching ideally smaller areas than we did on the last round. Once this is dry, we may feel that it's slightly too bright or too desaturated. And in order to fix this, we can apply some washes, either using a flesh wash or an earth wash, and apply that across all of the face, bringing back those details. If we want a slightly warmer tone, we can come in with a flesh wash, while the earth wash will give us more of a ruddy tone or ruddy appearance to the face. This just leaves us with the hair on the face to go, and for this model it has greying hair. To pull this off, what we'll be doing is a black base coat, which once down we can start to use a bright flesh in the same method and manner as we did for the lines on the lion's face. We can take this white or this flesh tone and start to drag it from the center of the face away to the edges in multiple thin little lines. This will help to highlight the edges naturally, as well as giving us an impression of greying hair. This can then be followed up with a black wash. What this wash will do is help to desaturate the flesh tone that we've already put on, as well as darken the whole thing down, allowing us to come back in with the same flesh tone for a second round of lines for our highlights. By doing this, we can go round again, pulling all of the colours in exactly the same method as we did, but because we've now got the two tones on there from the washed version and the unwashed version, we have a brighter appearance overall, as well as a nice variance across the facial hair and the hair itself, so that we get that nice appearance of greying hair. This just leaves the eyes, and unfortunately all of the footage for this was terrible, so I can't really say much. It's just a case of painting them black, painting them white, and a lot of holding your breath. With all that done, it leaves us with just the largest area of the model, which is the metallics left. And the reason that we've left them till last is a couple of reasons. One, if we get metallics in an area that we don't particularly want them, trying to paint over them can sometimes be a nightmare, and you do get a slight show through of the metallics through the base coat and further layers, and they can take a little bit of time to correct. Whereas if we've already got that area painted and we accidentally get some metallics down, as long as we act quickly, flood the area and pull the brush away, we should be able to pull all of that off without much damage to the underlayers. The second reason that we need to do it first is not necessarily in this paint job, but as good practice. If we were going to be applying a varnish or something similar to the model, that would affect the metallics, and therefore we want to be doing the metallics at the end, so that if we were to use a matte varnish or anything like that, our metallics aren't affected and all that work is wasted. To start off with the armor, we will be needing to grab a dark, rich tone gold, and we can use this to coat all of the areas of the armor, getting all of those recesses and all of the raised filigree areas, while trying not to get it on any other area. This is where sub-assemblies can come in quite handy, because we can separate parts of the model, we can take the robe away from the armor panels, and we don't have to worry about being as careful and avoiding those areas. If you've got it in one piece, it's not exactly an issue. You just need to take that little bit of extra time and care to make sure that we don't get gold on any areas that we've already painted. Once we've gone round and we've got this base coat of dark gold across the entire model and everywhere we want it, we can then come back in with a brighter gold or brassy tone and use this to pick out all of the areas where the light would be hitting the most. This is going to be all of those raised panels, as well as any ridges or edges that the light would catch. We can then go a little step further and brighten up the gold with a mix of silver. This will take some of the saturation out, but overall brighten up the color. And we can take this new mix and attack all of the filigree and all of the raised etchings that come on these Custodes models. They're all sculpted in and we can just highlight them with this mix. This will add some tone difference to these areas while still being aligned to the rest of the army thanks to the gold that we've been using. Once it is fully dry and we don't have to worry about any colour bleeding, we can then come in with some flesh wash. And rather than applying this to all of the armour, we are going to be just targeting the areas that we've highlighted with this silver mix. This wash will help to tint that silver back to a golden hue, but also help to add some deep tone panel lines across all of those elements to give it a nice bit of definition. With that wash applied and dried, that means that the armor is done. If wanted, and we do have a brighter gold available, we could go around and do some final extra edge highlights. However, for the majority of tabletops, this will be perfectly fine. We now also have the gems that are all across the armor, and we're going to be painting them blue, just like the box art for the model. Starting with a mid blue, we can apply a base coat to each of the gems, making sure not to catch any of the armor that we've just painted that glorious gold. We can put down a nice base coat of this bluish grey. Once we've got all of the gems coated with this, we can come in with a couple drops of white. We want to catch two areas of each gem. We want the area facing the ideal viewing angle, so where we'll be looking from. We want one facing that area. And then we also want a matching one at the back of the gem on the reverse angle to show the light coming out of the other side from where we would be looking at it. Once the white is dry across all of these gems, we can take a bright blue contrast and then give this a dot over every single gem. This will tint the areas and bring down the darkness slightly while preserving that glint of white from beneath. We can then also optionally apply a coat of gloss varnish, which will help to add to that reflectiveness without any additional work being needed from us. It's just dropping it in. That leaves us with the last items on the model, which is the odd items and weapons and things like that that they've got dotted around. So for the actual weapon, we're going to be starting with the shaft, and we're going to start from a base coat of black. And we can start this at the same time as painting the hair. It's just a matter of laying down a consistent and smooth base coat of black across the weapon haft and areas that we're going to be painting in this tone. Once the weapon shaft is coated in this black, we can go across and do some edge highlighting, and we're going to be using a silver to do some edge highlighting and just work round, and all of the edges of the black shaft will be highlighted in this silver to give us that quick metallic feel without any real time or effort. Just edge highlight every single little thing. Once this is all done and this black has had its highlight, we can pick out a few of the areas in silver or bronze, so we can look at the barrel or the ammo and then give everything a black wash once this is all dry. This whole area will get the black wash, which will help bring it all together, darken down the silvers and bring it in with the blacks. At this point, we can paint the handles in the same way we've painted other fabrics, just slapping down some red contrast and then some red wet blending just to give us the feel. And then we can move over and start on the power axe blade itself. There are many ways that we can paint power weapons, whether it's with glowing effects, lightning effects, or any various other means. Here we're going to be using a blue lightning effect, and we're going to be starting off from the white undercoat that we've got from the Zenithal, and we're going to apply a Nuln oil wash. This isn't essential, I just wanted to start from a slightly darker base coat, and I thought this was the quickest way to achieve it. If you want a slightly lighter blade, you can just skip the Nuln oil and work straight from the white base coat. What we want to do is, once this is dry, come in with a pale flesh colour and start to do some relatively broad highlights across the blade. Here we are looking to catch all of the edges along the blade itself, as well as the false edges down the centre of the blade where it starts to thin. Once this has dried, we can go over the whole blade with the same colour and coming in and doing some thin lines starting from the energy node and moving towards the edges of the blade to represent the power surge going through the blade. We are going to be doing this a couple of times, so if it's not the neatest on this particular version, it's not a major issue. However, if we can make neat jagged lightning bolts, it does sell the effect a little bit better. But don't worry if it's a little bit messy to start off with. What we want to do is once we've got these lightning bolts down and everything is dry, we can put down a wash of our chosen power weapon colour. In this case, it's going to be a blue wash, applying a nice coat across the whole blade to tint everything that we've done so far. With that covered and completely dry so that we don't get any colour mixing for the next steps, we can come back in with the light flesh that we used and make even more lightning patterns. Starting from the node, we can work out to the edge of the blade and then we can come in doing some edge highlighting. We don't want to place any of the broader strokes on this one, just the thinner lines on the edges of the blade as well as for the lightning effect. Again, what we want to do is wash the blade. However, rather than just using the blue wash we used the first time, we're going to add in a little bit of a brighter contrast paint into this wash, which will help to deepen some of the saturation on this particular pass, adding a little bit of variance to all of the lightning that we've done so far. Once again, we can apply this wash to the entirety of the blade, which will start to tint all of our pass stages into a brighter blue tone, but with the latest fresh lines having a brighter start due to the contrast that we've added on this occasion. As always, we want to wait for the wash to completely dry, and once it is, we can come in with another set of lightning bolts using that light flesh tone that we've used so far. These again need to be even smaller and thinner than the last, cascading across the blade, and also where the lightning hits the blade, we can do some slightly chunkier edge highlights there to give us that feeling of the energy impacting the edge of the blade. Then it's just a case of a final wash of the initial dark blue that we used without any of the contrast added in. Doing this across the entire blade will help bring the whole piece together and make it look like lightning is consistently arcing across the blade. Personally, I quite like this option, which is more subtle and darker. However, we can do an optional final edge highlight, picking out all of the brightest areas across the blade and the very top edges or hotspots of the blade. At this point, the model is essentially done. What we can do is put him back together if he's in sub-assemblies, mount him on a really nice space-themed marble base, and send him out to the tabletop. Honestly, I quite like this scheme, and if you have any comments, let me know down in the comments below. And it's honestly something that I think we could do relatively easily and without that many steps on a larger army. Talking about steps, if you're interested in how to make these space marble steps, maybe you'd be interested in this video here. Otherwise, please do remember to subscribe so that we can see you next time.